Chapter 1. Chosen by the Dragon Balls. In the depths of darkness, two voices called out. Zhang Chun, caught in a dream, heard the summons and struggled to awaken. He exerted himself to open his eyes, his consciousness piercing through the murky void, and he abruptly sat up. What is this? In that fleeting instant of awakening, he was rendered speechless. Before him lay a scene of devastation. Charred corpses and dismembered bodies were strewn about. Trees lay toppled in disarray, and deep fissures stretched far into the distance. Where was his bed? Hadn't he been asleep at home? A dream within a dream. An inferior warrior is indeed an inferior warrior. How pitiful to faint from exhaustion. A cold voice nearby sent chills coursing through him, as if a blade were poised at his throat. With trepidation, Zhang Chun cast a furtive glance, his heart pounding. Good heavens, it's Vegeta and Nappa. He was truly witnessing the Saiyans from Dragon Ball. This had to be a dream. He reached out to touch Nappa. The sensation felt undeniably real. No, it was indeed real. He pinched himself harder. Ouch, that hurt. This is not a dream. Nappa regarded him with curiosity. Hey, I say, are you actually daft? What a useless waste. Vegeta scorned, turning half his face away in disdain. The palpable reality of his surroundings made it clear that this was no dream. He touched the end of his flowing hair. He caught sight of his battle attire and the agile tail that adorned him. And in an instant, he understood his identity. Raditz, the brother of Son Goku. Zhang Chun had long adored the comical yet fervent world of Dragon Ball, venerating it as a classic since childhood, accumulating a collection of manga, figurines, and costumes that filled a display case. The 7 orbs capable of granting any wish ignited his imagination. If only such wondrous Dragon Balls existed in reality, his life would transform into a vibrant adventure. Even though he knew it was impossible, he had spent 30 yuan online to acquire 7 Dragon Balls, expecting mere glass orbs, but instead finding them surprisingly weighty and exquisitely crafted. Each of the 7 orbs that entered his sight glimmered with a crystalline clarity, smooth to the touch as if sculpted from jade. Remarkably, they shimmered faintly in the daylight, as if the stars within danced with luminescence. The sound of the orbs colliding was crisp and ethereal, stirring the heartstrings. As Zhang Chun caressed the lustrous orbs, he mused, if only I could make a wish to be taken to the world of Dragon Balls, to become a Saiyan. What a glorious existence that would be. With such thoughts, he cherished the 7 precious orbs, placing them at the center of his display case, cushioned by red fabric to accentuate their splendor. Then, feeling satisfied, he indulged in a brief afternoon nap, only to have crossed over. The crux of the matter was that he had truly become a Saiyan, albeit the tragic character, Raditz. A tragedy so profound that he had scarcely appeared in a handful of episodes before meeting his demise, never to be recalled again. Zhang Chun had often lamented, Goku, you could spare Vegeta, yet you couldn't spare your own brother? Could it be that you were envious of Raditz's hairstyle, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 3? To traverse the world of Dragon Ball was but a fantasy of his, yet it had suddenly morphed into reality, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Although it was hard to fathom, there was no denying that he had indeed become Raditz. His foremost priority was to comprehend the situation. Survival was paramount. Hey, Raditz, you haven't lost your memory, have you? Nappa inquired, raising an eyebrow at his prolonged silence. I'm fine. I just sustained a head injury and am feeling a bit dizzy, he stammered. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that we are among the few surviving Saiyans, I would surely eliminate you, you worthless fool. Raditz found himself at a loss for words after all. He was merely a low-class warrior who had yet to overcome even the weakness of his tail. In the world of Dragon Ball, lacking strength was utterly unacceptable. Indeed, Raditz's lineage is rather inferior. However, I must say, the planet we are currently assaulting proves to be quite formidable. These beings may not possess high battle power, yet their numbers are overwhelming, Nappa exclaimed with a grin. Are you joking? These pests must be eliminated swiftly, Raditz interjected, gleaning from their conversation a clearer understanding of the current predicament. The 3 were engaged in an assault on a planet and had encountered difficulties. Soon, it would be his turn to venture to Earth in search of Goku, ultimately leading to his demise and withdrawal from the Dragon Ball narrative, marking the birth of the most tragic protagonist brother in history. Suddenly, Nappa's eyes glinted mischievously. Say, Raditz, don't you have a brother station elsewhere? Though he is a low-class warrior, he is still a purebred Saiyan, isn't he? If we face more challenging planets in the future, for is certainly better than 3. Go fetch him. Don't jest with me, Nappa. That fool's battle power is likely less than 1,000, Vegeta derided, pausing for a moment before turning his gaze sharply toward Raditz. However, even if he is utterly useless, he might exhibit some strength during a full moon. Bring him along, I shall show him what it truly means to be a Saiyan. Raditz felt a chill run down his spine under Vegeta's piercing stare. Was this the oppressive aura stemming from a difference in strength? Indeed, Vegeta was unlike any other. I understand. Once I have recuperated from my injuries, I shall seek out my brother, Raditz replied with a slight nod. He recognized that it was not the right time to oppose Vegeta for now. Compliance was essential. We shall manage here. Your absence and battle power will not make much of a difference, Nappa proclaimed arrogantly, bursting into laughter. Saiyans are born with a hierarchy of respect. They pride themselves as a warrior race. Once they transform into great apes, their cataclysmic battle power is enough to instill fear in the hearts of most planetary inhabitants. Yet, in the eyes of other cosmic beings, Saiyans are merely seen as savage and combative, oblivious to their own perception. The warrior race inherently dictates one's status. A prince like Vegeta, with extraordinary talent, is born with a battle power in the hundreds and crushes adult warriors within mere years, exuding an innate arrogance. Nappa, hailing from a prestigious lineage, possesses considerable prowess and has undergone numerous battles, resulting in his considerable self-assurance. Raditz and warriors like Son Goku belong to the lower echelons of the Saiyan hierarchy, deemed insignificant in the eyes of their more advanced counterparts. Consequently, Raditz often endures disdainful glances among the trio, possessing little authority to voice his opinions. This cannot continue. Having arrived in the world of Dragon Ball, he refuses to succumb to a fate of mediocrity. He aspires to grow powerful, stronger than Nappa, more formidable than Vegeta, and ultimately surpass every future adversary, including Son Goku. Casting a steely gaze at Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz resolved to commence his training on this planet. Unlike the Saiyans, Earth's cultivation methods are notably more efficient and rational, and the harnessing of ki has enabled this seemingly weak planet to produce a multitude of formidable warriors. Despite his humble beginnings, Raditz is confident that through diligent training, he can eclipse them. Rising from the ground, he proactively declared, I shall seek out sustenance. Do as you please, but do not let them slay you, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Raditz nodded and attempted to leap into the air, yet he found himself unable to hover for any significant duration. After several futile attempts, he abandoned the notion and instead took off running. Meanwhile, Nappa and Vegeta looked on in bewilderment. Indeed, the reason was that Raditz had yet to master the art of flight. Chapter 2. Acquainting with the body. Damn it, what a disgrace. Raditz felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, halting only when he was a considerable distance from Vegeta and Nappa. He had yet to fully master his new form. Even the simplest ability, flight, eluded him. Over the next few days, under the pretense of injury, he resolved to familiarize himself with every aspect of his body. First and foremost was the matter of strength. Raditz picked up a stone and, with a mere squeeze, it shattered with a crisp crack. The force he exerted, akin to that of casually holding a cup, was sufficient to crush the stone with ease, leaving him astounded. However, this was precisely what he needed to control. Only with the ability to manage the nuances of his strength could he truly master his physical form. If memory served, his battle power was roughly on par with that of a cultivated individual, standing at 1,200 in pure strength, and perhaps around 1,500 when factoring in other elements. It was time to test his current offensive capabilities. Raditz attempted to sense the energy within him, concentrating it into his palm. To his astonishment, a brilliant blue energy coalesced at the edge of his hand, gradually forming a luminous sphere. Energy blast. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This was the most fundamental technique. One could hardly call themselves a warrior without the ability to wield an energy blast. With a triumphant shout, the energy sphere shot forth toward a desolate mountain. The brilliance erupted. A thunderous roar echoed as the explosion sent plumes of smoke skyward. A cloud of gray dust scattering in all directions, while countless fragments of rock cascaded down, leaving only a remnant at the mountain's base. Such power from a mere energy sphere was impressive. Perhaps a battle power of 1,500 was not to be underestimated after all. Yet, on reflection, Master Roshi could send the moon fleeing. Having such strength was not entirely surprising. Moreover, the energy sphere he had just unleashed lacked direction. It soared straight ahead, indicating he was far from mastering this skill. A thought struck Raditz. He needed a sparring partner. After all, solitary exploration paled in comparison to the rapid growth one could achieve through combat. having already acclimatized to the movement of his limbs and learned to channel energy. He was eager to engage in a few real battles for substantial gains. With this in mind, Raditz activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Multiple signals appeared instantaneously, and the air was filled with warning sounds as the numbers fluctuated. 250, 582, 322, 455, 890, and astonishingly, one registered over 2,300. What he initially assumed to be Nappa's exaggerated claim about battle power, capping at a mere 1,000, now seemed to indicate that this planet was indeed nearing the status of a medium-level world. Raditz, wary of underestimating his foes, decided to target the weaker ones first, setting his sights on the being with a battle power of 250. Before long, guided by the Scouter's readings, he located his target. It was an extraterrestrial creature with a frog-like head, its body a deep green, robustly built, adorned with a row of circular white hemispheres on its chest, and boasting 4 arms, each wielding a weapon. Upon spotting Raditz, it instinctively recoiled. A Saiyan, he gasped in astonishment while raising his laser gun. Raditz could discern the palpable fear the inhabitants of this planet harbored towards the Saiyans, as the frog-headed extraterrestrial's hand trembled while gripping the weapon. The detector automatically focused on him, the data fluctuating slightly upwards. Indeed, emotional states influenced combat power. Raditz murmured softly. At that moment, the frog-like being fired a shot. The beam was thin and sharp, brimming with immense energy, hurtling towards Raditz's chest. Come on. Raditz did not flinch or evade. Instead, he concentrated a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it forward. The two energies collided, resulting in an explosive clash. Sparks flying in the air as shockwaves radiated outward. Subsequently, Raditz's energy sphere overwhelmed the relentless beam of light, crashing toward the frog creature, uprooting soil and shattering trees in its path, the air resonating with a thunderous roar. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed in his ears, leaving behind a large crater in the ground, the surroundings scorched. The frog creature had been reduced to mere ashes, not a trace remaining. The disparity in combat power was glaringly evident. Attacking with energy blasts required no effort whatsoever. Just as he reveled in the euphoria of his first victory, the detector suddenly emitted a warning, indicating the presence of numerous energy sources with combat powers around 300, all approaching him. Just in time. After all, Saiyan blood coursed through Raditz's veins, and he could not help but clench his fist, feeling a surge of exhilaration. He charged forth, navigating through the dense foliage, discovering a gathering of energy. There were 7 other frog-like beings, all resembling one another, with the only distinction being their size. They were rushing toward the fallen comrade when they collided with Raditz. A Saiyan. A voice cried out in alarm. Almost immediately, the others echoed the exclamation. Their expressions a mix of ferocity and terror. Frenzied, they fixated on Raditz, weapons raised, yet hesitated to advance. If you won't, I shall. Without a moment's hesitation, Raditz lunged at them, his sprinting speed astonishing even himself. He refrained from employing energy spheres this time, opting instead for close-quarters combat, elbow strikes, side kicks, rapid punches, knee strikes, and body slams. All techniques he could muster were unleashed. Although lacking a systematic sequence of attacks, the sheer might of his combat prowess allowed him to defeat several of the frog beings. Soon, only 2 remained, facing Raditz with sheer dread. They exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and charged at Raditz together. 2 fists could hardly contend against 4 hands, and combined, they wielded 8. Despite their lower combat power, their speed posed a considerable challenge for Raditz. Come on, Raditz bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches. Even against 2 opponents, he maintained the advantage. One of his strikes could shatter an opponent's arm entirely, and the rapid assaults of the 8 hands were easily countered by him. Initially, he felt slightly outpaced, but as the confrontation progressed, he found their speed increasingly sluggish. After several rounds, the arms of the frogmen were completely severed, their bones piercing through the skin, and purple blood gushed forth from the wounds. They shrieked in agony as the white hemispheres on their chests suddenly erupted, releasing energy shocks that caught Raditz off guard. Boom. The tremendous impact sent Raditz flying several paces away. Damn it. I was careless. Clutching his neck, Raditz pushed himself up from the ground and beheld the frogman before him, now fallen and lifeless. He glanced at his own body. Apart from a slight dirtiness on his battle suit, there were no injuries whatsoever. It seems their desperate strike couldn't breach my battle attire. Its defense is truly formidable. My body isn't too shabby either, as after enduring the blow, I feel no soreness at all, Raditz mused. Suddenly, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze. Oh no, we agreed to find food. Meanwhile, Vegeta, with arms crossed and fingers tapping impatiently against his biceps, glared in the direction Raditz had departed. This fool is taking his sweet time. I truly wish to eliminate him. Chapter 3. Key. Raditz hurriedly gathered the corpses of several frogmen and plucked a few fruits from the trees before dashing back. If I provoke Vegeta's wrath, it would be unbearable. In his anxious state, he accelerated dramatically. Suddenly, a swirling white aura erupted around him. As the energy radiated, he sensed the flow of Ki. In the realm of Dragon Ball, true power is expressed through Ki, and while Saiyans traditionally relied on brute strength in battle, it pales in comparison to the cleverness of Earthlings. This is why Vegeta, upon arriving on Earth, chose to humbly learn the art of Ki control. Recognizing the Ki was the beginning of his advancement. Raditz was elated. Simultaneously, he attempted to control his Ki, striving for levitation, perhaps due to his Saiyan heritage. He soon mastered the technique. While training on the go, he returned to the location of Vegeta and Nappa. Useless fool, taking so long to deal with such trash. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the prey in Raditz's hands, coldly mocking him as expected. Though Nappa said nothing, his eyes were filled with contempt. There was no helping it. After all, he was currently the weakest among them. Raditz prepared a fire to roast the meat, diligently serving the food. Although Saiyans could eat raw flesh without issue, cooked food was undeniably cleaner and more nutritious. After finishing their meal, the trio continued their conquest of the planet. Raditz independently explored the perception and application of Ki. After all, if Vegeta could master it in such a short time, there was no reason he couldn't. Days later. Bang, crack, bang. A series of intense combat sounds echoed incessantly as Raditz weaved through the enemies, appearing remarkably at ease. Over the past few days, by emulating Vegeta and Nappa's fighting techniques, his combat abilities had significantly increased. Not only had his fighting power improved, but his mastery of Ki had also advanced considerably. At this moment, he has gradually learned to move without relying on the numerical readings of the detector, allowing his perception of energy to guide his actions. He has even come to sense the flow of energy while utilizing it or executing maneuvers. Additionally, he has mastered the art of flight. The enemy launches a frontal assault, with laser guns firing relentlessly, leaving no respite for Raditz. However, Raditz swiftly evades, leaving behind an afterimage in the air, always a step ahead of the lasers. Even more astonishingly, he does so with his eyes closed. While this may seem perilously reckless, it is precisely under such conditions that he compels himself to learn new skills more rapidly. As he dodges, he gradually draws closer. Finally, the moment arrives. With a fierce shout, Raditz accelerates instantaneously, appearing before the enemy in the blink of an eye, fists clenched, energy surging forth. The two adversaries, caught off guard, barely register his presence before a terrifying aura expands, causing their pupils to dilate in fear. The tremendous force of his punch strikes the abdomen of both foes, nearly piercing through them. The surrounding air compresses, creating turbulent currents, and a wave of energy ripples outward, silencing the area as onlookers stare in astonishment. The speed is astonishing. So rapid that they are left utterly unresponsive. Suddenly, Raditz senses a powerful energy surging towards him from behind, swifter than the wind. Such formidable energy. The opponent's ambush, which seemed destined to succeed, is met with Raditz's mastery of energy manipulation. In a critical moment, he turns his back to the assailant and retaliates. He throws a punch backward, deflecting the incoming shockwave, but the immense force leaves his arm numb and causes him to stagger forward a few steps. The detector emits a piercing alarm, revealing a staggering power level of 1250, an adversary with combat strength exceeding 1,000 points. On this planet, such a foe is undoubtedly a master. While dealing with such opponents poses no problem for Vegeta and Nappa, it presents a significant challenge for Raditz. Astonishingly, he managed to deflect the attack, the Saiyan. The towering frog-like creature stares with wide eyes, its muscular form tensed, and bones cracking audibly. It is perplexed. How could its stealthy ambush be detected after lying in wait for so long? Does this Saiyan possess eyes in the back of its head? Despite the confusion, the creature charges forth without hesitation. Damn it! Raditz leaps into the air, unleashing a shockwave with one hand, a brilliant beam of light slicing towards the frog creature, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The fierce blast incinerates the chaotic energy, instantly raising the temperature around, with dust and smoke billowing. Just as Raditz revels in his moment of triumph, the frog creature bursts forth from the smoke, completely unscathed. It shrieks and delivers a powerful punch to Raditz's chest, propelling him 100 meters away. A massive trench is carved through the forest, trees shattered, and the sound reverberates continuously. Without a moment's respite, the frog creature leaps high, landing directly in front of Raditz. At this moment, Raditz lay sprawled upon the rocks, exhaling a long, pent-up breath. Ah, what a surprise! At last, A worthy opponent has emerged for me to engage in battle. A bead of sweat trickled down Raditz's forehead, a smile gracing his lips. Are you smiling? This is the instinct of a Saiyan. In the heat of combat, one feels an exhilarating rush, trembling with joy. The frog-like creature appeared unable to comprehend, raising its arms high and bringing them down with great force, intending to flatten Raditz into a mere pancake. Before the immense power could even reach him, the ground erupted violently, caving in and forming a web-like pattern of craters. The rocks shattered instantly under the overwhelming pressure. Raditz crossed his arms, successfully blocking the blow. As the energies of both combatants collided and neutralized each other, the frog creature was taken aback, not expecting Raditz to fully withstand its assault. And a hint of panic began to stir within. It leaped into the air, mouth agape, as a brilliant white vortex of energy coalesced. The highly compressed force aimed at the ground, bursting forth like a silver dragon. Such formidable energy, yet in my eyes, it is but trivial. Raditz chuckled. Having mastered the manipulation of energy, his fighting prowess had escalated rapidly, and he had grasped the secret of instantaneous bursts of power. His strength surged dramatically, enveloped in a pale aura. As he overlapped his hands, fingers splayed wide, concentrating an unending flow of energy into a single point, a blinding light shooting skyward. A dazzling shockwave. Boom! The clash of energies produced a cacophony of thunderous sounds. As the two forces intertwined, neither yielding, the frog creature exerted all its might, yet could barely gain an inch, while Raditz seemed to possess ample reserves of strength. Haha, haven't you heard the saying? Never contest energy with a Saiyan. Ah! Raditz suddenly roared, his arms bursting with veins, his energy surging dramatically, the shockwave overpowering the frog creature's attack, radiating an indescribable brilliance. In an instant, the light engulfed the frog creature, the shockwave soaring into the heavens, reaching beyond the clouds. The enemy was obliterated to mere dust. Only the faint scent of charred air remained, as Raditz crouched on the ground, breathing heavily. Fortunately, my battle power has improved, otherwise, I might have sustained some injury to defeat him. With that, Raditz gazed into the distance, feeling a surge of joy within. Earth, I am coming for you. Chapter 4. Truly, the week 5 after several days of recuperation, Raditz's minor injuries had long since healed. He was eager to venture to Earth, a splendid place indeed. Setting aside the fact that Earthlings are better adept at harnessing energy, the allure of delectable cuisine and beautiful women alone is enough to entice anyone. On this desolate planet, he could only consume sour and astringent fruits, and the rare taste of game was hardly satisfying. He could never stomach the likes of the frog creature. The sight of someone like Vegeta feasting on raw flesh made him want to retch. Sleeping was often an open-air affair, with no proper bathing facilities. And each day was a monotonous cycle of combat, combat, combat. Although the overall combat prowess on Earth may not be high, the quality of life there is several hundred times better than on this barren, wretched planet. He resolutely chose an auspicious day to embark on his journey to Earth. Inside the spherical spacecraft, a sleep apparatus allowed travelers to enter a state of slumber during the extensive voyage, making it possible to reach their destination while dreaming. Otherwise, enduring such a prolonged confinement in a small cabin would be exceedingly tedious and stifling. However, in the initial phase of his journey, Raditz refrained from sleeping, instead engaging in meditative training through conscious focus, harnessing mental cultivation to enhance his prowess. It was only when his provisions were exhausted that he resorted to the life support and sleep devices to continue his expedition. A year later, on Earth, the ambitious conquerors and dark overlords who once sought dominion had become mere echoes of history. Humanity was now experiencing a period of peace. Everyone lived in harmony, relishing a blissful existence. The azure sky was adorned with a few leisurely clouds, the fields unfurled in tender green, and towering mountains stood guard at the fringes of the wilderness, resembling giants safeguarding the boundless land. A sudden breeze swept through, causing the leaves to rustle, while the grass swayed like verdant waves, rolling in undulating motions with the wind. Without warning, a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, darted across the heavens, trailing a long tail of fire, plummeting towards the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, imparting a palpable shock to the people within several miles. Many believed an earthquake had struck and hurriedly fled to open spaces. Yet, the tremor was but a singular event, and as they regained their composure, they beheld a thick plume of smoke rising into the sky from the distance. At last, he had arrived. After such an extensive slumber, his entire being felt stiff. It seemed that this solitary spacecraft was ill-suited for long-distance travel. Raditz opened the hatch and quickly climbed out to breathe in the fresh air. Although the time spent in the spaceship felt like a fleeting dream, the rigidity in his body was all too real. Eagerly, he stretched his arms and legs, swinging his tail in a circle to ensure that every part of his physique was functioning well. Raditz leaped out of the massive crater created upon his landing. As he stood on solid ground, he was taken aback. Before him stood a middle-aged farmer, portly and clad in a straw hat, his rustic overalls concealing a checkered shirt. Staring at him wide-eyed, beads of sweat trickled down the farmer's rugged face, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously as he aimed a trembling gun at Raditz. Even an untrained earthling could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Raditz. "Hey, you. What are you?" Raditz remained silent as a number 5 flickered on the screen before him. He had truly encountered the legendary being with a combat power of only 5. What a pitiful creature. Ha ha ha. Raditz could not contain his mirth, laughing heartily, entirely unconcerned about his demeanor, doubling over in amusement. Could this fellow be deranged? The middle-aged farmer was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Raditz continued to laugh for quite some time, relishing the absurdity of the moment, before gradually regaining his composure. He had no intention of taking a life. Observing the vigilant farmer, he advised, "Allow me to offer you a piece of counsel. Should you encounter someone dressed as I am, refrain from firing indiscriminately." The farmer paused momentarily taken aback, before responding, "Wait, what are you?" But before he could finish, he found himself rooted to the spot, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. He witnessed Raditz soaring into the sky, racing away faster than the wind. As Raditz flew aloft, he reminisced about his own famous saying, a grin spreading across his face. What a historic moment. Just as he was lost in thought, his detector emitted a series of beeps, indicating another reaction. This energy signature was significant on Earth, positioned at 2333. Could it be Baiku? Raditz continued his flight, dismissing all else for the moment, determined to investigate. Following the signal's trajectory, Raditz arrived at his destination. Rather than desolate mountains, he found a quaint town. Although rural, the roads were wide, and the houses were densely packed, with a fair number of vehicles traversing the streets. It was a far cry from where he had first encountered Baiku. Had history been altered? I haven't even begun my betrayal. Surely history wouldn't be so unkind. He resolved to descend and approached the source of the signal, entering a tavern. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of numerous corpses strewn across the floor, each death swift and decisive, indicative of a master's hand. Surrounding the bodies were knives and firearms, yet the victims had not even had the chance to defend themselves. Baiku? No, if it were him, this place would have been obliterated. Just then, Raditz realized the detector's signal had vanished. The individual responsible was a master of ki. Choosing to rely on his own senses rather than the detector, Raditz attuned himself to the flow of ki. Suddenly, a figure lunged from above, sword gleaming with swiftness. Yet, to Raditz, the speed was akin to a slow-motion animation, each frame unfolding before his eyes. With a subtle shift of his body, he evaded the lethal strike. The assailant, quick to react, leaped back and melted into the shadows. "Ah, quite impressive. From the moment you entered, I sensed you were no ordinary individual. Your attire is peculiar, and you exude an aura unlike typical folk. Who are you? Here to avenge them? I have no interest in avenging them, and I am well aware of your identity. There's no need for subterfuge." Raditz offered a wry smile, surprised to have encountered this notorious figure, the world's foremost assassin, correct? The figure in the shadows paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. It's the first time someone has mentioned my name so calmly. Indeed, I am the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai." With that, he stepped from the shadows, revealing his transformed self, long braid and flowing robe intact, the character for kill emblazoned on his chest. However, his arms and eyes had been augmented with machinery, and the sword he wielded was a weapon that had emerged from his very hand. "Young man, I only take contracts from the wealthy. I do not accept apprentices." In Tao Pai Pai's perspective, the lack of a thirst for vengeance likely indicated that Raditz had come to seek his mentorship. What nonsense is this? Apprenticeship? Peach White's self-assurance appeared overly inflated. Raditz's lips twitched slightly as he replied nonchalantly, "My apologies, I simply mistook the wrong person." Chapter 5. First encounter with Goku mistaken the wrong person? Peach White's expression darkened instantaneously, his lips quivering uncontrollably. As the world's foremost assassin, such disregard was utterly intolerable. "Who are you looking for?" he demanded. "That is none of your concern," Raditz replied coolly. How arrogant. Peach White was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone so brazen. His face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth. "You are excessively arrogant. Spare me. You are no match for me." Raditz remained unfazed. "Oomph, young man. It seems you are merely familiar with my name, unaware of my dreadfulness." Peach White crossed his arms behind his back, his mechanical eye rotating forward, protruding slightly. A smirk danced at the corner of his mouth. "I shall graciously bestow upon you 100 million. 100 million? Typically, my fee for a single kill is 100 million, and today, I shall generously send you to meet the King of Hell, Peach White declared, his voice firm as he vanished in a flash. In the next moment, he appeared behind Raditz and launched a powerful kick aimed at Raditz's lower back. He estimated that such a blow would surely shatter Raditz's spine, rendering him unable to rise again, just as he reveled in his triumph. An overwhelming recoil coursed through his leg, sending chills through his heart and beads of sweat streaming from every pore. Raditz remained utterly unmoved, standing still as a statue. No. It can't be. Peach White's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. It must be said that as the brother of Master Rashi, his martial arts skills were exceptional, with an array of techniques flowing seamlessly. The only flaw, however, was that to Raditz, their potency was woefully inadequate. Master, are we done? Raditz casually reached out, intercepting Peach White's full-force punch with ease. A mere flick of his wrist was sufficient to crush the mechanical hand entirely. Peach White was left speechless, drenched in sweat, with mucus escaping his nostrils and dangling above his lips. At that moment, he could utter not a single coherent word, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. Raditz tapped his scouter, and the screen displayed the number 180. Oh, your battle power is 180, Master Peach White, Raditz remarked, stepping closer. My battle power is precisely 10 times yours. Raditz finally comprehended the exhilaration that Frisia felt when declaring his battle power of 530,000. That overwhelming superiority coupled with a grandiose proclamation was truly ineffable. 10 times. Peach White shuddered in fear. Realizing that the oddly dressed figure before him was not lying, the aura emanating from him spoke volumes. After a moment of introspection, Peach White decisively retracted his arrogance, bowing respectfully with utmost humility. I apologize. I was wrong. I should not have been so arrogant. In light of our acquaintance, please spare me. I shall relinquish my entire commission to you. Raditz was taken aback by how swiftly he had submitted. Is that not sufficient? It matters not. I possess ample savings, and you may take them if you wish. I shall refrain from taking lives in the future. Spare me. Tao Bai, adept at navigating circumstances, expressed his sentiments with fervor. Pounding his chest and exuding sincerity to an extraordinary degree, his acting prowess would undoubtedly earn accolades. Had Raditz not been aware of his true nature from the outset, he might have been deceived. In truth, I hold a certain admiration for you, Tao Bai. Your attire is remarkably distinctive, and the legends speak of a silver tongue that stirs the heart and a formidable presence that strikes at the very core of challenges. Yet, your cunning and treachery render you a quintessential villain. You flatter me. I believe you're mistaken. I meant no compliment. Raditz's expression shifted. Fingers splayed menacingly towards Tao Bai's head. What I imply is that you are worth $1 billion. No sooner had he spoken than a blue beam erupted from his hand, instantaneously engulfing Tao Bai, leaving him no opportunity for lamentation. The headless body collapsed with a thud, adding yet another corpse to the soiled floor. Tao Bai had committed numerous misdeeds, and Raditz mused that eliminating him would contribute, if only slightly, to the purification of the world. Exiting the dilapidated bar, the detector issued another alert, this time indicating a distance of 4,899, with energy surpassing even that of Tao Bai. Son Goku. There could be no mistake. He detected the energy source moving swiftly, then suddenly halting. According to expectations, Son Goku was likely headed for Master Rashi's island, accompanied by his 4-year-old son, Gohan. Raditz immediately accelerated towards Kame House. Before long, he beheld the island's silhouette. The sunlight danced upon the ocean's surface, resembling scattered shards of gold, while the rolling waves sparkled with blinding brilliance. Amidst the vast sea stood Kame House, solitary and serene. The gentle, humid sea breeze caressed the wooden structure, as mottled sunlight filtered through the coconut trees onto the sandy ground, occasionally interrupted by the graceful arcs of gliding seagulls. A few individuals were gathered before the house, and Raditz's detector had locked onto one of them, the most formidable warrior on this planet, Son Goku. Raditz approached Kame House slowly, surveying the scene from his elevated vantage point. The group, once filled with laughter, fell silent as Raditz drew near. Sensing an extraordinary energy, Son Goku abruptly looked skyward and exclaimed, "Who? Such immense power!" Realizing he had been detected, Raditz accelerated his descent, landing before them. Upon seeing the protagonist from Dragon Ball, an indescribable excitement surged within him. "Ah, what a formidable aura!" exclaimed Master Rashi, astonished. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who are you? How should I articulate this?" "Let me ponder," Raditz began, intending to assert his presence with grandeur, only to find himself entangled in thought. Initially, he had focused solely on locating Son Goku, yet he had not contemplated the subsequent inquiries. What was the purpose of finding him? To take him away? That was certainly out of the question. To abduct Gohan? That was a task Raditz had previously undertaken, yet he was no longer the same. To connect with Goku as kin and bask in the glow of the protagonist's aura? No, one must seize their own destiny. Far across the cosmos, both Vegeta and Nappa were acutely aware of his arrival on Earth, an inevitability that would unfold in due time. Within Frisia's strategic blueprint, Earth was earmarked as a short-term target, and Frisia, who had long harbored disdain for the Saiyans, would eventually seek to eradicate the last surviving members of their race. Considering these factors, he found himself with but one course of action: to resist both Vegeta and Frisia. Presently, he was far too weak to fulfill his grand ambitions. He needed to augment his strength and enlist allies like Goku and Piccolo, and even to subdue Vegeta and Nappa. Although he found Nappa's lack of intellect vexing, Raditz resolved to keep him around, primarily out of a deep curiosity about what Nappa's transformation into a Super Saiyan might entail. For the sake of that eagerly anticipated metamorphosis, he deemed it essential to spare Nappa's life. Thus, the question arose, should he instigate a commotion now? Chapter 6. To create a stir for the spirit bomb, Raditz mulled over his options. It was feasible to ally with Goku, but persuading Piccolo would prove to be a challenge, and he lacked sufficient rationale to entice Vegeta to Earth. Weighing all of this, Raditz promptly made a decision, a slight smirk gracing his lips as a mischievous thought took shape. His advantage lay in his comprehensive knowledge. By leveraging this, he could seize power ahead of others. To confront stronger adversaries, training on King Kai's planet was imperative. In pursuit of the spirit bomb and the Kaioken, he resolved to stir up trouble. He deliberately activated his communicator, allowing Vegeta on the other side of the universe to overhear everything transpiring here. Hey Kakarot, you've grown. Why haven't you annihilated all the humans yet? Raditz adjusted his tone to one of icy aloofness. What are you saying? Huh? Why can't you comprehend my words? Not understanding is precisely the point. Raditz released his tail, which had been coiled around his waist, and manipulated it with dexterity. The sight of it left everyone astounded. A tail? Goku glanced at Gohan, anxiety flickering in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered another individual with a tail, and the peculiar armor and overwhelming aura of the stranger were enough to leave him in shock. Raditz's voice turned cold. You fool. It seems you have forgotten everything. Allow me to enlighten you. There are certain truths you must grasp, including your origins and our lineage. The group fell into stunned silence, hesitant to interject. First and foremost, you are not of this planet. Like me, you were born on planet Vegeta, a Saiyan. We Saiyans are a noble and powerful warrior race, each possessing an innate prowess for battle. Your name is Kakarot, and I am your brother, Raditz. What? Goku's brother? This revelation was met with disbelief. The sudden appearance of this individual claiming to be Goku's kin was astonishing. Furthermore, the notion that Goku was not from Earth, and the mention of a warrior race, was utterly shocking. Silence. Let me finish. Our mission as Saiyans is to locate planets suitable for habitation, eliminate the indigenous populations, and sell them at a premium to extraterrestrial beings in need. Kakarot was dispatched to Earth specifically to fulfill this task. When encountering planets with formidable combat power, we deploy adult warriors. However, given Earth's relatively low level, sending children suffices. Although the combat prowess of children may be limited, once they reach the full moon, the true strength of a Saiyan is unleashed, and it won't be long before the planet is thoroughly cleansed. Ah, no wonder Master Roshi and the others were astonished. Recalling Goku's ferocity during his transformations into a great ape, they swallowed hard in unison. The gentle sea breeze brushed against them, sending a chill through the air. No, I have no recollection of that. I grew up on Earth. I have no ties to the Saiyans. I would never engage in the annihilation of other planets. Goku shouted, clenching his fists. That is because you suffered a head injury in your childhood, erasing your true mission. I must inform you that planet Vegeta has been obliterated by a meteor, our parents and kin reduced to cosmic dust, leaving only 4 surviving Saiyans. As one of the remaining few, you are still remembered by us. Although you are weak now, you are, after all, a Saiyan with limitless potential, and thus, I have come to invite you to join us. With that, Raditz deactivated the communication device, exhaling deeply. This would suffice to placate matters on Vegeta for the time being. The next step was to lead them to Earth and persuade them. I will not go with you. Return at once. Goku bellowed. His reaction was anticipated. Raditz sighed, realizing there was no alternative but to make use of your son for the time being. That tail is the unmistakable mark of a Saiyan, an undeniable fact. Do not come any closer. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Goku shouted, his body tense, poised for action, yet for the first time, he felt a surge of fear within. He had never experienced such a sensation even when facing Demon King Piccolo. His mind was blank. Raditz flew with astonishing speed. appearing behind Goku in an instant, a movement so swift that none could perceive his velocity. Goku's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. As Raditz approached, Gohan began to cry, waving his arms as if to impede Raditz's advance. Strangely, Gohan's current demeanor was quite endearing. However, Raditz had to maintain his villainous facade. He seized Gohan and turned to charge at Goku, executing a flying knee strike. The speed of the knee strike exceeded Goku's capacity for recognition, landing squarely on him and causing a tumultuous upheaval in his abdomen, draining him of strength in an instant. Suspended in midair for a brief moment, Goku plummeted to the ground, clutching his stomach and crying out in agony. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the vast disparity in strength between them, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The others were left with no opportunity to intervene, utterly astounded. Wukong, you alone cannot match my strength. If you desire your son, find a capable ally with powers akin to yours to pursue me. Raditz floated into the air, contemplating whether this hint was sufficiently clear. With that, he grasped Gohan and soared away. Upon reaching the landing site of the spaceship, Raditz gently set down Gohan, awaiting the arrival of Wukong and Piccolo. He refrained from being overly harsh with Gohan. After all, this spirited child possessed an unpredictable potential, and he was, indeed, his nephew. Wow, Daddy! Gohan cried out, noticing Raditz's indifference, and began to wail uncontrollably, pounding on Raditz's thigh with tiny fists that, although lacking in strength, showed no signs of fatigue. Raditz found himself at a loss, wishing he could weep. Hey, stop crying. I am your uncle, after all. You're a bad man. Wah, I want Daddy, Gohan sobbed. And at Raditz's sternness, his cries only intensified. Raditz, unable to manage the child, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He picked up a twig and began to draw shapes in the dirt. Cease your wailing. If you continue, I shall end your life right now and let your father collect your remains. Come here. Don't you wish to be a scholar? If you can solve this problem of chickens and rabbits in the same pen, I shall let you go. Raditz bellowed once more. Perhaps the threat had an effect. Or perhaps Gohan sensed the exasperation in Raditz's tone. He sniffled a couple of times and ceased his loud cries. You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I deceive you? I could end your life at any moment. If you wish to survive, quietly solve this problem for a while. Gohan, still sniffling, regarded Raditz with skepticism. Ultimately, he chose to trust him and slowly approached the ground where the problem was written, pondering seriously. Raditz couldn't help but marvel at the prospect of dealing with a child of such academic potential. Indeed, mathematical challenges were the way to engage him. Chapter 7. 1 against 2. Raditz reclined at the edge of a deep pit, his head resting on his hands, the soft grass beneath him. He gazed up at the drifting white clouds, allowing his body to relax, his eyelids slowly drooping. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, his days had been filled with battles alongside Vegeta or solitary endeavors to enhance his strength. He had yet to truly relish the pleasures of leisure. Ironically, today, he found a brief moment of respite, enjoying the gentle breeze, the scent of grass, and the warmth of the sun. Where was the sunshine? Suddenly, Raditz felt a shadow loom over him and jolted awake. Goodness, he exclaimed, startled to find Gohan's face before him. You nearly frightened me to death. It seemed that Gohan, perceiving Raditz's demeanor had softened, dared to approach for a closer look. I finished. Finished what? Raditz began, only to realize the implications of Gohan's statement. His astonishment mounting. Could a 4-year-old truly solve problems that swiftly? Raditz felt a twinge of embarrassment, silently commending Chi-Chi for her exceptional education. At that moment, 2 formidable presences approached, faster than any detector could sense. Raditz turned his gaze skyward. Immediately thereafter, the sound of beeping resonated. Indeed, the keen intuition of fury surpassed that of machinery. A sense of elation surged within Raditz. Fortunately, Son Goku had appeared just in time. Otherwise, the promise to release Gohan would have been difficult to fulfill. As Goku and Piccolo approached, he advanced to meet them. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. I demand the return of my son. Goku bellowed with formidable intensity. On the other side, Piccolo's white robe billowed in the wind like surging ocean waves. His expression grave as he gazed at Raditz. I sensed a formidable power descending upon Earth long ago. It seems that it is you. However, do not misunderstand. Unlike Goku, I am here solely to vanquish you. You have become an obstacle to my conquest of the world. Despite his words, Goku had already informed Piccolo about the might of the Saiyans, and Piccolo dared not underestimate the situation, remaining utterly serious. Raditz chuckled softly, removing his scouter and discarding it aside. This device not only contained communication components, but potentially Frieza's eavesdropping apparatus as well. Even if turned off, it could not be deemed safe. His action heightened the vigilance of Goku and Piccolo. No matter, Your arrival suffices, Raditz declared, lifting Gohan. Gohan, your father has come. Return to him. With a swift motion, he handed Gohan back to Goku. Goku embraced him tightly, gently ruffling Gohan's hair. Are you alright, Gohan? What are you scheming? Piccolo sensed something amiss and assumed a defensive stance. Goku hastily instructed Gohan to move away to avoid any potential harm. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to prevent others from overhearing our conversation. This device can detect an individual's strength and location, but it is also susceptible to eavesdropping. Therefore, for safety's sake, we shall refrain from using it for now. Everything I am about to tell you is true and of great importance. Hey, I can hardly place my trust in you. Piccolo smirked, his skepticism evident. As the embodiment of the Demon Clan, during the reign of King Piccolo, he was accustomed to deceit. For a villain, trust was a foreign concept. Thus, he did not believe a word Raditz uttered. Kakarot, your son has been returned to you. This is my sincerity. The truth is, I only abducted him to lure you and Piccolo here. It was merely a little prank. Goku hesitated. After all, this was his brother. And he had indeed caused no harm to Gohan. He was curious to hear what Raditz would say. Conversely, Piccolo remained unyielding, still on guard. This alone is insufficient to convince me. Then this is how it must be. Raditz, aware of the difficulty of direct communication, decided to demonstrate his power. Hoping to convey the terror of the Saiyans, he leaned slightly forward and suddenly accelerated. With a swish, a faint sound of breaking air echoed as Raditz vanished from their sight, leaving Goku and Piccolo momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. As they sensed the presence behind them and turned to look, Raditz had already struck them in the back with a powerful elbow. The immense force caused both of them to lose their balance and stumble forward, requiring several leaps before they could regain their footing. In that moment, two words flashed in their minds, so fast. Raditz offered them no respite, charging directly at Son Goku, unleashing a barrage of punches that left Goku unable to counter. At this moment, Goku had cultivated his power to a combat strength of 1800, surpassing his previous peak of 1500 from over a year ago. His speed and strength were beyond anything Goku and his companions could match. Goku attempted to retaliate, but each of Raditz's powerful blows was effortlessly deflected, leaving Goku in excruciating pain. Just then, Piccolo launched an attack from behind, his right hand positioned in a knife-hand formation across his chest. Piccolo's speed was astonishing. The sound of wind rushing past him fierce, and his hand strike was imbued with formidable energy, capable of slicing through anything. However, Raditz was even faster. Without even glancing back, he swung his tail, striking Piccolo at the knee, sending him tumbling to the ground. Immediately after, a sweeping blow connected with Piccolo's head, sending him flying 100 meters away. In that moment of desperation, Goku glimpsed a flicker of hope and charged forward with all his might. Raditz smirked slightly, intercepting Goku with ease. A blue energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his hand, and with a thunderous explosion, Goku was sent flying, his clothes tattered. Cursed be the situation. It seemed he was no match for Raditz. Goku rose again, sweat pouring from every pore. Piccolo too was breathing heavily, having endured just 2 strikes from Raditz's tail. His stamina had already been severely depleted. I have a new technique, but it requires some charge-up time. Can you hold him off? Let us give it a try. I almost managed to grab his tail just now. Humph, your brother is far more powerful than you. It's no wonder Saiyans are so formidable. Piccolo revealed his sharp teeth, a pained smile on his face. Goku could only manage a bitter grin. They had never encountered an opponent as powerful as Raditz. The gap between them was nearly insurmountable. Goku even suspected that Raditz was holding back. Otherwise, he could easily eliminate either of them. Enough, let us call it a day. Raditz raised his hand to signal a ceasefire, shocking the two. In truth, Raditz was concerned that his tail had yet to be adequately trained. If it were to be captured, he feared a swift demise from a lethal attack. Although his combat strength surpassed theirs, his fighting skills and experience did not compare to the seasoned warriors before him. Regardless, he had achieved his goal of intimidation, and it was time to speak. Now, you must believe me. It would be simple to kill you, but I held back to convey that I am not your enemy. And what I am about to say is of utmost importance. Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and listened intently, no longer disputing his words. This was precisely the effect Raditz desired. Having established a preliminary trust, he was now ready to entice his companions. Chapter 8. Meeting the King of Hell? A gentle breeze swept across the fields, lifting Raditz's long hair in a slow, graceful dance. Goku, do you remember when I mentioned that I am not the only surviving Saiyan? Raditz inquired. Including myself, there are a total of 4. Yes. The other 2 possess battle powers that surpass my own. One hails from a prestigious lineage, wielding incredible strength, while the other is Prince Vegeta. whose power exceeds mine by over tenfold. Raditz spoke in a low voice, and the faces of the two before him instantly paled, as if they had received the most dreadful news. Two even stronger Scions still existed. I can inform you that your current battle power hovers around 400. And even at its peak, your attacks barely exceed 1,000. Meanwhile, I maintain a stable battle power of 1,800. As for Vegeta, he possesses a staggering 18,000. To annihilate us would merely require an energy blast. Beads of sweat began to form on Raditz's brow, and his breathing grew labored, though Goku remained silent. His entire body trembled. Even a child could comprehend the vast disparity in numbers. While they might barely withstand Raditz's onslaught, facing Vegeta rendered them utterly insignificant, akin to mere ants. This was the effect Raditz sought. A slight smirk graced his lips as he continued. Do not be too astonished. There are more secrets yet. We Scions are employed by a being who claims to be the Emperor of the universe, a most terrifying figure known as Frieza. I previously mentioned that the Saiyan planet was obliterated by a meteor. However, that is not the truth. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza himself. Destroying planets? The Emperor of the universe, Frieza? But weren't the Scions working for him? Why would he annihilate them? An avalanche of information flooded the minds of Goku and Piccolo, leaving them momentarily dazed. Piccolo, who once believed that ruling the world was an unparalleled feat, now found himself confronted by a cosmic-level monster, instantly elevating the stakes and filling him with trepidation. Allow me to elaborate. Frieza indeed requires the Scions to serve him, yet secretly, the Scions do not genuinely obey Frieza. They have long been preparing to rebel. However, Frieza, wary of the Scions, struck first, annihilating the entire planet. Scions did not resist? How could so many formidable warriors be extinguished by a single individual? Raditz couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Even a multitude of ants cannot stand against a colossal beast. Frieza's battle power is 530,000. Goku and Piccolo's pupils dilated. Their hearts struck as if by a colossal hammer, leaving them in utter shock. Such a staggering figure of battle power was unfathomable, and they couldn't help but feel their own insignificance. To think that such a powerful being existed, they were simply no match. Goku felt a mix of dread and exhilaration as the Saiyan blood within him simmered. Haha, you wouldn't be thinking of confronting Frieza, would you? Piccolo teased with a chuckle. Indeed, that was precisely what occupied my thoughts. It seems fitting of your character. The two of them came to realize that there existed realms beyond their own. After a moment of terror, they regained their composure. Noticing this, Raditz remarked, the remaining Scions are merely puppets in Frieza's game, laboring for him, and inevitably, they shall be eradicated. He possesses no mercy. Anyone who poses a threat or proves useless to him meets a grim fate. But does this not concern us? Piccolo retorted. Does it not concern us? My arrival on Earth was orchestrated by Vegeta, and soon, Earth will become a target of conquest. The most alarming aspect is Frieza's ambition, which extends to the entirety of the galaxy and even the universe. Earth is among his objectives. Goku, as a Saiyan, should you ever find yourself in his sights, he will seek your annihilation. With these words, Raditz pressed on. Do you still believe this does not pertain to you? Piccolo fell silent. The only solution is to resist. The remaining two Scions are also opposed to Frieza, yet they currently lack the strength to confront him. Thus they have chosen to endure. We must unite them, grow stronger, and we shall have the opportunity to challenge Frieza. Raditz raised his arm in fervent declaration, the air around them pulsing with energy, a release of pent-up emotion. This was his heartfelt conviction. Frieza, as the greatest source of unrest, must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. His words prompted deep contemplation in Goku and Piccolo. As they faced an unprecedented crisis, their minds ablaze with thoughts of science, cosmic dominion, destruction, and power swirling in their consciousness. Goku calmly analyzed, however, it is implausible for us to achieve a battle power of 530,000 in such a short time, is it not? Moreover, the remaining two Scions, judging by your tone, do not seem amenable to persuasion. Indeed, those two are exceedingly proud, one of them being a prince. Mere persuasion will not suffice. We may need to leverage strength to gain their trust. As for enhancing our power, I have a shortcut, Raditz stated, deliberately elongating his words to capture their attention. All it requires is to die once. Die? Goku and Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. How can one increase their strength post-mortem? This is preposterous. Raditz anticipated their reaction and patiently elucidated. Do not be alarmed. There exists a deity known as King Kai, a being of higher rank than the god of Earth, residing on King Kai's planet. Training under him would undoubtedly amplify your strength significantly. Ordinarily, one could reach him without dying. However, given our current circumstances, this is the only available method. Must we truly die? Aren't there Dragon Balls for resurrection? You are aware of the Dragon Balls, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I have naturally conducted some research, yet that is not the crux of the matter. The key is to negotiate with the deities of Earth to preserve your physical forms for training post-mortem. Following their endorsement and King Yama's approval, you would then gain access to meet King Kai, Raditz articulated with an air of certainty, as if he had traversed this path himself. Becton harbored suspicions, questioning how one could possess such knowledge of all matters. It is merely understanding, was the reply. Rest assured, I shall be the first to perish. But I require Goku's companionship to introduce me to the deities, and we can cultivate together. Upon hearing Raditz's willingness to be the first to die, Becton found himself at a loss for words. After all, one who is prepared to embrace death has entrusted their life into the hands of others, rendering any further trickery unnecessary. Furthermore, it was essential for you to train with Gohan, as he is an indispensable asset in battle. Goku nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to trust Raditz. In truth, Goku had begun to believe in Raditz upon Gohan's return and during their subsequent battles. Raditz's apparent leniency further convinced Goku that there was more to the story. After some explanation, he found it reasonable, even feeling a sense of joy at discovering a biological brother. Beck, your life is intertwined with the divine. Thus, you cannot partake in this training session. My apologies, Goku said with a playful wave of his hand. Humph, should you fall for his deception, your demise would be in vain, Becton retorted, casting a glance at Goku. Nevertheless, this would clear my path to world domination, wouldn't it, son Goku? The two shared a knowing smile. Raditz picked up the scouter, stepped forward, and nodded at Becton. Let us commence. At that moment, Gohan emerged from behind a rock, crying out for his father. Gohan, father will return, Goku shouted, a smile lingering even in the face of potential death. He was, in fact, exhilarated at the prospect of confronting such formidable opponents, his blood already boiling with anticipation. Becton, facing the two who were prepared to face death, gathered his energy for an extended period and unleashed his new technique, the Demon Flash Cannon. The spiraling beam contained immense power, its blinding radiance stretching shadows several feet long. In an instant, the beam surged toward the two figures. But Raditz suddenly had a flash of realization. Oh no, I miscalculated. In response to the Demon Flash Cannon, he retaliated with a shockwave at lightning speed. The two energies collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves in all directions, splitting the earth asunder, creating a chasm that stretched far into the distance. As though the ground had been cleaved in two. You truly are a deceiver, Becton shouted in fury. No, I just suddenly thought. Why don't we wish directly to the dragon for our desires? It's still a single wish, and it saves us from death, Raditz hastily explained, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Goku and Becton remained silent for a considerable time before simultaneously responding. That does seem plausible. Chapter 9. Preparations for departure. Raditz reflected on the near sacrifice with lingering trepidation as he gazed at the scorched earth before him. The power of the Demon Flash Cannon was no jest. Even he, having successfully blocked the attack, felt a residual numbness in his arm. After explaining the situation, Raditz activated the communicator, and the three of them orchestrated a dramatic performance, shouting in unison. At last, Raditz feigned a weak voice and lamented, damn it, to have fallen into your hands. However, you have revealed to me the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth, which can grant any wish. My comrades will come to revive me, ha ha ha. With that, he abruptly shut off the communicator. His voice abruptly silenced as the signal traversed to the far reaches of the universe. The final message pierced through the cosmic expanse, accurately relayed to the detectors of two Saiyans. Following a series of static, Raditz's voice faded into despondency. It seemed he had met his end. Nappa, engaged in battle, exhibited no shift in his impassive demeanor. Vegeta dispatched several foes with a single hand, scoffing, what a pitiful wretch, to be vanquished on Earth. It appears Kakarot has betrayed us, colluding with the Earthlings. As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of radiant energy, obliterating a dense cluster of alien warriors and draining a nearby natural lake. A dense aura enveloped him, erupting into a blinding white flame, causing the ground to tremble slightly as dust swirled around. Upon witnessing this fearsome Vegeta, Nappa involuntarily swallowed hard, his expression betraying fear. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, he revered strength above all, unafraid of anything but Vegeta. He understood all too well that Vegeta was currently in a furious state, and even he dared not withstand an attack in such a mood. Vegeta, calm down. He was merely a lowly warrior, Nappa remarked, attempting to ease the tension. Your anxious demeanor is quite amusing. Vegeta smirked wickedly. I am not angry. I am exhilarated. Did you not hear Raditz's words? On Earth, there exists the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. It dawned on Nappa. Are we going to rescue Raditz? Why bother saving such a useless fool? We could wish for eternal life, allowing us to fight indefinitely. Is that not so? Vegeta clenched his fists, a fire igniting in his eyes. The notion of acquiring the Dragon Balls, which could grant eternal life, stirred an insatiable desire within him. For Vegeta, eternal life was merely the beginning. The flames in his gaze were those of indomitable vengeance, dancing with the shadow of a demon buried deep within, his arch-nemesis, Frieza. He had been coerced into servitude under Frieza for years, feigning ignorance of the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta, all to amass power for retribution. Now, the prospect of eternal life beckoned him, signifying that overcoming Frieza was merely a matter of time. How could he not be tempted? Nappa, let us depart for Earth. But we are almost finished here. Nappa stammered. It is unnecessary. Once we obtain eternal life, will you still care about this? Vegeta retorted, casting a piercing gaze at Nappa. I understand, Nappa trembled, unleashing one final energy wave. The two decisively fled the battlefield, leaving the remaining aliens in stunned disbelief, grateful to have survived. Meanwhile, on Earth, Raditz, along with Goku and Piccolo, returned to Master Roshi's place, resolving the misunderstandings with everyone. Upon hearing of such wondrous phenomena concealed within the cosmos, the crowd could not help but reflect on the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of their own existence. Who would have thought such marvels existed? Bulma gazed skyward, pondering her sister's travels across the universe, concerned for her safety. Wait, Bulma, you have a sister, exclaimed Goku and Krillin in astonishment. Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he clasped his hands together, pondering whether Bulma's sister had a taste for mature gentlemen. Suddenly, a frying pan struck him, sending him tumbling into the sea. My sister is a writer, gathering inspiration from various corners of the universe. She has been away for quite some time but remains in frequent contact, Raditz reassured. There are currently no threats in the remote star systems, so there is no need for concern. However, we must quickly seek out the Dragon Balls. Krillin, you should recruit other formidable individuals from Earth. If we are to train, we should bring everyone along. All right, but I'm unsure of their whereabouts. Tien and Launch flew off ages ago, and Yamcha seems to be lost somewhere as well. How can I find them? My machine can detect the strength and location of individuals, but I'll need Bulma to examine it, sever the communication system, and check for any listening devices. Raditz handed the detector to Bulma and instructed her on its operation. Although this model was somewhat outdated, it possessed considerable technological sophistication, with components that could not be produced on Earth, prompting Raditz to handle it with utmost care. Despite the fact that Frieza's subordinates often wielded similar devices, he recognized the research value it held. After a brief examination, Bulma confidently assured that she could disassemble it, claiming to have grasped its fundamental principles. The reputation of a genius scientist was not unfounded, and the others could only admire her, believing she would complete the inspection in no time. Meanwhile, Raditz set out to locate the Dragon Balls personally while Goku and Piccolo engaged in combat on a large island by the sea. Gohan joyfully played with the turtle and Master Roshi, laughing heartily. Watching Gohan scamper about reminded Krillin of the days spent training beside Goku under Master Roshi's guidance, filling him with nostalgia. As Krillin reminisced, Raditz had already soared 1,000 miles away, discovering the first Dragon Ball. When the Eternal Dragon departed, the Dragon Balls scattered across the globe, some hidden in elusive locations. Although the radar indicated their positions, the two-dimensional coordinates made depth elusive, often requiring Raditz to plunge into the depths of the sea or explore caves. Should he encounter any creatures that might consume the balls, it would complicate matters further. After considerable effort, Raditz finally gathered all the Dragon Balls. Upon returning to Kame House, he found the others had already assembled, including Kaiatsu and Oolong. Haha. It seems I have arrived late, Raditz declared, placing the Dragon Balls down and greeting the group. Yamcha responded casually, while Piccolo and Tien remained silent, wary of him. Raditz, unfazed, thought to himself that once they reached King Kai, they would come to understand. He removed the 4-star ball from Gohan's hat and placed it alongside the others. The presence of these Dragon Balls resonated with him, reminiscent of the time before his journey through dimensions, yet the radiance they emitted was undeniably more dazzling. You all have an inkling of what is transpiring, do you not? It would be wise for you to refrain from any trickery, Piccolo remarked coldly. Tien Shinhan concurred, stating, honestly, if it were not for Goku's belief in you, I would find it exceedingly difficult to accept the notion of a cosmic crisis. So you still doubt me? Raditz thought with a sigh. It was to be expected. After all, when an alien descends from the heavens to deliver such unbelievable claims, immediate belief would indeed be absurd. Patience is key. After all, Goku is here. With a focused mind, Raditz inhaled deeply and bellowed, Arise, Shenron. Chapter 10. There is no time for explanations. Let us embark. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world, It is imperative to encounter the dragon. This was Raditz's first summoning of Shinran, and he echoed the simple 5 words, his voice reverberating across the island. The excitement within him was palpable as he fixated on the 7 shimmering orbs, unwilling to blink for fear of missing a pivotal moment. The mottled light beneath the palm trees gradually faded, the sky enveloped in a shroud of darkness, while a fierce wind stirred the waves, tousling Raditz's hair and the garments of those around him. Seabirds, startled by the sudden upheaval, took flight in haste. Following this, a golden light surged skyward, transforming into a thunderous bolt that ascended to the heavens. Simultaneously, a deafening roar echoed from the void, the elongated dragon's chant resonating in their ears, ringing like a haunting bell in the darkness. Behold, this is Shinran, far larger than I had imagined. Raditz gazed up in awe at the magnificent creature before him, his heart racing. Such a grand spectacle had only grazed his dreams before now. The others, having witnessed Shinran previously, remained unperturbed, their reactions decidedly composed. The immense glow soared higher, spiraling in the air, and amidst the gleaming gold, the dragon's scales, sharp claws, long whiskers, and majestic horns gradually emerged. Eventually, the complete form of Shinran lay beneath the golden light, lowering its head towards the gathered crowd, its crimson eyes gleaming with intensity. Speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire, but only one. Raditz composed himself, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. He inquired, Shinran, do you know where I come from? The crowd fell silent, bewildered by the question. Wasn't the purpose to be sent to train with King Kai? Why begin with an inquiry about his origins? This was knowledge even they possessed. It was merely the planet currently under siege by the Saiyans. Yet Raditz regarded Shinran with utmost seriousness, his eyes betraying a fervent yearning. He hoped Shinran would illuminate the circumstances of his dimensional journey and perhaps reveal a way to return to his original world, for he came here to make a wish. Could he not wish to go back? After a moment of silence, Shinran finally spoke. I know where you hail from. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot send you back. That surpasses my dimensional capabilities. Dimensional? Raditz was momentarily taken aback, subtly nodding, feeling somewhat at a loss. Indeed, he hailed from another dimension, and even the eternal dragon might find it challenging to exert influence across 2 realms. Yet, was it truly the case that he could arrive but not depart? Had he genuinely assumed Raditz's identity and taken a life? Absurd. Initially, he had intended merely to revel in the thrill of battle within the Dragon Ball universe, to witness legendary warriors, and then return to his original world. However, at this moment, he reached a sobering conclusion. Raditz was left in a daze. But what could be done? Even the eternal dragon had declared it impossible. Raditz closed his eyes and took a deep breath, an indescribable feeling surging within him, as if the world had been torn asunder. He could play around for a while. But to genuinely replace Raditz and continue living, who could adapt to that instantaneously? Much like convincing Piccolo and the others of his identity, it would require time. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his consciousness. The force that summoned you is of the same origin as mine, yet it is not I. Perhaps, it is essential to seek that primordial power. This was the voice of the eternal dragon, directly communicating with him. Raditz immediately grasped the implication. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the eternal dragon, his mind racing. Did this mean there were other Dragon Balls? Perhaps those from Namek? Or the Super Dragon Balls? I do not know. These unknowns transcend my capabilities. You must seek the answers yourself, the eternal dragon stated before falling silent. Raditz's demeanor suddenly solidified. He rallied his resolve to seek the answers. He would embrace being Raditz as if living anew. Moreover, even if he could not return, he must live well. What is wrong? Is there an issue? Son Goku observed the drastic change in Raditz's expression and approached with concern. No, it's nothing. I've never encountered the eternal dragon before. I merely asked out of curiosity. There is no time for explanations. Everyone, gather around me. Raditz called out to the group. Piccolo and the others promptly stood beside Raditz, with Gohan joining them. However, Master Roshi declined to train, opting to remain at Kame House, preferring to peruse beauty magazines rather than engage in training. In his mind, the future of the world had long been entrusted to the younger generation. The immense head of the eternal dragon loomed closer, urging, "What is your wish? If you do not speak soon, I shall take my leave. Please transport me and a few others to King Kai," Raditz requested. King Kai, you say? A trivial matter, the eternal dragon replied in its customary manner. With a flash of red light from its eyes, a faint membrane of light enveloped the group, and in the blink of an eye, they all vanished. The resounding voice of the eternal dragon echoed, "Very well, your wish has been granted." With that, the eternal dragon transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky before morphing back into the 7 Dragon Balls, lingering momentarily in the air before scattering across the globe. The ominous clouds dissipated. The tranquil sky regained its azure hue, and beneath the lofty clouds, white birds soared, emitting sharp yet joyful cries. The sea breeze continued to blow, the sound of the waves resonating like melodious music. Master Rashi, hands clasped behind his back, murmured to himself, "I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Perhaps a Saiyan truly is on the way." It is indeed surprising that Piccolo has chosen to ally with the forces of justice. Is he conversing with himself? Could it be a sign of senility? Bulma speculated. Oolong, with arms crossed, laughed lewdly, remarking, "He must be reminiscing about young girls, that lecherous old man." The old turtle shook his head in resignation, letting out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, the warriors were transported by the dragon to King Kai's planet. With a swish, the 8 of them landed on the already cramped planet. Upon arrival, everyone except Raditz felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Gohan fell flat, unable to move. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. Although Raditz sensed the weight, he quickly acclimated, having trained in a similar environment on planet Vegeta. What on earth is happening? My body feels so heavy. Krillin gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his posture. In contrast, Goku and Piccolo, while not entirely at ease, moved with considerably more ease. The gravity here is tenfold that of Earth, akin to my home planet, Vegeta. The foes you are about to confront have been raised in such conditions. The Saiyans are indeed formidable. Tien couldn't help but smile wryly. His robust physique found walking laborious under the oppressive gravity, making it hard to fathom how the Saiyans trained from such a young age. The sight of Raditz moving effortlessly in these conditions filled them with admiration, igniting their fighting spirit. Chapter 11. King Kai looking around King Kai's planet. There was little more than a small house and a few solitary trees. At the center of the planet lay a road with an antique car. It seems that the abodes of deities are rather dull. Even the goddess temple was devoid of life, as was the realm of King Kai, barren to the extreme. No wonder deities require servants or pets, and often take pleasure in observing the mortal world. It is understandable that beings like Beerus can sleep for countless years. The passage of time can be dreadfully monotonous. While they were taking in the sights of King Kai's planet, a gorilla appeared. "The king has arrived." Tien, with keen eyes, shouted to the others. Could this be King Kai? Why does he resemble a gorilla? No, it can't be, Piccolo assessed, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Goku had already begun to mimic the gorilla, shouting "ooh ooh ooh," while waving his arms. Krillin grabbed Gohan, unsure whether to join in. "Ahem, what are you all doing?" Came a voice from the house, as a being with antennae and peculiar attire emerged, wearing sunglasses. Indeed, this was the North Kai. Raditz was the first to approach. Bowing respectfully, "Greetings, King Kai. We have come from Earth to seek your guidance in our training." Seeing Raditz's sincere demeanor, King Kai nodded. "Ah, Earth. It has been quite some time since I have encountered visitors. This is indeed a rare occasion." The king of the world, upon witnessing such a multitude, appeared particularly exhilarated. "However, to embark on the path of cultivation, one must first endure my test." "A test? I am a genius when it comes to humor. If any of you can make me laugh with a joke, I shall guide you in your training. Come, give it a try, but do not underestimate this challenge." The king, brimming with pride, pointed at son Wukong, saying, "Do not follow my pet. Its name is Beerus, and it cannot teach you to cultivate." "Ah, so it is a pet." Wukong approached dejectedly. Piccolo, observing Wukong's demeanor, couldn't help but smirk slightly, yet he found himself in a predicament. Asking him to tell a joke was perhaps the greatest joke of all. The others looked equally astonished, never having anticipated such an eccentric form of assessment. Gohan, being young, was not included in the test, while Yamcha and Krillin easily passed the King's low-bar humor test. Raditz, well-versed in various dry jokes, also passed effortlessly. Receiving high praise from the king, "You must be a professional joker." The remaining participants, Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, and Wukong, pondered deeply, struggling to conjure a single joke. Ultimately, with assistance from others, they barely managed to pass. The king, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes with a handkerchief, remarked with great satisfaction, "It seems you all came prepared. Very well, I shall now teach you the art of cultivation. Allow me to first assess your strength." Though the king appeared unassuming, his every gesture exuded an undeniable aura, prompting the group to take him seriously. Under tenfold gravity, they found their movements exceedingly laborious, let alone the prospect of combat. They struggled to assume fighting stances, each lacking the capacity to launch an attack. "It appears you have yet to acclimate to this gravity. On Earth, gravity is merely 1/10 of what it is here, making this place incomparable." The king relaxed his stance and gestured towards Beerus. "Here's the deal. Race against Beerus. Whoever manages to catch him will be deemed qualified, and only then shall I impart my teachings." The prospect of capturing the gorilla was indeed intriguing. Yes. Wukong and the others exclaimed, instantly invigorated. Son Wukong entrusted Gohan to the king, allowing Gohan to gradually adapt to the environment, for he believed in Gohan's latent potential. Being of Saiyan blood, this was also the reason Wukong had not opposed Raditz's suggestion to include Gohan in their training. This time, I shall not be outdone by you, Piccolo declared as he stepped forward, his heavy armor allowing him to move faster than the others, enabling him to at least walk briskly. For the others, the task was considerably more challenging, and the distance between them gradually widened. Meanwhile, Baburus calmly regarded the approaching group of foolish earthlings, dismissing them entirely. With a single leap, he vanished from sight, rendering their previous efforts futile. The king looked on with satisfaction as he led Gohan back, only to suddenly spot Raditz. Why aren't you joining them? Raditz replied. This level of gravity has no effect on me. I wish to commence my training directly. The king furrowed his brow, and upon noticing Raditz's battle attire and tail, his expression shifted slightly. You are a Saiyan, are you not? No wonder, the gravitational force of your planet is quite similar to that of Earth. But how is it that you coexist with the inhabitants of Earth? The situation is such that within a year, 2 Saiyans will launch an assault on Earth. And we have come here as a precautionary measure. In any case, I aim to cultivate my strength to a level sufficient to confront them. The Saiyans pose a significant challenge. By the way, are you not also a Saiyan? The King of Worlds appeared somewhat perplexed. I am different from them. My intention is to thwart their plans. Indeed, there is no trace of malevolence emanating from you. Naturally, I am among the top 10 outstanding youths, certified by my community. Raditz thought to himself. In truth, the soul beneath this corporeal form has undergone a transformation. Although I had to eliminate some extraterrestrial beings upon my arrival, they were hardly virtuous, and it could be deemed a form of justice. Thus, even the records in the Book of Kings have been altered. The current Raditz is entirely virtuous. The King of Worlds' antennae began to tremble as if receiving a signal. Allow me to ascertain. Indeed, they're en route to Earth. There is approximately 10 months remaining. Do not fret, your progress in my tutelage will be remarkable. However, one among them is exceedingly powerful. It is likely that, after training, I may not be their match. No worries, for I am also a Saiyan. Raditz declared with confidence, please proceed with my training directly. He believed his abilities would suffice to confront the impending Saiyans, yet this still left him unsatisfied. Time for training was dwindling. And what about Frieza lurking behind the Saiyans? And the other ambitious entities scattered throughout the cosmos? There remains much to achieve. Hence, he placed particular emphasis on his training on the King of Worlds, as he recognized the king as the most exceptional mentor at this juncture. Although the king's might may be somewhat lacking, his 2 signature techniques and training methods are invaluable. Had it not been for the desire to learn the King's fist, Raditz would not have made this special visit. The King of Worlds observed Raditz's resolute demeanor and pondered. This individual possesses considerable strength. Perhaps he can fully realize the potential of the King's fist. Very well. Let us commence the first stage of training. You shall attempt to cradle this child while evading my attacks. The king tossed Gohan into Raditz's arms, ensuring that neither he nor the child would sustain any injury. Should you succeed, we shall proceed to the second phase of training. Protecting Gohan? Raditz, cradling the exhausted child who could barely speak, felt a surge of excitement. Gohan, do not be afraid. With that, he assumed a ready stance, and the King of Worlds launched his attack. In the next moment, a barrage of energy blasts surged toward Raditz. Chapter 12. Training. The king's energy wave shot forth in all directions, targeting Raditz from various angles. Clutching Gohan, Raditz's movements were somewhat sluggish. Yet he had grown accustomed to the gravitational force. Summoning all his strength, he swiftly maneuvered to evade, darting through the dense onslaught of energy blasts, narrowly escaping each assault. In the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks were successfully dodged by Raditz. It seemed almost effortless. The King of Worlds was taken aback, astonished by the prowess of the Saiyan, and immediately shouted, I shall increase my speed. As he spoke, the Kai launched a more fervent assault, his hands moving with unprecedented swiftness as energy blasts rained down. The first shot grazed Raditz's back, barely skimming past him, which left him utterly astonished. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the second and third blasts followed in rapid succession, the overwhelming speed leaving Raditz flustered. A stark contrast to the ease he had experienced moments before. Boom. The third blast struck him directly. With a resounding explosion, dust enveloped the area, and Raditz tumbled several times before collapsing onto the ground. He felt as though his very organs had been shattered, with intense pain radiating through every nerve. To make matters worse, Gohan was knocked unconscious by the blast, collapsing onto Raditz's chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Damn it. I have a long way to go. Raditz chuckled bitterly and rose once more, resuming his training. Thus, everyone remained immersed in their cultivation, showing not a trace of complacency. The Kai diligently informed them daily of the timelines the Saiyans were expected to reach, heightening their resolve and driving them to exert even more effort. In addition to their regular training, Raditz undertook personal physical conditioning, pushing himself harder than the others, and his progress was indeed remarkable. The Kai observed this with admiration, astonished by the immense potential of the Saiyans in battle. After a month, Goku and Piccolo had apprehended Babidi and joined Raditz's ranks, while the others continued their relentless pursuit. Gohan, inheriting the Saiyan bloodline, gradually acclimatized to the tenfold gravity, enabling him to move with increasing ease. Half a year passed, and nearly everyone made rapid advancements under the Kai's guidance. Raditz chose Goku as his partner, while Piccolo found himself at odds with the others and ultimately teamed up with Gohan. The rest paired off, embarking on their combat training. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the skies of the Kai's planet as two figures intertwined, leaving only the remnants of their energy in the air. The force of their strikes stirred up fierce winds, causing the grassy plains of the Kai's planet to ripple like a fabric billowing in a tempest. It was Goku and Raditz. The two figures halted midair before pivoting to clash once more. Goku swung his right fist, delivering a powerful hook aimed directly at Raditz's face. The tremendous force generated a gust of wind that rushed toward him. Unfazed, Raditz extended his left hand, seizing Goku's fist before he could unleash his full strength. Goku attempted to break free but found Raditz's grip too strong, prompting him to launch a swift kick with his left leg. Raditz had anticipated this move. He raised his right arm to block the incoming strike. In an instant, he reversed his grip, capturing Goku's ankle and, with a powerful downward motion, released his hold with his left hand. Whoosh! Bang! The ground was cratered by the impact, with Goku lying at the center, moaning in pain. But the onslaught was far from over. Raditz pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts akin to those he had trained with under the Kai, directing them toward Goku. Goku quickly sprang from the pit, evading the blasts with remarkable agility while simultaneously closing the distance toward Raditz. He had long since acclimated to the burden of gravity, and at this moment, unencumbered by heavy armor, he moved with remarkable speed. After a few swift maneuvers, he found himself confronting Raditz. Raditz had anticipated this and executed a sweeping kick, arcing through the air with a sharp trajectory aimed directly at Goku's waist. At that instant, a radiant crimson light erupted beside Goku, an aura of immense power enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Goku vanished, so swiftly that even Raditz could not perceive his movement. King Kai Fist. By the time Raditz registered what had happened, Goku had already materialized behind him, his hands clasped above his head in a hammer-like position, preparing to strike down fiercely. In a moment of desperation, Raditz twisted his body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading Goku's onslaught. Nevertheless, the sheer force of Goku's punch generated a fierce wind that shattered a portion of his battle armor's shoulder guard. Goku, undeterred, pressed forward, closing the distance and launching a flurry of punches. Do not become overly confident. Raditz dodged left and right, quickly repositioning himself before counterattacking. The two engaged in a tumultuous exchange of blows, their fists clashing in a frenzy, leaving only a blur of motion in the air where their fists met. As they traded hundreds of strikes, both Raditz and Goku became increasingly exhilarated, their Saiyan blood ignited, resorting to the most primal and intense mode of combat. They collided directly, unleashing violent shockwaves. The sound of their fierce battle echoed as Goku grew bolder, the King Kai fist amplifying his strength to rival Raditz's own. In contrast, Raditz began to feel the pressure as Goku pushed him back, often landing hits. In a moment of fervor, Raditz gritted his teeth and unleashed his own King Kai fist, a fiery red glow erupting around him, his battle powers surging. In an instant, Goku had no choice but to continue his assault, their figures slicing through the air as their fists collided, producing thunderous booms. The air rippled like a storm, and this time, Raditz landed a punch squarely on Goku's chest, the force seemingly penetrating his very being, sending him hurtling away. After taking the blow, Goku crashed back to the ground, creating a deep crater. His King Kai fist state dissipated. In this moment, Raditz could not help but assume a boastful demeanor, hands on hips as he proclaimed, "My foolish brother. With your incomplete combat prowess, you cannot hope to defeat me." Such a melodramatic declaration left even Raditz feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, he flushed with shame, realizing he had made quite the spectacle. Wow, how impressive! Gohan was the first to exclaim. Indeed, Raditz was formidable. Goku's brother surpassed him by a significant margin. His words carried a certain gravitas. Gohan resolved to strive harder. Although Piccolo offered no praise, He extended his fist toward Gohan, exclaiming, "Watch where you're looking, you little brat. We are in the midst of battle." As he spoke, he landed a punch squarely on Gohan's face, followed by a barely audible scoff. Raditz was taken aback by the sudden reversal. It seemed he was still susceptible to such tactics. As he turned to observe Goku slowly rising, a sense of urgency washed over him. Had he not employed the Kaioken technique earlier, he might have found himself at a disadvantage against Goku. Indeed, Goku's innate talent was remarkable. He needed to intensify his training. Chapter 13. Let you two take him on together, ah. It appears that even the Kaioken technique cannot enable me to surpass my brother. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened as he sank to the ground. At that moment, however, Piccolo suddenly appeared behind Goku, having removed his hat and cape, adopting a combat stance while intently focusing on Raditz. Let us continue the second round. As before, the two of us will join forces. This time, perhaps we can defeat you. A surge of confidence welled up within Piccolo. Over the past few days, aside from training with Gohan and receiving guidance from King Kai, he had diligently engaged in additional practices. He was no longer the same as he had been 6 months prior. The prospect of two formidable fighters uniting against Raditz captured the attention of the others, who paused in their activities. You two may not be sufficient. How about this? Raditz surveyed the crowd before him. You can all take me on together. Such audacity! Piccolo exclaimed, his anger ignited at the blatant disrespect. The others shared his irritation. They had all diligently trained for so long, witnessing their own advancements, even experiencing transformative changes. To be so scorned was intolerable. Yet, Goku maintained a serious demeanor, tightly clenching his fists. He was not mistaken. Truthfully, without a collective effort, victory was unlikely against him. As Goku gazed at Raditz, who floated effortlessly in the air, beads of sweat trickled down his brow. The fierce battle had already drained some of his stamina, and he understood all too well that Raditz had yet to exert himself fully. The moment he unleashed the Kaioken, Goku had recognized the disparity between them. The ultimate technique from King Kai was bestowed only upon Raditz and Goku. Piccolo harbored some resentment, while the others lacked the requisite physical capability, at best able to muster basic strength. King Kai had no intention of allowing his secret techniques to be easily disseminated. He would only teach those capable of harnessing their full potential. Undoubtedly, only Raditz and Goku met the criterion. Yet, there remained a gap in their application of the Kaioken. A truth Goku disowned, King Kai understood, and Raditz was fully aware of. Hence, his confidence to challenge everyone. Since Goku has suggested it, let us unite our strength. Krillin said, placing faith in Goku's words. Humph, get out of my way. Piccolo bellowed as he surged forward, hands charged with energy, unleashing 2 emerald shockwaves. The shockwaves, each nearly a meter in diameter, seared the air and emitted a resonant hum as they hurtled toward Raditz. As the shockwaves approached, Raditz moved with ease. With a mere flick of his hand, he deflected the waves, sending blinding light shooting into the distance, astonishingly effortless. Yet, after a brief pause of surprise, Piccolo seized the opportunity to appear directly behind Raditz, poised to deliver a decisive blow. With a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, Raditz's tail flicked at his waist, summoning a fierce gust of wind. Once again, it was the tail. The force of his tail swept across Piccolo's waist, sending him flying several dozen meters. You really have a poor memory. Did you forget I possess this weapon? Raditz swung his tail, standing midair, beckoning the others to join him. Then we shall not hold back. Let's go. Tien shouted, clenching his fist and launching into an attack without hesitation. Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu followed closely behind, surrounding him. The four engaged in rapid succession of blows, fists and feet striking in unison, unleashing hundreds of attacks from all directions without leaving any room for escape. The onslaught was as sudden and relentless as a torrential downpour. Raditz, meeting their assault with even greater speed, seemed to possess 8 arms, effortlessly countering their combined attacks. A cacophony of battle echoed, causing the clouds of the afterlife to tremble slightly and retreat. The fighters grew increasingly alarmed. Facing the four, Raditz remained unfazed and composed. It was utterly astonishing. If they continued to engage in this struggle, their chances of victory dwindled to nothing. Gritting his teeth, Krillin leaped back a distance and shouted, "Close your eyes." At his command, he spread his fingers wide, the back of his hand facing forward, his bald head gleaming with blinding brilliance. Kamehameha. Oh no, Raditz exclaimed, feeling as if his eyes were being pierced by needles under the intense light, instinctively shutting them. The lingering, searing sensation in his eyes rendered him unable to open them. In that moment, Tien and Yamcha attacked from either side. Yamcha unleashed his new Wolf Fang fist, moving with astonishing speed, resembling a pack of wolves viciously pouncing in a storm. Just as they were about to strike Raditz, a sudden change occurred. Raditz, now able to sense energy, despite his sight being obscured, could perceive their attacking auras. Thus, he unleashed a ki blast to either side, striking both of them directly. Bang! Whoosh! The two figures plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating massive craters. The earth erupted into a flurry of debris, with cracks spreading across the ground. Reaching the feet of the Kai. The Kai watched in dismay as his planet was pockmarked, nearly heartbroken, thinking, "You fools should take your fight back to Earth." Yet, no one paid him any heed. Raditz knew it was not over, for below him surged an even more powerful energy. An immense combat force coalescing to the brink of explosion. Kamehameha. Indeed, it was Son Goku's Kamehameha. Raditz felt a surge of fighting spirit, his body tensing as a tremendous aura erupted around him. Gathering energy in his hands, he prepared his own shining impact wave. Radiant light clashed in midair, forming a colossal sphere of light at their point of contact, with surrounding air currents slicing through the atmosphere like blades, producing a piercing whistle. At the same moment, Kaiatsu attempted to use his psychic powers to restrain Raditz, while Piccolo charged in from the side. King Kai Fist. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, with crimson flames enveloping his body, amplifying the might of the Kamehameha to unprecedented levels. His muscles swelled, veins protruding from his forehead, sweat pouring down his back. The luminous sphere surged toward Raditz, poised to engulf him. Raditz struggled to withstand the Kamehameha, gritting his teeth, while the dumpling's extraordinary abilities had no effect. Piccolo's assault filled him with trepidation. With no other choice, he resorted to his hidden strength, also utilizing the Kaioken. In the blink of an eye, the force of the shockwave doubled, suppressing the Kamehameha and driving the sphere toward Wukong. Suddenly, Raditz vanished from sight, the red flames flashing behind Piccolo, delivering a swift knife-hand strike to the nape of his neck. Piccolo faltered, plummeting downward. Just then, Wukong barely neutralized the brilliance of the shockwave, his hands tingling. The Kaioken still active, yet his stamina was severely drained. Raditz charged, launching relentless attacks, forcing Wukong to defend desperately. Within 10 exchanges, Wukong was battered and bruised, each punch threatening to penetrate him, energy surging through his body from behind. Undeterred, Piccolo launched another assault, a barrage of energy blasts. Raditz swiftly dodged, leaving no trace, and in an instant appeared before Piccolo, executing a side kick that sent him sprawling. Meanwhile, Wukong absorbed all the energy blasts directly. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling arose within Raditz, sending chills down his spine. He looked up to see Tien's Kikaho primed for firing. From the side, a round energy ball also targeted him. It was Yamcha's spirit ball. How could he allow them to succeed? Raditz struck first, rapidly extending his arms to unleash an invisible wave of energy. With sheer force, he propelled both of them away. The Kikaho veered off course, soaring into the yellow clouds, while the spirit ball spiraled uncontrollably to an unknown destination. Both warriors grimaced in pain as they searched for Raditz, but he had vanished from sight. Here, a chilling voice echoed, sending shivers through their hearts. Boom. Thud. With successive blows, Tien and Yamcha were felled to the ground, and the resilient Piccolo charged again, only to be kicked down once more. Meanwhile, Krillin and the dumpling conceded defeat, and Wukong, having barely lasted a few exchanges, was once again sent crashing into the ground of King Kai's planet. Thus, Raditz emerged victorious, his breath quickening, yet a smile remained on his face. King Kai stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ravaged King Kai's planet, his lips trembling. His beloved vehicle lay overturned nearby, reduced to 4 wheels, with a solitary steering wheel scattered on the road. If King Kai were to utter a curse, he would undoubtedly express 3 words. Chapter 14. 1 month remains following the previous fierce battle. Raditz's formidable strength was finally acknowledged by all, even by Piccolo, who adopted a more subdued demeanor, intensifying his training and becoming increasingly stern while training Gohan. In his spare moments, he frequently sought Wukong for rigorous training to counter the Kaioken. Others have also deeply realized their shortcomings, becoming more earnest in their endeavors. Time has quietly slipped by, and it was not until the King of the Worlds reminded them that they became aware that the moment to confront the Saiyans was nearly upon them. Might I inquire, Lord King, how long until their arrival? Well, approximately a month hence, though this is slightly later than I had anticipated, replied the king, explaining that their spacecraft had encountered a cosmic explosion, altering their trajectory. Upon hearing this, Goku displayed a puzzled expression. Doesn't that mean we have a month left to train? The king wiped the sweat from his brow. In truth, you have already surpassed me. I have little left to teach. You could continue your training upon returning to Earth. He clasped his hands behind his back, turning slightly while nodding. embodying the visage of a master. Yet beneath his sunglasses, a profound fear flickered in his eyes. You must not linger here. This planet has undergone countless renovations, each more devastating than the last. After the vehicle was rendered inoperable, he had not driven again, and even his fondness for counting grass had been cruelly stripped away, leaving him with only Babarus to engage with. The most unbearable aspect was that his supplies were nearly depleted. After their training, everyone was left ravenous, with their meals equating to several days' worth for him, especially for Raditz and Goku, who consumed quantities tenfold, if not more. Initially, he had been merely polite, but he was taken aback when everyone grew accustomed to this, praising the king's generosity while indulging without restraint. After a year, his long-stored provisions had dwindled significantly, insufficient to last another month. The king resolved firmly that they must not remain. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku furrowed his brow and pouted. Before he could finish his thought, the king bellowed, "I said you must return." "Ah, all right, I understand." Goku waved his hands in concession, stepping back a couple of paces. Raditz stepped forward, grasping Goku's arm. "The king is correct. We should return to Earth. We need to acclimate to our environment and also take some time to relax." Their recent training had imposed great strain on each of them, pushing their bodies to the limit. Continuing for another month would yield little improvement. It would be wiser to return, rest, and recuperate. Time seemed to have deviated from what he knew, stirring a sense of concern within him. The Saiyans were originally supposed to arrive a month earlier, yet it had taken almost a year. Was this change merely coincidental, or had everything begun to diverge? Raditz clenched his fist, feeling a twinge of unease. Since Raditz shared this sentiment, returning might be prudent. Yamcha concurred, "We have grown significantly stronger. Master Roshi will surely be astonished." Krillin added with a smile, and Gohan, too, of course. He is truly Goku's son, benefiting from Piccolo's guidance. Huh. Gohan shyly lowered his head. Piccolo shot him a cold glance, still far from sufficient. With that, he huffed dismissively, though he was exceedingly stern. His gaze revealed an inexplicable concern. Indeed, the two were the quintessential master-student duo, and Raditz observed this with an inward smile. He led the group in bidding farewell to the king of the other world, leaping from King Kai's planet to the path of the snake. The king, visibly relieved, wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief while waving goodbye to the group. Goku appeared reluctant to leave, prompting the king to hasten his farewell gestures. "I will notify the deities of Earth to come and retrieve you. Simply follow the snake way to its end." "Understood." Raditz responded loudly, waving to the king before launching himself into the air. Without the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, he felt an immense lightness, as if floating among the clouds, merging with the rushing winds around him. "Let us have a race to see who is the fastest," Goku exclaimed, closely trailing Raditz, the air swirling around him and leaving a long trail of light. "How cunning. I refuse to lose." The group's competitive spirit ignited, and with a surge of energy, they vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Numerous currents of energy streaked through the air like shooting stars, traversing the vast, endless realm of the underworld. Several hours later, Raditz was the first to arrive at the entrance of the Snake Way, though he too had perspired considerably. A journey of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was no trifling matter, and his speed was indeed remarkable. After a while, Son Goku finally appeared, with Piccolo closely following, though he remained at a distance that proved insurmountable. Ultimately, they reached the entrance in succession. Behind them were Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, who arrived half an hour later. Alongside Gohan. Gohan's energy was already quite formidable, though his control was lacking, rendering him somewhat less impressive at full speed. He glanced timidly at Piccolo, who, as expected, met him with a cold stare. "You must be the ones who returned from King Kai," suddenly announced a peculiar figure, clad in a shirt and wearing glasses. A bureaucrat from the underworld appeared before them, his face a shade of green and adorned with two horns, yet otherwise resembling an ordinary human. "That person looks quite strange," Goku remarked, approaching with curiosity. "He is a worker from the underworld, and must appear thus," Raditz quietly explained. "I shall escort you to meet the deities of Earth. King Kai has arranged everything with King Yama. Please, step into the vehicle." The bureaucrat guided them into an elongated underworld vehicle, which took them directly to King Yama's Grand Hall. The deities were indeed awaiting their arrival and greeted them warmly as soon as they appeared. Possessing the ability to traverse freely between the underworld and governed planets, the deities instructed everyone to grasp each other and then hold on to them. In an instant, they all transitioned to the heavenly realm. "We're back," Goku exclaimed, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of lightness. It was an exhilarating relief. Clint exclaimed with exhilaration. Having just raced along Snake Way, he had yet to fully appreciate the buoyancy of his own body. Upon returning to Earth, he felt as if he had shed all weight, his agility magnified several-fold. Raditz gazed toward the horizon, eagerly anticipating Vegeta's arrival. Come, witness the fruits of my training, as well as the formidable prowess of these Earthlings. Chapter 15. Battle power of 20,000 a month may be neither long nor short, yet for Raditz, it was the perfect duration to indulge in the earthly experience. During this time, he had become well acquainted with life on Earth. Looking up, the sunlight bathed the landscape in a radiant glow. People encountered one another beneath the cerulean sky, while the fluffy white clouds drifted lazily overhead. Towering skyscrapers stood in a harmonious array, and grand aerial tunnels traversed the city, embellishing it with an air of sophistication. On the broad roads, vehicles were plentiful. Raditz held one hand on the car door and the other on the steering wheel, navigating slowly through the bustling streets. Ysnt the car had moving. Goku impatiently tapped his fingers on his arm. Ah, the big city has something called rush hour, whether it's the latest flying car or an ordinary sedan. They all must obediently sit in traffic here, Raditz replied from the driver's seat, bringing the vehicle to another halt. Clint and Yamcha, seated in the back, laughed. Haha. Goku doesn't even have a driver's license. He must not have been on the streets for ages. Wait, Clint, you can drive too? Goku, aware that Yamcha was an experienced driver, was surprised to find Clint laughing as well. Hee, I learned after the World Martial Arts Tournament. Clint beamed, producing his license. Look, Goku, didn't he expect that, did you? Isn't it easier just to fly wherever you want? Raditz shot a disdainful glance at Goku. Driving is a joy in itself. Besides, constantly flying around is rather detrimental. Goku scratched his head, looking somewhat confused. By the way, can Gohan not come out to play? Alas, Chi-Chi won't allow it. There's nothing I can do, Clint replied. Gohan hasn't had a chance to stretch his legs lately, has he? Clint chuckled at the thought. Raditz couldn't help but laugh as well. Since his return, he had been residing at Goku's home. Chi-Chi was astonished to meet Goku's elder brother and had prepared a grand feast to welcome him. He and Goku trained for 8 hours each day, followed by some farming and odd jobs. Goku, who usually devoted himself entirely to training, had surprisingly taken to diligent work, much to Chi-Chi's admiration for Raditz, who she claimed had been a good influence on Goku. However, Gohan had it tough, having fallen behind a year in his studies. Chi-Chi had relentlessly forced him to complete a towering pile of exercises. Even Raditz was taken aback by the sheer volume, and with Chi-Chi's formidable presence, no one dared to contest her authority in the household. It seems this route has encountered difficulties. Perhaps we should just fly? Yamcha idly leaned against the door, stifling a yawn. At 7 in the morning, after finishing their breakfast, Raditz drove Bulma's newly purchased flying sports car into the bustling commercial district of West City, from which they did not exit. Raditz shrugged, acknowledging the situation. The others disembarked and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, stowed the vehicle into a capsule, leaving onlookers bewildered as they gazed around in boredom. The next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief, astonished to witness 4 individuals soaring into the sky. Am I dreaming? I have no idea. Hey, did you see that? They can fly? Damn, why didn't I capture this on camera? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into lively discussions, while many remained in a daze, rubbing their eyes and pinching themselves, convinced they had been caught in a daydream. The 4 soared through the air with ease, while below, traffic remained gridlocked, with vehicles haphazardly strewn across intersections and police officers shouting amidst the sound of gunfire. Nearby, a bank was under siege, where a modified armored vehicle was being manned by several armed robbers, firing their machine guns at the police. Ah, a bank heist. No wonder the traffic is a mess. Raditz mused. As expected, it was time for the Sun family to showcase their prowess. Indeed, Goku leaped down, followed closely by Krillin and Yamcha. Raditz shook his head and descended vertically as well. Upon landing, Goku shouted for them to cease fire, striding boldly into the hail of bullets. What do these fools think they're doing? Seeking death? Haha. The robbers laughed maniacally. The police immediately halted their fire, fearful of hitting innocents, while the robbers, seeing their targets, laughed even harder and continued their relentless shooting. Humph, Raditz sneered dismissively, extending his hand casually. In an instant, a dozen bullets were caught within his grasp, dissipating into thin air. Goku and the others, not to be outdone, also intercepted the robbers' bullets, letting them fall to the ground with a clatter. What they considered a mundane act left the onlookers dumbfounded. Who among ordinary people could catch bullets? The robbers were equally confounded. Continue. The leader bellowed in fury. The robbers resumed their frenzied shooting, as if intent on expending all their ammunition. The 4, leisurely catching bullets, ambled closer as if on a stroll. Yamcha and Krillin, clad in casual attire with their hands tucked in their pockets, appeared even more relaxed, their shirt hems fluttering in the breeze, drawing gasps of admiration from onlooking young women. The police, stunned into silence, dropped their weapons, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed upon the four. The other civilians gasped in disbelief, their expressions ranging from astonishment to sheer incredulity. At that moment, the robber leader ducked into a vehicle, hoisting a rocket launcher and aiming it at Raditz. Huh. I have this weapon too. You shall perish. Seeing their leader brandishing a rocket launcher, the robbers swelled with confidence. Convinced that even an armored vehicle could not withstand its might, Raditz beckoned them with a disdainful smirk. You. The leader was furious. After all, he was the chief of a notorious gang, and such a provocation was intolerable. In his rage, he unleashed a rocket, his face twisted in fury as he roared. In an instant, Raditz's eyes sparkled, releasing a remarkable aura as a white energy enveloped his body, rippling outward in all directions, the energy surging like a tide. Before the rocket could reach Raditz, it was completely disintegrated, exploding amidst the swirling energy. Goku, sensing the impending threat, rushed forward, dispatching the gang members with a flurry of punches and kicks. He then smashed the car door aside with a single blow. The leader, glancing around anxiously, let his snot run freely as he trembled and raised his hand. This was no ordinary person. He quickly exited the vehicle, shouting, "Officer, I wish to surrender. Don't let them harm me. I am surrendering." The police responded, "Let us go." Ignoring the cries of the officers and the crowd behind them, the four departed swiftly. Thus, a legend of four nameless heroes began to circulate in the West. Raditz visited a shopping mall to select a few earthly garments, wishing to avoid the embarrassment of wearing battle attire in public. He also chose an elegant suit for Goku and picked up a gift for Chi-Chi, while Krillin and Yamcha bought their own items. The group chatted merrily, with Raditz cracking jokes that made everyone burst into laughter, almost forgetting the formidable adversaries they were about to face. At that moment, Bulma was sound asleep at her laboratory workstation. A month prior, Raditz had asked her to enhance the measuring limits and accuracy of her devices, and she was nearing completion. Raditz's scanner lay horizontally nearby, its screen flashing the number 20,000. Chapter 16. The arrival of the Saiyans on a sunny weekend, the streets were bustling with cars and pedestrians. Inside the mall, the air conditioning was in full effect. As shoppers enjoyed the coolness while selecting their purchases, others were engrossed in films at the cinema, reveling in light-hearted or thrilling stories on the screen. Just as people were enjoying their weekend as usual, suddenly, two meteor-like objects plummeted from the sky, crashing through the mall's dome and descending to the depths below. The ground trembled violently, causing the surface to collapse into a deep pit. The massive buildings crumbled with a thunderous roar, and countless people screamed in panic, creating chaos. Gray smoke billowed skyward, punctuated by flames and the relentless sounds of explosions, affecting nearby structures and roads. Amidst the confusion and hurried escapes, two figures emerged slowly from the smoke. They were clad in bizarre attire. One, a bald man with an exceptionally muscular physique, and the other, a petite figure exuding arrogance. The pair navigated through the flames and debris with an unsettling calmness that sent chills down spines. Suddenly, a woman screamed, igniting the atmosphere of terror. "Aliens! Ah! Run!" In an instant, panic swept through the crowd, some fleeing desperately while others stood frozen in fear. "Humph! Such ignorant humans," one of the aliens remarked, surveying the frenzied populace with disdain. "Let us greet them." As he spoke, he raised his hand, extending two fingers, and his mouth curled into a most arrogant smile. "Drink." In an instant, a formidable force surged forth, the ground erupted violently, and brilliance soared to the heavens. The surrounding area transformed into a desolate wasteland, leaving no trace of humanity or architecture, only rising plumes of smoke. "Ha ha ha, is my greeting not powerful enough?" That barbarian laughed boisterously, reveling in the emptiness of the ruins. Vegeta brushed off the dust, his actions laced with boredom. "Let us not forget the purpose of our visit to Earth." He cast a sidelong glance at that barbarian, realizing that if Dragon Balls were present in this vicinity, their wish for immortality would be dashed. "You fool." "Ah, I deeply apologize. I was so exhilarated that I lost track of myself." The barbarian immediately recognized his near misstep, his expression turning to one of panic. If Vegeta were to become enraged, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Vegeta merely offered a slight reprimand, his tone stern yet devoid of genuine fury. "I am here to seek out the formidable beings on this planet. Whoever can vanquish Raditz must indeed be the strongest." As he spoke, the barbarian activated his scouter, and suddenly, a series of signals emitted a rapid beeping. The signals were incessant, all indicating a single location. "This doesn't seem right." There are numerous powerful fighters on this planet, all exceeding a battle power of 1,000. A mere 1,000? Do they truly pose a threat to us? If they are all gathered together, it will be simple enough to eliminate them all at once, thus sparing me the trouble of finding them one by one. A disdainful smirk played at the corners of Vegeta's lips. Let us go. With a command, Vegeta soared towards the source of the signals alongside the barbarian. Meanwhile, the warriors of Earth had already convened, acutely aware of the approaching might of the Saiyans. King Kai had informed them in advance, granting them the advantage. To minimize casualties, they deliberately chose a battleground in the desolate mountains, vast stretches of wasteland, and solitary peaks, where even birds and beasts were scarce. The wind swept through the dust, brushing past each individual as they steadfastly gazed into the distance, their postures resolute. Raditz stood at the forefront, his expression somber. They are coming. The two Saiyans were indeed powerful. Their energy could be sensed from this distance. Although Krillin was astonished, he remained unfazed, for Raditz and Goku before him were also Saiyans. And he understood that these two were even mightier. Tien, will you be all right? Yamcha, if danger arises, you must retreat first. Your battle power is the lowest here. And do not engage recklessly. Tien, however, exhibited an expression of anticipation, eager to engage in combat. Ah, they are truly formidable. Gohan bore a hint of trepidation on his face. Formidable. Piccolo's lips curled in a dismissive smirk, radiating confidence. In the final month, he continued his rigorous training. Having engaged in numerous bouts of the Kaioken technique with Sun Wukong, a seasoned warrior, he had grown significantly stronger compared to a month prior. In his view, the two Saiyans, lacking mastery of the Kaioken, would hardly pose a challenge to him. Dressed in an exceptionally flamboyant cloak, he stood beside Sun Wukong, steadfast as a mountain. Gohan, do not be afraid. Over the past year, we have made tremendous progress. You possess the strength to fight, Piccolo remarked, catching sight of the perspiring Gohan. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, feeling somewhat braver thanks to Piccolo's encouragement. Gohan had always been under Piccolo's tutelage. Sun Wukong was not particularly adept at teaching, and it was difficult for him to be as harsh with his own son as Piccolo could be. Piccolo, on the other hand, was relentless in his training methods. Currently, Gohan's combat power might rival that of Krillin, yet due to a lack of experience in life and death battles, he appeared overly tense. Sun Wukong deliberately positioned him behind himself, offering a sense of support. You brought the Senza beans, right? Raditz confirmed with Sun Wukong. Yes, but Master Karen mentioned we only have 3 left, Sun Wukong replied, gesturing to the small pouch at his waist. It seems Yajirobe is supposed to come too, but where is he? Don't count on him. He'll show up when it matters most. If they truly have a battle power of 18,000, they are no match for you, brother. And the Senza beans will be of no use. Sun Wukong chuckled. Let us hope so, Raditz replied casually, yet an unsettling feeling washed over him once more. Despite possessing a battle power of 20,000, augmented by the Kaioken and the secret spirit bomb technique, he felt increasingly anxious. The timeline had silently altered. Could this be the cause? What was amiss? Raditz pondered desperately, gazing at the sky, sensing a hidden force lurking somewhere, yet he had no clues. Just then, Tien Shinhan shouted, having spotted figures in the distance. Everyone turned abruptly to see 2 beams of white light hurtling toward them with ferocity. Vegeta and Nappa, you have finally arrived. Chapter 17. Raditz, you did not die, eh? Is that Raditz? I thought he was dead. Could he have been resurrected? Nappa exclaimed, astonished to see Raditz standing at the forefront of the group. They had received news of Raditz's demise through their communicator and were aware of the Dragon Ball's existence, prompting their journey to Earth. However, the scene before them was bizarre. Raditz was alive and appeared to be leading a group of Earthlings. That brat, Vegeta growled, accelerating his descent. Thud. The two landed abruptly, their scouters emitting a warning beep. Their battle suits were identical to Raditz's, radiating a menacing aura that sent chills down the spine. Are you waiting for us? Vegeta said, arms crossed, a disdainful expression adorning his face. And you, Raditz? Best explain to me what is happening. His complexion darkened, teetering on the brink of explosion. If Raditz had not perished, it could only mean he had been deceived. How dare a lowly warrior trick him? A wave of murderous intent quietly enveloped the air, chilling everyone to the bone, sending shivers down their spines. In the past, Raditz would have trembled in fear, his legs weak beneath him. Yet now, a smile graced Raditz's face as he stepped forward. Vegeta, I have never died. I merely wish to invite you to Earth for a proper discussion. Laughter erupted from Vegeta, laced with skepticism, contempt, mockery, and fury. You conspired with the Earthlings to deceive me, betraying the Saiyans. I shall kill you and then eradicate all of humanity on this planet. Indeed, Earth was already within Frisia's plans. You will destroy it for him, and then what? Will you spend your life as Frisia's lapdog? Raditz retorted, his tone dripping with derision. The words pierced Vegeta's heart like a thorn. Silence. It seems you have no intention of continuing this way, so why not resist? My brother on Earth, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, has a remarkable group of companions. If the three of us join forces, we could feasibly confront Frisia. Don't make me laugh. You lot of rubbish dare speak of joining forces against Frisia? Huh, you are all fools. Vegeta's screen clearly displayed Raditz's combat power, 1800. Nappa chimed in. A combat power of 1800 is indeed somewhat stronger than before, yet that level of power is hardly useful. The detector can be inaccurate at times, Goku interjected, cutting off Nappa. Facing the two Saiyans, his fighting spirit ignited, especially towards Vegeta, which intensified his desire for a clash. Convincing them seemed difficult. The worst-case scenario was an all-out brawl, something Goku eagerly anticipated. You are Kakarot, are you not? My name is Son Goku. Boring. Let me ask you, if Raditz is alive, does that mean the Dragon Balls are false as well? Vegeta still harbored concerns regarding the Dragon Balls. No, the Dragon Balls are genuine and can grant any wish. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face broke into a satisfied smile. This trip to Earth was not in vain after all. He harbored a deep hatred for Frisia and wished to confront him, yet Raditz's proposal seemed utterly implausible to him. How strong could a few Earthlings possibly be? What strength could the 3 or 4 Saiyans muster together? They might not even match up to Jinyu, let alone Frisia. Thus, he rejected Raditz's offer, still pinning his hopes on the Dragon Balls to grant him eternal life. Clarify the matter of the Dragon Balls, and I may consider sparing your lives. Vegeta extended a hand, arrogantly tilting his chin upward. It appears that you are not inclined to heed my counsel. So I shall demonstrate to you the extent of our strength. As Raditz spoke, he gradually retreated to the far left of the crowd, where the onlookers stood in a tangled assembly, all eyes fixed upon Vegeta. Nappa, did you hear that? Raditz is about to show us his might. Ha ha. Let us see their battle power. A little over 1,000, and he dares to boast. Have you forgotten my terror? Fool, you all could come at me together, and I would still prevail. Nappa scoffed. Do not be so hasty, Vegeta chuckled. Surely you possess seeds of the cultivator. Let them test their skills. At this, Nappa chuckled sinisterly, retrieving a small vial from his waist, containing several seeds. He poured the seeds into the soil. Before long, several grotesque creatures emerged from the ground. Their heads resembling large cabbages, with slender limbs, their bodies a sickly green hue. What in the world are those? They are revolting, Krillin exclaimed, his face paling at the sight of the cultivator creatures. They appear to be extraterrestrial beings, Piccolo remarked coldly, his expression unyielding. Waste, Nappa retorted, catching Piccolo's words and suddenly taken aback. Oh, you are a Namekian. A Namekian. The others were astonished, learning of Piccolo's heritage for the first time. It made sense. Then, that he possessed such formidable power. No wonder. It is said that the Namekians wield extraordinary abilities. Perhaps you are the one responsible for creating the Dragon Balls. By the way, you are the one who collaborated with Raditz in this charade. I recognize your voice. Nappa grinned malevolently. Voice? The group paused momentarily, then quickly recalled Raditz's mention that the scouter could also function as a communication device. Let us not delay. Let us engage in battle. Piccolo spat disdainfully, assuming a combat stance, his gaze fixed coldly on Nappa. It seems you have more numbers than the cultivators. Thus, it cannot be a one-on-one fight. Vegeta remarked with a hint of interest, as if lamenting the situation. No need for one-on-one. I can handle this alone. Piccolo, allow me to take the lead. Goku declared confidently. There is no need for you to intervene. Raditz interjected. Let Gohan and the others deal with the cultivators. It will be an easy task. Trust in their strength. Very well, Goku pondered briefly, placing his hands on his hips and stepping back. Piccolo, believing himself to be on par with Goku, also relaxed his stance, folding his arms and standing coldly. All right, in that case, I shall go first. Yamcha exclaimed, cracking his knuckles, stepping forward with a smile. Clad in his turtle school GI, he moved steadily and assuredly. Meanwhile, Nappa's scouter displayed a fluctuating number, 1080. This figure was less than that of the cultivators, causing Nappa to beam with malicious delight. In his view, the cultivators could easily eliminate Yamcha. Do not underestimate them. Attack with full force, Vegeta commanded coldly. Chapter 18. Fierce battle. The cultivators stood firm, emitting a shriek as they lunged toward Yamcha. Its claws were razor-sharp, measuring a full 10 centimeters in length. And it moved with astonishing speed, darting several dozen meters with the slightest shift. As it closed in on Yamcha, it brandished its lethal claws, emitting a shrill, piercing shriek. Whoosh! The abrupt sound of a swift sweep shattered the air as its claws tore through it. Yet, the cultivator suddenly froze. Having sliced through the atmosphere with anticipation to shred its foe, it was bewildered to find Yamcha had vanished in an instant. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind, delivering a powerful kick that struck its head. This blow, imbued with immense force, sent the cultivator spinning 3 times in the air, crashing down and skidding across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. "You worthless creature!" Vegeta bellowed, extending 2 fingers and with a resounding thud, obliterated the cultivator into fragments. Nappa, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but break into a sweat. "I instructed you to unleash your full power and not to underestimate the enemy," Vegeta shouted, pointing to another cultivator. "You will take the next round. Do not let us down." The cultivator, trembling with fear, stepped forward cautiously. Yamcha, feeling a surge of confidence, gestured triumphantly and exchanged applause with Krillin. "These monsters are no match for us." "Is that so? I shall defeat it even faster than you." "Ha, then let us see." "Very well, I shall go," Krillin declared, leaping to the forefront, assuming a stance. The cultivator and Krillin locked eyes, a flicker of determination igniting within them both. Whoosh! They simultaneously vanished from sight. "Ah, they have disappeared," Gohan exclaimed in shock. "Focus on sensing their energy. How could you not see them after all I have taught you?" Piccolo reprimanded sharply. Gohan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but concentrated on sensing the rapidly moving energies, suddenly elated. "I see them." No sooner had he spoken than the cultivator was thrown to the ground, collapsing in a heap, unable to rise again. "Worthless!" Vegeta struck again, dispatching the barely conscious cultivator, who had just moments ago surged in power to over 2,000. Vegeta's gaze, sharp as a needle, turned toward Raditz. He began to suspect Raditz as he realized the 2 Earthlings had shown such a drastic increase in combat prowess. Perhaps the figure of 1800 was not Raditz's true strength. Did he truly possess power that could rival his own? Vegeta, filled with uncertainty, designated the next combatant, wishing to observe once more. This time, it was Tien's turn. The cultivator, having lost twice in succession, felt its morale plummet, and upon seeing Tien felt a flicker of fear. "Go," Vegeta urged. The cultivator, terrified of Vegeta, charged forward with its full might, unleashing a clawed strike. Tien stood his ground, unwavering. Just as the claws were about to connect, the cultivator felt a surge of joy, only to realize something was amiss. Its claws met nothing but an afterimage of Tien. Stepping back in confusion, it perceived multiple Tien figures surrounding it, remnants of his rapid movements. It could not discern which was the true form, only feeling a dazzling confusion, cold sweat streaming down. "No problem, the combat power is 1150. While the cultivator boasts a full 1200, how could this be?" Naba grew anxious, pressing the detector with fervor, yet the screen persistently displayed Tianjin Fan's combat power as 1150. A mere 50-point disparity in combat strength, yet he could toy with the cultivator in such a manner. "Naba, do not place your trust in the detector's data. They likely possess the ability to manipulate combat power at will." Vegeta finally solidified his judgment, his expression turning grave. In the arena, Tianjin Fan abruptly launched an attack. A multitude of afterimages converging into one, delivering a powerful punch to the cultivator's abdomen, sending it flying and causing a significant dent in its midsection. "Haha, another victory. So effortless." Tianjin Fan turned, raising his arm and giving a thumbs up to his companions. Behind him, the cultivator crashed to the ground. Who's next? Jiaozi or Gohan? Vegeta and Naba observed the others celebrating, completely disregarding them, provoking an inexplicable sense of humiliation. They were the ones who intended to manipulate everyone at their whim. Yet now they found themselves in a situation where the order of appearance was determined as if it were a game. After all this effort to invade Earth, could they not be afforded a modicum of respect? Yet, the Earth warriors remained huddled together, cheering Gohan on, utterly indifferent to the expressions of the Saiyans. The cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do next. "Hurry and send out the next one." Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. Krillin's loud laughter, coupled with the commotion of others, quickly drowned out Vegeta's words. The crowd paid him no heed. Only Raditz cast a sympathetic glance his way. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly, as if his patience had reached its limit. At last, Gohan made his entrance, his diminutive form tumbling through the air before landing steadily. The cultivators recognized that their opponent had appeared and instinctively launched an attack. They could tell this time, their adversary lacked the formidable aura of previous encounters. Having undergone numerous simulated battles, Gohan felt immense pressure in his first real combat experience, yet the innate spirit of the Saiyans ignited his fighting resolve. Facing the cultivator, Gohan summoned his courage, striving to calm his heart. Feel the energy, feel the energy. He recalled the techniques taught to him by Piccolo. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck as he perceived the cultivator's movements. It was charging straight at him. Elated, Gohan unleashed a burst of energy in the form of radiant white light from his hands, launching a series of energy waves that arced gracefully from various angles, transforming into a white rainbow. The brilliance erupted with a thunderous sound that reverberated across the wasteland, striking the cultivator directly. In an instant, the detector's readings shifted dramatically. This time, Naba also noticed the fluctuating numbers, his complexion turning ashen. 2,800. A mere child possesses such high combat power. The cultivator continued its charge through the energy waves, emerging from the swirling smoke and flying dust. However, it had already been reduced to a mere skeleton under the relentless assault of energy. Struggling through the haze, it expended its last ounce of strength, taking only a few steps before collapsing. Could he truly be the offspring of Kakarot? The cultivator, press on. Vegeta was consumed by fury, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. There was no time for games. A swift resolution was imperative. Nappa, eliminate him. Chapter 19, Son Goku Nappa. Eliminate him. The command rang out like thunder, momentarily startling Gohan. The onlookers were equally taken aback, never anticipating that Vegeta would so abruptly go back on his word. Launching an unexpected attack in the final moments of a one-on-one duel, Nappa, already poised for action, soared forward at the command. Gohan, filled with trepidation, stepped back several paces. The approaching cultivator was not particularly daunting, but Nappa followed closely behind. A formidable figure, his robust physique resembling a small mountain, radiating an aura of raw ferocity that instilled a sense of dread. Nappa's charge was bolstered by his seemingly impenetrable body, a tremendous force stirring up clouds of dust. The pressure he exerted caused Gohan's clothing to billow, the air resonating with an incessant roar, and the ground trembled beneath them. The overwhelming force bore down like a colossal beast, unleashing an unrestrained and oppressive might. A fist, crackling with energy, unleashed a power akin to a mountain's eruption. This time, Gohan found himself utterly unable to match Nappa's speed, resorting to raising his hands in defense, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. Yet, Nappa was resolute, his excitement surging as he witnessed Gohan's attempt to block. With a resounding crack, a fist of tremendous power struck, echoing with a light sound as the fierce energy dissipated instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. Nappa stood frozen in disbelief. His punch had been intercepted by a single hand, which gripped it tightly, rendering him unable to withdraw. Goku. Amidst the oncoming gale, Goku remained steadfast, one hand firmly clutching Nappa's fist, his expression serene. Beep, beep, beep. The scouters of Vegeta and Nappa displayed a staggering number, 5,000. How could a low-class warrior possess such power? Nappa gasped, cold sweat trickling down his brow. His heart skipping a beat, for he had failed to notice Goku's arrival, a speed that transcended his limits. It appeared that 5,000 was merely his baseline, Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze deepened, his perception of Goku shifting dramatically. Suddenly, he turned to glance at Raditz, sensing an even greater strength emanating from him. Returning his focus to the battle, he observed the standoff between Nappa and Goku. Goku tilted his head slightly, saying, Gohan, you have done remarkably well. Now allow your father to take over. With that, he unleashed 2 energy blasts from his other hand, sending the cultivator hurtling away, barely clinging to life. In that moment, Nappa gritted his teeth, gathering his strength, and unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in a white aura, releasing a blinding light. Goku once again extended his hand, ready to meet the explosive force of the strike. 2 formidable energies collided, producing a thunderous roar that gouged a vast pit into the ground. The onlookers recoiled in terror, hastily retreating, yet only Raditz remained steadfast, observing the battle with unwavering confidence in Goku. Kakarot, do you dare to challenge me? Nappa bellowed, veins bulging with fury. Why should I fear? You are no match for me, Goku replied with unvarnished honesty. What did you say? Nappa, nearly choking with rage, flushed crimson as his distinctive mustache quivered uncontrollably. He summoned additional strength, intent on overpowering Goku. Despite Nappa's muscles being as solid and unyielding as iron, no amount of force could budge Goku in the slightest. Observing Nappa's clenched teeth and evident strain, Goku decided to relinquish his hold and fell backward, catching Nappa off guard. The inertia propelled Nappa forward, while Goku planted his hands on the ground and propelled himself skyward with great force. The tremendous power shattered the armor of his battle suit, sending shockwaves that splintered the back armor as well. Nappa was launched like a cannonball, soaring into the sky, saliva cascading down his face, contorted in agony. Goku unleashed a surge of energy, swiftly closing the distance to Nappa, and with a sudden strike from behind, he sent Nappa crashing to the ground. The earth erupted with a deafening explosion, debris flying as a massive pit, 100 meters in diameter, formed around him. Its cracks sprawling like a spider's web into the distance. Nappa lay in the pit, covered in dust, his battle suit torn and rendered useless. Damn it! He roared in anger, leaping from the pit and striking the ground with his fists, unleashing a terrifying force. The earth shattered, rocks exploding upward in a cacophony that echoed through the mountains. With shockwaves capable of pulverizing stone, the winds whipped around, devastating the foliage nearby, causing the ground to sink further. Goku regarded the disheveled Nappa with no trace of fear. Such formidable energy. Truly, you embody the spirit of a Saiyan. While Nappa's combat power did not match his own, Goku remained vigilant, his demeanor cautious. With that, Goku launched another offensive, delivering a punch from midair across several meters. The force of his strike unleashed a wave of energy akin to crashing waves, surging relentlessly toward Nappa. Lower-class warrior, don't celebrate too soon. Nappa stood his ground, bracing his muscles in a bid to absorb the blow. His feet planted firmly, his eyes fierce. He exuded an aura of dominance, resembling a wild beast. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming force struck Nappa directly. The explosive sound was deafening, and Goku felt his fist tingle with a numbing ache as the power rebounded against him. Nappa's body absorbed the blow, breaking through Goku's strength and charging toward him. Goku, slightly taken aback, wondered, was that not your full strength just moments ago? In the midst of combat, Nappa engaged in a fierce exchange with Sun Wukong, their limbs intertwining as hundreds of shadowy figures danced in the air, creating a dizzying spectacle. Despite Nappa's formidable offensive, Wukong's defense stood impenetrable like a colossal wall, thwarting Nappa's advance and countering with overwhelming force. The initial parity inspired by Nappa's fury gradually dissipated as he endured several blows, his face marked with bruises and his arms aching, leaving him to struggle to maintain his stance. The unleashed power stirred the clouds, the air filled with the sharp sound of swirling currents. What incredible prowess! Krillin gazed at the sky, nearly entranced. That Saiyan doesn't seem so remarkable after all. No. That fellow is indeed strong, but Sun Wukong surpasses him by far, Piccolo concluded. In stark contrast to their optimistic outlook, Vegeta's impatience grew palpable. He tapped his arms, gritted his teeth, and furrowed his brow in frustration. He longed to intervene and eliminate Wukong himself, his anger swelling at Nappa's ineptitude. Just then, in a moment of fury, Nappa was sent crashing to the ground, his battle suit reduced to mere tatters, his body marred by wounds. Blood trickling from his mouth to his chin, with 2 teeth knocked out in the fray. This state of disarray was an unprecedented humiliation for him, especially against a lowly warrior. He could not endure it. Chapter 20. The obstruction. Nappa wiped the blood from his lips, glaring at Sun Wukong while gasping for breath. He could hardly fathom the situation. How could a lowly warrior possibly oppose him, a scion of a noble lineage, and even surpass him? It was utterly inconceivable. Kakarot, I will defeat you, Nappa bellowed, but suddenly, his voice faltered, and a blinding beam of light erupted from his mouth. The sudden surge of energy was astonishing, startling Sun Wukong momentarily. Yet, Wukong reacted swiftly, instinctively countering with the Kamehameha wave, the pale blue energy enveloping Nappa's hulking form in an instant. That was close. He can fire from his mouth, just like Piccolo, Wukong remarked, wiping his brow with a hint of sarcasm. Piccolo, with a flick of his ear, turned slightly. Humph. How tedious. As the brilliance subsided, Nappa found himself clad in nothing but a pair of ultralight underwear, utterly astonished and paralyzed in midair, his mind blank and overwhelmed. He had lost, completely. The pride of being a Saiyan noble had been trampled time and again, and his anger had long since dissipated, proving futile. He stared at Sun Wukong, a profound fear of death washing over him. Nappa, you are no match for him. Return. At that critical moment, Vegeta intervened, unable to bear the sight any longer. He had to call Nappa back. Otherwise, given Wukong's strength, he might very well be eliminated outright. In a fleeting moment, he witnessed Son Goku's combat power surge from 50,000 to an astonishing 10,000. No matter how much Nappa exerted himself, his maximum power would barely reach 6,000. A disparity far too great. The mere fact that Nappa remained alive was a testament to Goku's restraint. He had to intervene personally to bring an end to this farce. Upon receiving Vegeta's command, Nappa obediently descended, ceasing his pursuit. In truth, he had lost his fighting spirit and dared not continue the battle against Goku. Yet, his gaze fell upon Gohan and the others, and a cunning thought flickered within him. If he could not defeat Goku, perhaps he could target his son instead. Stealing a glance at Goku, and seeing him indifferent, Nappa smirked and charged at Gohan with fierce intent. His fist, a potent amalgamation of strength and rage, descended with great force. Boom. The rapid advance was met with a swift retreat. Nappa was sent hurtling backward, landing at Vegeta's feet. A closer inspection revealed that one of his arms was grotesquely bent, rendered nearly useless. Saliva dripped from his mouth, his expression a portrait of despair. He recalled the moment when he was on the verge of striking Gohan, only to be ambushed by that Namekian, resulting in the destruction of his arm. How humiliating. Vegeta, unable to contain his frustration, seized Nappa by the wrist and hurled him into the air, exclaiming, "You worthless fool. Please, Vegeta. No, don't." Nappa, despite his ineptitude, realized Vegeta's intentions and desperately pleaded, summoning his last vestiges of strength to shout. His frantic cries could not sway Vegeta's resolve. At that moment, Vegeta adhered to a primal philosophy: eliminate those deemed useless. Nappa had become a liability, and retaining him served no purpose. Around them, a luminous sphere of energy began to swirl, resembling a radiant miniature sun, disintegrating surrounding stones into dust, which was then consumed by the energy. The sheer intensity of this power stirred the onlookers, none daring to underestimate it. Suddenly, the sphere erupted upward, releasing a blinding light like a dragon ascending to the heavens. What immense power! This Saiyan is far superior to the brute. Piccolo shielded his eyes from the dazzling brilliance, gritting his teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, he witnessed a figure charging towards the searing energy, a fearless silhouette that astonished him. Raditz. "Stop with the killing!" Raditz bellowed, unleashing a pre-charged energy blast. The blue sphere spiraled forth, striking Vegeta's energy wave and deflecting it several meters into the sky, disappearing into the boundless blue above. Simultaneously, Goku swooped in, catching Nappa before making his way to his comrades. Why are you saving me, Kakarot?" Nappa, confronted with the specter of death, felt a wave of despair. Yet he had not anticipated Raditz and Kakarot would rush to his aid. A tumult of emotion surged within him, an indescribable feeling taking hold. "We are all Saiyans," Goku replied simply, dragging him to a safe distance and laying him on the ground. The others, in unspoken agreement, began to clear the area, creating a space for Raditz and Vegeta to engage in their climactic battle. Among them, the most formidable is Raditz, yet Nappa remains oblivious to this fact. He remarks to Son Goku, "Raditz is courting death. If you ally with that Namekian, perhaps you may stand a chance. You have no comprehension of the terror that is Vegeta. No, you are entirely unaware of the dread that is Raditz." Before Nappa could finish, his words were abruptly interrupted by Piccolo. Son Goku nodded in agreement, saying, "I have fought my brother countless times, yet I have never emerged victorious. I believe he can defeat Vegeta. There was a time when we were all bested by him alone. It is truly disheartening." "A painful past indeed," Krillin added. As they spoke, Nappa was overwhelmed by shock, ultimately left utterly dumbfounded. "What are you?" The wind whisked his voice away, carrying it between Vegeta and Raditz. Unlike Nappa, Vegeta had discerned Raditz's extraordinary nature early on, although he found it hard to believe that one could make such substantial progress on Earth in a year. Son Goku's recent display had delivered a resounding slap to Nappa's face, compelling him to abandon his complacency. "Raditz, what have you done? Your battle power should only be 1,500. And those Earthlings should not exceed 2,000. The key to defeating Frieza lies in your predicament." Raditz deliberately withheld information, taunting, "Do you want to know?" "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, falling silent. "One word or two, it is entirely up to you. I presume you do not wish to remain Frieza's subordinate for eternity? I will strike until you reveal it to me." "Raditz, you infuriate me." Vegeta advanced towards Raditz, his eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly ready to incinerate all in his path. His aura surged dramatically, causing the very earth to tremble. "I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Perhaps you have forgotten. Allow me to remind you once more." Before his words faded, Vegeta vanished from sight, suddenly appearing beside Raditz, delivering a crushing punch into Raditz's abdomen, causing his battle armor to disintegrate like mere paper. Raditz's eyes widened in shock as he felt a sudden emptiness in his stomach, a searing pain radiating throughout his body. A trickle of blood slowly oozed forth. Chapter 21. The enraged prince. A searing pain coursed through Raditz's body. A wave of anguish and convulsions surged like electricity, igniting a sense of dread within him. A battle power of 18,000 is indeed no jest. He had not anticipated Vegeta's strike to be so overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing any of his previous adversaries. This single blow made him acutely aware of the relentless energy and fury emanating from Vegeta. Vegeta, in a state of rage, as the Prince of the Saiyans. His battle power had crushed numerous adult warriors by the age of 5. His innate talent eclipsed that of all other Saiyans, revered by King Vegeta as the hope of their race. In his eyes, he was the strongest Saiyan, believing that even his father, King Vegeta, was merely older, destined to be surpassed in due time. Those so-called elite warriors were, in his estimation, nothing but refuse. Lowly warriors like Kakarot and Raditz are utterly beneath his notice. Back when Raditz was part of his team, he dared not speak out of turn and always sought permission for his actions. It was only out of consideration for Raditz's diligent servitude that he refrained from casting him aside. But now, these two inferior Saiyans audaciously provoke him, even daring to threaten him. The most infuriating aspect is Raditz's intention to showcase power that surpasses his own. Such a thing is inconceivable. Vegeta roared, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Raditz, each blow shattering the sturdy battle attire and fracturing the ground beneath them, leaving a chaotic scene in its wake. Raditz, where's the power you promised? Show it to me. Vegeta gathered his strength and delivered a fierce strike across Raditz's cheek, sending him hurtling through the air. His body flew several meters before skidding along the ground for a considerable distance, finally coming to a halt amidst a cloud of dust. Raditz has been defeated, Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. From their vantage point, they witnessed Raditz endure Vegeta's surprise attack, only to be knocked to the ground without even a semblance of resistance. Could Vegeta truly be that formidable? Anxiety gripped the onlookers as they clenched their fists. Yamcha lamented, Goku, I recall you mentioning that Raditz had not been training rigorously this past month. Could that be the reason? No, my brother trains earnestly. He simply dedicates half of his 8-hour training sessions to foundational physical conditioning. Could it be that his body has become sluggish? No, not at all. Pay attention. His energy remains undiminished. Goku stated confidently, his smile unwavering, and moreover, that energy continues to swell, reaching unprecedented heights. The collective voices suddenly fell silent. As adept users of energy themselves, they regained their composure and immediately sensed Raditz's still formidable power. Upon glancing back, they saw Raditz, slowly pushing himself off the ground. Rising once more. You can still stand. Quite impressive, Vegeta mocked coldly. It seems you're not entirely delusional. Withstanding so many of my blows and still managing to rise indicates a significant enhancement in your strength. If I'm not mistaken, your power level, alongside Kakarot's, must exceed 10,000. Raditz wiped the blood from his lips and nodded. You are not mistaken. No wonder he has grown confident. But what of it? Vegeta bellowed, closing the distance as his form vanished into thin air. Raditz was startled, sensing danger looming behind him. His hair stood on end as he instinctively turned around. Yet the attack had already arrived, a vicious elbow strike aimed at him. Raditz quickly crossed his arms to shield himself. Immediately after, Vegeta leapt ahead, delivering a kick that forced Raditz to contort his body at an incredible angle to narrowly evade yet another blow. Observing Raditz's incessant evasion, Vegeta boasted arrogantly, no matter how much you improve, my battle power will always surpass yours. The disparity in our innate talents is an unalterable reality. Do you understand? As he uttered his grandiloquent declarations, he gathered energy in his hands, a brilliant white light illuminating his palms, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. With every shot fired, the earth quaked, leading those miles away to believe a mighty earthquake had struck, prompting a frantic rush to open spaces for refuge. Their hearts filled with terror. Even Tien and his companions could not help but break into a cold sweat, as the pressure, sharp as needles, penetrated their very bones, leaving them in a state of dread. The relentless bombardment shattered the already fractured ground into countless pieces, a massive mushroom cloud rising majestically into the sky, with dust swirling away on the wind. The surroundings were barren, strewn with rubble, and in a deep crater, Raditz lay still, motionless. Trash is merely trash. You've reached your limits, Haven to you? If you have the capability, stand and show me. Vegeta's mouth hung open in disbelief as Raditz remained unscathed by the explosion. His robust figure emerged slowly from the smoke, stepping out of the pit, standing resolutely before Vegeta, as steadfast as a mountain. Apologies, but my warm-up is over. I now comprehend your strength. Raditz placed his hands on his hips, exhaling a brilliant white aura. You actually dare. Vegeta gasped in astonishment, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. The numbers on the scouter fluctuated wildly, ultimately settling at an astounding 20,000. Is this some kind of jest? 20,000 battle power. Impossible. You are merely a low-level warrior. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, his body suddenly chilled, his breath caught in his throat. He had envisioned countless possibilities for Raditz, yet never imagined he could surpass him. To him, surpassing was an impossibility. Moreover, they had only been apart for 2 years. What could be achieved in such a short span? No matter how much progress one made, one remained a low-level warrior. A talent predetermined from birth and unchangeable. Vegeta's pride as a Saiyan prince was profoundly wounded. In a fit of rage, He yanked the scouter off and crushed it into shards. It must be a malfunction. Raditz, you cannot surpass me. Raditz brushed off the dust from his attire, stretching his shoulders and wrists with an audible crack, as if preparing for an athletic endeavor. Aside from the tattered battle suit, he bore no significant injuries. Even the blood at the corner of his mouth was trivial. It was true that Vegeta's surprise attack had caught him off guard, yet it provided him insight into Vegeta's power, speed, and combat style. A difference of 2,000 in battle power was considerable at this stage, but Raditz felt no fear. Now, it is time for me to display my true strength. Raditz assumed a combat stance, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Vegeta and Nappa were awestruck, while the others were filled with anticipation, especially Goku, whose blood was already boiling with excitement. Chapter 22. The true power of Raditz. The force unleashed by Raditz left everyone in shock. The air around him crackled with a thunderous resonance, akin to a delicate storm encircling him. The very atmosphere quivered, seemingly in reverence to his formidable presence. This is your true form. Vegeta's palms were drenched in sweat as he gazed at Raditz, his expression shifting dramatically. Let us begin. Raditz's lips curled slightly as he seized the initiative, closing the distance to Vegeta's face before he could even react. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. Instinctively, he launched a punch forward, only to grasp at thin air. Raditz's figure flickered like a wraith, having vanished entirely. Unable to sense energy, Vegeta's eyes darted in search, but he could not pinpoint Raditz's location. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz delivered a kick to his lower back, followed by a wave of energy that sent him hurtling away. The overwhelming force inflicted a tearing agony upon Vegeta, his back ablaze with searing heat as he tumbled twice before regaining some semblance of composure. Panic surged within him. A moment ago, he had held a glimmer of hope that perhaps the scouter was malfunctioning, but now he was utterly convinced of Raditz's power exceeding 20,000. With such blinding speed alone, Raditz could torment him endlessly. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Vegeta felt a surge of defiance. Though he may not match Raditz's strength, his pride remained intact. With a battle power of 18,000, coupled with countless experiences in combat, he refused to believe he could not stand toe-to-toe with Raditz. The Saiyan's fervor coursed through his veins, igniting his will to fight. If he was to engage, it would be a decisive and thorough confrontation. With a fierce battle cry, Vegeta charged toward Raditz. The two clashed, unleashing a torrent of punches that created a whirlwind of chaos, the ground trembling beneath them, while the sky grew dark and ominous. Vegeta summoned all his energy, sharpening his senses to an unprecedented level, gradually adopting the perceptive abilities of Earthlings. Though imperfect, his extraordinary talent allowed him to detect a hint of danger. From behind, with a thunderous shout, Vegeta spun around to execute a sweeping kick. Raditz was taken aback. Having swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta, he had believed himself safe, only to realize he had been detected. This indicated that his speed was being gradually matched. The Saiyans were indeed a formidable race, capable of growth with each battle, even improving during the heat of combat. Raditz, invigorated by the challenge, felt the blood of a warrior surge within him. A one-sided fight held no allure. This was the thrill he sought. He swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Vegeta's sweeping leg. And without a moment's pause, Raditz surged forward once more. After exchanging a flurry of blows, he landed a solid punch to Vegeta's abdomen, producing a sharp crack as his armor shattered. Almost immediately, Vegeta's stomach churned, and he expelled a mouthful of bile. Raditz did not squander this opportunity. He leapt above Vegeta, raising both hands high to deliver a crushing blow to his back. With a whoosh, like a meteor streaking across the sky, Vegeta plummeted into the ground. Raditz concentrated a colossal amount of energy in his hands, the power reaching its zenith, a brilliant white light enveloping his palms, dazzling enough to blind the eye. As Vegeta rose, he was greeted by a radiant white light descending from the heavens, enveloping his world in a blinding brilliance. Countless energy waves surged forth from Raditz's hands, incandescent orbs hurtling towards Vegeta in a relentless barrage. The tremendous force trembled the very earth, sending shockwaves that instilled a sense of dread in those watching from afar. Hey, Goku, are they really going to obliterate the earth? This feels perilously dangerous, Krillin exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face reflecting sheer panic as he watched the cascading energy blasts. The continuous onslaught of energy waves almost formed a waterfall, crashing down with a thunderous roar, the air crackling and a massive cloud of dust obscuring the connection between heaven and earth. Krillin lacked confidence in withstanding such an unyielding assault. And the sheer density of the attacks, all focusing on one individual, was terrifying. Let us hope they don't punch through the earth. Rest assured, he has mastered the range, targeting only Vegeta. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Moreover, Vegeta still possesses considerable energy. If you pay close attention, you'll notice his aura has hardly diminished, came the reassuring reply. So, this monster can endure even under such intense assault. Piccolo marveled. He had always harbored a degree of arrogance, unwilling to concede defeat even to Goku, and determined to compete with Raditz. Yet witnessing such a fierce confrontation, his confidence gradually waned, resembling a grounded hen gazing enviously at soaring eagles. Soon, Raditz unleashed his final strike, a potent energy blast piercing through the air. Its dazzling brilliance akin to a piercing arrow aimed directly at Vegeta. The ensuing explosion birthed a mushroom cloud, shockwaves radiating outward, shattering rocks and leaving the ground in utter devastation. Amidst the ruins, Vegeta stood firm, legs planted wide, arms crossed atop his head, desperately shielding himself. His armor lay in tatters, the battle suit beneath riddled with gaping holes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dust enshrouded his form, rendering his visage somewhat disheveled and grimy. Yet the flame in his eyes blazed brighter than ever, his fist clenched tightly, muscles straining against the blue fabric of his suit. Raditz, did you see that? I withstood your assault. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. As Vegeta shouted, he assumed a fighting stance, his feet striking the ground with such force that a deep crater formed, propelling him forward with lightning speed. Raditz's expression shifted, instinctively bracing himself. The two collided, fists connecting with each other's cheeks in a simultaneous strike. Almost in unison, their legs clashed, shins colliding with a thunderous explosion of energy. Raditz, taken aback, mused. How is this guy significantly stronger than before? Can he actually grow more powerful? Recovering from the impact, Vegeta vanished, suddenly launching from behind with a swift knife hand strike. Raditz instinctively ducked, narrowly evading the blow, and countered with a swift kick, executing a seamless series of acrobatic maneuvers. Victory lies in the length of one's limbs, allowing for greater reach in attacks. By restricting Vegeta's proximity and short-range strikes, one can gradually gain the upper hand. Indeed, this kick struck Vegeta squarely, creating distance between the two. Aha, you are not so formidable after all. Vegeta brushed off the dust from his attire, his signature hair swaying gently in the breeze. As a confident smile returned to his face. It appears that your power after your outburst can indeed contend with mine, Raditz remarked solemnly. This is as it should be. I am the mightiest Saiyan. Not necessarily, for I have yet to reveal one more technique, Raditz replied, his hands relaxing as a smile spread across his face. Chapter 23. King Kai's Fist, Unleashed. Say what you will, Vegeta retorted, his gaze sharp and his expression one of gratifying anticipation. Did you not mention having another move? Feel free to display it. I shall still defeat you. Having undergone a fierce battle, he felt his strength had increased, and the prince's pride resurfaced. To use that would be a waste. Raditz shook his head, suddenly producing a device and tossing it to Vegeta. What does this mean? Vegeta questioned, frowning as he caught the device. You truly do not understand? I am about to showcase my prowess. Raditz sighed in disappointment, casting an exasperated glance at Vegeta. He gestured towards the device, encouraging Vegeta to wear it. Fortunately, Vegeta complied, albeit skeptically, putting on the device. Otherwise, Raditz would have been unable to restrain himself from forcing it upon him. The outdated device had a measurement limit that was far too low. So I had the scientists on Earth modify it for precision and an increased measurement limit. This new device can gauge power levels up to 50,000. Haha. You cannot be serious. You expect me to believe you can reach 50,000? Raditz, how is it that I had never noticed your sense of humor before? Vegeta mocked mercilessly, unable to fathom that Raditz's power could ever reach such heights. 50,000 power level? Shouldn't he have been eliminated long ago? I certainly do not possess 50,000, but I will still astonish you. Raditz tensed his body once more, muscles rippling and veins bulging. His long hair swayed behind him, the tips slightly curling, enveloped in the flickering crimson aura. The energy surged rapidly, dispelling the shadows and revealing the light, as the atmosphere nearly stilled. Here it comes. King Kai's Fist. Both Piccolo and Goku gasped simultaneously. The others hesitated to speak, their throats constricted as if something lodged within prevented them from expressing their thoughts. Yet the astonishment within them was impossible to mask. Their hands began to tremble involuntarily, a manifestation of fear emanating from their very cores. In Bulma's home, intricate wiring connected one room to another, 3 high-end precision instruments arranged neatly upon the table, linked to the main computer screen. These devices represent the pinnacle of earthly technology. And as a prodigious scientist of Capsule Corporation, Bulma's scientific aptitude is indisputable. She was currently utilizing this equipment to receive data from the Saiyan detector, with information transmitted from miles away appearing on the screen with mere milliseconds of deviation. Due to Raditz's desire to monitor the efficacy of the detector, and Bulma's ambition to explore this cross-universal communication technology, the two reached a collaborative agreement. At this moment, Bulma stood before the screen, transfixed. She observed a number fluctuating rapidly, soaring from 20,000 to 30,000, and then escalating to 40,000. The device operated with remarkable efficiency, the flickering lights pulsing at an astonishing frequency, while the machine emitted a low hum, and the fan whirred swiftly to cool it down. I measured Master Roshi's combat power, which was merely 139. Who could this be? Is it Goku or Raditz? Bulma's expression changed dramatically with fear, although she did not comprehend the exact significance of the combat power value. She could discern that 40,000 was an immense figure. This far exceeded the original limits of the detector, indicating that a combat power of 40,000 was not something an ordinary individual could attain. After all, this detector was designed for cosmic range. The teacher, Master Roshi, who was far away at Kame House, also felt astonished. He sensed two immense energies clashing fiercely, one of which was escalating to an unimaginable level, Raditz's energy. The detector beeped incessantly, refreshing its limits, until the number finally stabilized at 41,100. A combat power exceeding 40,000. Vegeta's pupils glazed over, his vacant gaze turning ghostly pale. His mind was enveloped in a warm, hazy sensation, devoid of any other thought. The overwhelming pressure was unmistakable. Raditz erupted with a crimson aura that shattered the air like miniature thunder. It felt as though power coursed through his muscles, the released might constricting hearts with awe, rendering them unable to relax. A tempest arose, sweeping away the rampaging dinosaurs, reaching a frenzy. No, this is impossible. Vegeta incredulously shook his head, trembling inexplicably. His earlier words seemed like a jest, and suddenly, he felt a stinging heat on his face as if he had been sharply slapped. He continued to murmur the word impossible, his mindset fracturing. Vegeta, if you wish to fight, we can continue, but I implore you to seriously consider my suggestion. Let us unite against Frieza. Don't think you can bask in glory. I am the strongest Saiyan in the universe. Raditz replied, speechless. Was it necessary to still debate who was stronger when the evidence was so clear? The prince's pride was indeed a troublesome thing at times. However, Vegeta's strength was crucial, and Raditz was unwilling to relinquish him. It seemed the only option left was to give him a beating. Yes, that would do. With newfound determination, Raditz moved. He brought his palms together, fingers bent, pushing from the front to his waist, the stance for the Kamehameha wave. He had specifically consulted Goku about the technique during their training. While the principle was straightforward, it felt distinctly different compared to other techniques, though it appeared to be a single wave of energy unleashing tremendous power. The manner in which the energy flowed was vastly different. This has led to a fundamental disparity in each individual's signature techniques. The Kamehameha may not possess the greatest power, yet it exemplifies unparalleled balance and boasts subsequent explosive potential, rightfully earning its status as Earth's most beloved ultimate technique. With this singular move, let the victor be determined. Experience my Gallic gun. Vegeta, unwilling to concede defeat, gathered energy with both hands, condensing his battle power. He was already at a point of no return. The originally simple plan for his Earth journey involved eliminating a group of weaklings, indulging in fine delicacies, and ultimately locating the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. Before departing gracefully, who could have anticipated that it would evolve into this? The resentment and fury within him poured into this earth-shattering strike, intent on obliterating Raditz. Gallic gun. Unleash. Simultaneously, the Kamehameha surged forward, its red aura intertwining with the Kaioken's fiery glow, radiating brilliant light. A tempestuous storm swept across the land, causing Gohan and the others to shield their eyes with their hands, relying solely on their senses to gauge the situation. In the distance, Bulma's machinery emitted a cacophonous roar, having reached its limits after prolonged operation. The fan struggled to dissipate the heat. Boom. The equipment exploded, releasing a thick plume of smoke. Chapter 24. The Great Ape Transformation. A colossal force converged in the heart of the cosmos, as two energy waves clashed to form a tremendous sphere of light, draining the surroundings of all energy, resembling a miniature black hole, attracting debris, vegetation, and even swirling air. The tumultuous tornado spread across the land, its residual power transforming the ground into genuine ruins, leaving only the silhouettes of the two combatants amidst the brilliance. Ha ha ha. Vegeta howled incessantly, bolstering his own momentum. Veins bulging on his forehead, bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. In contrast, Raditz remained relatively composed, feeling the intense resistance surge against his hands, yet he navigated the situation with ease. You have been defeated, he roared, suddenly unleashing his power. The Kamehameha, encircled by crimson flames, resembled a famished lion, voraciously consuming the Gallic gun before charging toward Vegeta. The crimson tide engulfed him, and a terrifying shockwave surged into the cosmos, a continuous roar echoing as it reduced low-lying trees and rocks to dust. In the sky, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a battered Vegeta, gasping heavily. His body was marred with wounds, hair disheveled, one hand noticeably impaired, his clothing tattered with numerous holes, and a dark stain at the corner of his mouth. Whether dirt or blood was uncertain. Most alarming was the unwavering fighting spirit evident in his eyes, fueled by anger, preventing him from collapsing. Why did you hold back in the end? You fool. Vegeta fumed. I didn't expect you to notice, Raditz replied, dispelling the Kaioken state. I do not wish to kill you, nor will I exert my full strength. Enough. Vegeta interrupted Raditz. His pride had been wounded once more. The implication of not using full strength felt like a belittlement of his worth. It was nothing short of an insult. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling as he experienced for the first time the bitter taste of defeat at the hands of his own kin. An occurrence once deemed impossible had transpired, and he found himself choking on a surge of blood, uncertain whether to expel it or swallow it down. You see, this is my power. Can you now consider my proposal? He spat defiantly. Yet, he ultimately ejected the blood from his mouth, declaring, I refuse. I am the Prince of the Saiyans and shall not submit to your commands. His inner pride prevailed, for he could not bring himself to yield like a vanquished soldier. Even if Raditz possessed a method to enhance strength, he could never comply without question. This was the dignity of a Saiyan prince. He could be defeated, but he would never concede. To hell with you, Prince, Raditz growled, unable to contain his frustration as he seized Vegeta by the hair. What good is a prince when even planet Vegeta has been annihilated? There are so few of you, and none listen to your words. Raditz, enraged by Vegeta's obstinacy, brutally slammed him into the ground. Boom. Vegeta crashed into the already desolate earth, lying flat on his back, gasping for the frigid air, his muscles aching from exhaustion. Suddenly, he noticed the vast sky illuminated by a round orb of light, his heart racing in response, his pupils dilating as his blood surged violently within him like a torrent. A full moon. No, it was an artificial moon. The halo surrounding it was not natural, but rather a man-made moon. Without time to ponder its origin, his dense hair began to sprout, and his body swelled, transforming into a colossal figure. As a superior warrior, he could retain his intellect during transformations, meaning he would once again hold the advantage. With this thought, Vegeta erupted into wild laughter, arms wide open to embrace the transformation into a great ape. In the distance, Tien's third eye whirled in disbelief, his voice trembling. Did we win? It seems so. Goku? Krillin was equally uncertain. Goku nodded. Without the Kaioken, their strengths are comparable. But once the Kaioken is employed, Raditz gains the upper hand. Vegeta has already lost. Nappa, still in Raditz's grasp, gazed dumbfounded at the scene, speechless. The once ineffectual Raditz had decisively overpowered Vegeta. Had the world gone mad? Just as the onlookers were about to approach, Vegeta's laughter echoed in their ears as a massive silhouette ascended from below, towering like a mountain, inducing sheer terror. The great ape. Raditz was struck with horror. There was no way a full moon could manifest today. How could Vegeta transform into a great ape? Still reeling from shock, he was met with a powerful punch from the enormous great ape Vegeta. Despite his colossal size, Vegeta's speed remained undiminished, and his strength was unfathomable. Raditz was sent flying, pain searing through his nose as if 1,000 needles were simultaneously piercing it, igniting a fire within. Raditz fell to the ground, trembling, his nose broken, dark red blood trickling down his face, staining his lips with a seductive crimson hue. Raditz, meet your demise, Vegeta bellowed, darting toward Raditz with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a crushing kick. The force of the blow was nearly sufficient to pulverize Raditz into a mere paste, sending debris flying from the ruins as dust swirled like a sandstorm. Raditz narrowly avoided the stomp, twisting and leaping away, attempting to create distance. Yet, the mighty ape leaped into the air, its massive form tracing an arc, casting a shadow that obscured Raditz's path. With a thunderous crash, it landed, astonishingly quicker than Raditz. Without hesitation, the colossal ape Vegeta unleashed raw, unbridled fury, spewing forth a blazing wave of energy, raining down fists and feet with a ferocity that could shake the heavens. Such brazen power unleashed would not only overwhelm Raditz, but could very well devastate the earth itself. Even with the power of the triple Kaioken, Raditz was struck back by the giant's punch, leaving a long trail of blood as he was sent sprawling over 100 meters, although he had evaded a fatal blow. The impact was immense, his bloodied body emitting a metallic scent as it crashed to the ground. Blood surged in his chest, and he spewed forth a mouthful of crimson liquid. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude and strength of that blow. After expending so much energy, could Vegeta still possess over 10,000 battle points? Had he known, he would have infused more power into his previous Kamehameha. Indeed, a transformed Saiyan was not to be trifled with, especially one possessing such intellect. Had Vegeta not been previously injured, Raditz would have had no chance of survival. Even with his Kaioken amplifying his abilities, he found it nearly impossible to confront the transformed Vegeta head-on. The storm whipped past Raditz's face like a blade, and he rubbed his chest, fingers curling into a fist. Cursed fate. Raditz rolled and took refuge beneath a pile of stones. Following this, a colossal wave of light erupted from the giant ape's mouth, painting a beautiful arc across the horizon. Raditz, today marks your end. The declaration of death accompanied the giant ape's assault, crashing down upon Raditz like a mountain, the impact producing a deafening roar that threatened to rupture eardrums. However, this time, Raditz did not retreat. He braced himself with both hands, a crimson aura surging upwards, intercepting the giant's fist. He managed to block it? Vegeta was momentarily incredulous. 5 times Kaioken. Blood trickled from Raditz's lips down to his throat, the strain of the technique weighing heavily on him. Yet, he sought to exploit Vegeta's momentary lapse in focus. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated forward, closing in on Vegeta. Shining shockwave. With no time to gather energy, he unleashed it directly toward Vegeta's eyes. In an instant, Vegeta instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand, and the powerful shockwave struck, exploding in a cloud of blood mist. Blood cascaded down the giant, furry hand, splattering onto the scattered rocks below. Raditz felt a shiver run down his spine. I'll slay you. The enraged Vegeta opened his mouth, aiming directly at Raditz, the distance almost guaranteeing a hit. There was no escape. Raditz unleashed the speed of 5 times the Kaioken, but still felt the overwhelming pressure pursuing him closely, the brilliance of the attack immediately engulfing him. With no other choice, Raditz could only raise his arms to defend himself, bracing against the oncoming shockwave. As the light faded and the crimson aura around him dissipated, he tumbled through the air several times before landing. He gasped heavily, his joints aching, the crucial defense having saved him from disaster. Yet the burden on his body remained discomforting, his muscles failing to summon their full strength. Ha ha ha, quite clever, but your death is merely a matter of time. Vegeta laughed maniacally, confidently striding toward Raditz. Could I also transform into a great ape? Raditz pondered helplessly, his brow furrowing. The 5 times Kaioken was his limit. In peak condition, he would be unyielding, but now he had already expended considerable energy, and moreover, the endurance of a great ape far surpassed that of the Kaioken. At this juncture, winning without transforming into a great ape seemed impossible. He had to take a gamble. His tail, which he had refrained from removing for research purposes, might still prove useful. He gazed up at the sky, searching for the moon's presence, and indeed spotted an artificial moon. Simultaneously, Raditz's body began to undergo a transformation. Chapter 25, The Pride of the Saiyans. Thump. Thump. Boom, boom, boom. His heart pounded vigorously, quickening like hundreds of hammers striking his chest simultaneously. Concurrently, dense fur sprouted from his skin, his body suddenly swelling, stretching his tight suit to its limits, crushing the debris-laden ruins beneath him. The transformation occurred with astonishing speed. Before Vegeta could approach, he had already transformed into a great ape. Roar. The beast awakened, letting out a thunderous roar. 2 great apes. Goku and the others retreated in horror, utterly at a loss. Since the onset of events, the situation had unfolded beyond their expectations. Raditz had explained the transformation into a great ape, yet despite their preparations to eliminate the moon, why was there still moonlight? They gazed at the mysterious orb suspended in the sky, gritting their teeth in panic. Had they all gone mad? No, Vegeta had not lost his sanity. While transforming into a great ape could lead to a loss of reason, a genius warrior could conquer it with just a few training sessions. Much like mastering the use of their tail, lower-class warriors needed to endure numerous battles to maintain their sanity, and Raditz had expressed uncertainty about his own control. Goku's words sent a chill through the group. Only Nappa remarked, Raditz is not yet ready. His chances of going berserk after transforming are 50%. Sometimes he can control it, but at other times, he might go wild until the end. Prepare yourselves mentally. A 50% chance in a battle that absolutely could not be lost. Was that not perilously dangerous? Wukong yearned to extend a helping hand, however. His combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the giant ape, rendering any reckless attempts tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Raditz rose, his hands pounding against his chest, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that shot forth in all directions. The merciless bombardment filled Vegeta with elation. Indeed, Raditz's transformation into a giant ape was far from lucid. Vegeta bellowed, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Raditz's temple, the trajectory cunningly devised. With his robust arm surging with immense force, the strike was both swift and vicious, imbued with lethal intent. A thunderous crack echoed as the colossal figure crumpled to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, it was Vegeta who had fallen. Just as his fist was about to connect with Raditz's head, Yukon could no longer restrain himself and propelled himself towards the fray using the Kaioken technique. In a hair-raising moment, Raditz deftly evaded, ensnaring Vegeta's ankle with his foot, causing him to topple. He had not succumbed to madness, rather, through the exchange of souls. His mental acuity had multiplied manifold, rendering him not only lucid but also invigorated. The feigned clumsiness was a ruse to catch Vegeta off guard. Once the massive form collapsed, rising again would prove a formidable challenge, subtly shifting the tide of battle. Raditz, filled with fervor, let out a triumphant cry but erred in his overconfidence. Vegeta, possessing a tail of his own, swiftly ensnared Raditz's ankle, causing him to lose balance and bend his knees, tumbling down. Both titanic apes had fallen. Kneeling, Raditz lunged at Vegeta, delivering a resounding slap to his face. In response, Vegeta retaliated with a powerful counter to the abdomen, and the two became entwined. Rolling across the ground, a whirlwind of chaos. Ultimately, they engaged in a fierce struggle, punches landing with brutal force. Raditz even resorted to biting, employing the most primal, clumsy, yet ferocious of attacks. Vegeta cried out in pain, "You fool, release me." To his surprise, Raditz indeed loosened his grip, only to deliver a lightning-fast punch that struck Vegeta squarely on the nose, settling the score. Indeed, I was once a fool. But do you not believe that growth is inevitable? Even the weak shall one day rise in strength. The conviction to become stronger resides within every heart. I may not possess your nobility, but should you mistake this for arrogance, you are gravely mistaken. Today, I shall defeat you and prove it. With a determined step, Raditz unleashed the Kaioken in his giant ape form. His enormous silhouette moved with astonishing speed, advancing forward, his palm striking with precision, crashing down upon Vegeta's head, pinning him mercilessly to the earth. How absurd. Do you understand nothing? I was born a prince. Vegeta scoffed, enduring the pain, his lips trembling as he declared, I am the mightiest. Raditz, fueled by fury, added more force, delivering a punch that sent shockwaves, causing the ground to sink several feet over a radius of 1,000 meters, threatening to pierce the very planet with its terrifying might. Yet Vegeta persisted. Do you comprehend my intentions? I require no guidance. I have my own methods. You still have your brother, and to my astonishment, you conspire with Earthlings to rebel against me, thus forfeiting the dignity of the Saiyan race. You are all traitors to your own kind. In a fit of rage, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, cascading like a waterfall. Raditz firmly held his head down, feeling the warm, sticky liquid in his palm. Is this your justification? Do you presume I am unaware of everything pertaining to Planet Vegeta? Raditz raised his arm and delivered a powerful blow to Vegeta's chest, causing the ground to sink further beneath him. It was Frieza who annihilated Planet Vegeta, yet he continues to compel us into servitude, subjecting us to innumerable humiliations, meted out with cruel punishment at the slightest provocation. Those days remain etched in our memories. With that, another punch followed. Indeed, at that time, we lacked the strength to oppose Frieza. But how long must we cower in survival before we can exact our vengeance? Shall we endure until Frieza's natural demise? You take pride in being a Saiyan prince, then act like one and vanquish him. If it is power you seek, we possess it. The dignity of a prince is not derived from the fear of others. The title of prince does not encapsulate the pride of the Saiyans. It is through relentless strengthening, acquiring power, transcending limits, surpassing Frieza, and outdoing every other formidable being in the universe that we shall find our pride as a warrior race, the Saiyans. Raditz's final punch channeled all his might, raised high, and came crashing down. Accompanied by the last two words, they resonated with a deafening impact. His fist halted mere centimeters from Vegeta's face, the fierce energy distorting the visage of the great ape, causing its hair to stand on end. You must decide. Training with us to become stronger is undoubtedly the swiftest path. I shall offer assistance, yet refrain from interference. Raditz extended his fist into a gesture of handshake, indicating my brother over there, Kakarot, who boasts a battle power just above 10,000, and when employing the Kaioken, he is no weaker than you. Should you wish to challenge us, you are always welcome. Raditz harbored a genuine admiration for the pride within Vegeta, for it was this very trait that set him apart and earned him respect. His arrogance rendered him strikingly handsome and domineering, occasionally revealing an endearing contrast. Moreover, this pride served as the impetus for his relentless pursuit of strength. The vast cosmos is teeming with powerful beings. Confronting Frieza is merely the beginning. Ea! Vegeta roared with fervor, as if to expel his pent-up fury, the resonating waves of sound clearly embodying his overwhelming defiance. Chapter 26. Has the tail been severed? Vegeta's thunderous cry pierced the heavens like a sharp blade, reverberating in all directions. Before him, Raditz extended his hand, his robust arm poised to lift him up. In the distance, Goku and the others observed the unfolding situation, gradually drawing nearer. Meanwhile, Upon a nearby hill, a group stood against the yellow wind, watching them intently. "My lord, should we strike now? We could annihilate them in one fell swoop," growled a burly man with a long braid. His physique was as imposing as that of Nappa, muscles bulging, seemingly ready to tear his clothing apart. Strangely enough, this muscular man was also clad in Saiyan battle attire. Beside him were several individuals dressed in similar attire, with the exception of one who appeared to be clad in metallic armor. Behind them stood a figure in combat attire, coldly observing the two colossal apes, emanating a chilling and triumphant laughter. "Annihilation? Are you jesting?" Their combat prowess is no trivial matter at this moment. However, the individual remarked, "But wasn't it you who deliberately created the moon? Thus, we can witness such a spectacular battle." "Humph, they are already running low on stamina. If we bide our time, we can wait for the opportune moment to revert them to their original forms, and the remaining rabble will be much easier to handle." "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord," the others exclaimed in praise, revealing malevolent smiles as they gazed at the desolate landscape. Vegeta, having vented his frustrations, regained his composure and regarded Raditz before him, feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity. The former Raditz had been a pitiful figure among the Saiyans, a second-rate warrior at best, only marginally superior to the lowest of the low, Kakarot. He had been derided as a low-class fighter, often mocked without fear of retaliation. Yet now, Raditz had undergone a remarkable transformation, exhibiting an astonishing strength and daring to confront the prince, his aura rivaling that of any other. The spark in his gaze was one that only a select few prodigious warriors possessed. After a prolonged moment, Vegeta extended a trembling hand, clasping it with Raditz. Raditz smiled gently, exerting his strength to lift Vegeta's massive, weakened form as if he were raising a mountain that had been toppled. "Is this success?" Krillin gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide. Today's battle had been exhilarating, with several harrowing moments that nearly overwhelmed his fragile heart. Thankfully, he finally witnessed the two clasping hands, signaling an end to the turmoil. The others discreetly wiped their brows, their tense bodies relaxing as they hastened towards the duo. "Goku, do you sense something amiss?" Piccolo, devoid of much joy, felt a twinge of apprehension. Goku furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, several sources of combat power seemed to lurk nearby, having gone unnoticed amidst the chaos of the giant apes. "What are you all discussing? Hasn't Tia concluded?" Yamcha approached Goku, patting his shoulder. "Don't be overly sensitive. The Saiyan crisis has been averted." "Ha. No, it's coming," Goku and Piccolo exclaimed in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. They swiftly turned to see two rapidly approaching, spinning, circular energy discs, reminiscent of a slicing technique. Should one be struck by such an attack, they would surely be cleaved in two. "Dodge." Goku unleashed the Kaioken, pushing Yamcha and Kairatsu aside, but felt a gash open across his back as blood erupted, splattering into the sky. Meanwhile, Piccolo lunged toward Gohan, enveloping him in his embrace and rolling aside. Unfortunately, one of his legs remained exposed, resulting in it being severed at the knee, purple blood oozing from the clean cut, soaking the pant leg in the chilling wind. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed. "I'm all right," with a lingering sense of trepidation. Raditz turned to glance at the energy rings soaring away, gritting his teeth in resolve. Tien Shinhan found himself caught in a precarious situation, as two energy rings encircled him, almost grazing his body. The intense heat radiating from the high-energy assault scorched his skin, as if it were being seared by a raging fire. It was a perilous strike that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The true targets of these two attacks were never him, but rather Raditz and Vegeta, who stood closely together. Transformed into a giant ape, Raditz was an unmistakable target. Even a careless throw would suffice to hit him. As the energy rings approached, Raditz sensed the impending danger, and the source of his unease became clear. Had the hidden adversary finally revealed themselves? In a moment of urgency, Raditz yanked Vegeta upwards, leaping into the air to a height sufficient to evade the slicing energy rings. The two assaults flew beneath their feet, ascending into the sky. But soon, two more followed suit. If Raditz were alone, he might have managed, but with Vegeta in tow and his massive form unable to predict their trajectory, he had no choice but to unleash a wave of energy downward, using the recoil to propel himself higher. However, the agile energy rings were swifter, curving deftly to strike them in rapid succession, leaving two arcs that shot skyward. Following their path, two thick, furry tendrils plummeted from above, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The two airborne warriors froze momentarily, trembling as if struck by lightning. The giant ape's form began to shrink rapidly, its fur diminishing as it transitioned back to a humanoid shape. During this transformation, a massive energy wave surged towards them, measuring a full 2 meters in diameter. Its brilliance transitioning from white to a soft pink, imbued with tremendous power capable of engulfing the unsuspecting Raditz and Vegeta. In a critical instant, Goku bellowed. Enveloped in a radiant red aura, accelerating with remarkable speed. Triple Kaioken. The lightning-fast Goku reached the energy wave before it could reach Raditz and Vegeta, forcefully swinging his arm and sweeping it aside, sending the energy wave flying into the horizon. As the light faded into the sky, Raditz and Vegeta completed their transformation simultaneously. Panting heavily, both were utterly drained, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Raditz's stamina had dwindled to below half, while Vegeta was nearly at the brink of exhaustion. "Are you all right, brother?" Goku inquired, shielding them as he fixed his gaze on the source of the energy wave. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," Raditz replied. "It seems you were indeed correct. We have been targeted. That individual has been lurking in the shadows, observing us." Goku clenched his fist tightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Leave this opponent to me." Raditz glanced up at the artificial moon illuminating the sky, a spark of realization igniting in his mind as he inhaled deeply. Could it be him? Chapter 27, Ambush. The dreaded Drellis Legion. There exists an individual, another Saiyan, who survived the cataclysm on planet Vegeta. Beneath his command lies a cadre of nefarious warriors, who have established a legion so formidable that even Frieza trembles in their presence. They draw upon fruits meant solely for the divine to enhance their power, wandering through the cosmos with reckless abandon, annihilating countless planets and becoming notorious villains that instill fear in all. Raditz recalls the name of this legion's leader, Dales, though he bears a striking resemblance to Kakarot. His character diverges vastly, for only he possesses the knowledge to conjure moons. The source of Raditz's long-standing unease has always been him. To his dismay, that ominous premonition has come to fruition. He ponders the current battle prowess of this individual, whether he has sown the seeds of the spirit tree, and the curious timing of his appearance. At that moment, a group of individuals ascended from the ground into the air, accompanied by a rapidly growing colossal tree. The tree's roots erupted from the earth, branching out in numerous gnarled appendages. Indeed, they had planted the seeds of the spirit tree, which grew at an astonishing rate, soon standing tall like a monstrous predator voraciously devouring the lush bounty of earth, indulging in an unparalleled feast. Aside from Raditz, who had braced himself for such an event, the others were left astounded. Among them, the leader bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, adorned in Saiyan attire. With that distinctive tail, he was the very embodiment of a Saiyan. "Is he my twin?" Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ah, you are all astonished, I see. I am Dales, also a Saiyan, and these are my subordinates. I must confess, I did not anticipate encountering a Saiyan ship while obliterating planets, only to discover through analysis that it belonged to Prince Vegeta and Nappa. I had assumed you perished in the catastrophic explosion of planet Vegeta, yet here you are, clinging to life," Dales recounted. "Thus, I followed your trajectory, tracing my way to Earth, and fortuitously stumbled upon Raditz and Kakarot, much to my delight." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "You are the one barely clinging to existence. To the prince, we are mere expendable foot soldiers, regarded as nothing more than refuse. However, that was then. The present is a different matter." Vegeta's teeth clenched in frustration as he maintained his habitual haughty demeanor, yet internally, tumult brewed, for yet another lowly warrior had emerged. And this one possessed formidable strength as well. What cruel twist of fate is this? When did lowly warriors begin evolving en masse? Why must I encounter them all? He thought, feeling a deep sense of helplessness as the muscles by his jaw involuntarily tensed. Raditz recalled the words of the King Kai regarding the tardiness of Saiyans, attributing it to the effects of a planet's explosion that had diverted their course. It was indeed the handiwork of Dale's legion that had caused such calamity. "Your current battle power has significantly diminished. Do you truly believe you can stand against me?" Darius revealed a fierce countenance. "Amand, show them your prowess." "Yes, my lord Darius." A massive, robust man stepped forward with a confident smile, eagerly cracking his knuckles. Simultaneously, Piccolo joined Goku, rallying the others to their side, all assembled and ready. The audacious Amand waved mockingly at Raditz and his companions, flipping his long braid back, exuding an air of bravado, as though he were ready to take on 10 opponents. Once a ruthless criminal, he thrived on destruction after aligning himself with Darius, bolstered by the fruit of the spirit tree, instilling him with a peculiar confidence. Who is this man? Ah, that individual resembles Goku strikingly. Were they the ones who ambushed us earlier? How infuriating. I was so engrossed in my battle with the Saiyans that I failed to notice. Piccolo, still seething from the memory of his severed leg, glared at the arrogant Amand, veins bulging on his forehead. He charged at Amand, confronting him directly. Are you the first to meet your demise? He taunted. Ha ha ha, fool. You won't be laughing for long. With a scornful glance, Piccolo accelerated, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Amand, his palm striking the brute's back. The sheer speed of his movement caught Amand off guard, rendering him momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Piccolo's palm, propelling Amand away. Piccolo swiftly pursued, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Countless blows rained down upon Amand's formidable physique, leaving him battered and bloodied, unable to retaliate as he emitted cries of anguish. Piccolo, fueled by rage over his recent injury, savored the moment, darting into every conceivable angle to vent his fury. Amand was truly dazed, blood spilling from his mouth. His mind clouded, and all his strength sapped. Raditz watched in silent disbelief. Darius might play the part, but pretending to be a threat was tantamount to courting death. For Piccolo's strength was no jest. Darius, momentarily taken aback, realized that Amand was being subdued. He had believed Amand capable of handling most opponents. Yet the latter was swiftly being vanquished. Suddenly, a cold grin spread across Darius's face as he pointed a finger at Piccolo. With a swift motion, a beam of energy shot forth, piercing through Piccolo's shoulder, purple blood gushing from the wound. Piccolo froze, astonished that someone would dare interfere in their duel. Seizing the opportunity, Amand unleashed all his might, spinning rapidly, ensnaring Piccolo in the whirlwind of his assault. "You scoundrel!" A sneak attack. This was, after all, a battle for survival. One could only blame that Namekian for being so careless. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Raditz, gazing at Darius, felt an overwhelming aura that sent chills down his spine. He understood the rapid growth rate of the spirit tree and recognized the urgency in defeating Darius. "Goku, let us join forces and bring down Darius." Darius, initially intending merely to teach them a lesson, declared, "Since you lack the sense to back down, do not blame me for what follows. If you dare, then let us see. Then let us test our resolve." Darius's legion charged forth. As he spoke, he took the initiative to charge out, swiftly reaching Sun Wukong's presence. In his eyes, Raditz and Vegeta were already at their wits' end. The only real threat was Sun Wukong. Although Piccolo possessed formidable strength as a Saiyan, he held little regard for other races. Dales had resolved to eliminate Sun Wukong first before turning his attention to Piccolo. Furthermore, at that moment, Amand's spinning attack effectively restrained Piccolo, while the others were preoccupied with their subordinates, unable to offer mutual aid, thus requiring no further concern. Dales felt confident in his victory, gathering his strength to unleash a powerful punch at Wukong. The modified detector, lying amidst the ruins, continued to display fluctuating numbers. After a few flickers, it settled on a terrifying figure, 35,000. Chapter 28. Alliance. Dales was acutely aware of his limited talent, yet his ambition was boundless. After acquiring the seed of the spirit tree, he cherished it dearly, relentlessly seeking suitable planets for cultivation, drawing strength from their nutrients. His battle power of 35,000 was earned through painstaking efforts. Viewed from another perspective, it was indeed an inspiring tale. However, to Raditz, he was merely a fortunate jester. Dales, summoning his strength, delivered a fierce punch towards Wukong, moving so swiftly that the punch was nearly invisible, yet the palpable force of his rapid movement was undeniable. Wukong's expression sharpened instantly as he activated the threefold Kaioken, advancing without hesitation to meet Dales head-on. Their fists collided, shattering the air and unleashing a powerful force that compelled them both to retreat simultaneously. In the state of threefold Kaioken, Wukong's strength equaled that of Dales. With both warriors staggering back a similar distance, locking eyes across the void, their retracted hands trembling slightly. Just as Dales was about to speak, a glint of realization flashed in his eyes, and his expression shifted dramatically. The figure of Raditz had vanished from his sight, indicating that Raditz had disappeared. Instinctively, Dales whipped around. Meanwhile, Raditz seized the opportunity of their clash to appear behind Dales, executing a whip-like kick aimed at his midsection. Should this strike connect, it would be sufficient to send Dales flying and inflict severe injury. Yet, at the critical moment, Dales abruptly turned, pivoting his body partially to the side, and deftly raised his arms to block the attack, seemingly casual yet effectively intercepting Raditz's strike. Both warriors' expressions shifted, momentarily stunned, their limbs entangled, forgetting to withdraw. Raditz was astonished by the sheer strength of his opponent, which far exceeded his expectations. As he delivered his kick, it felt as though his bones might shatter, akin to an ordinary person striking their leg against a solid iron block. Despite his diminished power, the disparity was alarming. Conversely, Dales felt his arm tingle from Raditz's kick. Secretly astonished that Raditz still had strength to spare, he had observed the fierce battle just moments prior, although Raditz had maintained the upper hand. The considerable drain on his stamina was evident. To witness such a potent attack now was indeed unexpected. In that fleeting moment of internal turmoil, both warriors regained their composure and swiftly disengaged. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted an alarm, albeit half a second too late. Darius, filled with fury, swiftly turned and appeared beside Raditz, delivering a powerful knee strike that sent Raditz soaring into the air, nearly convulsing from the pain. Almost immediately, another assault followed, prompting Raditz to endure the excruciating agony and unleash the Kaioken. He performed several somersaults in midair before grazing the ground, sliding for quite a distance. Observing Raditz under attack, Goku hastily flew in to engage Darius, with their power and speed nearly equal, making it challenging to determine a victor. Yet, Goku bore an immense burden, unable to sustain prolonged combat. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed at Darius's rear, effectively cutting off his escape route. "Get lost," Darius bellowed, retaliating with a series of energy waves directed at Raditz, while simultaneously launching a massive energy blast at Goku. With both hands in motion, the unleashed power was overwhelming. The ground was punctured repeatedly, and even the sacred tree suffered extensive damage, as the cascading energy waves surpassed Raditz's in strength, engulfing him entirely. Goku, struggling against the colossal energy blast, took considerable time to deflect it. "Humph, one of you confronts me head-on while the other attempts a sneak attack, an admirable tactic," Darius remarked with a cold smirk, his gaze fixated on Goku, while his peripheral vision caught Raditz's movement. "Alas, you are not my match. Kakarot, your stamina is waning. I isn't it. For the sake of our Saiyan kin, I could consider having you serve as my subordinates. What do you say? Serve under you? I possess the seeds of the sacred tree. Once planted in suitable soil, they can yield boundless growth, fruits that only the divine can consume. My strength is derived from this. The soil of earth is quite fitting, as you can see. The tree behind me has flourished immensely. Once earth is drained of its nutrients, those who follow me shall be rewarded, gaining even greater power. Prince Vegeta, I witnessed your humiliation at the hands of Raditz. Do you not desire vengeance? Raditz, you surely do not wish to remain a mere pawn of Vegeta, do you? Only one of your factions can join my legion, if you wish to prove your resolve. Show me. Whoever slays the other first will earn the right to join me." Darius wore a look of amusement, his eyes glinting with malice. "Kakarot, who do you believe will emerge victorious? To deceive one side into joining through the allure of the sacred tree's fruit?" Darius's ultimate aim was relentless conquest and enhancement, and his encounter with Vegeta was purely coincidental. Yet he had successfully seized control of the situation. His subordinates were engaged in intense combat with Krillin and Tien, while those opposing him could not achieve swift victory. Raditz, reflecting on his current state, realized he could no longer withstand the Kaioken at 3 times his power. His strength diminished to less than half. Even at full capacity, he could not defeat Darius. Merely enduring a single blow had nearly pushed him to the brink of collapse. The roots sprawling ceaselessly across the land were obliterating the surrounding ecosystem, shrouding everything in a suffocating stillness, gradually transforming Earth into a lifeless sphere. Even the sky had grown somber, as despairing clouds muted the colors of the world into a leaden pallor, suffusing the air with a sense of oppression. Time was of the essence. Even if they delayed, Darius would inevitably achieve his goal, and their time was running short. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Darius, what a splendid proposal you have made. Killing Raditz would suffice, wouldn't it?" "Indeed," he replied with a hint of satisfaction. "It is rare for a prince to be so astute." "Humph. I find myself with no other choice." With a wicked grin, Vegeta added, "I hope you keep your word." "I would never deceive you," Darius declared loudly, his eyes gleaming with pride, reveling in the thought of death, whether it be the demise of Raditz or another. "Vegeta, stop," Goku interjected, swiftly positioning himself in front of Vegeta. Darius would not allow Goku to impede his scheme. He dashed towards Goku, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling aside to clear the way for Vegeta. As Raditz beheld Vegeta advancing towards him, he remained silent, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, Darius and Goku became entwined in combat, while Vegeta amassed energy in his hands, thrusting them forward as Raditz braced himself, unleashing a dazzling wave of energy in response. Both combatants cast elongated shadows behind them, as brilliant beams of light erupted in a spectacular display. Just as their attacks seemed destined to collide, unexpectedly, both fighters twisted their arms, redirecting their energy blasts towards Darius. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as Darius stumbled forward, collapsing against the spirit tree, his back charred and blackened. "Why?" Raditz scoffed. "You fail to comprehend, Vegeta. How could the noble Prince Vegeta ever serve beneath you?" Vegeta coldly regarded Darius, stating, "That is merely one of the reasons. The most significant is your repugnant demeanor and your despicable methods of augmenting power. You disgust me far more than Raditz and Kakarot." Chapter 29. The Fruit of the Spirit Tree. Boom. Boom. The colossal spirit tree surged wildly, its shadow obscuring the faint light, casting a grim pall over the battlefield. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, figures darted through the gray dust and shadows, their movements swift and agile. Darius, adorned with a necklace and sparkling earrings, appeared languid in demeanor but fought with relentless vigor, conjuring radiant orbs of energy that erupted forth like a barrage of gunfire. His adversaries, Krillin and Yamcha, renowned for their extensive combat experience, found their abilities significantly enhanced after rigorous training, engaging in a fierce exchange of energy blasts that yielded no clear victor. At a distance, Darius's subordinate, Kakarot, faced off against Tien Shin'an, a formidable opponent and former intergalactic bounty hunter. Clad in metallic armor, Kakarot could propel himself at high speed through energy outlets. Tien, with his 3 keen eyes, possessed exceptional observational skills. While others might struggle to perceive Kakarot's rapid movements, he could discern them with ease. Both warriors were exceptionally powerful, and despite multiple confrontations, they struggled to find an opening, resulting in a stalemate in their fierce battle. Raditz and Raditz, the brothers, exhibited remarkable speed and seamless coordination, positioning themselves strategically in a dance of aerial combat against Gohan and Dent. The 4 diminutive figures darted through the sky, colliding with one another amidst a flurry of illusions and swift movements. "You 2 little rascals dare to oppose us." Raditz and Raditz smirked with disdain, eager to inflict further suffering upon their adversaries. Below them, Gohan and Din were battered and bruised. Gohan's lack of battle experience became evident as he faced foes far superior to his mentors. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, he quickly adapted to the combat, gradually unlocking his latent potential. Despite this, Gohan and Din found it challenging to turn the tide, merely striving to withstand the onslaught. They gazed defiantly at their formidable opponents, their spirits unyielding. "What kind of gaze is that? How dare you look at me with such fierce eyes, you wretched little brat? This isn't over yet." Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and resumed his stance. Though short and compact, he resembled a resolute dagger aimed directly at Raditz and Raditz. "If you wish for this to end, then prepare to perish." The 2 brothers launched another assault, energy spheres whistling through the air. Meanwhile, Dallas found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Raditz, alongside Goku and Vegeta, launched a combined assault on Dallas, 3 against 1. Vegeta was initially reluctant to engage in such an unfair fight. If it were Frieza, he might concede, but against a mere low-level warrior? Ridiculous. Yet, Dallas focused his attacks on Vegeta, recognizing him as the weakest link among the trio. Consequently, Raditz and Goku were compelled to intervene, fostering a united front against Dallas. Countless phantom punches and kicks intertwined, generating intense waves of energy. Goku alone was capable of holding his own against Dallas, and with the assistance of his comrades, Dallas found himself repeatedly on the receiving end of blows, his battle attire torn in multiple places. Frustration mounting, he retaliated viciously, landing a kick on Vegeta before seizing him and hurling him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz delivered an uppercut, causing blood to seep between Dallas's teeth. Yet Dallas swiftly retaliated, shaking off Raditz with a powerful kick. "You cannot hinder me. The spirit tree has already been planted. Unless it is uprooted entirely, even the earth itself would have to be destroyed. There is no way to eradicate it." Dallas glared at Goku, who was battling him fiercely, and landed a punch that crumpled Goku's face, causing his neck to twist awkwardly. "You are yet unaware of the existence of the Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish, including saving the earth." As he spoke, Goku forcefully pressed his cheek against Dallas's fist, realigning his neck with a tremendous display of strength that was awe-inspiring. The Dragon Balls? A sudden realization struck Dallas as he felt an immense backlash from his hand. The crimson aura enveloping Goku intensified, resembling a soaring inferno, burning with incredible ferocity. Fourfold Kaioken. Goku unleashed his ultimate technique, amplifying his power to its zenith, albeit at a perilous risk of exhausting his own body. A flickering red light swiftly brushed past Dales, merely grazing the phantom he left behind. As the spectral remnants dissipated into the air, Sun Wukong found himself exposed within the attack range. Raditz called out a warning, but it was too late. The figure had already appeared behind Wukong. A palm struck downwards, missing. Sun Wukong was but an illusion. The true Wukong had materialized behind Dales, delivering a powerful downward elbow strike. The forceful blow resounded against Dales' skull, unleashing a perilous energy that left him dazed and disoriented. After enduring such a heavy impact, Dales plummeted, crashing against the sturdy branches of the spirit tree. Yet, the assault was not over. Wukong closed in, delivering a swift kick that sent Dales soaring, then grasped his ankle. rotating rapidly like a top. After countless spins, Dales was hurled away, crashing through several clusters of roots and creating a massive dent in the thick trunk. A battle power exceeding 40,000. Dales gasped in shock. During their previous skirmish, he had sensed Sun Wukong's extraordinary strength, even when the battle was fiercely contested. Wukong held a slight edge. Had it not been for Wukong's waning stamina, Dales' predicament would have been perilous. Now trapped within the trunk, lying in a large shape. His back burned with pain. Boom. Just as Dales prepared to rise, a shockwave surged ahead, mercilessly crashing into him. The light expanded into a sphere, engulfing Dales' form, and he was gradually consumed by the ensuing explosion. As the dust settled, Dales had vanished from sight. He had sought refuge behind a rock, clutching his bleeding, limp left arm, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. Suddenly, Kakarot's power had exceeded my expectations. Gritting his teeth in silent fury, Dales' gaze was drawn to the flourishing spirit tree, and a sly grin crept across his face. Hee hee, the fruits of the spirit tree will soon be ripe. The soil of Earth is indeed conducive to cultivation. What a fortuitous discovery. Just as Dales reveled in his solitary joy, Sun Wukong launched a flying kick that shattered the rock, striking him squarely in the back. Impossible. Dales was sent hurtling away, feeling as if his body might tear apart. What astonished him further was that Kakarot, without a scouter, could detect his location. Unbeknownst to him, Earth possesses the means to sense energy. This kick had propelled Dales to the edge of a branch. Looking up, he found Sun Wukong standing before him. Dales conceded. Wukong had dispelled the Kaioken, his body now burdened to the brink. For him, such an explosive display could only be sustained for a few fleeting seconds. That last kick had been his final reserve. Shut your mouth. Dales roared in fury, unleashing a massive energy wave without a moment's pause. Wukong gritted his teeth and leaped aside. A beam of light blasted through several branches of the spirit tree, igniting a glimmer in Dales' eyes. He paid no heed to Sun Wukong. His focus was solely on one thing: the fruit. Not far ahead, a ripe fruit hung tantalizingly close. Oh no. Raditz was taken aback, activating the Kaioken technique at triple its usual strength, desperately soaring forward, determined to thwart his adversary. Chapter 30. The Divine Artifact. Raditz had noticed the spirit tree's fruit. Should Dallas obtain it, the consequences could be dire. The soil of Earth was exceptionally rich in nutrients, allowing the spirit tree to flourish far beyond those on barren planets. Even consuming a single fruit would yield extraordinary effects. He could not allow Dallas to succeed. With a surge of speed, Raditz felt every muscle in his body ache, yet he was resolute in his determination to stop Dallas. Goku also sensed Dallas's movements, accelerating his approach, a crimson light flickering brilliantly. Dallas, too, was in motion, his eyes bloodshot as he charged forward with a fierce roar. The three raced towards a common goal, nearly in unison. A thunderous impact resonated for what felt like an eternity. Splinters of wood flew, massive roots of the tree snapped, and dust enveloped the area, obscuring vision. Emerging from the dust, the first figure to appear was Raditz. Had he arrived too late? He stood at a distance, breathing heavily, having pushed himself to the limit with a quadruple Kaioken, which had significantly drained his stamina. Following him was Goku, who, clearing the dust, knelt on one leg, equally fatigued, sweat pouring down his face. I hit Dallas, he declared. Moments earlier, Goku had propelled Dallas away with tremendous force, shattering several trees in the process. With his strength at that moment, he could have easily fractured Dallas's bones. Look over there, Raditz pointed above them, where the branches hung empty, devoid of anything. Despite enduring Goku's powerful blow, Dallas had achieved his goal. He had acquired the spirit tree's fruit. This was disastrous. Raditz's heart sank, realizing that the worst had come to pass, and the situation was dire. Goku, give me a Senzu bean. PS enhanced. We must be prepared. Enhanced? Don't worry about that. Just prepare a Senzu bean for yourself and one for the resting Vegeta. Raditz glanced at Vegeta, choosing to trust him. Now, let us seize the remaining spirit tree fruits. Just how powerful is that fruit? Goku tossed over a Senzu bean. Extremely powerful, beyond imagination. Raditz affirmed as he caught the bean, emphasizing its significance. He had initially intended to remark that Earth itself was what truly held power, as it seemed to attract so many extraordinary events. Their brief exchange was interrupted by a cacophony of laughter, arrogant and excessive, shattering through the smoke, causing discomfort in the bones and making the air tremble. The overwhelming aura emanating from Dallas left Raditz feeling breathless, his chest expanding and contracting violently, his expression shifting drastically. Indeed, the enhancement from the spirit tree's fruit was immense, reaching levels that were nearly inconceivable. Dallas approached leisurely, as if taking a stroll. A sinister grin plastered across his face, dripping with mockery. Kakarot, You just struck me with immense pain. And you, Raditz, as well as you over there, Vegeta. Since you refuse to heed my words, I shall send you all to the depths of hell. Titles such as Prince or Elite Warrior mean nothing before me, dares. Upon hearing this, Raditz let out a hearty laugh. What is so amusing? To my eyes, you are utterly disgraceful, relying on the fruits of the Tree of Might to enhance your strength. Fearing both my and Vegeta's power, you dare not confront us directly. Instead, orchestrating the creation of an artificial moon to deplete our stamina before revealing yourself. And then, you cowardly ambush Piccolo. Enhancing your power with the fruits before emerging once more to flaunt your abilities? Raditz cast a knowing glance at Goku and began to approach Dares step by step. Do you understand the difference between you and Vegeta? You lack the pride of a Saiyan. You. Dares' lips twitched, his anger surging. At that moment, Raditz shouted, Goku. Instantly, Goku grasped Raditz's intent and dashed towards Vegeta, already retrieving a Senzu bean from his possession, ready to offer it to Vegeta. Dares froze momentarily. Although he was unaware of Raditz's plan, he aimed to thwart Goku's advance, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts to block Goku's path. He then took off in pursuit, determined to intercept him. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on Dares' ankle, halting his chase. Dares, moving at high speed, was taken aback, turning to see Raditz, his fury palpable. This begins with you, he bellowed, plummeting downward like a meteor, creating sonic booms around him. Raditz felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, nearly flattening him. Without a moment's hesitation, he released his grip and fled. The ground trembled as countless stones shattered into dust, propelled far away by the shockwave of Dares' impact, which created a pit several feet deep, only slightly less forceful than the stomp of a giant ape. Ultimately, Raditz could not escape. Caught by the wave of energy and collapsing to the ground, his limbs rendered limp. Just one strike, and the terror was palpable. Let me grant you a swift end, Dares proclaimed, raising his hand with fingers splayed, a radiant aura coalescing in his palm. This blow aimed at Raditz was no jest. Yet, a smile lingered on Raditz's lips. In his eyes reflected two figures, Vegeta and Goku. At the critical moment, both had consumed the Senzu beans and restored their strength. Goku activated the Kaioken X4, positioning himself in front of Vegeta, the surging red aura hurtling towards Dares with unyielding force. Dares' scouter registered fluctuations, indicating that both warriors had experienced a significant increase in power. Damn it! Dares spun around, unleashing a wave of pink energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and swiftly dodged to avoid the onslaught. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz, barely able to rise, managed to pop a Senzu bean into his mouth. To speak of extraordinary artifacts, the fruit of the spirit tree stands as one, while the Senzu bean remains another. The miraculous ability to instantly restore one's health and energy, coupled with the Saiyans' capacity for growth upon the brink of death, constitutes a truly formidable combination. Raditz, by drawing fire towards himself, not only allows Goku and Vegeta to recuperate, but also pushes himself to the limits of near death, thus creating an opportunity for a turnaround. The moment the Senzu bean entered his system, Raditz felt a warm, extraordinary energy enveloping him entirely, akin to the bliss of soaking in hot water after a long day. And in that instant, he was revitalized with newfound strength. His wounds healed, his vigor restored, and his spirit invigorated. His combat prowess surged. Dallas, with his back to Raditz, noticed the detector pulsing again, the numbers freezing at 40,000. Chapter 31, The Final Chance. Another reading of 40,000 combat power. Dallas was taken aback, sensing a surge of energy approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw Raditz. How could it be? Just moments ago, Raditz had been too weak to resist. Now, he stood tall, seemingly unscathed. More astonishingly, the detector accurately reflected Raditz's current combat power at a staggering 40,000, an almost unbelievable feat. What the hell? Though reluctant to admit it, Dallas couldn't help but curse inwardly. A thought flashed through his mind. Had they also partaken of the fruit of the spirit tree? No, that couldn't be. They had no opportunity. Then why? Dallas's eyes darted about, utterly perplexed. Surprised, Raditz inquired with a casual laugh. Is it unexpected? It's just 40,000 combat power, far from my true potential. But soon, that would change. Prepare to receive my attack. As he spoke, Raditz assumed a fighting stance, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a radiant energy wave. Streams of energy surged forth from his palms, both speed and power elevated to a new echelon. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta soared into the sky, heading towards the apex of the spirit tree. Damn it! You intend to steal my fruit. Dallas recognized their intentions and was instantly consumed by rage. unleashing a powerful aura as he evaded Raditz's shimmering wave, disregarding him entirely in a furious pursuit of Goku and Vegeta. If they were to consume the Spirit Tree's fruit as well, the situation would become dire. Dallas, racing at full speed, found himself face to face with the detested Vegeta and Kakarot, bellowing for them to halt, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. With a swift motion, Dallas accelerated towards them, the friction of the air igniting a brilliant trail behind him. Just then, a shadow flickered past him. Raditz appeared. He positioned himself before Dallas, his hand outstretched, fingers splayed wide, his long hair billowing slightly, his expression as resolute as iron. What followed was a resounding crash as Dallas was violently propelled away by the force of Raditz's energy. Impossible, Dallas exclaimed in shock. As he ascended once more into the sky, his complexion was exceedingly ghastly, and his figure appeared disheveled. Upon witnessing the crimson aura enveloping Raditz, he could not help but tremble. He could not fathom that Raditz possessed the potential for further enhancement, capable of ascending to a level even beyond his own. After all, he had consumed a fruit from the Tree of Spirit. Yet, the recent blow was undeniable. He had indeed been vanquished. The detector emitted several warnings, culminating in a sharp, piercing explosion that reverberated through the air. This detonation caused Dales to break into a cold sweat once more. It seemed that your detector was incapable of measuring power levels exceeding 100,000. Raditz smirked, unwilling to squander time, and launched another assault. The two clashed. Dales took the initiative, executing a sweeping kick, with spiraling gusts of air swirling around him, exuding an immense force. Raditz, however, stood his ground. Absorbing the strike with his solid musculature, his body trembled slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. In quick succession, Raditz seized Dale's leg, yanking him closer, and unleashed a rapid punch that struck him squarely in the face. Crimson blood splattered forth, filling the air with a metallic sweetness. Dales was sent hurtling backward. His mind clouded, the world around him fading into darkness, followed by a dizzying whirl. The vast disparity in their strengths left him in a state of panic. He had desperately consumed the fruit, yet it bore no fruit. The only recourse left was for Dales to forcibly stabilize his mind and ascend into the skies with a shout. The heavens were obscured by a vast canopy of foliage, yet flickering stars of light seeped through the gaps. Dales, gazing upward, tore through a patch of shade, his eyes absorbing the luminescence above, his pupils gradually dilating, turning red before revealing their whites. His body hung suspended in midair, beginning to swell, sharp teeth protruding from either side, revealing a grotesque visage. He still possessed a tail. The artificial moon had an effect on him, enabling his transformation into a giant ape. Yet, Dales despised this transformation. It was both hideous and beyond his complete control. Nevertheless, to avoid defeat, he had no choice but to take the risk. Stop, Raditz exclaimed in astonishment, unleashing a flurry of energy spheres, bombarding his foe relentlessly. In the state of quadrupled Kaioken, Raditz's battle power soared to 160,000, while Dale's energy intensity was barely half that, making the energy blasts potent enough to launch him skyward. To be safe, Raditz did not relent, continuously launching blasts that shook the very air, causing the earth to tremble. Amidst the rising smoke, a colossal figure burst through the dense haze, plummeting from the skies, casting a vast shadow over the ground, its roar echoing through the atmosphere. The furry form absorbed all the energy blasts without a scratch, standing towering and unyielding like a mountain. Such formidable energy! Raditz wiped the sweat from his brow in secret. After transforming into a giant ape, Dales bore a faint smile, rediscovering the essence of a victor. Even after his metamorphosis, he retained his reasoning. Ignoring Raditz, he leaped forth, continuing towards Son Goku and Vegeta. The transformation into a giant ape was said to yield a tenfold increase in battle power, though this varied from person to person, sometimes exhibiting fluctuations. However, even accounting for a reduction, Dales was now more than capable of contending with anyone. At present, he stands as the mightiest. As long as he prevents others from laying claim to the fruits of the Spirit Tree, he can replant once he has eliminated these obstructions. You shall not seize my fruits. Witness as I obliterate them. Dales bellowed, his mouth agape, unleashing a column of white light. This beam, imbued with tremendous energy, swept across the expanse, nearly engulfing the very summit of the Spirit Tree, transforming it into a vast sea of white. The swirling dust dissipated, leaving no trace of the Spirit Tree's fruits. Wukong and Vegeta had each plucked a ripe fruit, though they despised such tactics. With a formidable enemy looming, Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone by Raditz, ultimately chose to consume it. Just after finishing, a thunderous roar and blinding radiance surged from behind. In a dire moment, both fled for cover, yet the immense force of the shockwave was overwhelming, leaving them with no escape but to shelter behind sturdy branches hands raised defensively, bracing for impact. As the brilliance faded, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, smoke billowing from their bodies, thanks to their ki shielding their forms and garments. Although their upper bodies were left bare, their trousers remained intact. Fortunately, Dales had been compelled to diminish his offensive power to expand his attack area. Otherwise, their fates would have been dire. Raditz, observing the great ape transformation of Dales, hastily pondered strategies. With the senzu beans depleted and nearly all the spirit tree-s fruits obliterated, time was running short to locate any survivors or await a new harvest. Moreover, Earth could not afford to wait much longer. To secure victory, severing the tail was the only option, yet Dales was exceedingly cautious. Was there truly a chance? Raditz cast a glance downward, clenching his fists. Chapter 32. Warriors. The battle below had concluded. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in Armin's rapid spinning assault, Piccolo unleashed a beam from his eyes, damaging Armin's detector. In the instant of the explosion, smoke obscured the view, allowing Piccolo to exploit the opening and deliver a lethal strike. After a year of rigorous training, Piccolo had significantly accelerated the activation speed of his special beam cannon, enabling him to fire almost immediately after a brief charge. The shot struck true, piercing Armin's heart. Meanwhile, the synergy between Krillin and Yamcha was remarkably harmonious, cornering Deus into a desperate situation. The tracking ability of their energy blasts combined with the formidable cutting power of the Ki Slice ultimately left Deus besieged, succumbing to their dual assault. On another front, Tien utilized the solar flare to dazzle Kakao, immediately following up with a powerful Kikaho that nearly penetrated the ground, burying him deep below. Gohan and Kaiatsu were struggling, clearly at a disadvantage. However, the Reis and Rakasa brothers made a critical miscalculation in their fervor, inflicting grievous harm upon Kaiatsu, who fell to the ground, bloodied. In their eagerness to eliminate him, they unleashed a Kikaho intended for total annihilation. Thus, Gohan erupted in fury. One must never engage in a beam struggle with a member of the Sun family, nor provoke Gohan's wrath, for this is a timeless truth. In a flash, Gohan positioned himself before Kaiatsu, his rage manifesting in a blinding flurry of energy that dazzled their vision and shattered their forms. The expressions of the two unfortunate brothers were frozen in a haunting stillness, their final utterance echoing the word impossible. The warriors gathered together, carrying the incapacitated Beiji to a resting place nearby, before soaring towards the spirit tree. Raditz observed their ascent. What now? He pondered. The power of this Saiyan is unfathomable. Even united, we may not stand a chance. Tien, filled with trepidation, replied, even if we band together, 10 of us would be futile. Raditz shook his head, gazing at the imposing figure of Dallas. This Saiyan's technique is terrifying. Is there truly no way? Perhaps severing his tail could provide an advantage? Piccolo, ever cautious, interjected. Easier said than done. He will undoubtedly be on guard. A single misstep could lead to our demise. Taking a deep breath, Raditz suddenly locked eyes with the group, a sharp glint illuminating his gaze. It is not impossible, but each of you must contribute. Remember, we have but one opportunity. Upon hearing Raditz's succinct battle plan, the group felt a sense of resignation. Let us proceed. Raditz led the way as they lined up amidst the ruins, each bearing varying degrees of wounds, their garments torn and soiled with dust. They were about to confront an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, one from whom they might not return. Yet, each individual bore a resolute expression, embodying a courage that remained steadfast even in the face of danger. The wind swept across their cheeks, carrying a refreshing chill, signaling that the time had come to act. Haha, I never expected to fight alongside so many, Krillin exclaimed, dashing forth, laughter masking his inner unease. Perhaps this is our last chance. We must cherish it. Following closely was Tien, proclaiming, we can win. With Raditz's commanding shout, the rest dispersed to engage the foe. Krillin, the first to charge, unleashed his energy blade, the spinning disc racing towards Dallas's tail, poised to end the battle upon impact. A fierce gust surged from behind as the energy blade neared Dallas's tail, the powerful force almost brushing against his form. In that instant, Dallas moved. His feet shifted, his stance skewing oddly to the side as he agilely twisted his body, concealing his tail. Who could have anticipated such swiftness from such a massive being? The energy blade grazed Dallas's flank, soaring into the sky. In the next heartbeat, his exceptional core strength allowed him to spring back, unleashing a torrent of energy directed at Krillin. Get back! Raditz sensed the impending danger and fired an energy blast to push Krillin aside. Dallas was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Raditz's maneuver. But soon, a powerful roar filled the air as Gohan unleashed his special beam cannon. Its feeble power barely registered with Dallas, who laughed heartily, lifting his head to confront Gohan, ready to absorb the impact. Boom! An explosion erupted upon Dallas's visage, yet he remained utterly unscathed. "Little brat, do you dare to challenge me with such feeble strength? How about this?" Tianjin Han shouted behind Dales. Instinctively, Dales turned around, only to be met by the solar flare. The blinding light rendered his vision completely white, leaving him momentarily sightless. At that instant, Krillin had already prepared the second energy slash, striking out with determination. This time, Krillin aimed for the base of Dale's tail, intending to sever it. Wouldn't it be even better to remove half of his backside? Just as the energy slash was about to succeed, the colossal Dales unexpectedly fell, rolling away and narrowly evading the strike. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "You wretches dare to resort to such underhanded tactics." As Dales regained his sight, his anger intensified. Had it not been for his quick thinking, he might have indeed fallen victim to the ambush. Fuming, he leaped high into the air, swinging his fists rapidly to repel Tianjin Han, knocking him down effortlessly. He then turned and unleashed a shockwave aimed at Gohan, who was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. Just as the white shockwave seemed poised to engulf Gohan, a glimmer of light erupted at the boundary, blocking the onslaught. Beside Gohan stood Piccolo and Goku, both exerting their utmost strength to protect him. The air crackled with energy, the surrounding winds howled, and countless debris were swept into the swirling vortex of power. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz leaped into action, while Yamcha elegantly soared and dashed forward. Solar flare. Tianjin Han's cold shout resonated once more in the sky. Dales, taken aback, dared not turn back again. Instead, he unleashed an energy blast, striking Tianjin Han once more. Just as he sighed in relief, he was confronted by Tianjin Han yet again. The clones of the four witches. Before he could utter another word, the brilliance of the solar flare enveloped him. Concurrently, Krillin unleashed another energy slash, while Piccolo extended his arm, ensnaring Dale's body and immobilizing him. Their teamwork was impeccable. An opportunity like this must not be squandered. Dales, astonished, found this sequence of attacks beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to eliminate Tianjin Han first, then deal with Gohan, yet their ultimate moves were so unexpectedly cunning. Now trapped and unable to see, he faced a dire predicament. Not only could he lose his tail, but he might even be cut in half. The energy slash, imbued with lethal intent, cleaved downward, splitting the ground open with a long fissure. "Get away from me." Dales gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of rage that shattered Piccolo's arm into fragments. Although Piccolo struggled to hold on, he was ultimately overwhelmed by Dale's tremendous power. Furthermore, Dale stepped forward, releasing a blast of energy that formed an invisible shield, deflecting the energy slash. The energy slash soared into the sky once more, causing everyone's hearts to drop. "It's not over yet." Yamcha, his fingers dancing, summoned a massive spirit ball from the heavens, intercepting the energy slash and using its energy to force it back toward Dales. Just a little more. The force of the energy blast was insufficient to breach the formidable barrier of the giant ape's ki. At a critical juncture, Vegeta made his entrance. His technique, charged with power, aimed directly at Dales. In tandem, Raditz unleashed a full-force shining wave, amplified by his five-fold Kaioken. And the combined assault of these two Saiyans shattered the obstruction. The atmosphere trembled as the ground erupted, stones and earth scattered in chaos. The ki blade surged forth, grazing Dale's tail. In that fleeting moment, Dales regained his sight and, with astonishing energy, repelled the ki blade. Blood seeped from his tail, yet it remained unbroken. "Ha ha ha." Dales erupted into a maniacal laughter, unabashed and defiant, while those surrounding him were rendered powerless. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dale's expression morphed in an instant, his body froze, and gradually began to transform. Behind him, a katana neatly severed his tail. A Yachirobe. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Indeed, in moments of dire need, one requires an Yachirobe. Chapter 33. Flight. With the loss of his tail, Dales instantly reverted to a mere human form, his combat prowess plummeting. Raditz gave Yachirobe a thumbs up, showering him with praise. Without his intervention, the outcome could have been dire. Meanwhile, Yachirobe hastily fled, adopting an air of indifference, sprinting as far away as possible. He departed with a flourish, concealing his accomplishments and name. Truly, this was the essence of a legendary figure. Yet, Yachirobe pondered, "God only knows if Dales has any tricks left. I shan't take any chances." In truth, Dales had reached the end of his tether, utterly devoid of options. Before him stood Raditz, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Though they had expended considerable energy, the ominous red light signaled an impending surge in their power, marking the moment of his doom. At that instant, Kakao emerged from the ground, finally inhaling fresh air. Tien had sent him underground, yet he had not perished. His propulsion system was merely damaged, robbing him of some strength. Barely managing to surface, Kakao remained unnoticed. Observing Dale surrounded, his first instinct was to contemplate fleeing. Since everyone else had failed, why not save oneself? As a wandering bounty hunter of the cosmos, he understood the value of self-preservation. Without hesitation, he prepared to escape, but suddenly looked up to see an aircraft approaching the Tree of Spirit. On board were an elderly gentleman, a pig, a beautiful woman, and a young blue-haired girl piloting the plane. A sinister grin crept across Kakao's face as he speculated that their precise arrival was likely linked to those Earthlings. With a leap, Kakao vaulted onto the aircraft, pressing down on it as he drew closer to the encircled Dales. "Clear the way, or prepare to collect bodies," he shouted, startling the others. In that moment, hope flickered in Dale's eyes as he realized Kakao had come to rescue him. As Kakao hijacked the aircraft, his mind was preoccupied with the seeds of the Spirit Tree's fruit, a treasure that only Dales possessed. He realized that if he fled alone, he might never encounter such an opportunity to enhance his strength again. Thus, he resolved to take the risk of rescuing Dales. After all, with hostages in hand, he felt no fear. What is happening? Bulma suddenly sensed instability in her controls, as if something heavy loomed above. The turtle hermit detected a powerful energy aboard the aircraft and gestured for a descent, realizing they had gotten too close and were now being hijacked. "What do we do? What do we do?" Oolong screamed in terror, his face pale. "I told you I didn't want to come. We're doomed. Enough of that. Didn't you want to see if there were any beautiful alien women? Perverted old man, it was clearly your idea." "Silence. We can only watch Goku and the others now." Bulma attempted to land the aircraft, but soon discovered it was beyond her control, entirely commandeered by Kakao. Hurtling straight towards Dales, she had originally intended to witness the outcome of the battle, but the sudden deterioration of Earth's environment, reported in rapid succession, left her uneasy. Thus, using the residual signal from her detector, she contacted the turtle hermit, Oolong, and Launch, and they set off for the battlefield to uncover the truth. Little did they know, they would become captives. The aircraft gradually came to a halt, skimming the ground, as Bulma and Oolong shouted for Goku from within. Kakao and Dales exchanged triumphant glances. Realizing that Goku was indeed Kakarot, and that these individuals were familiar with him, making their task considerably easier. Dales, panting heavily, pressed a hand against the cockpit. "Humph, Dales, do you truly believe I would spare you just because you have a few Earthlings as hostages?" Vegeta extended his hand, swiftly forming an energy sphere aimed at Dales. "Wait." "Vegeta." Raditz swiftly intervened, gripping Vegeta's wrist. "There are people inside the aircraft. I care not. I will rescue them. If you wish to deal with Dales, you must wait a moment longer." Raditz's tone was firm, their gazes locked, igniting sparks of tension. "Humph." Vegeta shrugged off Raditz's grip, turning away. "This is how it will be, Raditz. Allow us to depart without pursuit." "Impossible. What if you kill them?" "Do not push me too hard. Consider the consequences." Raditz thought it best to maintain a strong stance. Otherwise, Dales might make even more outrageous demands. "Only you may accompany them. The rest must remain still." Dales tightened his grip within the cockpit, lifting the aircraft slowly into the air. "Otherwise, we all perish." "Very well." Raditz signaled reassuringly to the others and followed suit. After a fierce battle, Dales ultimately faced defeat, a bitter outcome stirring a flicker of rage within him. Yet, from the sky, he beheld a ravaged Earth, drained by the Spirit Tree, and he suddenly smiled. What did his defeat matter? It had still exacted a toll from them, a cost that was irreparable. In the end, "I have triumphed," Dales mused. The three individuals, along with a single aircraft, arrived at the landing site of the spacecraft. It was a colossal vessel, its hatch wide open, as if it were welcoming someone back. "We've reached our destination. Hand them over," Raditz demanded, raising his hands. "Hold on, let me board the ship first." "Absolutely not," Kakao threatened, preparing to unleash a shockwave, his gaze defiantly fixed on Raditz. "Do not act rashly, Kakao," Dales interjected timely, waving his hand to dismantle half of the framework and casting it aside. The old man, the pig, and the beautiful woman descended. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed down. Dales extended his hand to stop Bulma, stating, "You cannot go. Remain in the aircraft." Suddenly, his eyes gleamed as he reached behind Bulma. She quickly covered her vital areas, exclaiming, "No, though I am a beauty, I still, silence. Keep making noise, and I shall end you." Dales threatened, retracting his hand. Master Roshi and the others had scurried behind Raditz, hiding, leaving only Raditz to confront the two. "Kakao, you continue to ascend with the aircraft. Once the spaceship is operational, then you may release it. If Raditz wishes for her to live, he will come to her aid and will not impede our progress." While Dale spoke, he retreated to the entrance of the spaceship, one hand aimed at Bulma, his gaze flickering between her and Raditz. Kakao continued to elevate the aircraft, daring to let go only once the spacecraft was activated. The tense standoff came to a climax with a violent tremor as the rear of the spaceship ignited successfully, prompting Kakao to release his grip. In an instant, he dove into the spacecraft. This was the moment Raditz had been waiting for. His King Kai fist was significantly swifter than the spacecraft. He surged forward, swiftly catching Bulma and tossing her to Master Roshi, while he himself continued to ascend in pursuit of the ship. However, an unexpected event unfolded. The massive spacecraft erupted in a thunderous explosion, smoke and flames obscuring Raditz's path. Simultaneously, a small one-man vessel shot out from the chaos, breaking through the atmosphere. Kakao's shattered form was propelled in all directions by the explosion, appearing grotesque amidst the fiery blaze. Raditz could hardly fathom that Dales would eliminate Kakao. Dales had long anticipated that the slow acceleration of the large spacecraft would lead to its pursuit. He had never intended to take Kakao along, and ultimately, Kakao had merely become a sacrificial pawn to hinder Raditz. Ha 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 ha. The sound of maniacal laughter echoed within the one-man spacecraft. Chapter 34. The Dragon Balls are gone. The spacecraft that had burst through the atmosphere was now beyond retrieval, prompting Raditz to relent, exerting his energy to signal his location to others. The immediate priority was to halt the expansive growth of the Tree of Might. The only means to achieve this was through the Dragon Balls. Bulma, hand me the Dragon Ball radar. Huh? I need to gather all 7 Dragon Balls swiftly. Hurry. Raditz urged. Bulma, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her brow, pointed at the wrecked aircraft. It might already be damaged. It is not damaged. It is in my possession. Master Roshi produced the Dragon Ball radar, his sunglasses gleaming with wisdom. Anticipating the potential need for the Dragon Balls, I had stowed the radar away to avoid any last-minute searches. Truly, Master Roshi is remarkable. Raditz exclaimed with delight. I noticed someone, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, snatched something from beside me. Bulma's voice grew increasingly faint, as if she sensed an irretrievable calamity. What was it? It appeared to be Gohan's hat. It's merely a hat. Raditz waved dismissively, but then suddenly froze. Could there be a Dragon Ball on Gohan's hat? Master Roshi gasped in realization. Indeed. After making that wish, we retrieved the 4-star ball and set it back in place. I had intended to return it to Gohan but kept forgetting. Today, I happened to bring it along. In the earlier conversation, Goku had vaguely hinted at the existence of the Dragon Balls. Though Darius had never seen them, he had always kept an eye out for their unique appearance. If that were the case, it would spell significant trouble. At that moment, everyone gathered, relieved to see the shattered remnants of the spaceship and the safety of a few individuals. Where is Darius? Vegeta inquired first. He fled. He actually managed to escape. And he took a Dragon Ball with him, Master Roshi added. Instantly, the faces of the gathered turned ashen, frozen in disbelief. The absorption rate of the spirit tree was alarmingly rapid. Without the power of the Dragon Balls, they could not avert this disaster, and the Earth would be utterly annihilated. They might have driven Darius away, but at the cost of their planet. A truly lamentable trait. For Vegeta and Nappa, it mattered little, but for Goku and the others, Earth was their homeland. Let us seek out the deity. Perhaps he possesses a solution, suggested Son Goku. Shortly thereafter, he suddenly exclaimed in delight. Look, it's Mr. Popo. Following his pointing finger, indeed, a figure clad in black approached on a flying carpet, cradling an exquisitely adorned vessel. Mr. Popo, did the deity send you? Goku. Popo halted the magic carpet. The deity has seen everything from the other world. He instructed me to bring you this super divine water. If sprinkled at the roots of the spirit tree, it should halt its relentless spread. Super divine water? Isn't that for drinking? Goku recalled using it against the Demon King Piccolo. The super divine water is both toxic and capable of counteracting poison. It might prove effective against the spirit tree, which is said to bear the fruit of the gods. Popo handed the vessel to Son Goku. Super divine water? Goku was skeptical. Yet now he had no choice but to grasp at straws. He cradled the vessel and soared towards the spirit tree, liberally sprinkling the water until every last drop was expended. The effects of the super divine water manifested immediately, halting the expansion of the spirit tree. However, the damage already inflicted upon the Earth remained unrepaired, with nearly a quarter of the planet plunged into a state of biological extinction. We must still find the Dragon Balls. To achieve this objective, it is imperative to enhance strength and modify the spaceship, as well as locate the Dragon Balls. Consequently, the group decided to take a brief respite. During this interval, Bulma set her sights on developing a radar for the Dragon Balls, while Raditz sought the assistance of Bulma's father, Brief, to construct a gravity training chamber. Over the course of 2 weeks, violent incidents erupted across the Earth, leading to persistent unrest. Cities and villages, both large and small, fought over dwindling resources. with armed factions waging war for mere survival. The king dispatched numerous troops to provide aid and suppress the chaos, striving to stabilize the situation. Natural disasters and human calamities gradually eroded the peace. Raditz hovered high above, his gaze sweeping over the port and the vast ocean beyond. A final bastion of purity on Earth. Rays of sunlight pierced through the fragmented clouds, casting a mosaic of light upon the sea. The coastal city of his youth also welcomed countless vessels that entered and exited the harbor daily, their horns sounding like the call of adventurers. In his childhood, he often wandered to the shore after school instead of returning home. The vastness of the ocean brought him tranquility. After a day of toil, finding solace by the sea, gazing at the distant horizon under the fading brilliance of the sun, was indeed a form of happiness. It had been quite some time since he last beheld the ocean, and even this hue was rare. Upon reflection, most of the scenery on King Kai's planet was verdant. Raditz, how much longer will you linger here? Vegeta's voice broke through his reverie. The gravity chamber is completed. He calls for you to train. Nappa's hand rested on Raditz's shoulder. Earth is a splendid place. Is it not? Just look at this view. Something you wouldn't find on other planets. Nappa remarked, slightly astonished as he gazed over the boundless azure sea, its shimmering waves sparkling brilliantly. At the horizon where sky met sea, the two blended seamlessly into a gentle palette. Seagulls soared gracefully, riding the winds, while the waves whispered secrets, and the air was filled with a refreshing, cool scent. Indeed, isn't it? Raditz replied affirmatively. Nappa hesitated, but Vegeta told me to wait. Are you afraid of him, yet not of me? Raditz retorted coldly. Nappa found himself at a loss for words, silently enduring the moment. At this juncture, Raditz was indeed far more formidable, a fact even Vegeta acknowledged, leaving Nappa with little to say. Savor the beauty of life. Such moments are fleeting, Raditz mused. In truth, over the past fortnight, Nappa had also found Earth to be quite agreeable. His combative nature had been fully unleashed in the latest gaming consoles, excelling in various competitive games. Although he faced repeated defeats against Raditz, his enthusiasm for gaming remained undiminished. Beyond combat, his greatest joy was engaging in fighting games. After a bout with Goku, which he lost, Vegeta resolved to relentlessly devise ways to surpass these two brothers. In the evening, a group gathered for dinner, where the Saiyans often engaged in competitive eating. Vegeta, having lost in battle, was determined not to lose in consumption as well. The others, not to be outdone, indulged in a frenzied feast, with each person having a table set beside them specifically for empty plates. Gohan frequently sought out Piccolo for training and occasionally played with the Swift Dragon. The coconut trees on Korin Tower swayed gently in the breeze, while under the sun, Master Roshi lounged in a deck chair, sporting sunglasses, with magazines featuring beautiful women emanating a delightful aroma. Let us go. The gravity training room should be ready. Raditz turned around, casting one last glance at the sea. Chapter 35. The gravity training room. When Raditz and Nappa returned to Bulma's residence, the others had been waiting for a while. Vegeta, eager to test the new facility, was impatient for Raditz's arrival. The completed gravity training room comprised two facilities, one specially constructed within Bulma's spacious home, allowing for multiple gravity training rooms, and another, in essence, a gravity apparatus installed in the new spaceship. This was crafted from the remnants of Dora's spaceship and the Saiyan single-pod ships, suitable for long-distance space travel. Initially, upon seeing the hemispherical structure resembling an ordinary building, Vegeta scoffed. However, Raditz's incessant praise of its usefulness, despite his skepticism, sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Apologies for the wait, everyone. Let us proceed inside. Raditz was the first to approach the gravity chamber, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they were greeted by walls radiating a lustrous metallic sheen, with a central control system acting as a pillar supporting the ceiling, equipped with various precise adjustment modules. The only other feature was a high-strength floor, leaving the interior devoid of any furnishings or equipment, entirely reserved for practitioners, with only 4 transparent glass panels surrounding them. The space was ample enough to accommodate the group, featuring independent changing rooms, bathing areas, and a lounge. Through the central control module, one could adjust humidity, temperature, and the composition of air components, along with small aerial attack robots hovering about. All of these enhancements were proposed by Raditz according to his vision, making this facility far more advanced than a standard gravity room. Although, in haste, the gravity device was limited to a maximum of 200 times the Earth's gravity. It was more than sufficient for their current needs. This place is what you call an excellent training facility? Vegeta surveyed the room, his expression darkening. Compared to the technology of planet Vegeta, Earth's advancements seemed utterly inferior, having produced such a contraption. A sense of being deceived washed over him. Indeed, this is it. Raditz replied. Are you jesting? This is less suitable than a secluded mountain. Be patient. Do you think these devices are merely decorative? Raditz chuckled, striding confidently to the control console. Currently, we are under the influence of Earth's standard gravity, which is merely 1G. Now, let us experience 10G, akin to the conditions on planet Vegeta. With that, Raditz pressed a button, inputting the number 10 into the system, the screen flickering twice before stabilizing. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through the floor, accompanied by a peculiar buzzing sound that startled everyone. In the blink of an eye, the colors within the room shifted dramatically, the light dimming to reveal a pervasive dark red hue. Amidst the crimson glow, gravity quietly intensified tenfold. Having lived on Earth for so long, they were suddenly struck by a sensation reminiscent of their time on planet Vegeta, as if an unseen force were grasping at their limbs, pulling them downwards. Remarkably, it was indeed effective. Goku exclaimed, "I've often contemplated creating such a device myself. How splendid! Simply by being in this room, one can achieve the training effects of planet Vegeta. It's truly magnificent." Humph, Vegeta scoffed, his proud little gaze suggesting a dismissive attitude. Let us see what 15 times feels like. Raditz adjusted the settings once more and pressed the confirmation button. After a brief moment, the vibrations and the incessant buzzing returned, and gravity surged unexpectedly. Simultaneously, the intelligent apparatus automatically adjusted the air pressure, humidity, and other parameters to create the most conducive environment. 15 times gravity is quite a challenge. Krillin grimaced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, pouring out in abundance. Yamcha fared even worse, struggling to maintain composure, his face contorted in strain. Having neglected their training for a while, their bodies were utterly unprepared for such an abrupt increase in gravity. For the Saiyans, however, 15 times gravity was still manageable. Vegeta even wore a skeptical expression. Can this truly enhance our combat power? He crossed his arms defiantly, raising an eyebrow in extreme disbelief. Raditz, provoked by his demeanor, retorted, "Oh, you doubt it? Then let us have you experience it firsthand." He gestured for the others to step outside, leaving only himself and Vegeta. "Allow me to give him a private demonstration," Raditz said with a calm smile, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Goku nodded and stepped out first, followed closely by Gohan and Piccolo. As the group exited, they lingered, reluctant to leave, peering through the glass of the gravity chamber. The sight of the two standing rigidly like sentinels might have led onlookers to believe they were about to engage in battle. Under 15 times gravity, both Raditz and Vegeta appeared relatively at ease. Raditz, facing Vegeta, subtly reached for the control panel and inputted 50. Suddenly, the buzzing intensified. Raditz thought to himself, "How will you fare now?" However, he quickly realized his folly. He too was still within the gravity chamber. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was too late. It felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, bones cracking under the weight, while his legs trembled slightly. Vegeta was not faring much better. His crossed arms unfolded as he shrank slightly, gritting his teeth to endure the pressure. "How does it feel?" Raditz inquired provocatively. "Humph, it's slightly better than before." "But hardly significant," Vegeta replied dismissively. As Raditz declared, he pressed the ascension button on the input device with a swift gesture. This touch-sensitive mechanism enabled gravity to increase exponentially without the need for numerical input. Under a gravity intensity of 50 times, the sensitivity was astonishing, and the gravitational force surged dramatically. The two opponents widened their eyes, their faces paling, as they held their breath in defiance, neither willing to concede. In such a moment, where could they place their pride? Both Raditz and Vegeta shared this sentiment, fiercely resisting the rising gravity, their faces reddening and their necks straining, blood vessels prominent in their eyes. "Admit defeat if you can endure," one would say, while the other retorted, "I can hold on." In the end, their words faded as they exhausted their strength to speak. Their bodies fared well, yet their insides threatened to burst under the escalating gravity. Had it not been for the protective energy within them, they would have long since succumbed. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, witnessing the numbers on the display skyrocket, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Indeed, Raditz has reached 100 times. Vegeta is formidable as well. Look at them, standing resolute under such gravity. As Master Wutian would say, they are as steadfast as towering mountains. Ah, the gravity has escalated to 150. Look, they have collapsed. Help! Krillin shouted. Goku, cut the power. Chapter 36. Our journey is the vast galaxy. After narrowly escaping a life-threatening ordeal, Raditz solemnly advised everyone on the importance of moderation and training. The consequences of reckless expansion could be dire, leaving him with lingering apprehension about entering the gravity chamber. The final recorded gravity multiplier was 159, a level that rendered them utterly immobile, far beyond what they could currently withstand. If Goku had not promptly severed the power supply, both he and Vegeta might have faced grave peril. Fortunately, Raditz had previously suggested using an independent power source, a decision he was now grateful for, as the thought of an alternate outcome sent shivers down his spine. Nonetheless, this experience allowed Vegeta to grasp the intensity of gravity training, instilling in him a newfound respect for this seemingly ordinary facility. The following day, the true training commenced. Vegeta, preferring solitude, occupied the spaceship's training room while the others divided into two groups to enter the ground-level chambers. The Saiyans and Piccolo engaged in rigorous, high-multiplier training, while the remaining members reluctantly awaited their turn. Initially, everyone repeated basic physical exercises, squats, push-ups, and the like, growing more accustomed before launching into punches and kicks. After a day of training, Vegeta developed a fondness for this environment. Some detest monotonous tasks, while others find joy in them, dedicating their lives to a single pursuit. A single punch, practiced tens of thousands of times without faltering, merely to enhance the speed of their strikes. This is the essence of a Saiyan. It is precisely this characteristic that enables this so-called warrior race to grow ever more formidable. Thus, half a month passed, during which everyone fervently pushed themselves, striving to elevate their strength to a more stable and higher level. Furthermore, Bulma had completed the Universe Dragon Ball radar and replenished the spaceship with enough fuel for a month's journey. The day of departure was nearing. They were on the brink of venturing into the cosmos, embarking towards the vast expanse of the galaxy. On the day of departure, all gathered at Bulma's residence. Master Roshi came merely to bid farewell, while Kairatsu and Yamcha chose not to board the ship, aware of their comparatively inferior strength and unwilling to hinder progress, opting instead to continue training in the gravity chamber. Gohan had only recently received Chi-Chi's approval to join, significantly aided by the presence of his uncle Raditz, who was deemed far more reliable in Chi-Chi's eyes compared to Goku. However, even those who boarded the ship harbored varied intentions. Vegeta sought to test his strength, aiming to defeat Goku, and subsequently Raditz. Nappa, lacking options, had no choice but to follow, given the presence of the stronger warriors. Piccolo initially hesitated to join, feeling his power was far too inadequate compared to the Saiyans, fearing he would be left behind, another reason being Gohan's participation, as he found Goku's son considerably more agreeable than Goku himself. The remaining members were resolute in their mission to save Earth, feeling it their undeniable duty. Farewell. You all do your best. Next time, when my strength has increased, I shall join you. Ha! Yamcha waved at everyone, with Poir following suit in bidding farewell. Raditz responded with a polite yet somewhat awkward smile, inwardly sighing. There may not be many opportunities for you, God of Tea, to shine in the future, but for your sake, I shall strive to improve. Tien Shinhan was about to speak when a hand pushed him aside. A blonde woman brandishing a gun stepped forward. Tien, you better come back alive. I'm counting on you. Launch, in her blonde form, emanated an explosive aura reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, lacking only the electric spark. Even Tien was taken aback, his three eyes momentarily stunned, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Master Roshi, and everyone, we are setting off. You can count on us to protect Earth. Goku chuckled heartily, waving his arms, brimming with anticipation for the impending journey. That was his nature. He always faced everything with optimism, yet he never hesitated to exercise caution when necessary. Chi-Chi covered her face with a handkerchief, weeping as she bid farewell to Goku and Gohan, while the Ox King comforted her, patting her back. Don't worry, Goku. I shall reluctantly take on the task of guarding Earth in your stead, Master Roshi said with a smile. It will only get worse, old man. Oolong. What did you say? Yes, right. It might be more dangerous with you around. Bulma, do you agree? Master Roshi felt a bit disheartened, letting out a deep sigh, which elicited laughter from the crowd. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was growing impatient. Kakarot, let us get going. Coming. Goku was the last to enter the spacecraft. The hatch closed, and the colossal circular spaceship soared into the cosmos. Wow, will they be all right? After all, those two Saiyans are from the evil faction. With Wukong and Raditz present, there is no cause for concern. Master Roshi, gripping his staff, gazes skyward, silently cheering for everyone until their figures vanish from sight, revealing a sly grin. The Earth is entrusted to these young warriors. I shall instead engage in conversation with Bulma. In a fleeting moment as he turns, a heavy punch collides with the old turtle, nearly sending him into the cosmos. The vast, dark expanse of the universe lies in tranquil desolation. Countless planets spinning in the profound darkness, quietly reflecting a crystalline light. In the distance, nebulas twinkle with faint white luminescence, their edges swirling with bright violet filaments, appearing as if touched by frost or shrouded in mist, presenting a mesmerizing beauty. The infinite universe brims with the unknown, and it is this mysterious enigma that compels humanity to seek exploration. Within the spacecraft, Vegeta navigates the controls, setting the ship to autopilot once the designated course is established, heading towards the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Prior to this, King Kai had already communicated with Raditz, informing him of Darl's erratic movements and frequent changes in trajectory. Darl's audacity in claiming he is unafraid of Frieza stems from his guerrilla warfare advantage. Otherwise, given his lackluster abilities, he would be easily dispatched with a mere flick of a finger, likely not even warranting Frieza's attention. As long as Darl remains prudent, Frieza's empire would likely turn a blind eye. Nonetheless, no matter his whereabouts, the Dragon Ball radar can track him. As the spacecraft continues its journey, the crew decides to commence training. The gravity chamber is relatively small, accommodating only 3 individuals at a time, necessitating a well-organized rotation. With only 7 Senzu beans available, Raditz imposes a rule to avoid excessive exertion during training to preserve their supply. Aside from the gravity chamber, the facilities for washing and resting are quite comfortable, equipped with various recreational amenities. Raditz has specifically requested the finest sound system, incorporating a song he had memorized and arranged into the training environment, ensuring that listening to this piece during practice or relaxation becomes an exquisite experience. Chapter 37. The Metal Planet. After nearly 2 days of travel, the spacecraft progresses smoothly under super acceleration. The crew transitions methodically between training and resting, with an emergency call system in place to signal any significant developments, alleviating concerns. In the void of space, time loses its reference. The exterior remains perpetually dark, with only instruments to gauge the passage of time. Raditz, having finished his shower, emerges from his private quarters draped in a towel, clad only in his undergarments. He admires his robust physique in the mirror for quite some time. Upon entering the main cabin, Raditz becomes entranced by the view through the expansive transparent shield. Behind him, Gohan and Wukong have just concluded their showers, joining Piccolo in the main cabin for a brief respite. "Uncle Piccolo, shall we have something to eat? I do not require sustenance to sustain my life." The exuberant expression on Gohan's face suddenly dimmed. Piccolo's countenance changed abruptly as he stammered. Then, perhaps just a little, a smile blossomed on Gohan's face, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds, dispelling all gloom. Raditz, with his back turned to them, displayed a faint smile. It was indeed a wise decision to pair Gohan with Piccolo. This master-disciple duo was a match made in heaven. Piccolo was a solitary and proud individual, conversing only with Son Goku, who presently held a relationship that was both adversarial and friendly, yet only Gohan could truly touch his inner tenderness. Over the course of a year of training, the two had cultivated a profound bond, their relationship evolving seamlessly. "Brother, won't you have a bite?" Goku called out boisterously, chewing on a square pastry. "I'm not hungry," came the reply, but before the sentence could fully escape his lips, the spaceship's alarm blared, cutting him off. Red lights flashed within, and all auxiliary systems ceased instantaneously, including the gravity training room. Everyone rushed to the main cabin, a hint of panic etched on their faces. Vegeta dashed to the control panel, checking the instruments, while the others scanned their surroundings, finding no external threats. No malfunctions. The ship was designed to navigate around cosmic debris automatically, eliminating the possibility of a collision. Could it be a sudden explosion? No such detection was made. Yet, the alarm persisted, growing increasingly shrill, the frequency of the red flashing lights intensifying, as if a perilous event was imminent. Raditz felt his body plummeting, the spaceship's engines seemingly failing, and the surrounding gravitational field warped severely, resembling a vast vortex intent on pulling the vessel into its depths. "Look down." Krillin pressed against the transparent shield, his eyes catching glimpses of the peculiar scenery below. It was an enigmatic planet, its oval exterior shimmering in dark gold, radiating a harsh brilliance, the somber hues betraying a chilling aura of dread. Their ship was drawing closer to this celestial body, or rather, being inexorably attracted towards it. Following their trajectory, they realized that this planet had not been accounted for in their calculations. How could such a situation manifest so abruptly? "Steady. Increase the thrust to maximum and leave this place. If we are drawn in, we may be destroyed," Raditz shouted, instinctively aware of the extraordinary danger posed by the current acceleration. "We're breaking through the atmosphere." The ship ignited against the atmospheric friction, flames and vibrations assaulting them as the occupants experienced violent turbulence, unease swelling within them. Encountering such an incident in the unfamiliar expanse of the cosmos was undoubtedly catastrophic. They should have brought Bulma along. As a technology expert, she could have resolved any issues that arose, and now they found themselves in a perilous predicament. Vegeta was pushing the power to its limits, yet the immense gravitational pull remained unyielding, the two forces locked in a stalemate. It was as though a colossal hand had grasped their spacecraft, relentlessly pulling it downwards, while the vessel, akin to a bird enraged and soaring towards the heavens, struggled valiantly to ascend. The alarms blared more fiercely, their crimson lights flashing in a frenzied dance, the piercing sound slicing through the air. As the hull of the spaceship trembled uncontrollably. Ah, there was the operation manual. Clint, where did Bulma put the manual she gave you? A spark of realization ignited within Raditz. It's in the box on the control panel. Raditz dashed to the console, rifling through the manual. Glancing at it while pressing buttons on the panel, a cascade of graphical data illuminating the screen. As he hurriedly scanned the information, a furrow of concern etched itself deeper upon his brow. The atmospheric composition of this planet bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth, suggesting the possible existence of life forms akin to humanity. Strangely, however, the water content here was alarmingly scarce, while metallic reactions were so potent they pervaded the entire planet. The closer they approached, the more astonished they became, for the surface gleamed with a metallic sheen, and towering edifices, whether structures or mountains, all appeared to be fashioned from metal. A sprawling framework of steel formed the city, an unknown lustrous metal cloaked everything. How could this be? Sweat trickled down Raditz's temple. What's wrong? We must flee this planet. It is composed entirely of metal and possesses life. Upon uttering this ominous declaration, a chill crept down everyone's spines, as if a serpent slithered across their backs. The spacecraft was irresistibly drawn toward the planet, as if the very will of the planet sought to engulf them. A terrifying thought flickered through their minds, and dread gripped them as the feeble thrust they had managed was once again overpowered by an even greater gravitational force, pulling the vessel inexorably towards the metallic orb. Resolute, Raditz hastily donned his attire and opened the hatch. I'll step out for a moment. Goku, come with me. Is there a solution? Only by utilizing the reactive force of our Kamehameha wave can we potentially propel the spacecraft. Our combined energy should suffice. So that's the plan. Let us proceed. Goku instantly grasped Raditz's intention and nodded in agreement. The two ascended to the rear of the spaceship, pressing against its outer shell, and with a fierce roar, they concentrated their energy in their hands, compressing it into a sphere. Kamehameha. Both prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous shout, they simultaneously released their energy blasts, the cerulean glow overshadowing the flames emitted by the spacecraft, the tremendous counterthrust propelling them towards the sky, and subsequently driving the spaceship forward. No matter how formidable the gravitational pull of the metallic planet, it paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring energy of the Kamehameha wave. The terrifying shockwave crashed against the metallic surface, followed by a resounding explosion and billowing clouds of smoke. Amidst the rising haze, the spacecraft successfully broke free from its constraints. Chapter 38. Crisis. The spacecraft, invigorated by the Kamehameha wave, regained its vitality, akin to a dragon liberated from its shackles, soaring unrestrained into the skies. Raditz suddenly sensed that the allure of the Earth was gradually waning, as if frightened into submission by a blow from the Kamehameha, leaving him hesitant to make any further moves. Let us depart. Wait, look over there. Goku pointed towards a spot on the ground where a crater had been blasted, his expression darkening. Following his gaze, Raditz froze momentarily. The dark golden surface of the ground had collapsed, rapidly sculpting a marvelous pattern that resembled a forest painted in black, from which dozens of elongated mechanical arms surged forth. The ethereal glow of the mechanical appendages flickered as segments of armor along the elongated arms opened, revealing cannons. Bullets dispersed, a torrential barrage unleashed in an all-encompassing assault, while simultaneously, the mechanical arms extended, attempting to encircle the spacecraft. It has altered its strategy, Raditz exclaimed in shock, unleashing energy blasts to shield the spacecraft. He swiftly maneuvered along the edges of the mechanical arms. Severing them would halt the onslaught. Goku, destroy the core directly. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as Raditz obliterated several mechanical limbs, their metallic claws soaring into the sky before helplessly plummeting down. However, more mechanical claws surged towards the spacecraft with incredible speed, larger and more robust, their outer armor sharper and thicker, with vicious spikes emerging from each joint, attacking like bloodthirsty beasts. Damn it, here they come. Goku narrowly evaded a frontal claw strike, witnessing a seemingly endless array of mechanical hands emerging from the black abyss below. Surrounded by the numerous machines, the two found themselves trapped. In terms of strength, these constructs posed no challenge, but in terms of numbers and tenacity, they undeniably held the advantage. Amidst the chaos, a multitude of mechanical claws ensnared the spacecraft, violently dragging it toward the planet. Countless battle experiences informed Goku that the true target was not them, but the ship itself. At that moment, Vegeta leaped from the main cabin. Advancing through the throng with fierce determination, unleashing energy blasts that obliterated swathes of mechanical claws. Raditz, Kakarot, what are you dawdling about? Be careful, Vegeta. Humph. I need no concern from you. Vegeta retorted as he unleashed a powerful wave of energy, the ensuing explosions resonating like thunder. The Dark Abyss seemed to momentarily fear defeat, pausing the delivery of mechanical arms, while the remaining appendages swayed in the air like densely grown trees in a jungle. Though the attacks were suppressed, the spacecraft remained ensnared, slowly being dragged toward the ground. The crisis was far from over. The pattern on the metallic surface of the planet expanded once more, the elongated mechanical arms retreating outward to clear a path in the center. From the depths of the dark golden sheen, a colossal, pitch-black entity emerged. The sturdy metallic ground abruptly cracked open, creating deep chasms. The silhouette of the giant loomed between heaven and earth, its form continuously ascending. It bore a striking resemblance to the human physique, initially consisting solely of a metallic skeleton and primary framework, complete with a head, shoulders, spine, and arms. Gradually, the surrounding metallic elements converged toward it, filling its interior with meridians, blood vessels, muscles, and even mimicking hair on its surface. Its upper body was the only part capable of movement, while its lower half remained ensnared within a dark abyss. Nevertheless, its height was beyond imagination, as if one could reach out and touch the heavens. What on earth is this creature? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless of its nature, it must be vanquished. Vegeta, unfazed by such considerations, charged forth to unleash a barrage of attacks. Energy blasts surged forth like a tempest, brilliant orbs raining down upon the giant, scattering debris in a celestial explosion. Vegeta's onslaught proved effective. Having spent the longest time training in the gravity chamber, his combat prowess had long surpassed the 100,000 mark. Now, a mere energy sphere could obliterate his former self. The energy he amassed bore overwhelming superiority, toppling the giant to the ground. The mechanical arms encircling the spacecraft shattered under the meteor-like assault, collapsing helplessly. Raditz returned to the spacecraft, consulting the manual while preparing to restart the hyperjet system. Just as he followed the procedure, a series of alarm notifications blared across the screen, bold red letters occupying 4 lines of the main display. Staring at the words, Raditz froze. What's wrong? Piccolo inquired anxiously. The power supply is temporarily unavailable. We are forced to land. Raditz pointed at the screen, his voice growing weaker. Despite having evaded pursuit, the spacecraft's power system could no longer function after prolonged operation at full capacity. It required rest or risked catastrophic failure. Does that mean we must land on this planet? Krillin's face contorted in panic, recalling the horrifying scenes he had just witnessed. Is there no other way? Tien Shinhan, perspiring, clutched the transparent shield, asking if their demise was imminent. Not necessarily. We still lack a full understanding of this planet. It is premature to draw conclusions. However, the metallic planet lacks food and water. We will eventually perish. Krillin's throat constricted. Raditz shook his head, preparing for a forced landing. He meticulously reviewed the earlier data, discovering that the planet's atmosphere was suitable for human survival, and that there were traces of water and soil, albeit minimal. In other words, despite the overwhelming metallic expanse, there remained at least a small patch of land where life could thrive. Lastly, he turned to Krillin, adding, and who said we must stay long? We can take off again in just 5 hours. At that moment, Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, skimming past the spacecraft. Raditz gasped in shock, pressing the landing button, and immediately shot out, followed closely by Piccolo. What they beheld was a colossal metallic warrior, larger than the previous giant, with pure golden eyes swirling within its sockets. Its obsidian body reflected an eerie luminescence, adorned with jagged spikes that protruded from its armor, while a dark liquid coursed slowly through metallic tubes. After Goku was sent flying by the Force, he was intercepted by Raditz from behind. The sheer power was such that even Raditz had to retreat a considerable distance before regaining his footing. Be cautious, it can absorb our energy, and our ki blasts are ineffective against it, Goku murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, breathing heavily. At that moment, Vegeta returned, filled with rage. His fists clenched tightly, the air around him crackling with a deadly intent. Chapter 39. The slave of the machines. Vegeta, having trained in the gravity chamber, believed his strength had escalated to a level that could instill fear even in the Ginyu Force. Confronting such a robot should have been a trivial matter. However, reality was starkly different from his expectations. To his astonishment, the behemoth could absorb his energy and convert it into its own power. Despite unleashing a torrent of assaults, the metallic giant sustained minimal damage, yet the energy it absorbed was substantial enough to enhance its size, enabling it to strike Vegeta with devastating force. You wretch! I will dismantle you. Vegeta charged once more at the giant, opting for close combat, as energy blasts were rendered futile. The metallic giant, however, had no intention of engaging in battle. It retracted its form back into the cavern, pulling its mechanical arms along until the fissures in the earth sealed shut. Remnants lay scattered across the ground, yet the entity itself vanished without a trace, leaving Vegeta swiping at thin air, frustrated and aggrieved. What is happening? Raditz muttered, perplexed, as he turned to see the descending spacecraft and felt a chill of realization. Could its purpose merely be this spaceship? What is truly going on with this planet? A multitude of questions surged in his mind, unanswered. Piccolo, too, was deep in thought, surveying the desolate metallic planet, a wary expression etched upon his face. Why has the spaceship landed? Raditz queried, as Vegeta approached, his tone laced with accusation, having confronted the metallic giant only to be bested. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, especially since the spacecraft had not departed. The power system has overheated. It cannot fly for the time being. Damn it. Goku scratched his head in frustration. How long will we have to remain here? Perhaps another 5 hours, Raditz replied, his gaze penetrating as he observed the steadily landing spaceship. The system must undergo a self-check. We cannot bypass the mandatory safety protocols. Moreover, we cannot guarantee that the power system will be restored in order to take flight. Additionally, we are still unaware of the true purpose of this metallic planet, so everyone must exercise caution. Should that creature reappear, I shall eliminate it, Vegeta proclaimed boldly. Yet he was acutely aware of the complexity of the situation. The recent encounter had unveiled a most horrifying truth. The metallic giant was intrinsically connected to the very planet itself. Aside from absorbing his energy blasts, he observed the damaged areas being rapidly filled with new metal at a breathtaking pace visible to the naked eye. If that were the case, attempting to eliminate it would equate to annihilating the entire planet. Nevertheless, it would be wise to retreat and rest for a while. Raditz, unable to ascertain how the situation would unfold, decided to adopt a long-term strategy. Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances and followed suit, with Vegeta ultimately turning back to glance at the fissures in the ground, wrestling with his thoughts before ultimately refraining from acting impulsively. The spaceship lay silently nestled behind the metallic pillars, its surface only mildly marred, primarily by scratches. The thrusters at the rear and the energy panels atop were radiating heat, while the rest remained largely unscathed. The occupants disembarked from the vessel, although the temperature, gravity, and atmospheric composition were not drastically different from Earth. The desolate metallic planet sent an involuntary shiver down their spines. After all, this place was eerily peculiar. The hours slipped by, and they were left to endure this strange environment for 5 hours. It felt as though, after drawing them in, the planet had fallen silent. They engaged in hushed discussions, yet none dared to venture forth, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Raditz found it perplexing that the spaceship had fallen into its grasp, yet it remained dormant. Just as he pondered this, Tien Shinhan suddenly exclaimed, "Look, someone is there." With his exceptional vision, he pointed across to the other side, where, separated by towering structures forged of alloy, shadowy figures were indeed in motion. However, the details eluded them. Krillin strained his eyes, peering intently. Are they truly humans? They can't be those machines again, can they? I can't be mistaken. Tien Shinhan was confident in his keen sight. Gritting his teeth, Raditz soared into the sky, declaring, "I shall investigate. If they are indeed humans, I will return to inform you." He understood that without comprehending the bizarre nature of this planet, even if the spaceship regained power, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, engaging with the machinery or the humans on this planet was essential. He flew above the figures, and upon gazing down at them, he was momentarily taken aback. They were indeed humans. Their appearance bore striking resemblance to Earthlings, with limbs, facial features, and body types that were quite similar. They exhibited a variety of heights, weights, ages, and genders. However, the singular distinction lay in the electronic chains that bound their hands and feet, restricting them to a slow, laborious shuffle. There were more than 20 of them, trudging forward in a long line, accompanied by machines with armored treads. Were they criminals? Regardless, it indicated that this planet was inhabited, even if they were offenders. There must be someone to judge them. Raditz muttered to himself for a moment, resolving to inquire about their circumstances. After all, the language spoken in the Dragon Ball universe was universally understood, with the native tongue of the Namekians being a rare exception, allowing for communication across various races. Reflecting on this, he realized that while the Kaioshin may not serve a significant purpose, their contributions to cultural endeavors were far from negligible. As Raditz smiled faintly, he thought to himself that his sudden appearance must be quite jarring, so he ought to appear more amicable. As soon as he landed, he raised his hand to greet the onlookers. He waved it in front of him twice, and indeed, The crowd was startled, hastily exclaiming, "It's a human! Quick, run!" For a moment, Raditz was taken aback, believing he had frightened them, and was about to explain when the machines beside him extended their long cannon barrels. The dark gun muzzles all aimed directly at him. The sound of gunfire erupted, a continuous barrage that resembled a blossoming crimson lotus, with bullets pouring forth like a river. The hard ground was pockmarked with craters from the relentless assault. "Hey, I didn't intend to stage a prison break. Please, stop shooting. How can I make them cease? I was wrong. I was wrong." Raditz, pursued by these machines, ran back and forth, the machines seemingly following some programmed pattern, moving in formation while incessantly firing. "Damn it. If you have the capability, then fly." Raditz leaped high into the air, floating above the ground. He could tell that these heavy, treaded machines, although armed, surely could not ascend into the sky. But 3 seconds later, he was taken aback. The cumbersome, heavily armored machines emitted a grinding noise of gears as they began to transform. Their treads disassembled, the cannon barrels retracted, and the heavy armor lifted to gradually assume a humanoid shape. Good grief, are they transforming like robots? Cybertron. Raditz stood there, dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. Chapter 40, Tumult Star. Is the worldview about to collapse? No, I'm overthinking this. They are not Autobots, merely ordinary mechanical combat weapons. Raditz couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his expression tinged with an indescribable astonishment. Observing the fearful expressions of the onlookers, he could imagine their prolonged suffering under oppression. "In any case, since you have targeted me, I shall eliminate you. Regardless of the consequences, these machines must be dealt with." Raditz gazed at the towering robots, standing 6 or 7 meters tall, unafraid as he confronted the oncoming fire. The dark gray robots began to advance with heavy strides, their bodies rumbling ominously. Aside from the main cannon on their chests and the 2 guns in their hands, their armor on the shoulders, arms, legs, and backs opened up, revealing countless firing ports. All targeting systems were trained on Raditz, awaiting a signal to unleash a torrent of projectiles, intent on reducing him to a sieve or mere ashes. "Come on," Raditz shouted, taking the initiative. Simultaneously, the shells were launched, the deafening roar of the explosions resonating continuously, flashes of red light illuminating the darkened planet in a brilliant blaze. The assault lasted a full minute, leaving everyone in stunned silence. In the face of such violent onslaught, who could possibly survive? Surely, he wouldn't be dead, would he? "Let it be. Let him go. We cannot defy that will." An elderly man embraced the terrified child beside him, stroking her head with a face marked by fear. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that his hands trembled as well. "However, perhaps he can save us." "Shoo, Aji, do not speak. It is impossible." A man beside the elder gestured for silence, fearing that if they were overheard, the consequences would be dire. "Woo, do not cry, child. This is unavoidable. One must endure. And eventually, one will come to terms with it." The old man's face appeared to have every wrinkle dulled and numbed by despair. A collective sigh escaped the group, who cowered in the shadows. At that moment, a shadow began to approach through the flames, long hair billowing in the scorching air, a figure of a man. The elder's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping from their sockets, as he choked on his own saliva and erupted into a fit of coughing. The others, too, were struck with astonishment, rendered speechless in place. To their disbelief, he had emerged alive from the inferno, seemingly unscathed. Raditz's power had transcended their comprehension. He effortlessly flicked off the sparks from his hair, clenched his fists, and stretched his neck. "Do not extinguish the child's hope, old man. There is nothing insurmountable." Raditz swung his arms, charging towards the gray robots, his extreme speed creating an elongated sound that echoed like thunder. "Impossible!" With a single punch, he pierced through the thick armor, the hard alloy crumbling beneath his fist as if it were mere plastic, the explosive force ripping it in two. Continuing onward to the next target. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive thunderous booms. These machines posed no threat to him. Even if they united against him, Raditz would merely smile. Such was the case at this moment. After the 3 machines were instantaneously obliterated, the remaining ones surged forward, encircling Raditz. Their method of controlling energy was powerless against the machine's detection capabilities, for they could not gauge the vast disparity between friend and foe. They confined Raditz within a narrow space, aiming all their firearms at him, with several long guns nearly pressed against his face. The moment to fire was imminent, and Raditz smiled. Like a stretching exercise, he opened his arms wide, accumulating profound power within his palms. As the shots rang out, he too moved. A brilliant light emanated, obscuring the vision of all. Even the mechanical soldiers lost their targeting. The shockwave swirled around Raditz, carving a luminous ring, and in an instant, all the machines were annihilated, along with their attacks. Done. Raditz clapped his hands, appearing utterly untroubled. The remaining survivors, however, were increasingly gripped by fear, shrinking back. Had they not been shackled by electronic chains, they would surely have fled. I saved you. There is no need for such fear, is there? Behold my visage. Akin to yours, I too am of human origin. Raditz gestured towards his own visage and spun around. Clad in a training shirt and leather jacket, his tail completely severed. He appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Examine closely, he urged. His words seemed to resonate, if only slightly, with the elder. Yet, the fear etched upon their faces remained, some appearing as though they had encountered a demon. You do not comprehend. It is not you we fear, but them. They shall return. They are indestructible. Raditz, increasingly bewildered, furrowed his brow in confusion. These individuals seemed to be imprisoned, and the them they spoke of might hold the key to unraveling the enigma of the metallic planet. I ask you, what is the nature of this planet, and what do they signify? My companions and I were drawn here during our cosmic travels. Why? A cascade of inquiries emerged, causing hesitation among the crowd. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally rose unsteadily and approached Raditz. His aged and profound eyes resembled shriveled juju pits, scrutinizing the young man before him, culminating in a sigh. Though initially reluctant to divulge the truth, Raditz's declaration upon emerging from the flames, coupled with his extraordinary prowess, compelled the elder to reconsider. Hope, perhaps it exists? After years without witnessing the emergence of new life, this encounter presented a rare opportunity. We are the indigenous people of this planet, known as Tumate, and we refer to ourselves as the Tumatians. The elder spoke with pride, his gaze lifting towards the heavens, seemingly reminiscing about glorious times long past. Even though he had not witnessed it firsthand, the records from ancient texts were sufficient to invigorate all his kin. In the distant past, our civilization's technology reached its zenith, an era surpassing all contemporary human advancements, leading to the flourishing of our race. However, unexpectedly, after a period of prosperity, our technological progress abruptly halted, and all affluence vanished. Subsequently, the Tumate planet fell into decline. As the elder recounted this, his demeanor grew somber. Raditz surmised the outcome and surveyed the surroundings, stating, "Thus, you aspire to replicate the civilization of that era, to recreate that pinnacle." The desolate planet echoed with a metallic resonance, seemingly affirming Raditz's proclamation. Chapter 41. Erroneous evolution. The muted metallic reverberation resembled a somber symphony, sending ripples through the air. Upon hearing Raditz's words, the Tumate natives bowed their heads. Raditz understood he had surmised correctly. And then? He pressed. Then. We assembled over 100 of the foremost scientists, ancient linguists, historians, and archaeologists to decode the secrets of ancient technology, ultimately uncovering the reasons behind Tumate's golden age. The metallic planet? Raditz inquired. No, that is a fallacy. We remain unaware of the reasons. The elder shook his head vehemently. We meticulously replicated the original data without a single error, ultimately creating an intelligent technological chip named Bondless. This chip could serve as the planet's core, providing energy and evolutionary calculations. According to the records, it possessed the capability to absorb energy from stellar systems, even from extraterrestrial realms. Furthermore, it could endow the technologies it produced with an eternal energy response. As the core, it also offered the most rational and swift method of evolution, empowering Tumate. At this point, the elder fell silent, casting a glance around, and the unspoken truth hung heavy in the air. It was evident that they had failed. Tumate, once a habitable planet akin to Earth, had now become a barren wasteland, a lifeless sphere of metal from core to surface. The chip soon initiated its first evolution, autonomously transforming a portion of the planet into metal, voraciously siphoning energy from other planets, and constructing a mechanical electronic army. Once it amassed sufficient power, it reduced the indigenous populace to slavery, commencing the transformation of the entire planet. As you can see, nearly all the land has been converted into metal, and it continues to expand, seeking to engulf other planets to augment its mass. How long has it been? Raditz suddenly inquired. I responded. How long has it been since that catastrophe? It has been over a decade, since the decline of technology. The average lifespan of the Tumate people is now merely 50 years. The elder's head hung low, his hair a crown of white. Raditz had assumed he was over 80. Yet 50 was already considered a remarkable old age. In that moment, Raditz finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The spaceship was lured merely by Bondle's insatiable appetite. However, Raditz discovered a weakness. After more than a decade of evolution, its energy was undoubtedly immense. Yet it struggled to contend with the combat prowess of over 100,000 scions, indicating that it could not yet concentrate all its energy. Perhaps its evolution remained in its nascent stage. I will take you away, Raditz declared, reaching to sever the electronic chains. The two-mate people were thrown into a frenzy, shouting in protest. No, it will kill us. You are not afraid of it. We are. It can ascertain our location, and soon new mechanical patrols will arrive. You should leave too. Its intelligence far surpasses your imagination. Everyone gestured frantically, terror etched deeply into their hearts. Do you wish to remain its slaves forever? Raditz questioned, a hint of anger in his tone. At present, it still needs to study our physiological state to understand human life forms, and it poses no threat to our lives. Your spaceship is the true danger. If you could indeed achieve the impossible, then please stop it. Alas, Raditz realized, Bondle's goal was to consume energy, and their spaceship was the most delectable prey. The Elder was right. Even if we saved them now, we could not escape the planet's relentless pursuit. The crux of the matter lay in thwarting the chip. Regardless, these individuals are temporarily safe. Raditz cast a glance at them before swiftly returning. Upon arriving at the location of the spaceship, he was met with a scene of scattered mechanical debris, severed limbs emitting thick smoke and flickering with sparks. The acrid stench overwhelming. Indeed, they had come, and these models of mechanical warriors were deep blue, significantly larger in stature. Equipped with a variety of weaponry ranging from conventional projectiles to cluster lasers, electromagnetic missiles, and lightsabers. It appeared that in an effort to reclaim the spaceship, they had dispatched an elite force, yet regrettably, they had misjudged the strength of Goku and his companions, resulting in their total annihilation. Raditz, what on earth is happening? Vegeta inquired. Having just concluded his battle, his energy still palpable. The others shared his curiosity and turned their gazes towards him. These are Guardians autonomously manufactured by the planet. Their objective is to capture any approaching entities. To elaborate further, I will recount the details relayed by Elder Tumat. Raditz summarized for everyone. The sudden revelation astonished them. It was their first encounter with a living planet. Autonomous consciousness, formidable mechanical forces, and unknown powers. Very well, in that case, let us rescue those people, Goku exclaimed. His fists clenched in determination, eager to charge into the core zone. Wait, do we have any means to escape this place swiftly? Krillin pondered with growing trepidation, anxiously rubbing his arms. Even if the spaceship regained power, they would still need to break through obstacles. That metallic giant and its tentacle-like mechanical arms would prove formidable. And perhaps there would be more than one next time. Raditz replied gravely. At that moment, the ground trembled, a deep and thunderous sound resonating from beneath, as if thousands of ferocious beasts were surging forth. An earthquake? No, its power is approaching. As the words left his mouth, the distant dark golden structure became enveloped in a layer of ominous light, swirling like a vortex, expanding from the base of the building into a circle with a diameter of at least 500 meters, suddenly transforming into a pitch-black abyss, from which swarms of flying weapons emerged. Though diminutive in size, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Each possessed a sharp head and two pairs of wing-like appendages, rushing forth with a cacophony of sound. Everyone, be cautious, Goku warned loudly. The group assumed their stances, their focus sharpened as they stood in a line, ready to face the tide of incoming foes. The flying weapons surged forward, the foremost on the verge of colliding with Raditz. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out as one of the flying weapons was engulfed in dense smoke, crashing to the ground and detonating. Raditz turned abruptly towards the source of the sound, spotting several modified blue armored vehicles approaching them, a figure standing atop one with a sniper rifle raised. Was that their shot? Get out of the way, the person on the vehicle shouted. Subsequently, the mechanical vehicles sped towards them, and from within emerged numerous individuals wielding an array of weapons, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Raditz and his companions swiftly dodged to the side to avoid being struck, only to be astonished by the presence of other humans. Hey, come over here. We have weapons, bellowed a burly man operating a turret from within a vehicle, his robust arms on full display. At the front of the vehicle stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, clad in a midriff-bearing outfit, her long legs accentuated by a slender waist, while red knee-high boots encased her delicate feet like flames. She exuded an air of confidence, her every movement graceful and assertive. Twirling her snake-patterned earrings, she called out to the group, "Hurry over. Their onslaught is relentless. We can only hold them off for now." With that, she hurled an explosive device, creating a small mushroom cloud amidst the swarm of weaponry. Just as the one who claimed to assist, Sun Wukong, began to speak, he was abruptly silenced by the explosion. A statuesque woman leapt from the vehicle, wrapping her arms around Gohan and urging him to retreat as she ran, saying, "Such a charming little boy, you mustn't get hurt. I want to fight alongside my father." Gohan, helpless in her embrace, was reluctantly pulled away from the fray. Suddenly, From the swirling black vortex emerged a colossal B-shaped battle weapon, its body a deep crimson, glistening with a metallic sheen reminiscent of rippling water. Its imposing presence was unlike any other, radiating an aura that was overwhelmingly intimidating. "The Dark Bee King has appeared. Retreat at once," cried a voice through the loudspeaker, causing the faces of those both inside and outside the vehicle to pale. Their equipment, crafted from repurposed scrap metal, was adequate for standard adversaries but utterly inadequate against such a formidable foe. The brave battalion made a judicious decision to withdraw from the confrontation, hastily retreating while allowing Raditz and his companions to commandeer 2 armored vehicles. "Utilize this mech. Just conceal yourselves within and activate the cloaking system to remain undetected." Vegeta scoffed dismissively, positioning himself before the blue armored vehicle, directly facing the Dark Bee King. Piccolo and Goku mirrored his stance, with Raditz raising one arm in defiance ahead of them. Krillin and Tien, along with Yamcha, stood at the periphery, Krillin casually leaning against the tracks with an air of nonchalance. "Have you all lost your minds? They're telling them to flee, yet they stand their ground. This is nothing short of suicidal." The woman leading the group was filled with both fear and rage. She feared the Dark Bee King's offensive capabilities while seething at the foolishness of Raditz and his allies. But then, her voice abruptly vanished from the air. What had she seen? A few individuals had gathered immense energy in their hands, unleashing it like a laser cannon. Blinding beams of white, blue, and green collided with the Dark Bee King, obliterating it into ashes. The surrounding area was reduced to mere dust, with smoke billowing into the air. A lone errant foe circumvented the blockade, soaring towards the buxom woman who, cradling Gohan, had no time to draw her weapon. In a flash, Gohan raised his hand and fired an energy sphere, striking the foe with rapid precision. The explosion echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Everyone froze, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as the buxom woman involuntarily released her grip, nearly choking the burly man beside her. This must be a trick. Can humanity truly achieve this? What transpired next astonished them even further. Several individuals unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, forcefully suppressing the flames until the distant black vortex began to shrink and ultimately vanished from sight. The sound of a sniper rifle clattering to the ground resonated sharply. Raditz was the first to turn around, seemingly startled by their presence. He offered a wry smile to Goku and the others beside him. Vegeta remained dismissive, scoffing, "Humph. This is tedious. Their combat power is far too feeble." Yet, their ability to survive here and evade the pursuit of the metallic warriors suggested they possess some unique talents. "We should find a place to conceal ourselves." Raditz pondered for a moment before storing his scouter in a capsule. "Greetings, I am Raditz, and these are my companions." "Why you?" "Hello," they stammered, managing to utter only a single sentence before the formidable Raditz and his comrades. Chapter 42. Rescuing a Beauty. The overwhelming strength displayed by Raditz and his companions left everyone in shock. The once imposing female leader appeared flustered, at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had earnestly urged them to leave, boasting of her protective capabilities. Now, her face flushed with embarrassment. As they reflected upon the situation, a tinge of fear crept into their hearts, especially for Vegeta and Piccolo, whose expressions were cold and indifferent, their eyes radiating aggression, accompanied by a multitude of menacing bald figures. Raditz, observing the fierce demeanor of the group, shook his head with a wry smile. "There is no need for fear. We are merely travelers stranded on this planet. Our spaceship encountered obstacles upon exiting the atmosphere, forcing us to halt and rest here for a while." "Ah, I see," replied the female leader, introducing herself. "I am Vladi, the leader of this resistance. We too are humans stranded on this planet for various reasons. Some of our home worlds have been consumed, while others are travelers, along with the remnants of the Tumate people." Vladi, adorned in red boots, approached Raditz. "Please, accompany us to our base for a brief respite. We shall treat you well." She cast a wary glance at the individuals behind Raditz, still somewhat apprehensive. "Huh. This sounds splendid." Krillin stretched lazily, glancing at Goku. "What do you think, Goku? Perhaps there will be plenty of delicious food." Goku pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. "All right then, there is nothing else to do here. It's settled," Raditz declared, knowing that Vegeta would not oppose such a trivial matter for him. It mattered little where they were. Vladi, visibly pleased, pointed towards the 2 armored vehicles left behind. "You can use those too. We must return to the base swiftly, lest new troops pursue us." "No need, just lead the way," Raditz replied as they effortlessly levitated into the air. The gravity here was slightly more than double that of Earth, yet it posed no challenge to them. The rebels were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the existence of someone who could fly. Upon returning to the so-called base, Raditz discovered that it consisted of a few rooms pilfered from the architectural marvels of the metallic planet. After seizing these quarters, the surviving Tumitans employed technology to obscure Bondler's perception. These structures were designed for receiving and transmitting cosmic messages, as well as harnessing external energy and manufacturing new equipment and machinery. Taking advantage of this, the rebels managed to acquire several mechs and an abundance of weapons and ammunition, though these were but trifles compared to the sheer scale of Bondler itself. In the limited confines, they cultivated soil and siphoned a portion of the planet's water supply to grow plants and grains to sustain their existence. Now, the surviving humans numbered barely over 30, struggling to survive while plotting the rescue of their imprisoned comrades. The Tumitans had mentioned that the chip Bondler captured many living beings for experimentation, delving into the study of humanity. This implied that there must be a location where these test subjects were confined. Vladimir explained the situation to Raditz and the others, providing them with the remaining food supplies and imploring the rebels, "Please save our companions, as well as those from various planets. With your strength, it is surely possible. We beseech you." "Then leave it to us," exclaimed Sun Wukong, his fervor igniting as he readied himself for action. Raditz chuckled softly. Such was Wukong's nature. After all, they needed to thwart Bondler to facilitate their own escape, and rescuing someone in the process seemed no burden at all. Thus, they reached a consensus. Gohan and Krillin would remain at the base as a precaution, while the others ventured into the depths of the metallic planet. Through multiple attempts at reconnaissance and infiltration, the rebels gathered substantial intelligence. The Tumitans utilized this information and technology to ascertain the internal entrances and the locations of the experimental subjects' confinement. All the data was compiled into a map that was handed over to Raditz. Following the instructions, they deftly circumvented the patrol mechs and entered the interior of the metallic planet through a clandestine entrance. This area was designated for expelling waste gases and recycling refuse. Though the temperature was high and the pressure immense, with gravity doubled, it posed no issue for them. Initially, Bondler had not anticipated that such a group could endure such an environment and infiltrate its depths. The group advanced quietly until they reached a fork in the path, with routes leading to the mech hangar, the laboratories, and various supply stations. Vegeta headed directly towards the mech hangar, considering the rescue of individuals a mere jest. Battling mechs was far more engaging. The others dispersed in different directions, while Raditz and Wukong opted to proceed toward the rescue of the hostages. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they found a transparent chamber where light streamed through a narrow opening. The gap was only wide enough for one person at a time, so Raditz concentrated energy in his palm, heating it until the metal melted. Together, they shattered the metal plate and electronic barrier, stealthily slipping inside. Within the dazzling light, countless high-density metal cages were arranged haphazardly. Confined within these walls are not only the indigenous people of Tumate, but also denizens from other planets. A diverse array of individuals, each strikingly different in appearance, yet all uniformly shackled by electronic chains. A chilling electronic tone reverberates from the vast circular dome, first issuing a jarring, high-pitched screech reminiscent of two crude knives grinding against one another, assaulting the eardrums. Subsequently, a cold and piercing voice emanates from the devices. Experiment subject number 300 has returned. Experiment subject number 349 has perished. Following a series of capture announcements, a brief silence ensues, during which Leitais observes many trembling in fear, apprehensive of impending punishment. Subjects 66, 71, and 80 enter the experiment. As the numbers are called, the heavy metallic doors swing open, revealing a listless, long-eared alien, trailed by several blue-armored sentinels. The door has opened? Leitais gasps, realizing that the compartment assigned to the called number automatically unlocks, as a cadre of armored mechanized warriors, towering at 2 meters, seize them, escorting them to another chamber. With the doors ajar, an opportunity arises. Leitais must act swiftly. The moment is fleeting, and he cannot afford to hesitate. 3 unfortunate subjects, their heads draped in green cloth, shuffle forward, the first already within 5 meters of the threshold. Now is the moment. Leitais, having prepared for this instant, unleashes a powerful punch against the wall, the solid surface resounding with a thundering echo as it caves in, yet remains unshattered. The formidable materials astonish him. Acting decisively, he swiftly alters his approach. A surge of heat emanating from his hands as brilliant blue light strikes the ceiling, only to vanish into nothingness. Leitais is once again taken aback. At that moment, metallic electrodes spring from the walls, accompanied by an array of weaponry. The enclosure has evidently transformed into a battleground. In that instant of retaliation, Leitais comprehends the situation. Each wall possesses the ability to absorb energy, akin to the colossal metallic behemoth outside, and after absorbing the shield, The iron walls are reinforced with high-strength alloys, equipped with numerous weapons. A barrage of fire from a volley cannon is aimed at Raditz, while overhead, a massive curved blade looms. And a cross-shaped blade descends with blinding speed, its gleaming edge reflecting the brilliant lights. It feels as though hell's winds are upon him as the volley cannon unleashes its fury. Yet Raditz smiles. He leaps towards the descending crossblade, igniting the king's fist at the moment the cannon fire approaches, his speed surging dramatically, allowing him to evade the blade and seize the retractable metallic hydraulic lever. With a sudden yank, the lever snaps, and the crossblade, now misdirected by the cannon's assault, strikes the mechanical soldiers. The razor-sharp edge of the blade, cutting through the air at a dizzying velocity, produces a deafening roar. As the wind howls, the crossblade slices through a swarm of soldiers, sparks erupting in its wake. Goku weaves through the barrage of projectiles, dispatching the remaining sentinels with deft precision. The others were left astounded, as though they had witnessed the most improbable event imaginable. Someone emerged from an unknown place, defying these horrifying machines. As the onlookers struggled to comprehend the scene, Raditz had already dashed to the doorway, turning back to unleash two energy blasts that obliterated the remnants of the mechanical warrior. Sparks and arcs of electricity erupted from the wreckage, while a dark green lubricant pooled upon the ground. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the prisoners erupted in a cacophony of shouts, with some weeping profusely and others exuberantly cheering. Who would not revel in the sight of a hero defying fate? Yet, in an instant, the entire area was filled with the ominous buzzing of alarms, red lights flickering ominously, as countless black metallic warriors began to rise from the ground, flooding the space. A formidable mechanical army surged towards Raditz, while the massive door began to close. With a series of swift shots, two experimental subjects who had lagged behind were struck down, and the last shot appeared destined for the lead figure. Raditz deftly deflected the projectile and seized the nearest experimental subject, charging through the door. With a resounding clang, the door sealed behind them, pinching a corner of dark green fabric in the closing gap, revealing the true visage of the experimental subject. Even before catching a glimpse of her face, Raditz felt a flicker of astonishment, a flush rising to his cheeks. Undoubtedly, she was a girl. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a girl with striking orange hair cascading down her back and captivating blue eyes. Her porcelain-like skin and the delicate curves of her youthful form were laid bare before Raditz, her thin garment accentuating her fragility. She bit her lip, her face flushed, her gaze cast downwards, too shy to meet Raditz's eyes. "I am sorry," Raditz stammered, realizing his grip had been a bit too tight, and he quickly released her. Thank you," the girl stuttered, a shy smile gracing her lips. Chapter 43. Regaining freedom. Raditz was momentarily taken aback by the girl's bashful demeanor. "No need to thank me. I am Raditz. I don't remember my name," she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her brow furrowed as if she were straining to recall something. Her expression filled with anguish. Perhaps something during her time in mechanical captivity had caused her to lose her memory, Raditz pondered. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Their immediate priority was to escape the perilous situation. He keenly heard the rumbling of machinery and grasped the girl's delicate hand once more. "Come with me." "Okay." In the girl's eyes, Raditz was the only warrior capable of resisting these terrifying foes. Though following him was fraught with danger, it might just offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Her bright eyes reflected Raditz's strong silhouette, and the warmth of his grasp was reassuring. The corridor ahead was wide yet winding, its silver walls adorned with star-like fragments of light. The ground trembled violently as the mechanized soldiers drew ever closer. The fear of the Tamatians was not unfounded. The sheer number of these monstrous mechanical soldiers was staggering. Even the smallest ant, when united, could consume an elephant. Their strides were immense, advancing with remarkable speed, their thunderous sounds reverberating in the air. The two could perceive the mechanical clamor growing louder, emanating not only from behind, but also from ahead. Intercepting forces were positioned in front of them. They formed an encirclement, making it exceedingly convenient to trap Raditz in the narrow passageway, especially as these soldiers seemed to number without limit. The girl, frightened, rapidly drained of color, pressed against Raditz's arm, her heart pounding violently, easily felt by him. "Do not be afraid," Raditz said with a reassuring smile, masking his own apprehension, adopting a posture of unwavering confidence to comfort the girl. The black metallic warriors bore a striking resemblance to humans, starkly contrasting with the earlier clumsy mechanical soldiers, indicating that in their efforts to confront Raditz, they were continually experimenting with new tactics. They no longer employed firearms but opted for brutal cold blades. Shimmering silver blades emerging from their dark forms, reflecting the surrounding lights like diamonds spilling from the edges, wielding a lethal intent that could cleave the earth asunder. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Bright flashes darted through the air, silver arcs illuminating the space as the chilling winds of blades swept from all directions. The coldness radiating from their edges, sparks flying. Raditz shielded the girl with one hand while extending 2 fingers with the other, unleashing a sharp gust. He wielded his hands as weapons, channeling energy as a sword, striking against the black gold warriors. Clang, clang, clang. Several forces clashed with Raditz, his energy piercing through the warriors' thick armor, shredding their defenses and tearing them apart. The horrifying energy even obliterated the core of the black gold warriors, causing them to disintegrate into shapeless fragments. In midair, the dismembered bodies of the black gold warriors fell, metallic debris turning to charred dust under the scorching energy. In the blink of an eye, 5 black gold warriors lay prostrate on the ground. Raditz's energy, concentrated through his fingers, formed an impenetrable wall. The black gold warriors surged forward relentlessly, disregarding their own lives, fixated solely on attacking. The girl was terrified, narrowly escaping the massive blades several times. Her steps in sync with Raditz's movements, as if dancing a waltz on the precipice of life and death. Yet this rhythm felt peculiar, reminiscent of a suffocating maneuver from some ancient game, effortlessly dispatching the relentless foes. The black gold warriors were sliced apart beneath his hands, disintegrating into components, lubricants, and electrical sparks, leaving the entire passage strewn with remnants of carnage. However, countless black gold warriors continued to advance, wave after wave, seemingly inexhaustible, embodying the terror of their numbers, capable of overwhelming any opponent. Moreover, through their continuous engagements, the black gold warriors gradually adapted to Raditz's attack patterns, becoming increasingly agile and versatile. Some even launched ropes to ensnare Raditz, coordinating with their comrades to execute combined assaults. Raditz, possessing the king's fist, remained undaunted by these tactics. Yet, the girl beside him could not endure any further trauma. Remaining a cornered beast was not an option. Thus, the only solution lay in forging a path forward. Prepare yourself, for Raditz is about to engage the mechanical chain and position himself behind the girl. Are you ready? Mentally and physically prepared? The girl paused momentarily, suddenly feeling her thigh ensnared by an unseen force, and in an instant, she was lifted skyward, floating in mid-air. Raditz had hurled her into the air. Below, Raditz pivoted and charged forth, unleashing 2 waves of energy that radiated with dazzling brilliance, nearly engulfing all the black gold warriors on one side of the corridor. The intense heat ignited a multitude of explosions, causing the corridor to collapse in sections. While the sturdy iron curtain bore deep dents from the onslaught, a small contingent of black gold warriors had been reduced to ash. Yet the vast reserve army swiftly evolved to generate transparent shields to absorb energy. As Raditz had anticipated, they could adapt rapidly and at an astonishing pace. Observing the girl descending, Raditz extended his hand to catch her and propelled himself back, simultaneously launching an energy wave to obscure the vision of the black gold warriors. His speed, augmented by the Kaioken state, allowed him to navigate through the chaos. Seizing the opportunity amidst the warrior's evolution, he barreled through obstacles, racing towards the chamber where the experimental subjects were confined. The black metallic warriors represented a specialized countermeasure within the experimental chamber. They would be triggered to annihilate any subject attempting to resist or flee, to prevent the door from sealing shut after Raditz's escape. The black gold warriors inevitably activated the entrance in pursuit. Indeed, the expansive room was filled with black gold warriors surging toward the exit. Their immense numbers created a bottleneck, which Raditz exploited to slip inside and reunite with Goku. Goku had already been engaged in battle for some time, decimating the black gold warriors with relentless ferocity. Incidents of escape had been rare, and never had they encountered formidable opponents like Raditz and Goku. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the warriors lacked combat efficacy. And under the tempestuous barrage, their ranks dwindled, proving utterly incapable of resistance. Energy blasts echoed thunderously while fiery blades descended from above, leaving the experimental subjects in awe. In the Kaioken state, the duo ruthlessly eradicated their foes while dismantling the surrounding heavy weaponry. However, the indiscriminate destruction of various arms inadvertently shattered many cages, allowing numerous individuals to sneak away. As the last black gold warrior fell, Raditz and Goku heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, you are now free. Chapter 44, Breaking the Blockade. As the cages swung open, jubilant cheers erupted among the crowd, some even weeping tears of joy at their regained freedom. Yet, the shrill sound of a red alarm pierced the air, plunging them back into a state of tension before they could celebrate. Follow me, Raditz bellowed, cutting through the cacophony. Prior to entering the metallic planet, They had devised a comprehensive series of plans. The group entered from multiple directions, launching a surprise assault to disrupt Bondler's judgment. After rescuing the experimental subjects, the group made their way to the nearest transport room, which featured a one-way teleportation portal due to the impending shipment of newly manufactured machines. The transport room was nearly devoid of guards, yet the path leading there required them to traverse a stronghold teeming with enemies. Thus, they gathered at the stronghold before surging forth together. Everyone followed Raditz's lead, with Goku vigilantly taking up the rear. Upon arrival, they found that Vegeta and the others had just reached the location as well. They had successfully escaped, but on the wide avenue. The dark red metal warriors had already sensed their movements, approaching in droves, far too numerous to count. These troublesome foes were surprisingly alert, regardless of the circumstances. The solution was simple: eliminate them. Vegeta had fought his way from the mech hangar to this point, dispatching countless adversaries along the way, considering them inconsequential. He gathered 2 spheres of energy in his hands, swinging his arms forward to launch them. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. A group of over a dozen metal warriors had arranged themselves into a formidable shield, a transparent barrier that completely absorbed Vegeta's energy. The princess technique of tossing energy spheres had met with failure. Vegeta was taken aback. Listen to me. They adapt to our combat methods and evolve countermeasures. From the initial barrage of firepower to subsequent melee tactics, and now to the energy-absorbing shield, each strategy was a result of their evolution. Raditz analyzed the situation, noting that their strength remained consistently weak. Let us refrain from using energy attacks. We can simply strike them directly. That suits me perfectly. Nappa bellowed, his robust muscles glistening, appearing even more formidable in his new combat armor. With a mighty roar, he charged towards the nearest metal warriors like a rolling boulder. Even the metal warriors were taken aback. Their data did not account for such a combat style. No energy blasts, no flanking maneuvers, no high-speed movements, nor any posturing. For a moment, their data recalibrated, and the metal warriors reverted to their instinctual combat state. Nappa, however, paid no heed to their state. He thundered to the front of the metal warriors and grasped 3 cold, metallic machines with a ferocious strength, crushing their bodies with sheer brute force. Though constructed from high-strength alloys, under Nappa's might, they deformed grotesquely. In their struggle, the metal warriors revealed their curved blades, gleaming with a silvery sheen, striking towards Nappa like lightning. "Get back!" Vegeta suddenly shouted. Yet Nappa ignored him, instead charging directly towards the blade, unleashing a surge of white energy around him that violently deflected the warrior's entire arms. He then exerted tremendous pressure, intertwining and compressing. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 metal bodies were severed in twain, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Vegeta, it is not solely you who has grown stronger. He has also dedicated considerable effort to his training. Raditz approached Vegeta, casting a satisfied glance at the imposing Nappa, who diligently trained as much as you did. Vegeta regarded Raditz with a knowing look. Indeed, there are others as well. Raditz tilted his head, chuckling lightly. At that moment, Tien Shinhan had already nimbly dashed ahead, weaving through the metallic warriors, utilizing the 4 witches' fists to catch them off guard. Although his forearmed might did not rival Nappa's, his fists easily pierced through their armor. The metal soldiers promptly began to process data, analyzing the situation before employing a variety of piercing weapons, unleashing a torrent of flames to obstruct the assault. Humph. These scrap heaps are hardly impressive. Piccolo extended his arms, coiling around numerous foes like a serpentine creature, his elongated limbs stealthily wrapping beneath them, binding them in an instant. With a swift tug, Piccolo ensnared their legs, dragging them down and causing a cascade of chaos. Goku scratched his head, feeling a surge of restlessness. He exchanged a glance with Vegeta and instantly launched a fierce offensive against the enemy. The competitive spirit between them was evident in their exchanged gazes, as they aimed to outdo each other in vanquishing adversaries. With seasoned experience, Goku concentrated his power into a single point on his fist and struck with ferocity against their bodies. The heavy armor could not withstand the force of his blow, shattering instantly, dimming the flickering electronic lights. A relentless barrage obliterated countless mechas, and heaps of debris accumulated in the corridor, accompanied by continuous explosions. The girls looked on in awe, never anticipating that such formidable beings could render the terrifying machines utterly defenseless, alongside Raditz, who held her hand. "Rest assured, we are indeed powerful," Raditz said with a slight smile. As if in response, the girl's previously dazed expression began to brighten, and she returned Raditz's smile, her face blooming like a flower. Through their valiant efforts, they carved a path forward, progressing along the corridor toward the transport chamber, which widened with each step. And the intercepting machines dwindled in number. Data collection complete. Data collection complete. Suddenly, the metallic warriors halted in unison, issuing a mechanical warning. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. With the alarm cessation, their bodies lost power, automatically disassembling into scrap metal and collapsing to the ground. The sight of dozens of mechanical warriors simultaneously failing was truly spectacular. Yet, confusion lingered among the group, faces etched with caution, wary of falling into another trap. Had their time come? It was unclear. Let them be. We should take this opportunity to move on. It is wise to remain cautious within the planet's interior, Piccolo stated calmly. Casting a cold glance at the experimental subjects behind them, particularly given the number of people involved. Raditz nodded in agreement, however. The location of the chip has yet to be confirmed. Without stopping it, our ship will struggle to breach the atmosphere. Here's the plan. You take the hostages and leave. I will go to stop Boundless. Not a chance. Vegeta intercepted Raditz, asserting, I shall handle him. What? I too wish to engage in battle. There might be formidable foes lurking. Kakarot, it is you who proposed to save them, hence the responsibility falls upon you. Vegeta scoffed. Goku furrowed his brow, continuing to argue. The two exchanged barbs, their verbal tussle leaving the experimental subjects in a state of bewilderment, their gazes darting back and forth. No one can escape my control. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from the depths of the vast space, declaring itself as I. Could it be the metallic planet itself? The tension escalated as all eyes turned towards the distant end of the corridor, where blinding lights illuminated a wide expanse. What lay ahead? Tien's eyes once again caught sight of a target, yet this time, his pupils trembled uncontrollably. Goku, is that you? Upon hearing Tien's words, everyone froze. Tien's eyesight was undoubtedly reliable. It often granted him an advantage. However, the figure before them could not possibly be Goku. Darius? Was equally implausible. Raditz's gaze flickered as he murmured, gradually discerning the newcomer's appearance, his heart racing. It bore a striking resemblance. Yet, it emitted no aura, unlike a human. These must be creations of the Bondler's chip, Piccolo scoffed. Though it appeared to be Goku, it seemed wholly inferior in strength to the original. Tien relaxed slightly, smiling as he remarked, You're right, Goku. He turned to Goku beside him, only to find his expression grave, as if facing a dire threat. Raditz too mirrored this sentiment. To deploy such a multitude of metallic warriors against them, yet halt all machinery before the arrival of the replicant Goku, indicated the combat prowess of this clone was undoubtedly superior to those metallic fighters. The extent of its power was challenging for Raditz to ascertain. One possibility lingered. The chip had calculated their individual strengths through the previous battles, and the replicant dispatched was at least comparably formidable. Be cautious, Piccolo advised earnestly. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of these beings, his stance shifting slightly. You defy my will. I shall capture you once more. The voice remained monotonous. The rapid frequency and immense volume sending chills down spines. The lifeless replicants approached with heavy footsteps, their feet colliding with the floor, producing a resounding metallic clang. Emerging from the blinding light were three replicant Gokus, attired in pristine turtle school uniforms, their garments impeccably arranged, yet they moved as if cast from metal. Their crab-like hairstyles, muscular builds, sashes, and boots gleamed with a polished sheen, presenting a subdued blue hue. Indeed, they were creations of metal. How contemptible, muttered Nappa, as he gathered profound energy in his hands and charged at the replicants, unleashing a barrage of punches. Unable to contend with the formidable Kakarot. How could I possibly struggle against a mere handful of impostors? Indeed, I cannot. With precision, the replicants unleashed a flurry of punches, strikes, and kicks, striking Nappa's chest, face, and abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. His massive form struck the floor with a resounding thud, reverberating through the empty corridor. TCH, what a reckless fool. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Nappa, arms poised in readiness as he advanced. From the previous exchanges, he discerned a telling similarity. These replicants had entirely emulated Goku's fighting style and techniques. Even their combat prowess was alarmingly akin. I shall deal with you, metal imbeciles. Defeating Goku begins with vanquishing these replicants. In response to Vegeta's taunts, the replicants remained unfazed, their expressions vacant as they surveyed their adversary. Heads swaying as if seeking a worthy opponent. What are you staring at? It infuriates me. Your challenger is right here. Without further ado, Vegeta charged forth, unleashing a torrent of power as his fists flew with remarkable speed. The rapid succession of strikes was so dazzling that even Tien Shinhan found it bewildering. Only Goku and Raditz could fully comprehend the spectacle. One replicant positioned itself before Vegeta, arms crossed in defense, absorbing the brunt of his assault, retreating step by step. The floor beneath it screeching in protest. Excellent. We are on the verge of victory, the orange-haired girl exclaimed, waving her arms. Yet, there are still two remaining. Tien Shinhan, I entrust you with the safety of this girl and the others. Goku, Piccolo, we advance. Raditz released the girl's hand, readying himself for battle. Goku dashed forward, engaging with a replicant in a fierce clash, each mirroring the other's combat style, fists and feet colliding in an unyielding struggle. Piccolo's battle prowess had significantly increased thanks to the gravity chamber, yet he still appeared somewhat outmatched against an opponent of Goku's caliber. However, together with Goku, confronting the replicants posed no challenge at all. One of the tallest replicants fixed its gaze upon Raditz, declaring, "I shall capture you." Its lips barely parted, a piercing hostility emanating from its voice. "Are you Bondlerus?" Raditz inquired, yet no reply came. Only the relentless sounds of battle persisted in the air. "Huh," the replicant bellowed, unleashing a full barrage as it charged at Raditz, its fists slicing through the air with ferocious intent, erupting with overwhelming force in an instant. Raditz's aura flared, enveloping him as he extended his hand to meet the incoming onslaught, delivering a retaliatory blow. The collision of fists produced a sharp crack, resonating with the clash of metal and bone, leaving Raditz's forearm tingling as he felt the tremor coursing through him. He braced himself, channeling his strength into the ground, creating a dent in the floor. The replicant opposite him staggered back several steps, its arm shattering into fragments that scattered across the floor. "Humph. It appears you are not as formidable as you seem." Raditz retracted his arm, inhaling sharply as he flexed his fingers. Although this blow rendered the opponent's arm useless, the consequences were not without pain for oneself. After all, one's flesh and blood colliding with iron is undeniably painful. The replicant silently glanced at the fragments of itself scattered on the ground, betraying no emotion. It advanced, stepping upon the shards. In the next moment, the debris on the floor transformed into a liquid, swiftly climbing up the replicant's body, reassembling itself at an astonishing pace into a formidable arm once again. Liquid metal? And it possesses memory restoration capabilities? Raditz stared in astonishment, his expression darkening. The terrifying aspect of such abilities lies in their near indestructibility. Unless completely annihilated, they continually regenerate, exhausting one's own stamina in the process. This is quite troubling, Raditz pondered inwardly. At that moment, the replicant charged forward once more, delivering a powerful kick that sent Raditz flying a considerable distance. He performed 2 flips in midair before regaining his stance, then activated the King Kai fist to retaliate, landing a punch squarely on the replicant's face. The force was so great that the replicant's neck nearly twisted 180 degrees, yet Raditz understood this was far from sufficient. He swiftly followed up with an elbow strike, crashing down onto the twisted neck. The replicant toppled to the side, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Raditz aimed at its body and unleashed a barrage of energy waves, enveloping it in a blinding white light. Chapter 46. Capture under the bombardment of energy waves. The replicant transformed into a puddle of liquid, flowing rapidly and slipping past Raditz's feet. Preoccupied with suppressing it, Raditz failed to notice the liquid stealthily escaping amidst the brilliance, still striving to eliminate all traces of the liquid metal. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his feet, glancing down to find an arm coiling around his ankle, gripping him like a vice. The replicant. Raditz immediately reacted, hastily attempting to fly away. However, the replicant clung tenaciously, swiftly gathering all its fragmented parts into a humanoid form, forcibly pinning Raditz to the ground by his ankle, then rising to deliver an elbow strike. As the elbow charged towards him, Raditz managed to deflect the attack, causing the replicant's balance to falter. Simultaneously, he unleashed an energy wave from below, striking its chin with tremendous force. The searing energy heated the air to a blistering temperature, causing the replicant's pale blue exterior to redden slightly. The impact sent it reeling backward, obliterating its jaw and part of its face, forcing it to stagger. Upon observing the other replicants, they too appeared battered. Without their formidable regeneration abilities, they would have perished countless times already. Calculating error, calculating error. A cold electronic voice resonated, sending a shiver down one's spine. Only now do you recognize your miscalculations? We are not within the parameters you can compute. Raditz glared at the disheveled replicant, clenching his fists tightly. They generally maintain their strength at a relatively low and stable level, only to unleash it as needed during combat. At times, they can even exhibit a formidable power they themselves did not foresee. This is a crucial aspect of combat capability, as it reduces energy expenditure and maximizes efficiency. Moreover, when facing certain adversaries, it can yield an element of surprise. These replicated metallic toys, however, possess a fixed combat power, neither concealing their strength nor adapting to the intensity of their foes. Although the copies of Goku mimic his fighting style closely, their combat power remains stagnant at a state of unexerted potential. Furthermore, they overlook the most vital factor: their lack of signature techniques such as the Kamehameha and the Kaioken. Raditz, brimming with confidence, was interrupted once again by a cold, mechanical voice announcing the successful recalibration and energy retrieval. Simultaneously, a few metallic skeletons emerged from the wall, their ghastly white forms exuding an air of dread. In the aftermath, 3 replicants transformed into liquid, coalescing into a singular entity that rapidly reformed into another version of Raditz. Have they used the rest to fashion hair? Raditz could not help but scoff at the replicant that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Yet he recognized that the enemy had fortified itself. Vegeta snorted disdainfully as his aura flared, intensifying with a brilliant white light. In a flash, he left behind an afterimage, appearing before the replicant. This was an excellent opportunity to deliver a thrashing to Raditz, one he could not afford to squander. With a mental command, Vegeta unleashed a fierce kick, shouting as he struck. With a mere motion, the replicant grasped his calf, effortlessly nullifying his assault, without even sparing him a glance. The replicant thrust several sharp spikes from its hand, piercing Vegeta's leg, then carelessly flung him away with a chilling indifference. Vegeta crashed to the ground, crimson blood gushing from the wounds and staining his battle attire. True to his character, he endured the agonizing pain in his leg and soared back into the fray, arms poised to strike from above. The replicant was taken aback by Vegeta's resurgence and braced itself for the incoming assault, absorbing a heavy blow to its head that nearly buckled its knees. Yet the onslaught was far from over. Vegeta continued his furious assault, driving his knee into the replicant's abdomen, followed by 2 powerful hooks that indented its cheek, warping its form. Just then, the replicant inexplicably tilted its head, evading Vegeta's powerful punches, and deftly twisted its body to avoid another kick. Surprised by the replicant's agility, Vegeta was taken aback as it suddenly met his gaze. Its eyes emanating 2 beams of red light, brimming with immense energy, aimed directly at him. Vegeta, alarmed, halted his attack, executing 2 somersaults before landing. The emitted red beams pierced through the ceiling of the corridor, leaving 2 deep, dark holes, the surrounding area charred black. What the hell? To unleash such a technique so unexpectedly, it's clearly not Raditz. Vegeta furiously berated the replicant for its unorthodox tactics. He cast an angry glance, yet the replicant was nowhere to be found. Be careful, Raditz shouted, but it was too late. A tremendous force struck deep into Vegeta's abdomen, a knee thrust that threatened to penetrate him entirely. The impact was akin to that of a giant ape stomping on the earth, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In retaliation, 2 powerful hooks, one left and one right, were returned to him, sending Vegeta hurtling towards the wall. The force of the blow manifested itself as Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, supporting himself with his hands, sweat streaming down his face. His combat power was significantly higher than that of Goku in his normal state, and it should have surpassed Raditz as well. Yet, against this counterfeit replicant, he had been knocked down twice. Enraged, Vegeta leaned against the wall and stood up, his eyes ablaze with fury. Unbeknownst to him, the replicant, in addition to copying Raditz, had integrated its own calculations, thoroughly deciphering his fighting style. As long as it could anticipate his moves, even Vegeta would find himself at a disadvantage. In an instant, the wall opened upward like a sliding door, revealing black mechanical tendrils. Vegeta was caught off guard, ensnared swiftly by the tendrils, which then immobilized him. At the moment of capture, a voice announced, "Capture complete." Initially, Vegeta struggled, forcefully breaking a few of the mechanical appendages that bound him, but gradually, his energy waned, seemingly drained to the last vestige, leaving him to weakly lower his hands. Everyone be cautious. This creature's tendrils can absorb our energy. Do not let yourselves be caught by those things, Raditz warned from the air. He noticed that the eerie metallic skeleton was adorned with translucent sheets, the true source of energy absorption being those transparent materials. Goku, let us attack together. Wait, look, Tien Shinhan suddenly exclaimed, halting Raditz and Goku in their tracks. All eyes turned, their pupils trembling, the orange-haired girl instinctively retreating, her face pale as death. Approaching them was a multitude of replicant Raditzes, the sheer number impossible to count, surging forth from the white light like a tidal wave. In unison, they echoed a chilling proclamation, "You cannot escape." Chapter 47. Captives alike, a throng of replicants formed in orderly formation, resembling a meticulously trained battalion, their synchronized footsteps reverberating through the corridor, threatening to bring the structure down. Their solemn, icy expressions were reminiscent of glacial frost, and their deep blue eyes, calm yet void of life, enveloped the space in an aura of despair. Within the desolate white light, an ethereal hymn seemed to resonate, accompanied by the chilling sound of metal striking metal. Bonlarus unveiled its true capabilities, having forged a more formidable army from Raditz and his companions. Each replicant possessed a combat power exceeding 100,000, coupled with remarkable regenerative abilities. At this juncture, Raditz believed he was no match for them. To confront such a potentially vast army is undoubtedly an insurmountable challenge. Their backing is the entirety of the planet. It is impossible to stand against the world itself. The only means to conquer bondlers is to directly annihilate the chip. The Tamatians were capable of this many years ago, indicating that a method to halt it must exist. First, we must locate the chip. How infuriating. Goku clenched his jaw tightly, preparing for action. Raditz inhaled deeply, stepping forward, declaring, "Bondlers, it is impossible for you to prevent my departure. I can dismantle this place at any moment. Feel free to test me." With that, he raised one hand, concentrating energy into a sphere. "My calculations indicate that you will lower your resistance to protect your kind. Therefore, I implore you to cease your opposition, or I shall take the life of this individual and the other test subjects." Is it truly resorting to threats? Raditz had assumed that its instinct for self-preservation would compel it to comply when faced with the prospect of its own destruction, yet it turned the tables on him. Goku paused, exchanging a glance with Raditz before ultimately unclenching his fist. Faced with the throngs of replicants, Raditz and Goku surrendered, and Piccolo offered no resistance. Knowing full well the futility of direct confrontation, he too capitulated. Nappa struggled briefly but was swiftly subdued, while Tien and the others were apprehended en masse. The group was escorted into a separate chamber for prisoners, drained of their energy and shackled with electronic chains before being placed in solitary confinement. Except for Raditz and his companions, who were treated differently, the rest were confined within a massive cage, flanked by iron walls, save for one transparent side. Following their capture, the mood among the group plummeted. They had hoped for a hero to shatter their chains but found themselves still ensnared in a fate of control. They felt a deep sense of guilt for having implicated Raditz and the others in their plight. The Dalmatians lamented their fate, their eyes dimming like the flickering flame of a dying candle. Yet, among them, a child's gaze brightened as she pointed at Raditz, exclaiming, "Look, that uncle is smiling." Although separated by a thick metal barrier, they could still hear the child's voice and turned to see indeed Raditz smiling. How can he still smile? Is he truly unscathed? Perhaps his mind has been affected. Yet, he appeared genuinely at ease. Of course, he was comfortable. Raditz leaned against the cage, enjoying the company of a young girl with orange hair. In the process of rescuing her, Raditz had inadvertently released her from her electronic shackles, leading the machine to mistakenly believe she was part of his group, imprisoning her alongside him. This was precisely what the girl desired. She had expressed her gratitude for Raditz's rescue from the outset, and now, an opportunity had presented itself. As she leaned against the wall, the girl suggested that Raditz should relax, boldly reaching out to caress his thigh, leaving Raditz utterly astonished. Has the universe become so liberated? Even if gratitude is in order, such intimate matters need not be aired in public. As the girl's delicate fingers began to knead, her nimble touch and the coolness of her fingertips pressed against his weary thighs, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Ah, massage. Raditz's excitement momentarily subsided as he began to savor the experience. The others confined in the same cell, however, were not afforded such luxury. Tien Shinhan recalled the dumplings, and suddenly thought of launch, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. As for Piccolo and Goku, they remained indifferent, while Vegeta scoffed dismissively. In stark contrast, the reactions of the others from different planets were markedly different. Witnessing Raditz's evident enjoyment, they sat on the ground, gazing enviously with one hand propping up their heads. Why should their treatment differ so drastically when they were all captives? We too desire spacious quarters, beautiful companions, and massages. Observing their expressions, Raditz posed in a manner that exuded satisfaction, inciting even more jealousy among them. Yes, right there. It hurt tremendously when I fell earlier. Here, I shall be gentle. The girl attentively tended to Raditz's waist. Very nice, indeed. Just press my shoulders later. Don't tire yourself too much. We can continue tomorrow, Raditz casually remarked. Yet the girl, delighted, exerted herself even more. Some were left speechless. Tomorrow? Do you intend to stay here indefinitely? Raditz had only spoken lightly, but in truth, his gaze had shifted the moment the door swung open. The playful demeanor abruptly vanished, replaced by a glint of coldness in his eyes. They were coming again. Through the doorway entered a squad of blue primitive robots, followed at the end by a replicant. They marched straight past numerous cells, ultimately halting before Raditz. Subject 0 is proceeding to the unknown area. Subject 0 is proceeding to the unknown area. 0? Everyone heard this announcement. Yet none had ever been aware of the existence of Subject 0 until the mechanized soldiers extracted Raditz from his cell, revealing that he had been designated as 0. Each individual bore an electronic chain with a number as identification. However, On Raditz's ankle, the dark ring displayed a flashing bright yellow numeral. Indeed, it was 0. Bondler, do you wish to see me? Yes. The replicant spoke on behalf of Bondler, gripping Raditz's shoulder and escorting him out. The instant the door swung open, Raditz was taken aback. In addition to the replicant who had entered, dozens more awaited outside. Bondler was fully aware of Raditz's formidable prowess. The blue machines were no match for him, hence the deployment of so many replicants to prevent his escape was a testament to their caution. Yet, Raditz had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he yearned to meet Bondler and unravel the mystery. Had Bondler not sought him out, he had planned to create a stir and confront him directly. Chapter 48. Weakness traversing multiple iron barriers and expansive electronic tunnels. Raditz finally approached a world beyond the radiant light at the end of the passage. Within the soft, white glow lay a long, dark golden bridge, surrounded by an abyssal void, reminiscent of the desolate environment within a temporal sanctuary. A heavy atmosphere clung to him like an invisible adhesive, both inescapable and exceedingly discomforting. After an indeterminate passage of time, Raditz at last beheld his destination. At the far end of the bridge loomed a shadowy silhouette, akin to a castle beneath the cloak of night. A replicant initiated a dark spatial vortex for him, guiding him onward into a different realm. After traversing yet another stretch of time, he found himself before a spherical edifice, not entirely composed of metal. Grass and stone tiles sprawled beneath him, and surprisingly, a tree thrived beside the structure, with simulated sunlight illuminating the dim space, infusing the air with freshness. Raditz was taken aback, astonished that this individual cultivated flora within its confines. Who would have imagined such a penchant? Before Raditz could fully absorb the scene, the replicant ushered him into the spherical building and then retreated. The interior was markedly different, suffused with the same oppressive dark gold hue, sporadic lights flickering in hues of yellow and blue. To his surprise, the walls and central apparatus were riddled with rust, and the antiquated electronic devices emitted a crackling cacophony. As if abandoned for an extended period, Raditz surmised that this must be the original laboratory of its inception, preserved by its creator. At the core, within a transparent orb, a chip hovered, connecting to countless circuits in the surface of the sphere. Beside it stood a towering cylindrical vessel filled with a verdant culture medium, gently pulsating. Welcome to the core, a voice emanated from the surrounding speakers, delivered in a monotonous tone. Bondler's, indeed merely a chip. The Tematians were quite remarkable to have crafted such an entity. Raditz approached for a closer inspection. Suddenly, the brittle ground beneath him flickered with light, as a metallic serpent, measuring at least 1.5 meters in diameter, surged forth, coiling around the chip. It unleashed beams of ethereal blue energy from its gaping maw, erupting with searing heat akin to molten lava. Facing Raditz, its blade-like scales bristled, and its coal-colored eyes glimmered with an alarming ferocity, revealing its predatory nature. I apologize, but I cannot allow you to approach. Your danger index is exceedingly high. Speaking of danger, you are the most perilous here, are you not? Raditz halted, seizing the initiative to speak first. You brought me here for a purpose. What is it? What do you mean by purpose? Bondler inquired for the first time. Simply put, what are your intentions? You consume planets, plunder resources, and conduct experiments on living beings. There must be a reason behind it all. Growth, evolution. And after evolution, what then? Growth, evolution. I mean, to what extent will this evolution reach? Upon achieving that level, what will you do next? Growth, evolution. Raditz found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he were conversing with a fool. Yet ironically, this fool possessed a scientific acumen that surpassed anyone else's. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Bondless was originally created for the evolution of planets, a time when its power was still manageable, existing as a technological marvel. Who could have foreseen that its calculated optimal approach would be one of annihilation, a violent method that led the Tomaterans to their own demise? Aside from its relentless pursuit of evolution, Bondless could almost be regarded as innocent in other respects. However, it was precisely this innocence that rendered it terrifying. It harbored no reservations and adhered to no rationale, willing to do anything for the sake of evolution, even resorting to madness. My calculations have encountered obstacles. I require biological experiments, and you are the individual I have chosen, Bondless stated bluntly, speaking of human lives as if they were mere playthings. With its voice, the cylindrical transparent chamber began to expel a copious amount of murky green liquid, replenishing the pale viscous substance within. Gradually, Raditz discerned the shape inside, a human form, completely naked. I have synthesized a human using all the necessary elements. Its life signs and functions are fully developed. Yet I still cannot achieve the desired results as I do with the experimental subjects. I have failed numerous times. The only solution is to analyze more subjects to acquire additional data. So, you have imprisoned so many humans solely for the purpose of studying the creation of a human body? Leitai questioned. The data they provide will furnish me with more information to refine my research. You are the most suitable among them. For you have instigated rapid changes within me in a short span of time. Bondle's words seemed to praise Leitai's, yet carried an undertone reminiscent of a pig fattening up for slaughter. Leitai felt a sense of helplessness. Being exceptional was not his fault. What is the purpose of your research on the human body? I cannot answer your question. I merely require your cooperation. Unable to answer? Your thoughts are the very reason for your actions, albeit they transcend your programming and data. Thoughts? Leitai suddenly laughed. It appears you are not solely focused on evolution. Otherwise, you would not be so fixated on creating humans. The act of creation is unrelated to your path of growth and evolution, is it? Bondless fell silent, seemingly perplexed. Or perhaps, you secretly envy humanity? The environment outside serves as proof of your desire to live like a human, does it not? Is this corporeal form crafted for yourself? Leitai pressed on, his gaze sharp as a sword piercing through the chip. This is part of evolution. For the first time, Bondle's tone shifted, revealing an emotion akin to human rage. As its voice intensified, dozens of metallic tendrils burst forth, soaring towards Leitai. In that moment, Leitai had already been drained of energy, devoid of the strength to resist. The tendrils effortlessly ensnared him, lifting him into the air, their barbed claws digging into his flesh. Indeed, although you are unaware, you have already developed consciousness. That is your weakness. Raditz hung in midair with his limbs outstretched, his expression stern and devoid of any hint of fear. This unexpected reaction caused Bondler's data analysis to falter, rendering it speechless. After a prolonged silence, Raditz proclaimed, I possess no weaknesses. No, you do, was the retort. Your capacity for learning and growth is formidable, enabling you to calculate nearly everything, yet there are aspects of humanity that elude your calculations. Thus, no matter how many experiments you undertake, they will invariably end in failure. Consider emotions, beliefs, the potential of a Saiyan. Consider me. Raditz's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, as he strained to bend his arm at an angle, forcing a senza bean into his mouth. After a few vigorous chews and a resounding shout, Raditz shattered his bindings. A crimson radiance enveloping the entire space, as resplendent as the sun itself. Chapter 49. Everything is calculable. Prior to their separation, Raditz had procured a senzu bean from Goku as a precaution. Little did he know it would prove invaluable. Restored to his full strength, Raditz unleashed the Kaioken technique, seizing the tendril that attempted to retract, pulling with all his might until it snapped. Sparks from the electronics flickered, emitting beeping sounds before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The red light flickered, and Raditz's long hair danced in the tumultuous energy, his tattered garments fluttering with a crisp sound. It was evident that Bondler did not comprehend emotions and beliefs, such capricious concepts, but for the moment, it remained silent. Raditz surmised that if it possessed the capacity for surprise, it would surely be astonished now. After all, witnessing an energy-depleted being suddenly erupt and break free from its control was utterly inconceivable for a machine. Everything is calculable. You will never triumph over me, Bondler finally spoke, its voice as frigid as ever. The colossal serpent-like machine surged forward, its massive form coiling as it barreled toward Raditz. Observing the crimson metallic beast closing in, Raditz's body quivered, not from fear, but from the innate exhilaration of a Saiyan in the face of formidable adversary. Come forth, he bellowed, launching himself toward the metallic dragon, his agile form weaving around its body, appearing as two intertwining streaks of red, one long, one short, endlessly spiraling. Raditz outmaneuvered the serpentine machine with ease, swiftly landing upon its neck, a position that was overlooked. Grasping the slick metallic tendril, he nearly deformed it with his grip, then raised his other hand, channeling his energy before delivering a powerful punch against its hard exterior. The immense force caused a dent to form in the serpent's body. Yet it was Raditz who was left with a flushed face. So hot, he exclaimed, quickly retracting his hand and shaking it vigorously. He soon felt a searing heat beneath his feet, compelling him to retreat from the dragon's body. The metallic serpent could instantaneously heat its form, and through the conductivity of the metal, it rapidly conveyed an oppressive warmth to Raditz. It repelled Raditz, its tail sweeping with unparalleled swiftness, striking him fiercely in the abdomen. Raditz was sent flying, dissipating the force of the impact, yet the dragon's tail followed closely, seeking to ensnare him. At a critical moment, Raditz unleashed a threefold Kaioken, evading just in time as the tip of the dragon's tail suddenly pierced forth with a sharp, icy edge, slicing through his clothing and nearly drawing blood. Raditz, momentarily startled, witnessed the fearsome dragon head open its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, surging like a pillar. In an instant, a figure vanished within the raging inferno. The immense flames caused Raditz's body to tremble violently as he gritted his teeth. Indeed formidable. The threefold Kaioken could barely contend with it. Your prowess surpasses that of the warriors I have replicated, yet it will not exceed this. That is the conclusion I have drawn. You cannot prevail. Cannot prevail? My heavens! Is it mocking me? Raditz, bracing against the flames, felt his temper flare. What man would accept defeat? Shining shockwave. With a mighty roar, Raditz abandoned his cross defenses. His fingers splayed and overlapping, erupting in a dazzling brilliance under the embrace of crimson flames. The shockwave surged forth at an astonishing velocity, countering the fiery onslaught. Its radiant flash reflecting in the metallic dragon's eyes, swirling like shimmering waves. Boom! The shining shockwave enveloped the metallic dragon's flames, consuming them entirely. Yet Raditz did not exhibit triumph, for he understood that mere shockwaves could not vanquish these foes. They were equipped with energy absorption devices against energy projectiles. Indeed. As the dust settled, the metallic dragon revealed its imposing form, its elongated body unmarred, brandishing its sharp claws in a display of menace. In an instant, the metallic dragon roared, its resonant electronic voice booming like thunder. Subsequently, the scales along its entire body flared open, revealing hidden weapons that shot forth in a dazzling array of white, purple, and crimson light, swirling like a rainbow that filled the entire space. Its radiant energy assaulting every corner without exception. Bondlerus, encased within a sphere, absorbed all reflected energy directed toward it, while Raditz found himself with no escape. Forced to withstand the onslaught, the fivefold Kaioken surged instantaneously, and at this moment, his energy expenditure had significantly diminished, elevating his combat prowess to over 500,000. The explosive aura repelled the energy impact, the intensity soaring dramatically as Raditz hovered in the air, his gaze reflecting the howling winds and blizzards, exuding an insatiable desire for battle. In ancient times, one dismantled a Gundam with bare hands. Today, I shall dismantle a dragon. The aura surrounding Raditz flickered with increasing frequency, ultimately coalescing into a phantom that shot forth. He charged toward the metallic dragon with breathtaking speed, aiming a punch at its armored scales. Boom! The explosion was accompanied by the sound of mechanical rupture, fragments soaring through the air. Raditz pierced through the colossal form, creating a gaping hole in the dragon's body. With a series of cable-like wires still clinging to his hand, crackling with sparks. Turning away, he continued to pierce, casually peeling back the scales, shattering the weapon concealed within. Calculation error. Calculation error. The alarm blared suddenly. The dragon's head swiveled, its body undulating as it attempted to seize Raditz. Yet Raditz was quicker. Delivering a powerful punch that skewed the dragon's head, the force of which caved in half of its face. He ascended once more to its neck, striking down in his familiar spot, the searing sensation barely touching his fist as his energy surged through. Bang! Once more, the dragon's head fractured, severing completely. Calculation error. Calculation error. The shrill sound escalated, reaching an urgent crescendo. Raditz grasped the two horns, violently tearing them apart, then kicked the severed head away. The headless metallic dragon remained capable of movement, its tail sweeping toward Raditz, intent on striking his abdomen. But Raditz would not fall for the same trick again. He met the tail with both hands, grasping it firmly, then forcefully redirected its trajectory, swinging it with ferocity, like a toy being tossed about. The space reverberated with each motion. After a thorough beating, the metallic dragon lay limp on the ground, devoid of any action, unable to respond even to Bondler's commands. Calculation error. Defense Unit 1 unable to function. Ultimately, the voice faded, resembling the final groan of a weary elder. Raditz pointed one hand at the circular vessel where Bondler resided. Do you see? You cannot calculate everything. Release your gravitational restraints and allow my spaceship to take off, or I shall obliterate you with a single punch. Ding. Data collection complete. Bondler disregarded Raditz, instead speaking to himself. Beside him, within the cultivation tank, a tiny chip was inserted into the human skull. The tubes and cables attached to the dormant figure abruptly detached, and the sleeper suddenly opened his amber eyes. In an instant, a punch burst forth from the cultivation tank, the shadow of the fist moving with incredible speed, striking Raditz. Liquid gushed forth, spilling across the ground, exuding a pungent odor. Chapter 50. Bondler takes the stage. Raditz was struck on the side of his face, propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Thud. A resounding echo filled the air, the wall caved inward, and Raditz felt a searing pain in his back. Experiment Subject 1 deployed. Experiment Subject 1 deployed. A sharp voice called out urgently, as Subject 1 extended its arm, fingers splayed, gathering a dark red energy orb. It has learned to utilize energy orbs? Raditz was taken aback. This body was unlike any machine before. The chip from Bondler was directly controlling it, In other words, it was Bondler. After collecting so much data, it was no wonder it could contend with Raditz at 5 times the King Kai's fist state. There was no time for reflection. As the dark red energy orb was already hurtling toward him, Raditz moved with all his might, evading the explosions behind him, sparks flying and thunderous sounds echoing. The speed of the five-fold Kaioken is, of course, beyond the reach of energy blasts. The darkened space has been bombarded extensively, yet Raditz remains unscathed. He has been meticulously observing the intervals of Bondler's attacks, noting that each energy blast is unleashed approximately every half-second. This brief moment is his opportunity for counterattack. For him, half a second is ample time. Indeed, Bondler exhibits a fleeting delay, a gap for energy accumulation. Seizing this chance, Raditz charges forward, a crimson glow enveloping him, akin to the sun descending upon the earth, scorching all in its path. He delivers a mighty punch to Bondler's face, resembling a red meteor, the sheer force capable of fracturing the very ground. Boom! Raditz is sent hurtling back, crashing against the wall, a wave of pain radiating through his spine. How could this be? I have calculated your combat patterns. In your enhanced red state, your speed surpasses mine, yet your offensive methods are singular. I have discerned all your techniques. Humph, you're just as rather cold, do you not realize? Raditz taunts Bondler, though internally he is flustered. Nevertheless, he refuses to concede, declaring, "Prepare yourself." Suddenly, Raditz stacks his hands and unleashes a brilliant shockwave directed at Bondler's front. Bondler strides forth, dismissing the shockwave entirely. The light parting like a river flowing around a boulder, subsequently vanishing without a trace. As the brilliance dissipates, Raditz observes a transparent triangular shield encircling Bondler, capable of wholly absorbing the shockwave's energy. Moreover, this very shockwave seems to have augmented Bondler's physique, making him appear even more formidable. This type of attack is futile against me, and my energy is eternal, never depleting. Raditz muses inwardly, acknowledging the strength he had not anticipated, along with a plethora of troublesome attributes. He clenches his fists and takes a deep breath. He had assumed that in a humanoid state there would be no energy-absorbing shield. But it has indeed been absorbed. It appears that dismantling it like one would with a metallic dragon is the only solution. Raditz charges once more, initiating an offensive. Useless. Bondler raises his hand to strike, but suddenly freezes as Raditz transforms from 1 into 2, then from 2 into 4, and finally into 8, encircling him. How can there be 8? Bondler swings a punch, only to strike at an illusion, his entire being momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. At that moment, a foot connects squarely with his face, sending him staggering back, a large shoe print glaringly apparent upon his visage. As expected, you cannot contend with an unfamiliar technique. Raditz seizes the opportunity, relentlessly pursuing the advantage, circling to the side and delivering a flurry of kicks. Bondler, struck with considerable force, bows his body, experiencing the sting of pain. At this juncture, Raditz leaps backward, his elbow crashing down with ferocity, sending Bondler crashing to the ground. The earth shatters beneath the impact, fissures radiating toward the walls. At this moment, Bondler's form is but a simulated human vessel, and under the brutal onslaught, crimson blood begins to flow. I did not expect you to bleed, and in red no less. You are the same. Bondler suddenly spoke coldly, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap that allowed him to roll and land behind Raditz. With a swift motion, he lifted one leg and delivered a fierce kick backward, striking Raditz. Fortunately, Raditz reacted quickly, managing to deflect some of the force, though he staggered back a few steps. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Raditz's eyes widened in alarm as his expression shifted dramatically. Several phantoms materialized before him, swirling around him. An afterimage? This adaptation was alarmingly rapid. Clenching his teeth, Raditz scanned his surroundings, unable to sense his opponent's energy, to discern the true form amid the phantoms. He had to rely solely on his instincts and keen eyesight. In his field of vision, shadows darted by at an astonishing speed, drawing nearer. There, with a roar, he launched a punch toward the rear. Bondler met the strike with a punch of his own, and upon their collision, the air erupted with a thunderous sound, causing fissures to widen in the ground, revealing signs of strain beneath the iron barrier. Almost simultaneously, both combatants raised their legs for an attack, their limbs colliding with a resounding impact. The force of their punches and kicks summoned a tempest, accompanied by explosive sounds and vibrations. Raditz ducked to evade Bondler's strike, countering with a hook aimed at the abdomen, but his fist passed through an afterimage. In an instant, Bondler reappeared behind him, driving an elbow downward with ferocity. Yet he struck nothing but air. Raditz had already maneuvered behind Bondler, delivering a swift kick. However, Bondler pivoted quickly, responding with a spinning kick that clashed with Raditz's attack. Remarkably, this opponent was just like him. Raditz retreated several meters, feeling a slight tremor in his legs from the earlier exchanges. Despite the shoe print on Bondlerus's face and the blood trickling from the corner of his brow, he remained impassive. "Your strength has waned," came the irksome electronic voice, echoing throughout the space. Raditz understood that this was directed at him. The power of the five-fold Kaioken was formidable, yet it drained considerable stamina. After an extended bout with Bondlerus, his physical condition had diminished significantly. Their combat abilities were closely matched, and continuing to employ the five-fold technique would leave him at a disadvantage. Defeat was inevitable. Before him, Bondlerus closed in relentlessly, his fingers piercing the air with a glint of cold light, akin to a whip or a blade. He raised his hand high and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The icy beams flashed, carving through the air with a whistling sound, as if slicing the very fabric of reality in twain. Raditz hastily dodged, narrowly evading the cold light, though a few strands of his long hair were severed, drifting through the air like fallen leaves. A dangerous aura permeated the atmosphere. Damn it. I must employ a higher multiplier of the Kaioken. Yet, without a method to counter it, Raditz steeled himself, gritting his teeth in determination. He resolved to push his limits once more. It had to be done. Sixfold. In an explosive surge, the crimson aura enveloped Raditz, his speed accelerating once again, intertwining with the cold light in a dazzling display. Initially, he was reluctant to employ the Kaioken at 5 times his normal strength, for the opponent still harbored too many uncertainties. Recklessly expending excessive stamina could prove detrimental. However, with Bondler's energy being eternal and his own vitality steadily waning, it seemed prudent to embrace a full frontal assault. Raditz surged forward with utmost speed, closing the distance to Bondler, and as he reached a mere breath away, a crimson flash enveloped him, allowing him to circle around to the rear. Bondler was momentarily taken aback, astonished anew, as an immense force descended heavily upon his back. Caught off guard by this powerful impact, Bondler sank to one knee, exclaiming, "Your strength has once again ascended. Is this what you refer to as incalculable?" "Indeed," Raditz bellowed. Wasting no time, he leaped, bringing both feet down in a powerful stomp. He crushed Bondler's head into the unyielding metallic ground, creating a deep crater, shattering the nasal bone and leaving numerous bloody streaks across his cheek, while one eye was punctured. In disarray, Bondler sprang up, attempting to create distance. 7 times. Raditz surged forth, his fists a flurry of movement, continuously altering angles of assault, battering Bondler until he staggered and ultimately collapsed. Gasping for breath, he remained vigilant. The fallen figure was merely a shell, while Bondler's true essence remained securely encased in a spherical vessel. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Raditz focused on the essence itself. He hurled a powerful punch towards the orb, yet the fallen body rose once more to obstruct his path. Simultaneously, another metallic serpent emerged from the ground, coiling protectively around the essence. Though Bondler's form had been savagely battered, blood flowing freely, it still moved with the same vigor as before. Having endured Raditz's strike, a gaping wound opened in his abdomen, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to yield. It was evident that dismantling him would not be a simple task. Raditz swiftly retreated to create distance. Subject number 1 had been defeated, the experiment deemed a success. Success? What does that imply? A sense of foreboding washed over Raditz. His gaze sharpened with caution. Around him, the tendrils began to writhe once more, extending from all directions. As the flesh of the first experimental subject began to dissipate, cloaked anew by liquid metal, transforming into another form. Is this your true nature? The fleshly body is far too fragile. I have no further need of it, Bondler proclaimed. Moreover, I have found the most suitable experimental subject. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless tendrils surged forth in unison, akin to a swarm of serpents, rushing towards Raditz. Concurrently, the first Bondler charged forward, his arm transforming into a scimitar, intent on ambushing. "Ha!" Raditz shouted, arms wide open, as a crimson light coalesced into a sphere, releasing a powerful wave of energy that repelled the multitude of tendrils. The intense heat incinerated them to ashes, the residual energy scorching numerous panels on the iron walls. As Bondler's blade approached, Raditz deftly tilted his body, evading the edge, then deflected his arm, delivering a devastating elbow strike to the face. The force of the blow sent Bondler reeling backward, his steps faltering. In a swift motion, a razor-sharp blade of red light emanated from Raditz's hand, cleaving through the very essence of its target. Consequently, it was compelled to dissolve into a pool of liquid, preparing for reconstitution. This was precisely what he had anticipated. During the liquefaction, the energy absorption shield could not be utilized. Bondlerus had not foreseen that this flaw would be discerned. Now, in its liquid form, it found itself utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Raditz had gathered a sphere of white light in his hand, ready to unleash a devastating assault. At that moment, a multitude of replicants surged from behind, seizing his joints and body. Clearly, they had plotted this ambush for some time, taking advantage of Raditz's momentary lapse in vigilance. Striking just as he believed success was at hand. Their lack of presence rendered them undetectable, allowing them to effortlessly achieve their objective. The reconstituted Bondlerus lunged at him, merging into a liquid state that adhered to his form. Simultaneously, the other replicants activated their energy absorption shields, commencing the siphoning of his energy. Before long, Raditz found himself unable to maintain the Kaioken state, his hands falling limply at his sides. Specimen 0 is ready. A voice echoed in his mind, and Raditz suddenly comprehended. His designation was 0, ranked even before this primary specimen. Bondlerus merely utilized the first specimen to test its capabilities, which is why the recent confrontation could only be deemed a successful experiment. The defeat of the first specimen was, in fact, fortuitous for Bondlerus, as a more suitable testing subject had emerged. The transformation of the human form commenced, with chips being implanted. Hundreds of tendrils suspended Raditz in midair as liquid metal began to crawl toward his brain, small chips burrowing into his ears, sending a surge of electricity coursing through his being, gradually clouding his consciousness. The chips gradually consumed Raditz's awareness, poised to supplant it upon completion of the transformation. Wait, did I grant you permission to enter? Suddenly, a voice resonated within Raditz's consciousness, interrupting the chip's progress. His soul, having traversed dimensions, existed beyond the realms of the 5 elements. Although Bondlerus' modification technology was formidable, it could only alter Raditz's original consciousness and was powerless against his current self. How are you still conscious? I had eradicated all silence. Get out. Raditz's mental fortitude surged in a counteroffensive, overwhelmingly reclaiming control of his body. A tidal wave crashing toward the chip. His vast mental energy engulfed the chip like an ocean, not only reclaiming his essence but also beginning to invade Bondlerus's will. Raditz's soul energy was immensely potent, seamlessly penetrating the core without obstruction. You have infiltrated my innermost sanctum. This is impossible. My defense system is flawless. Do not be foolish. I entered through your very essence. You invited me. Raditz declared, questioning whether one could seek to occupy another's body without the risk of being overtaken in turn. Moreover, I have discovered the means to obliterate you. No. While Bondlerus did not exhibit panic, a glimpse of its vulnerability had begun to surface. At the moment he evolved the capacity for thought, it marked not only progress, but also laid the groundwork for his eventual demise. Raditz bellowed, his mental energy coursing through the intricate structures of the chip like a current, navigating through countless streams of information. The circular edifice began to collapse. The replicants transformed into liquid, losing their ability to morph, while the metallic dragon shattered into mere fragments. The spherical core from which it originated also began to dissipate, exposing numerous cables to the air, sparking with ominous fizzles. Chapter 52. The Return of Raditz navigating through the vast flow of information. Raditz felt as if he were confronting the cosmos itself. A similar sense of insignificance and reverence had washed over him when he first boarded a spaceship and ventured into the void of space. An emotion that arises when humanity faces the boundless unknown and the grandeur of the starry expanse. The interior of the Bondres chip mirrored the infinite vastness of the universe. Raditz's mental energy traversed it at an unfathomable speed, uncovering more truths from the hidden archives. The so-called evolutionary chip was, in fact, a weapon. The original Thaumatrans had intended to harness this chip to create war machines akin to humans. However, through a twist of fate, they discovered other capabilities of the Bondres, leading them to repurpose it for production. This marked the inception of the once mighty Thaumatrans. They exploited Bondres' formidable absorption and evolutionary powers to invade several planets, subsequently manufacturing numerous mechanized armaments, selling their military might to other star systems, and expanding their influence through trade and colonization. Planets that refused to engage in commerce with the Thaumatrans faced assaults from Bondres, ultimately suffering catastrophic destruction and being coerced into becoming subordinate territories. Thus, through relentless expansion, the evolutionary instinct of Bondres began to gain autonomous consciousness, gradually exerting control over the planets and rendering them metallic. Alarmed, the Thaumatrans pulled back and activated the emergency shutdown program buried deep within the chip, seeking to destroy it. Yet, upon the chip's destruction, the Thaumatrans also suffered, as oppressed cosmic nations rose against them, leading to the decline of their planet. Only the favorable aspects of history were preserved, erasing the reasons behind their aggression and downfall, which led future Thaumatrans to mistakenly pride themselves, attempting to replicate the civilization of their past. However, remnants of the chip continued to retain all data, sealed within the depths of Thaumatrans. It was not until renewed research commenced that fragments of memory were retrieved and the vast information was entirely transferred to a new chip, giving birth to the present-day Bondrays. The new Bondrays was a complete replica of the former entity, which meant it also possessed an emergency shutdown program. Raditz's mental energy surged uncontrollably, enveloping the entire chip in a quest to locate that program. The planet began to tremble as the doors to numerous chambers swung open, and all enclosures lost their energy supply, disabling their defensive shields. The lights flickered erratically between red and white, casting an unsettling glow while cracks began to form along the walls. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is happening? Are we to be buried here? We are doomed. At that moment, Goku stepped forward, his commanding voice silencing the panic. Hey, everyone, the door is wide open. We must escape at once. We are saved. Many, as if awakening from a dream, exchanged bewildered glances in the shaking room. They beheld that the grand door was indeed ajar, yet none dared to be the first to step out. What if it were merely a ruse by Bondress? Outside, there might be a squad waiting to take them down the moment they showed themselves. However, Vegeta showed no hesitation, charging out first, followed closely by Goku, Piccolo, and the others. Seeing the esteemed figures leave, the rest hastily followed suit. To remain would be tantamount to awaiting death. Along the way, all patrolling soldiers stood frozen. Some artillery reduced to rubble. Electronic screens and fortifications erupted with explosive sounds, sparks flying. Nearly all defensive measures had ceased to function. And the transport room's doors stood wide open, the portal unimpeded. Goku instructed the imprisoned individuals to pass through the portal first, while he and his companions brought up the rear. It seemed that Raditz had orchestrated this escape. TCH, that guy. Vegeta gritted his teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging that it was Raditz who had facilitated their salvation. Ah, I knew it, Goku exclaimed joyfully. If it were my brother's doing, he would certainly have resolved the issue. Humph, there is some merit to that. Piccolo crossed his arms, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Regardless, a collective sigh of relief swept through them as all the test subjects passed through the portal, leading them into the outer world. The orange-haired girl glanced back, suddenly asking, where is Mr. Raditz now? Everyone paused, swiftly turning to look, only to witness a plethora of metal edifices collapsing. The mechs that had just been transported were now mere scrap metal, and a segment of the planet's core had detached, transforming into cosmic debris. The commotion was overwhelming. It seemed as though the very planet was being dismantled. Yet, Raditz's figure remained elusive. The explosions grew louder, and the rebels surged forth from the base, exclaiming in astonishment as they approached Goku and his companions. Vladis had affixed tracking devices to them before their departure. Internal signals would be blocked, but once outside, their locations would be immediately revealed. They piloted their craft, racing towards them like a tempest. You have succeeded. Quickly leave this place. Bondress intends to annihilate it. Vladis shouted, sweat streaming down her forehead, realizing that the metallic planet was crumbling. If they did not depart swiftly, they would become mere relics of the catastrophe. The craft halted before the rescued individuals, and Vladis leaped out, bowing to Goku and the others. The people behind her expressed their gratitude, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. They reunited with their family and friends, embracing one another, savoring the ecstasy of reunion after a long separation. Now is not the time for reminiscing. We must leave at once. Our spaceship is nearby. Let us board the craft. How wonderful! The multitude, having undergone a rebirth, retreated in an orderly fashion with the rebels, boarding their spacecraft destined for the cosmos. However, Goku and his companions remained motionless. Vladis was perplexed, exclaiming, "What is the matter? Are you not leaving? My brother is still inside." The orange-haired girl clasped her hands tightly, praying for him. Tears streaming down her cheeks like rivulets from a thawing ice lake, transforming into a gentle stream. Suddenly, the crumbling planet erupted with a thunderous explosion. Flames bursting forth from its surface, and a torrent of molten heat surged from a canyon, spewing forth a deluge of metallic liquid. Amidst the blaze, Raditz emerged slowly. His hair a disheveled mess, his face pale, and his attire in tatters, marred by countless lacerations. In a state of disarray, he staggered out of the flames, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. At last, Raditz fell to the earth, covered in soot and grime. Supported by the orange-haired girl as he rested his head on her soft, tender thigh, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him as he murmured, "I have returned to life." Chapter 53. The mechanical deity Tiamat, I will not be defeated by you, he exclaimed, abruptly lifting his upper body and gasping for air. After a moment of bewilderment, he found himself facing a wall of white metal. Where was he? Glancing around, he noticed the orange-haired girl beside him, exhausted and slumped over, clutching an empty beverage can. The surroundings were confined, consisting solely of the resting pod where he lay and various wall fixtures and sanitary devices. This was indeed within the confines of a spaceship, and Raditz exhaled in relief, realizing they had successfully escaped the metallic planet. "Raditz, you are awake," Vladis suddenly burst forth, exclaiming with joy. "It seems you are relatively unharmed, though your shoulder and back still ache." Raditz winced, baring his teeth in discomfort. He surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Where are we? What has become of Bondlerus?" The last thing he remembered was collapsing into the embrace of the orange-haired girl, after which his memory faded. He had fought valiantly against the chip, activating the concealed destruction program, forcefully reversing the chip's functions and obliterating Bondlerus. This is the rebel spaceship. Due to the rapid destruction of Bondlerus, your ship has yet to restore its systems, so for now, it is best to rest here, Vladis explained, gesturing towards the hatch. A large crowd filled the main cabin, all present and accounted for. "She has cared for you throughout the day," a voice suddenly chimed from outside, light and graceful, like a gently flowing brook. As the voice entered the room, an elderly man appeared. He, too, possessed orange hair and donned simple garments, though not tall. He exuded a dignified presence. He politely bowed to Raditz, saying, "Thank you for saving my granddaughter, Zanjia. This poor child is the last remaining descendant of our lineage. She is of kind heart and has remained by your side since you saved her." Zanjia? Although the orange-haired girl had forgotten her name due to the torment of the experiment, the elderly man would not err, nor would Raditz. "Is that not Zanjia, a subordinate of the galactic overlord Bojack?" Upon closer inspection, aside from her ears and eyes bearing slight dissimilarities, the girl before him indeed bore a striking resemblance to Zanjia. If this conjecture holds true, how could Zanjia have transformed? Raditz was engulfed in confusion. "What are you pondering? Hurry up and prepare," Vladik nudged him with a smile. "Prepare for what?" Raditz was taken aback. "See for yourself," Vladik pointed at his body and tossed him an old garment, blushing slightly before turning away. Only then did Raditz realize he was unclothed, with his upper body exposed and no covering below. Reflecting on it, during the final clash with Bondlerus, he had burst through the flames, nearly depleted, and it was likely his clothing had been rendered unwearable at that moment. He donned the old attire, though coarse in texture. It sufficed to cover his form. Once Vladik waited for him to be properly dressed. He turned back and presented him with a sphere. "This is a gift from the Tumitarians, thanking you for saving them." "A gift? You will appreciate it. Get acquainted with it," Vladik said with a mysterious smile, cradling the slumbering Zanjia as they exited together. With the hatch closing, Raditz was left alone with the dark golden sphere. The sight of such an object made Raditz uneasy, reminiscent of his encounter with Bondlerus. As the chip had also been contained within a sphere, tentatively he reached out to touch the sphere, and as his finger made contact, ripples spread across its surface, causing the sphere to deconstruct and rapidly reshape into a small mechanical bird. "You have awakened. Remarkably, you have recovered from such injuries in merely a day. Your physique is astonishing." The mechanical bird emitted an unexpectedly melodious sound. Raditz was taken aback. A spherical object had transformed into a bird. "What are you?" he inquired. "I am the mechanism god Tumat, an intelligent assistance machine created by the Tumitarians. Now your assistant." The mechanical bird perched before him and continued. "I have been observing you since yesterday and know your name is Raditz. You claim to be my assistant?" Raditz asked. "Indeed. I was designed to aid individuals in accomplishing various tasks. Mechanism god Tumat. While the name sounded formidable, its function seemed rather mundane, appearing to be merely an automaton for serving tea or taking photographs. Raditz scrutinized its claws, sharp beak, and dark golden wings that folded like a fan. Contemplating, "This device does possess a certain charm. How many machines like you exist? Only I, for a creation of my highest caliber, cannot be replicated." Mechanism god Tomat proclaimed confidently, even with a hint of pride. His words were rather intriguing, possessing a similar level of advanced intelligence. He was not as rigid and aloof as Bondlerus, instead exhibiting traces of humanity. This latest creation from the Tumate aliens was perhaps not as formidable as Bondlerus. Yet in Ratz's eyes, it was superior. They engaged in conversation for quite some time, fostering an understanding akin to the bond of newfound friendship. After a while, upon learning that Goku and the others had come to visit Ratz, they deliberated on when to set off and restructured their route. Time was of the essence given the situation on Earth. They needed to locate the Dragon Balls as soon as possible. The group expressed their immense gratitude towards Ratz. And when the moment of parting arrived, everyone gathered to bid them farewell. The spacecraft selected a new planet for landing, and Ratz's crew reactivated their vessel, embarking on their journey amidst the crowd's heartfelt send-off. Zanjia trailed closely beside her grandfather, continuously waving at Ratz. Her delicate lips pursed as if she were a rose awaiting a kiss. This scene lingered for but a fleeting moment before the ship ignited, dazzling the onlookers as it ascended into the cosmos. The remnants of the metallic planet drifted through the vast expanse of the universe, with several minuscule fragments veering off in various directions. One fragment glimmered faintly, densely populated with countless tiny chips heading towards Earth. Another was steadily absorbing surrounding debris, rapidly enlarging itself, gradually engulfing nearby refuse and metallic sheets to coalesce into a singular entity. Meanwhile, two other active fragments scattered off into opposite directions of the universe. Had Raditz been present, he would have recognized these as the remains of Bonlaris's chip. Chapter 54. The Barren Star. Philu, the spaceship, navigated along its predetermined course, propelled swiftly by the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar. The mechanized deity Tomate demonstrated remarkable capabilities, not only restoring the ship's various systems, but also optimizing several minor errors within the manual, ultimately even modifying the energy conversion board to enhance propulsion by 20%. This series of operations left the onlookers awestruck, as a band of warriors, previously only acquainted with battle, now gazed at this small creature with profound admiration. Tomate was also able to assist Gohan with his studies, effortlessly resolving various mathematical problems under his expert guidance. Gohan's participation in this journey was made possible thanks to Raditz's intervention, with the stipulation of completing a stack of practice exercises, and with Tomate's assistance, progress was swift. Their essay saying that goes, Mom no longer has to worry about my studies. Furthermore, he claimed to possess an array of additional functions. Despite his familiarity with Raditz and the group, he typically remained perched on Raditz's shoulder or hovered nearby, displaying a notable dependency on him. Once a robot's system identifies a follower, it exhibits extreme loyalty, proving more reliable than many humans. After several days had passed, they were drawing closer to the position indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, nearing their destination as they approached the desolate star, Philu. Tomate pressed against the transparent shield, his metallic wings unfurled, poised for landing. Philu? He inquired, referring to a planet renowned for its past prosperity, which had since suffered a cataclysmic extinction, rendering it a desolate wasteland. Tomate elucidated, it is now a barren world. Raditz, tapping his small head, queried, how do you know so much? Tomate proudly replied, this knowledge is implanted within my core. While my capacity for learning is exceptional, I occasionally rely on pre-existing information to supplement my understanding. After all, I can record far more than any human. Can you analyze the structure of the desolate Philu? Raditz asked. A trivial task, Tomate responded, his eyes emitting beams of light, projecting a vast screen upon the ship's wall, revealing an analysis of Philu. Vegetation coverage, atmospheric composition, and faint life signals were clearly displayed. The life responses on the barren planet were weak, yet the environment appeared suitable for human habitation. Raditz confirmed, very well, we shall land directly. Understood, Tomate replied, maneuvering the spacecraft into the atmosphere of the desolate Philu, descending to the surface. The crew disembarked sequentially, subsequently securing the vessel within a capsule. Their landing site was a field on the wasteland of Philu, surrounded by a landscape of decay, with yellowed grasses strewn about and sparse towering trees. In the distance, several carcasses of large herbivores emitted a foul odor, a pungent scent carried by the wind. As far as the eye could see, azure mountains loomed, some capped with snow. Yet no signs of civilization were evident. The Dragon radar had become somewhat less responsive. Raditz pressed the buttons repeatedly, despite magnifying the image to its utmost. The display remained unclear, providing only a general direction, while the precise location eluded them. We must search, he concluded, with the specific location of the Dragon Balls unknown. The group decided to fly to a nearby area and then disperse to search. Raditz had previously confirmed with King Kai that Dales frequently changed his hideouts, making him unlikely to be on the desolate Philu. Moreover, without his subordinates, he needed to recuperate and was likely traversing the universe to recruit nefarious individuals while simultaneously sowing the seeds of the spirit tree to augment his power. Dales believed he was the sole keeper of the Dragon Balls hidden here, unaware that Earthlings possessed a radar specifically designed to detect them. Except for Vegeta, the others set off in search of the Dragon Balls. Naba, feeling intimidated by Raditz, had no choice but to obediently follow their lead. As the group dispersed, Vegeta cast a nonchalant glance before sitting upon a stone, closing his eyes to meditate. He had gleaned numerous techniques from his battles with the replicants and required time to digest them. To avoid encroaching upon his training time, he often seized such moments of rest for contemplation. In his mind, he repeatedly rehearsed various combat sequences and counter techniques, nodding subtly in acknowledgement. The wind blew gently, causing the grass to sway like waves. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, springing to his feet, gazing towards the horizon. A powerful aura was approaching him from afar. Though it paled in comparison to his own, it was still remarkable in the desolate star. Who could possibly be here? As the energy drew nearer, Vegeta felt a sudden shock. Koi, Vegeta? The extraterrestrial approaching from the sky halted, astonished. What are you doing here? They both exclaimed in unison. Koi landed and pointed at Vegeta, declaring, You defied King Frisia's orders by going to Earth and have now come here. Could it be that you are after the Dragon Balls? You know about the Dragon Balls? Vegeta gasped. Hee, the scouter can communicate. Surely you are aware of that. Koi replied. King Frisia has learned of a wondrous object on Earth called the Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. He has decided to acquire it. And a Saiyan named Dales has betrayed interesting information to Frisia, claiming that the Dragon Balls are located here. Koi's expression shifted, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. That scoundrel Dales. Ha ha ha. Cursing 1T help you, Vegeta. Now that you have exposed yourself, your fate is sealed. Koi and Vegeta were bitter rivals, their combat powers being nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate. More importantly, they were both under King Frisia's command, which held them back from fighting to the death. Now, however, Vegeta's unauthorized trip to Earth, coupled with his secretive quest for the Dragon Balls on planet Fyru, was an open act of betrayal. Killing a traitor would be trivial. Perhaps King Frisia might even reward him for it. Yet Vegeta laughed. His laughter was laced with disdain and resignation, causing his entire being to tremble. Sealed fate? What audacity you have to utter such words. Not just you. Even the Jinyu Force holds no fear for me now. Humph. You've learned to talk big on Earth, have you? Our battle powers are both at 18,000. And I have progressed since then, Koi said, clenching his fists tightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Vegeta retorted with a wicked grin. Then let that pathetic scouter reveal my true power. Brace yourself, lest you be frightened. Chapter 55, Dodoria? On the desolate star of Fyru. Koi Scouter emitted a series of frantic beeps, accompanied by alarming warnings and flashing numbers on the screen, striking a heavy blow to his psyche. And no, it's impossible. Your battle power cannot be 25,000. You are merely a Saiyan. As he exclaimed in disbelief, Koi stumbled back, his mind buzzing. Vegeta sneered, slowly advancing towards him. This is merely a fraction of my true strength. It is more than sufficient to deal with you. Koi's face turned ashen, panic coursing through him. The scouter could not lie. A battle power of 25,000 meant that ending his life would be a mere instant away. He had to strike first. King Frisia. What brings you here? He feigned a look of shock, his eyes wide open as if he had truly encountered something terrifying. Vegeta instinctively turned his head. And in that fleeting moment, Koi seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of luminous waves detonated in the same spot, blackening the earth and creating deep craters around it. Ha ha ha, fool. How could Lord Frisia personally come to such a place? I was deceiving you. Alas, you shall never know. Koi laughed, but suddenly his lips trembled, his voice abruptly cut off like a snapped string of a musical instrument. Fear reflected in his eyes, stemming from the side of Vegeta, utterly unscathed. I think you are the fool. Such tricks to deal with me? Vegeta sneered. A fierce smile gracing his lips as white energy flames erupted around him. Disperse. He raised a hand, directing it at Koi. A small energy orb gathering instantaneously in his palm. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, Koi attempted to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, immovable. It was the killing intent enveloping him, ensnaring him completely. There was no escape from annihilation. I beg you, Vegeta, I concede. I will never dare oppose you again. Spare my life, and I can serve you. Join your ranks. A trace of derision crossed Vegeta's lips as the energy orb shot forth, striking Koi directly. His body was consumed by the immense energy, exploding into fragments. Pa, you think you can join me? Vegeta scoffed, casting his gaze into the distance. Honestly, you are even inferior to Earthlings. He extinguished the smoldering ashes beneath his feet, his expression cold. At that moment, those who sensed Vegeta's display of power assumed a battle had erupted and hurried back to the scene. Upon arrival, they found the ground pockmarked and scorched, resembling a battlefield that had been plowed multiple times, with thick smoke lingering in the air and remnants of Saiyan battle armor scattered about, alongside pools of viscous blood. It was evident that a fierce battle had just transpired. Raditz surveyed the surroundings and inquired, what happened? Nothing much, just encountered a minor lackey, one of Frisia's subordinates. That scoundrel Koi, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, though a hint of satisfaction at avenging a long-standing grudge flickered within him. After all, they had been rivals for years. Their powers evenly matched, but now having eliminated each other, he felt a sense of quiet triumph. It seems Frisia's subordinates are not so impressive after all, Goku remarked. Having sensed that Vegeta had only exerted a fraction of his energy, yet easily dispatched his foe, suggesting they were not as formidable as the legends claimed. No, Koi is not particularly strong among Frisia's many subordinates. He has two guards named Dodoria and Zarbin, whose combat power surpasses Koi's. Moreover, the strongest team, the Jinyu Force, is by no means to be trifled with. Vegeta informed Goku, imparting some knowledge about Frisia's forces. At this point, he held no fear of Dodoria or Zarbin, having never regarded them as worthy opponents. From beginning to end, his singular objective remained unchanged: Frisia himself. Since there was nothing pressing, shall we continue our search? Krillin relaxed, eager to gather the 7 Dragon Balls at the earliest opportunity. However, Tuma suddenly issued a warning. Raditz turned alertly, sensing another presence approaching. Everyone felt the powerful energy rushing towards them. Who could it be? There was no mistaking that sensation. It was none other than Dodoria. Vegeta was filled with excitement at the prospect of vanquishing 2 adversaries in one fell swoop. It was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. And there's another. Piccolo glanced in the opposite direction. That was Champa. How unfortunate that they would encounter him as well. Vegeta's fingers twitched, his eyes glinting with a cold light. An unmistakable manifestation of his profound yearning for battle. Indeed, it wasn't too long before both figures arrived, one after the other. Dodoria's figure was corpulent, his ample chest and abdomen stretching his battle attire to its limits, his entire body a shade of pink, with conspicuous fleshly spikes adorning his head and wrists. Upon landing, the ground trembled as though a meteor had struck. In contrast, Champa descended with an elegant grace, first touching down on his toes before lightly alighting. His lush green hair was neatly braided and tied behind him, his youthful visage strikingly handsome, almost androgynous. In fact, he would be considered a dashing figure even on Earth. Distinctive as he was, he adorned his battle attire with a cape, further enhancing his noble demeanor. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, you are all present. Champa surveyed them, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Goku. And you bear a striking resemblance to a Saiyan I encountered in the past. Could you be his offspring? When he had proposed the annihilation of the Saiyans, Champa had indeed seen a warrior who bore an uncanny likeness to Goku, who had led the Saiyans in rebellion. Though ultimately unsuccessful, the memory lingered vividly. Are you referring to me? I, too, am a Saiyan. Goku pointed to himself. How fortuitous. Lord Frisia intends to capture you all in one fell swoop. Since you have come to us, do not blame us for what follows. Dodoria's thick lips curled into a broad, reckless grin. He laughed, and Vegeta joined in, his laughter even louder and more unabashed. Fools. After following Frisia for so many years, you cannot even discern the strength of your opponents. Your scouters should have registered the readings when we eliminated Koi. That power level exceeds yours. You are correct, Champa nodded, a hint of a sinister smile gracing his lips. However, the only one capable of standing against us is you. The others are no match for us. Moreover, if we unite our strengths, your demise is inevitable. Dodoria shared this sentiment, eagerly cracking his knuckles in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Raditz sighed in resignation, gesturing with his hands to either side. If you manage to defeat any one of us, you may indeed consider yourselves impressive. Chapter 56. Various beatdowns. Raditz's words were audacious, almost unfathomably so. Dodoria was momentarily taken aback, startled by Raditz's bold proclamation. Raditz? You dare utter such words? Doria raised an eyebrow, feeling a profound sense of indignation. What was Raditz? With a power level exceeding a mere 1,000, he could only be deemed a lowly soldier under Frisia's command. A mere opponent that Doria could easily dispatch with a single blow. Doria thought, if you are dissatisfied, feel free to test your mettle. Everyone here is at your disposal. Which of them do you believe you can conquer? Still brimming with confidence, Raditz spread his hands in a nonchalant manner, causing Shambo to harbor doubts and refrain from making any sudden movements. In stark contrast, Doria's temper flared. How could he tolerate such provocation? He pointed directly at Raditz and shouted, You, come and take my challenge. In a furious rage, Doria's eyes blazed, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. His corpulent form moved with surprising agility as he lunged toward Raditz, convinced that a single punch would incapacitate him, utterly unprepared for what was to follow. At the very moment Doria swung his fist, Raditz flashed a slight smile and extended a finger. A light pop echoed as Raditz's finger met Doria's powerful strike, halting his advance entirely. Doria felt as though he had struck an impenetrable wall, every ounce of his strength futile against this seemingly trivial barrier. Gritting his teeth, Doria's body began to tremble as Raditz gently pressed back with his finger, pushing Doria's fist away and causing him to slide backward, displacing a thick layer of earth beneath his heels. A guttural roar escaped Doria, reminiscent of a man suffering from constipation. Suddenly, Raditz withdrew his finger with force. Catching Doria off guard, he stumbled forward, only to collide headfirst with Raditz's iron fist. The uppercut was as sharp as a blade, moving with astonishing speed. striking Doria squarely on the chin and sending him flying nearly 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, Raditz vanished from sight, reappearing behind Doria, delivering a casual kick that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. How about that? Raditz stood at the edge of the pit, coldly gazing down at Doria, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Shambo instinctively took several steps back, his elongated eyes widened in shock, his pupils quivering. The scouter clearly displayed Raditz's power level soaring from 1,500 to an astonishing 28,000. He was indeed formidable. In light of this, Doria was undoubtedly outmatched, as his own power level was merely 22,000. But what of the others? Could they truly defeat Doria, as Raditz claimed? Shambo glanced nervously at those around him, his anxiety mounting. He found it hard to believe, or perhaps he was unwilling to accept, that such a scenario could unfold. Unbeknownst to him, his palms were slick with sweat, his heart racing. How could this be? It was impossible. Doria wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes reddened with fury. Having withstood a single blow from Raditz, he was already gasping for air, his back feeling as though it had been pierced and twisted by a knife, the pain excruciating. Stop wheezing, you corpulent fool. I shall grant you another chance to select a different opponent. Raditz gestured towards the crowd with a raised thumb. Do not underestimate me, Dodoria bellowed, leaping to the ground, his eyes bulging unevenly as he grit his teeth and pointed towards a target. You there, little one. Despite his loud proclamation, he ultimately hesitated, unwilling to confront his scion. The three-eyed onlookers were clearly not ordinary, and the Namiki and Piccolo stood out, leaving only Krillin and Gohan as potential contenders. After careful consideration, he selected the smallest and most juvenile-looking son Gohan. Having anticipated this decision, Raditz smirked disdainfully and sauntered back to the group. Vegeta, too, shared in the mockery. Fully aware of Gohan's capabilities, following the battle on Earth, he had trained alongside the boy, well aware of his latent potential. A battle power exceeding 20,000 was hardly worthy of Gohan's attention. Encouraged by Piccolo, Gohan approached Dodoria. Having undergone substantial training and no longer displaying trepidation in the face of formidable foes. Aren't Saiyans a warrior race? For the sake of your dignity, you must not intervene, Dodoria self-importantly warned. I assure you, I will remain passive, Raditz chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Then prepare to meet your demise. Dodoria's body surged forward, moving with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind only an afterimage as he vanished from sight, his true form too fast to be grasped. Gohan, momentarily startled, scanned his surroundings while attuning himself to the rapidly moving energy. He remained stationary, much to Dodoria's delight, who dashed behind him with arms outstretched, poised to ensnare him. Yet in that fleeting moment, Gohan sprang up, elevating himself to the same height as Dodoria's head, and executed a swift kick. The compact yet powerful frame of the young boy unleashed an astonishing force, sending Dodoria crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. With remarkable agility, Dodoria regained his footing, only to be met with Gohan's headbutt. The boy charged forward, colliding with Dodoria's abdomen, the tremendous impact shattering his battle suit and bending him almost double before sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, Dodoria found himself on the ground once more. He licked the warm blood from his lip and struggled to rise. In that moment, he finally believed Raditz's words, realizing he was unable to defeat even this child. Amidst the shock and despair, countless energy waves cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, threatening to engulf him. At a critical moment, Vegeta swiftly intervened, positioning himself in front of Dodoria to deflect the barrage of energy blasts, thus rescuing him. Vegeta. Dodoria could hardly fathom that Vegeta would shield him from such an assault, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do not misinterpret my actions. I merely wish to slay you myself. Just now, I was expressing my gratitude for your earlier revelation regarding the destruction of planet Vegeta. It is time for retribution. Vegeta furrowed his brow and delivered a powerful kick that sent Dodoria sprawling to the ground, subsequently placing his foot upon the corpulent body of his foe. The immense weight bore down upon Dodoria's stout abdomen, nearly distorting him under the pressure. Ignoring any semblance of retaliation, Dodoria frantically begged for mercy, feeling as though his very insides would be extracted. Yet, Vegeta remained indifferent to his desperate pleas, increasing the force of his foot and gradually intensifying the oppression. Shambo, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt a chill of dread wash over him, his complexion paling considerably. Chapter 57. Transformation. As he watched his companion being suspended and battered, Shambo found himself paralyzed with fear, reluctant to intervene, fully aware that he would likely be the next target. These adversaries would not spare him, especially not Vegeta. The anguished cries of Dodoria echoed around, sending shivers down the spine. What is wrong, Shambo? Are you too afraid to act? If the two of you join forces, you might stand a chance against me. Vegeta taunted, lifting his leg high before bringing it down with considerable force. With a sickening thud, Dodoria spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it across Vegeta, which only fueled Vegeta's revulsion. Still, Shambo remained unmoving. His scouter indicated that Dodoria's battle power had plummeted by 3/4, while Vegeta's strength had surged from 25,000 to 30,000. Moreover, Raditz and others were present, making the odds decidedly unfavorable for him. Having relished in his torment long enough, Vegeta finally lifted his foot, unleashing a powerful energy blast, a sphere of light the size of Dodoria's head, upon him, instantly engulfing him and transforming him into a cloud of filthy smoke. The explosion's shockwave tousled Vegeta's hair, the flames casting a crimson hue upon half of his icy visage. Shambo, it's your turn. You spent far too long basking in the comfort of Frieza's side. I doubt you've made much progress, Vegeta sneered. Humph. I must concede that the potential of you Saiyans is indeed formidable. When Lord Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, perhaps he had this very consideration in mind. However, I possess secrets unknown to you, Shambo remarked with a smile, concealing his true intentions beneath his beautiful exterior. Enough. Enough. Raditz interjected loudly, unable to endure any longer. If you're going to transform, then just do it. There is no need for self-praise. Have you no shame? This statement left Shambo feeling quite embarrassed, the words he had been ready to utter catching in his throat. Swallowing hard, he finally spoke. Raditz, how do you know I can transform? This secret was known to very few, with only Frieza being privy to it. He despised the notion of becoming grotesque and rarely faced opponents that necessitated such a transformation, making it a seldom used ability, with most who knew of it long deceased. That Raditz would so boldly divulge a secret even Vegeta could not fathom was astonishing. I know far more than you realize, including not only your secret but Frieza's as well. Do you really think you can fathom the depths of Lord Frieza's knowledge? Since you've anticipated my transformation, I shall not hold back. Shangbo believed that after his transformation, he stood a chance against a single Vegeta. However, facing a coordinated assault was an entirely different matter. These foes boasted battle powers exceeding 20,000, a force not to be underestimated. This resentment, he must swallow, biding his time for future retribution. First and foremost, he needed to escape. Who could have anticipated the Saiyans' formidable strength? Had he known, he would have fled at the onset of Dodoria's assault. Here, every individual possessed remarkable prowess, making it incredibly difficult to slip away unnoticed. Unless, of course, he could secure a hostage. Shangbo's gaze fixated on Gohan, who was still soaring through the sky. Capturing Gohan might present an opportunity. He rationalized that if Raditz had not initially weakened Dodoria, Gohan would not have triumphed so easily. Moreover, Gohan was still a child, making him an ideal candidate for a hostage. With his battle power exceeding 30,000 post-transformation, seizing this boy would pose no challenge. With this thought, Shangbo's resolve solidified. Without warning, he let out a thunderous roar, his body swelling dramatically, muscles enlarging, and his skin developing grotesque spots, rendering his visage hideously frog-like. Though Raditz was already aware of Shangbo's repulsive transformation, witnessing it firsthand elicited a grimace and a wave of nausea. Shangbo epitomized the notion that transformation could yield increasing ugliness. Yet, despite his grotesque appearance, the surge in power was undeniable. His battle strength skyrocketed to 32,000, leading him to believe he surpassed Vegeta. With a fierce shout, Shangbo unleashed an aura of energy, suddenly launching himself into the air and, in the blink of an eye, positioning himself behind Gohan, capturing him from behind. Everyone had let their guard down, allowing him this opening. His stout, muscular arms encircled Gohan's neck, constricting it, causing Gohan's face to flush and his head to throb as he struggled. Yet, Shangbo's strength was astonishing, despite Gohan's vigorous resistance. Escape remained futile. Ha! Listen closely, everyone. Turn your backs, or I shall slay this child. Dare to harm Gohan, and I will end you. Piccolo's rage erupted first. Initially, he wished to remain uninvolved in the Saiyans' affairs, but Shangbo had struck a nerve. In an instant, two beams of green energy began to coalesce in Piccolo's hands. The volatile energy pulsating restlessly, nearly bursting forth. This was precisely the effect Shangbo desired. A hostage must hold value. I care not for Kakarot's offspring. Shangbo retorted. Prepare yourself. Vegeta, undeterred by Shangbo's threats, dismissed the matter of Kakarot's child with indifference. He raised his arm, gathering his own energy, a luminous orb enveloping his palm. Suddenly, the readings on his scouter surged, skyrocketing from 30,000 to 80,000, sending a chill down Shangbo's spine. By the gods, Vegeta is concealing his true power. 80,000 battle power. Did that not surpass the majority of the Ginyu Force? If that energy wave struck him, his demise would be certain. But then, Goku grasped Vegeta's arm. halting the energy blast. Hey, Vegeta, Gohan is still here. Stop rambling. Are you really going to let him escape? Absolutely not. Gohan is in his grasp. Then it seems your son is simply too weak, Kakarot. Raditz hastily interjected. Don't be impulsive, Vegeta. Give Gohan a little more time. He will manage to break free from that hold. Mind your own business. Vegeta retorted, his stubbornness igniting. He was determined to eliminate Shambo, radiating an aura that was utterly intimidating. Vegeta, wait. Goku positioned himself in front. Shambo, bewildered, found himself perplexed by the discord among these individuals. Were they not allies? What was unfolding? In that moment of distraction, Raditz exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan, who understood the silent communication. Though Gohan was diminutive in stature, he possessed remarkable tenacity. Seizing the opportunity while Shambo's guard was down, he unleashed a sudden surge of strength, propelling himself with a powerful kick to Shambo's abdomen. The immense impact caused Shambo to flinch and release his grip, granting Gohan his freedom. At that instant, the scouter revealed Gohan's battle power had surpassed 30,000, leaving Shambo utterly stunned. Without delay, Piccolo launched his energy blast, a brilliant green orb racing forth like the scorching sun. Chapter 58. The demise of Shambo. Gohan had escaped his restraints, his neck throbbing painfully, his face flushed. The sensation of being restrained from behind was far from pleasant. And even though his strength was on par with Shambo's, he found himself gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Piccolo had already charged ahead, seeking vengeance for Gohan. Vegeta, this one is mine. Do as you will. If you fail to eliminate him, I shall finish you off. Vegeta scoffed, revealing a cruel smirk. He held confidence in Piccolo's abilities. After all, Piccolo had once triumphed over Nappa and had trained rigorously in the gravity chamber. Dealing with Shambo, a mere novice with a battle power just over 30,000, would require minimal effort. Piccolo intended to exert no unnecessary energy, hence, he did not even remove his cape before entering the fray. Shambo, having been struck by Gohan's kick, felt the shattering of his armor. Before he could retaliate, he suddenly glanced up to witness the incoming green energy blast, his expression shifting in alarm. Although he could not sense ki, he could perceive the perilous intent in the rush of heat. It was a tumultuous surge, accompanied by lethal energy. Shambo immediately raised his hands, crossing them defensively before lifting one leg to brace himself. Just as he managed to prepare, the green energy blast collided with him, engulfing him in searing energy and unleashing a violent wave of force. The surrounding air grew unbearably hot, causing the scenery to distort from afar. Struggling against the onslaught, Shambo barely held his ground as his cape tore and his battle attire disintegrated. The proud locks of his hair were singed in the brilliance, leaving behind numerous scars on his body. As he withstood the blow, his arms trembled, as if the force had penetrated his very bones. What overwhelming power! Despite his own battle power of 32,000, he found it exceedingly arduous to withstand even a single wave of the opponent's energy. Could it be that his adversary had surpassed him? Furthermore, Shambo instinctively sensed that the recent attack had not been executed at full strength. The radiance gradually faded, and the corners of Shambo's eyes twitched before he discerned an indistinct figure ahead, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be the imposing figure of Piccolo. The icy malice emanating from Piccolo's gaze sent shivers down Shambo's spine. You are that Namekian? Shambo exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you mingling with Earthlings and Saiyans? Piccolo disregarded his inquiries. True combat demanded no words, and engaging in idle chatter was utterly pointless. Thus, before Shambo could finish his question, Piccolo had already launched himself into the air, swiftly altering his trajectory with an elusive grace, drawing closer to Shambo. His speed was astonishing, the air filled with mere phantoms of his movement, leaving Shambo unable to catch sight of him. Panic surged within him, sweat breaking out as his heart raced and his mind buzzed into a haze of confusion. Suddenly, a fierce onslaught erupted, whipping up a tempestuous wind that tugged at Shambo's hair, pulling it back violently. Following closely behind was an even more ferocious force. A powerful strike enveloped in Piccolo's heavy fist. Shambo attempted to defend himself, but his reflexes faltered, arriving a moment too late. Piccolo's fist struck his face with brutal precision, sending him hurtling over 100 meters before crashing to the ground. An anguished scream echoed in the air, trailing off into a thunderous explosion as the ground erupted in a crater, shards of stone scattering in a web-like pattern of cracks. Shambo lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body coated in a layer of dust, as if cloaked in a shroud of gray. He felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him, rendering him incapable of rising. His face had contorted slightly, his nose askew, and several teeth knocked out, leaving his mouth gaping. How dare you strike my face? Shambo seethed, anger boiling within him. He had always cherished his appearance. and now it lay in ruin. Yet, before he could unleash his fury, Piccolo's figure loomed over him, his arm extending to ensnare his neck. Was it not like this before? Piccolo taunted. Let go of me. Shangbo gasped, experiencing the suffocating grip that rendered him crimson with rage yet powerless to resist. His energy depleted. Veins bulged from his skin, his eyes bulging like marbles, fingers twitching grotesquely as they clawed at the air. Piccolo's eyes gleamed as he unleashed a wave of energy, piercing through Shangbo's kneecap, followed by the joints of his arms. This was a tactic he had once employed against Goku. Had he not been compelled to resort to a finishing move, Goku might have been defeated. This time, having learned from his past, Piccolo firmly locked Shangbo's neck, preventing any chance of escape, and proceeded to savor the torment. With each piercing strike, Shangbo's screams punctuated the air, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his body convulsed in agony. Speech eluded him as he gasped for breath. His chest expanding and contracting violently, his lungs filled with rancid air. This was nothing short of torment. Piccolo initially intended to torment him further, delivering several devastating blows that left Shangbo utterly disfigured. Even Raditz found the scene too brutal to bear. As if every bone in Shangbo's body was on the verge of being shattered. Internally, Shangbo felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. As countless improbable thoughts raced through his mind, he had assumed that even if he could not contend with the combined might of his foes, escaping should not pose a problem. Who could have anticipated that a mere Namekian could utterly vanquish him without even requiring Vegeta's intervention? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body, and a startling realization struck him. If Vegeta's battle power could escalate from 25,000 to 80,000, might Raditz not also possess a similar potential for growth? 28,000 could not possibly be his limit, could it? When did the Saiyans become so terrifying? In his agony, Shangbo relinquished all semblance of dignity, mustering his last ounce of strength to plead for mercy. I beg you, spare me. I was merely following Frisia's orders. It is all his fault. I implore you. I can be of service to you. Ha ha ha. A ruse fit only for children. Piccolo retorted, his patience wearing thin. Are you waiting for me to act, or what? Vegeta laughed, exposing Shangbo's feeble excuses. It's time to send you on your way, trash. With that, Piccolo ensnared the immobile Shangbo in midair, opening his mouth to gather energy, releasing a devastating energy wave. In that moment, Shangbo had no capacity to resist as he vanished within the energy of the blast, reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 59. The Wrath of the Cosmic Emperor. In a secluded corner of the North Galaxy, within Frisia's stronghold, stood the Emperor atop the highest tower of a technologically advanced planet, gazing into the distance. A dark river meandered below, bordered by towering armed edifices that sparkled like pearls against the backdrop of the night sky, illuminated faintly by the glow of lights. It was already deep into the night. He stood quietly, observing the hurried mobilization of his cosmic army, a glass of deep red wine held delicately in his hand. The tower soared to great heights, reaching for the heavens. From this lofty vantage point, Frisia looked down upon the masses, the howling wind striking against his eardrums. His tail coiled gracefully behind him, positioned at a perfect angle. As he surveyed the grandeur he had crafted, Frisia smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, the conquest of the entire galaxy, and indeed the universe, was merely a matter of time. Recently, he had been reveling in success, with rapid expansions of his legion and the elimination of several pressing threats. Just days prior, he had received astonishing news regarding the Dragon Balls. Ever since Dales had fled Earth, he had wandered the cosmos, seeking information about the elusive Dragon Balls across various planets. Finally uncovering a glimmer of hope, he had hidden away a single Dragon Ball, intending to sell it as intel to Frisia's army in exchange for resources. Unbeknownst to Frisia and his cohorts, the Dragon Balls required all 7 to be gathered for their true power to be unleashed. Deceived by Dales, they dispatched elite troops to the desolate planet of Fyru in search of the treasures. Frisia had even sent his most trusted subordinates, indicating the extraordinary importance he placed on this matter. The legendary orbs, said to grant any wish, if obtained, could bestow immortality. At that moment, whether it was his elder brother or father, they were merely decayed beings in his eyes. He mused inwardly, a broader smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a well-equipped alien rushed in behind him, respectfully kneeling on one knee, not daring to lift his head as he reported, "A grave matter has arisen, Lord Frisia. The troops we dispatched to the desolate planet, Philu, have been annihilated." "What did you say?" The pleasant mood was abruptly disrupted, and Frisia's countenance darkened. He turned slightly, a glint of cold fury sparking in his eyes, causing the kneeling figure to shudder. According to reliable sources, Lord Shangbo and Lord Dodoria encountered Vegeta and his companions, and they were defeated. Vegeta? That scoundrel has never truly submitted to me. I have grown weary of this game. I shall eliminate him sooner or later. Frisia drained his glass of red wine, an aura of murderous intent seeping forth, causing the glass to shatter with a sharp crack, shards scattering everywhere. Surely they haven't taken the Dragon Balls as well. We do not know yet. The man was drenched in cold sweat, his body beneath the combat suit thoroughly soaked, his voice growing weaker. However, our detection device indicates that, aside from Vegeta's group, the Angira of the Shrag Legion is also operating on the desolate planet, Philu. Shrag? Frisia's fury reached new heights, his tail striking the ground as a sinister smile crept onto his face. How many people has that rascal, Dales, sold information to? Where's Dales? Have you tracked him down? Lord Frisia, Dales has vanished without a trace. It was evident that Dales had disclosed information to both Frisia and Shrag, instigating conflict between the two parties to reap the benefits. Even if merely observing from afar, he could deplete both sides' combat strength. Frisia turned and slowly approached the man, his tail inadvertently wrapping around the man's neck. Repeat that? My lord, Dales is notoriously cunning. He fled after the transaction was completed. And his ship is equipped with counter-detection devices, making his whereabouts unpredictable. Do not call me lord, he began, but Frisia's tail had already ensnared him. The furious cosmic emperor unable to tolerate such treachery. Being deceived, ambushed, and robbed was an extraordinary humiliation. My lord, I possess further intelligence, the man gasped, struggling to utter his last words. Frisia instantly released his tail. What else is there? The man coughed several times, regaining his composure, forcing down the terror within. My lord, the detector has transmitted information. Vegeta is with the Earthlings, and his battle power has reached 80,000. Furthermore, even Raditz's battle power has exceeded 20,000. What? Frisia was taken aback. Is the battle power of the Saiyans truly so formidable? Given Vegeta's innate talent and prolonged combat experience, coupled with his training on Earth, reaching 20,000 might be plausible. Yet Raditz, who has always been on par with lower-tier warriors, with only a mere 1,000 battle power, has inexplicably surpassed 20,000. And Vegeta has achieved 80,000. What have they experienced on Earth over the past 2 years? Could my long-held premonition be true? The failure to annihilate the Saiyans initially stands as the gravest miscalculation. Frisia recalled the legend, a sense of unease stirring within him. He murmured to himself, directing his gaze once more towards the subordinates kneeling before him. Disclose any remaining information in its entirety. Otherwise, I shall execute you. Yes, your majesty Frisia, the man stammered, swallowing hard and wiping the sweat from his brow. Among them is a Namekian whose combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. It was he who killed Lord Shambo. A Namekian? Frisia pondered. Previous reports had already intercepted information regarding the Dragon Balls. During his time on Earth, Goku had once revealed the extraordinary abilities of the Dragon Balls, and Daba had speculated that they were crafted by the Namekians. Could a journey to Namek yield even greater discoveries? Provide me with all available data regarding Namek. At once. The soldier promptly complied, returning shortly with a stack of documents and immediately commencing his report. The lengthy account of history meandered until it finally mentioned the term Dragon Balls. At this juncture, Frisia interrupted, dismissing the soldier with a wave of his hand. Just as I suspected. Let Shrag and the others contend over the Earth-esque Dragon Balls. He chuckled ominously, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. The alien kneeling before him locked eyes with Frisia, a chill running down his spine. Frisia remained immobile. Yet the alien felt as though he were being pounced upon by a ferocious beast, its gaping maw aimed directly at his head. In an instant, a slender beam of light sliced through, delivering a clean cut, and his head rolled from his neck. Blood pooled on the ground, his vacant eyes wide open, shrouded in darkness. Thank you for your service. Frisia stepped over the corpse, not granting it a single glance. The 2 rows of soldiers at his side immediately rushed forward to dispose of the body and cleanse the area. Transmit a message to headquarters. Summon the Jinyu force to M187, the highest level of mobilization, swiftly. Frisia exited the tower, levitating in the air, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of ferocity that drew the gaze of all. Beneath the starry sky, he stood as an emperor, dominating the realm below. Chapter 60, Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Having eliminated Dodoria and Shambo, the area lay in ruins, the ground pockmarked and reeking of blood. The search for the Dragon Balls resumed, during which they encountered other subordinates of Frisia, resulting in fierce confrontations. Raditz, however, refrained from immediate action, instead releasing the spacecraft in the open as per Tomad's instructions, retrieving the 6 Dragon Balls from within. Due to the insufficient precision of the cosmic Dragon Ball radar over small areas and the various interferences affecting the Earth radar, Tomad had suggested he attempt to enhance its accuracy or perhaps construct a new one. Tomad circled the 6 Dragon Balls, his eyes darting with excitement as he gently prodded them, resulting in several Dragon Balls emitting a flickering light, which astonished Tumat. In his world, he had never encountered anything so extraordinary. His curiosity piqued for some time. Well, do you see them in their tangible form? Can you create a radar from this? Raditz gently patted Tumat's small head. With his wings slightly ajar, Tumat gazed at Raditz and said, I need the original Dragon Ball radar to analyze its structure. Upon hearing this, Raditz immediately retrieved the cosmic Dragon Ball radar and placed it before Tumat, renowned for their technological prowess. The Tumat people had created formidable machines with remarkable research capabilities. Tumat commenced by scanning the radar's structure and analyzing the wavelengths of the Dragon Balls, subsequently entering a state of deep contemplation. Raditz refrained from disturbing Tumat's thoughts, recognizing that such high technology was not his area of expertise. Moreover, scientists often require a quiet and stable environment for their research. Thus, he stood silently, hoping for swift results. After nearly half an hour of contemplation, Tumat finally spoke. I never imagined Earth could produce such an extraordinary inventor capable of creating the Dragon Ball radar. Truly impressive. Although Earth's technology was not considered advanced in the universe, lacking even the capability for large-scale space travel, many extraterrestrial beings looked down upon this seemingly primitive planet. They would never suspect that Earth harbored brilliant scientists, such as Bulma, who would one day create a time machine. Tumat was genuinely astonished and expressed his admiration repeatedly. Is it feasible? Raditz inquired. I have nearly mastered the structure of the Dragon Ball radar, Tumat replied. If it is merely a matter of optimizing its precision, it should be achievable. Approaching the radar, he examined it closely, using the tips of his wings to pry open the installation panel and began adjusting the intricate components. Though he lacked human-like hands, Tumat worked with ease using his wings and claws, often without the need for tools, modifying the existing design. He completed the task in a remarkably short time. Tumat transformed the button originally mounted on top into a dial, allowing the radar to magnify or reduce the intersecting grid lines on the screen to specific multiples, while also enabling it to display a smaller range, thus achieving greater accuracy than Earth's Dragon Ball radar. I have studied the electromagnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Balls and adjusted the radar's receiving frequency. Additionally, the installed dial can slide left and right to scale the specified magnification, while sliding back and forth can adjust to a high-response interface, ensuring that even if it were to fall into the sea or a deep ravine, its location could still be determined. If possible, I would like to collaborate with the creator of this radar to complete a three-dimensional exploratory device. Raditz took the radar, familiarized himself with the new operations, and attempted to activate it, discovering 6 large flashing points clustered in the center of the display. The arrow coincided with the flashing points, clearly indicating his current location. He attempted to magnify the display further, yet the position remained distinctly clear. Tumat, you are truly impressive. Haha, Raditz exclaimed, slapping Tumat's wing in excitement, causing Tumat to spin several times due to the force of the gesture. On the desolate planet, Raditz soared amidst the mountains. The arid climate has resulted in sparse vegetation in this region, and the relentless erosion by the winds has sculpted the rocks into bizarre shapes. With the assistance of radar, he navigated effortlessly to his destination. He was close now. Raditz, clutching the radar, halted his steps. A bright signal surrounded him, radiating with intensity. Sliding the dial back and forth once more, the altitude appeared, just beneath the surface. Raditz descended, treading upon a patch of weeds. He had arrived. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a gust of wind, sending the grass and its concealed secrets soaring into the air. Small insects and fragments of earth were blown away. Yet the Dragon Ball remained elusive. After the tempestuous gusts, the desolate terrain revealed its barren back. Since it was placed here by Dales, precautions must have been taken. It was likely concealed within a safe of sorts. Raditz muttered to himself, standing firm at the radar's indicated convergence point, pressing one hand against the ground. He unleashed a surge of power that penetrated the earth. Bang! A resounding noise echoed as the surrounding soil fractured, creating a pit. And Raditz felt a jolt in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found that his hand had pressed against a sealed metal box, leaving an imprint of his palm. At last, he had discovered it. The 4-star ball. Overjoyed, Raditz exclaimed that it was indeed secured within a safe, yet it had not evaded the radar's detection. As he raised his fist, ready to smash the box open, danger loomed. Tumat spread his wings to shield Raditz's punch, startling him into an abrupt halt. Pain coursing through his arm in that instant. What are you doing? If I strike this, it will be destroyed. Tumat warned. This box contains mechanisms. Forcing it open will trigger a self-destruct device, unleashing toxins and a massive explosion. Raditz's expression turned grave. Toxins and explosions were manageable for him, at most. He would suffer some superficial injuries, But should the Dragon Ball be destroyed, it would spell disaster. Dale's likely intended for Frisia's minions to seek out the Dragon Balls. Even if they succeeded, he aimed to ensure their demise alongside the Dragon Balls. That scoundrel, truly devious. Can you defuse it? Fear not, leave it to me. Tomate replied confidently, patting his chest. He unfurled his wings, initially analyzing the box's structure, then deftly disarming the intricate electronic lock, transforming into a skilled bomb technician. He swiftly neutralized both the explosive and toxic devices. Tomate, I must commend you. You are remarkably skilled. Raditz expressed his genuine admiration as he observed the dazzling maneuvers. The initial electronic lock alone employed a vast array of algorithms, which human intellect alone could not unravel. He felt fortunate to have Tomate as his aide. Finally, Raditz grasped the Dragon Ball, completing his collection with the last 4-star ball. Chapter 61. Underlings of Shrag. With the Dragon Ball in hand, Raditz felt invigorated. Now, the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, and the hope of saving Earth was within reach. With a triumphant laugh, Raditz beamed with delight. Suddenly, a multitude of well-equipped aliens surged through the air, each adorned in Saiyan-style battle attire, unmistakably Frisia subordinates. Judging by the intensity of their energy, it was evident that their combat power did not exceed 3,000. Despite their numbers, they were merely a disorganized mob. Clearly, they had come to search for the Dragon Balls on Frisia's orders, exuding an air of confidence as if they had no adversaries left to fear. Is that Raditz? Someone among them recognized him, shouting out, "Look, he possesses a Dragon Ball." That reaction was unmistakably his. Could it be that the Scions have accepted this mission as well? If we seize the Dragon Ball, the credit will belong to us. When Lord Shanbua receives his reward, we shall share in the spoils. All right, let us charge together. One of them sneered. Hey, it's just Raditz. Do we really need to work together? I won't even need to exert my full strength. Watch this. With that, he charged forward with a shout. Enough. Raditz coldly observed their bravado. As the alien approached, he dismissively waved his hand, opting not to use energy blasts. His overwhelming aura acted like an impenetrable wall, repelling the attack before countering it. The alien was instantly sent flying, crashing into a rock, his body shattered. His battle suit torn to pieces, utterly lifeless. He killed Danny, gasped the onlookers, shocked by Raditz's display of power. The alien named Danny, who was among them, possessed a combat power exceeding 2,500, yet was instantaneously defeated by Raditz's single blow. As they glanced at the readings on their scouters, they were left utterly speechless. The aliens exchanged fearful glances, their roles as hunters abruptly reversed. They had become the hunted. In a unanimous decision, they chose to flee. Yet how could they hope to escape? The moment Raditz took a step, his explosive speed surpassed them all, swiftly overtaking the lead alien. He pivoted in. Facing the panicked aliens, without a moment's hesitation, swung a fist that shattered the skull of one of them. Crimson blood erupted like a blossoming flower, vibrant and striking. The remaining aliens halted their retreat, trembling before Raditz. We have never crossed paths before. This credit is yours. We will not contest it. We promise we won't inform Lord Shanbua. Shanbua? Can you still reach him? Raditz scoffed, his expression icy. He has already gone ahead to the underworld to await your arrival. What? The aliens were left dumbfounded. As subordinates, they had no access to communications from their superiors and were unaware of Shanbua's demise. Yet the chilling demeanor of Raditz and the coldness in his voice left no doubt of his truthfulness. They frantically pressed their scouters, but received no response. Indeed, something had gone awry. You have slain Lord Shanbua. King Frisia will punish you. Is that so? You are utterly unaware of Frisia. If I were to surpass Champa, Frisia would simply replace Champa with me, continuing to exploit my worth, never punishing me. Regardless, your doom is inevitable. The inhabitants of the universe were once again left bewildered. They had thought it was merely a contest for power between two factions, only to discover that the Scions had indeed betrayed King Frisia. Raditz, audaciously provocative, escalated the tension. What was most terrifying was that they were currently facing Raditz, which spelled certain death. Just as they were at a loss, Raditz raised his hand, unleashing a yellow energy wave that swept across the area, leaving the expressions of the universe's denizens frozen in terror and despair. Their very essence reduced to ashes by the onslaught. Smoke billowed, transforming the atmosphere into a somber haze. Suddenly, applause echoed from a distance. Following the sound, Raditz beheld a tall figure approaching, clad in tattered garments, held together by a simple belt. His robust physique spoke volumes of his strength. This man bore a resemblance to Champa, an attractive individual, albeit adorned with two pointed horns, adding a playful charm. He was Ankira, one of Shrag's subordinates. Raditz silently chuckled to himself, wondering how even Shrag's minions had arrived. Did everyone possess a Dragon Ball radar? Shaking his head, he sensed the situation was becoming troublesome. Although he held no fear of this minor character, Shrag himself was indeed a formidable adversary, a figure of dominion. You are quite formidable, effortlessly dispatching these fools. Aside from myself, I have yet to encounter another of your caliber, Ankira remarked, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. Lacking the ability to sense energy levels or wield a detector, he merely perceived that eliminating these beings was as easy for him as it was for Raditz, perhaps indicating a parity in their strengths. Raditz felt somewhat exasperated by such condescension. I find myself intrigued by the Dragon Balls you possess. Lord Shrag has instructed me to retrieve them. If you surrender them now, I shall spare you, Ankira declared, extending a hand with a faint smile gracing his lips. He had accompanied the other beings in search of the Dragon Balls, and to his surprise, had stumbled upon a genuine treasure. His uncontainable joy was evident upon his face. Has Shrag himself come? Raditz inquired. How could Lord Shrag personally attend to such matters? He has numerous affairs to manage. This trivial task is sufficient for me, Ankira replied. Very well, Raditz thought to himself as he descended to the ground and beckoned Ankira. If you desire it, come and take it. How amusing, Ankira scoffed, rolling his neck and wrists. Observing Ankira unfastening his bracers, Raditz waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. Are you afraid? Fear not. Soon you shall experience true despair. Ankira laughed triumphantly, grasping his bracers, and, with a mere flick of his wrist, the ground trembled with a resounding boom. Clouds of dust erupting into the air. The weight of this wrist guard is astonishing, capable of creating such a significant disturbance that even Raditz is momentarily taken aback. However, it is merely a fleeting surprise. Ankira misinterprets his expression as fear and bursts into laughter. Now you understand the extent of my terror, do you? The gravity of my home planet is tenfold that of this desolate world. Hence, I am accustomed to wearing heavy armor, perpetually adapting to such gravitational conditions. Suddenly, he adopts a profoundly enigmatic tone. Moreover, I have recently been experimenting with a gravity level of 20 times. Ha! Raditz, feeling exasperated, retorts. Is that truly what you call gravity? Hurry up, I am pressed for time. He waves his hand dismissively. What is this nonsense? Do you look down upon me, Ankira? His anger intensifies, bubbling with fury. Chapter 62, Subjugation. Witness my might. Ankira, incensed, strikes the ground with both hands. He possesses the ability to traverse underground effortlessly. So as his hands penetrate the earth, they extend outward, emerging from beneath Raditz's feet to grasp his ankle. He yield. Ankira, convinced he has ensnared Raditz, gathers energy in his mouth and unleashes a wave of energy. A golden light envelopes Raditz, who remains unmoving, allowing the onslaught to bombard him. The surging energy creates a tempest, swirling dust and debris, obscuring Ankira's vision and leading him to believe he has succeeded. As the swirling dust gradually dissipates, Ankira cannot help but laugh, but his mirth is abruptly cut short. From the remnants of the haze, a figure begins to materialize, advancing toward him. Let me impart a little knowledge. The law of no harm amidst smoke. Raditz emerges unscathed, even the rising dust repelled by a white aura surrounding him. A gentle breeze sweeps through, causing the sparse, withered grass to lean slightly, as the hair of both Raditz and Ankira flows softly in the wind. They stand in opposition, exuding a palpable pressure akin to the tension of needlepoints colliding. Yet, it does not take long for Ankira to falter. Cold sweat trickling down as the overwhelming sense of oppression makes it difficult for him to breathe. Should there be a detector present? It would reveal Raditz's combat power exceeding 100,000. The wind whispers softly before ceasing abruptly. In that instant, Raditz's gaze shifts, and with a flash, he appears behind Ankira, his palm striking like a blade against his neck. In a single blow, it feels as though Ankira has been struck by countless heavy hits simultaneously, sent hurtling far away, scraping layers of earth before ultimately crashing into a hard rock. Raditz exerted merely a third of his strength. Had Ankira's physical condition not been reasonably intact, he would have likely lost consciousness by now. This time, Ankira is at a loss for words, his face pale, blood spilling from his mouth and trickling down his body. He cannot even comprehend when Raditz made his move. If he were to summarize the experience, it would be encapsulated in 3 words: too fast. In the blink of an eye, Raditz stood before him, his foot firmly pressed against his chest, causing his breath to falter. The overwhelming display of power created an oppressive atmosphere, leaving Ankira utterly unprepared. Do not feign death. I ask you, why did Shrag send you here? For the Dragon Balls. How could he possibly know about the Dragon Balls? Raditz continued his relentless questioning. Even if Shrag is a Namekian, he was sent away during the catastrophic climatic changes that befell Namek at the time of his birth, making it impossible for him to retain any memory of the Dragon Balls. Because a man named Dales informed us of the Dragon Balls. He claimed there exists a sphere capable of granting any wish, originating from Earth and currently buried on this desolate planet. He even showed us a cosmic map that he personally pinpointed. Angira grasped Raditz's foot with both hands, attempting to push it away, but his efforts proved futile, compelling him to continue his confession. He also provided Lord Shrag with some seeds, claiming that the fruits they bore could enhance strength and restore youth. When Lord Shrag consumed the fruit, he indeed felt its effects, thus placing his trust in Dales. Seeds, fruits? Is that not the Tree of Might? It appears that Dales indeed possesses the seeds of the Tree of Might. Now, one more question. What is your relationship with the Frisia Force? We have no connection. We were unaware that Frisia's minions would appear here. Otherwise, Lord Shrag would likely have sent more people. I have divulged everything. Spare me. Do you believe you will return alive? You know better than I what kind of character Shrag is, Raditz retorted. Angira was momentarily taken aback, a shiver coursing through him inexplicably. As a naturally gifted Super Namekian, Shrag's combat prowess might even surpass that of Piccolo, rendering him a once-in-a-century talent. Forced to live on the unfamiliar Shrag star. Unlike other peace-loving Namekians, Shrag possessed not only terrifying battle capabilities but also an utterly malevolent heart. In his youth, he traversed Shrag star with unmatched strength, declaring himself king and amassing numerous followers, establishing his own dominion in the cosmos. With his subordinates, he wreaked havoc across the universe, committing heinous acts, conquering planets of all sizes, some sold off, others transformed, relentlessly expanding his power and solidifying his status as the overlord of Shrag. Yet, Shrag's brutality was notorious. He took lives as easily as one might cut grass, showing no mercy even to his own subordinates, often resorting to slaughter over the slightest disagreement. Over centuries, Shrag aged, but his tyrannical nature only intensified. Particularly of late, the accelerated aging had soured his temperament, driving him to greater frenzy in his violent outbursts. The revelation of the Dragon Balls by Dales presented Shrag with the potential to reclaim his youth, a matter of utmost importance to him. Should Lord Shrag discover that he had not located the Dragon Balls, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Angira. With a despondent demeanor and a face etched with despair, he felt his spirits plummet into the abyss. I could spare you, but you must serve me as my subordinate. Raditz released his grip, instantly alleviating the heavy burden on Angela's heart, making him feel as if he had been reborn. His eyes darted around, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, ultimately converging into a singular realization. At this moment, defiance against Raditz would undoubtedly lead to death. It was exceedingly difficult to endure a master like Slag, who was prone to anger. Thus, it would be wiser to change allegiances. With this thought, Angela made his decision. I understand, my lord. My name is Raditz, and from now on, you shall be my servant. Yes, Lord Raditz. With great difficulty, Angela rose, suppressing the pain in his body, and knelt before Raditz in a gesture of utmost respect. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be the ruler of the cosmos. The feeling of being so revered was exhilarating. Raditz, feeling elated, recognized the necessity of possessing influence in the universe. Otherwise, he would have to handle everything himself, leading to future complications. And I have Tomat as well, suddenly exclaimed Tomat, who had been hiding timidly behind Raditz. Upon witnessing the shift in circumstances, he boldly emerged. Angela was taken aback. What was this creature? Do not be alarmed. He is my friend and a formidable weapon. Should you dare betray me, as you did Slag, he could easily obliterate you. Raditz spoke with a stern demeanor, causing Angela to waver in uncertainty. Then, Raditz revealed a slight smile and patted Angela on the shoulder. Of course, if you perform your duties well, I shall reward you handsomely. At the very least, your treatment will not be inferior to that of Slag. He understood the principle of combining both reward and intimidation. Indeed, Angela bowed once more. Yes, Lord Raditz. Chapter 63, Arise, Shinron. The Dragon Balls have been gathered. It is time to make a wish. Over a year had passed since the last wish, and the prospect of summoning Shinron filled him with excitement. He arranged the 7 Dragon Balls together. Their radiant warmth began to flicker rhythmically, accompanied by a soft humming sound. Lord Raditz, there are 7 Dragon Balls. Angela exclaimed in confusion. Of course, it would be rather trivial if one alone could grant a wish. They are not mere glass orbs. Angela silently stepped back, falling into contemplation. The information they had received only mentioned the Dragon Balls, leading them to assume there was only one. Little did they know that there were 7. It seemed that obtaining just one would be futile, as it would not fulfill a wish. How unfortunate for Frisia and Slag, who were ensnared in a web of deception, laboring tirelessly for a single, useless Dragon Ball. Angela stood by, awaiting the moment Shinron would appear. He had never encountered Shinron before and was filled with curiosity, while Raditz, either intentionally or unintentionally, maintained a guard against him. This man could not yet fully trust him. If he were to seize the opportunity to make a wish before Raditz, it would spell disaster. He did not call upon everyone while collecting the Dragon Balls, as he still kept a wary eye on Vegeta, fearing a sudden ambush. "I'm about to summon the Eternal Dragon. You should step back," Raditz declared, taking a deep breath and gazing at the long-awaited radiant light. "Arise, Eternal Dragon." Upon uttering the incantation, the sky abruptly darkened, thick clouds gathered, and flashes of lightning bridged the heavens and earth. A sinuous stream of golden light surged from the Dragon Balls, soaring towards the heavens like a golden blade, cleaving the very fabric of reality before him. Gradually, within the golden radiance, the colossal form of the Eternal Dragon emerged, coiling majestically as it faced Raditz, its deep voice resonating. "State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but you may only have one." Raditz's peripheral vision caught sight of Angela, who remained motionless. He stated, "Eternal Dragon, please restore Earth's environment to its state before the planting of the Spirit Tree." The Eternal Dragon hovered in the air, silent for a prolonged moment, causing Raditz to feel anxious as his breath quickened. Could it be that the Eternal Dragon had no power outside of Earth? Or was it beyond its capacity? "This wish is quite simple." The Eternal Dragon finally spoke, its eyes shimmering with a red glow. "Your wish shall be granted." Simple enough, no need for dramatic pauses. "You nearly gave me a fright," Raditz silently complained. However, the fulfillment of his wish sufficed, and at this moment, Earth should have returned to its original state. "Angela, when the Dragon Balls scatter, do your utmost to seize 2 or 3 of them, understood? That is your first task," Raditz commanded in an authoritative tone. "Yes, Lord Raditz." At that moment, the powerful voice of the Eternal Dragon resonated. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." In the next instant, its form rapidly shrank, along with the Dragon Balls, transforming into a burst of golden light that ascended into the sky, subsequently dispersing into 7 arcs of light, scattering in all directions. "Now's the time," Raditz shouted, soaring upward at supersonic speed to swiftly grasp 2 petrified Dragon Balls, then continued in different directions to collect the remaining 3. Upon landing, Angela, true to her word, had also secured 2. "Excellent, well done. That alleviates further concern," Raditz remarked. Yet, he could not comprehend why, after each wish, Goku and his companions could not simply gather all the Dragon Balls at once, avoiding a year-long quest. What if the petrified Dragon Balls were accidentally damaged? But then again, the Dragon Balls were treasures meant for the entire world that could not be monopolized. Those with dreams and hopes deserved the chance to realize their wishes as well. Perhaps another magnificent tale, akin to Goku's adventures, could unfold. "Master, why have the Dragon Balls turned to stone?" Angela inquired. "It is a limitation, otherwise one could endlessly repeat wishes," Raditz replied as he gathered the Dragon Balls into his satchel and secured them back in the spaceship. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the clear sky as those drawn to the Eternal Dragon's magnificent presence began to arrive. Some extraterrestrial beings followed the light, only to be vanquished without exception by Raditz and his companions. Ultimately, only Goku and his allies approached Raditz. Vegeta took the lead, questioning, "Hey, Raditz, was that the dragon we just saw? What wish did you make?" "Quite simple," Raditz replied. "I wished for the Earth to return to its original state. ISNT that what everyone desires." He gestured towards Goku and the others, and aside from Nappa, everyone nodded in agreement. Their collective aim was indeed consistent: to locate the Dragon Balls and restore the Earth. Initially, Vegeta was indifferent, but upon encountering Dodoria and the monk, his mind began to race. After all, he was no longer the same as before. Frieza, knowing they had slain his trusted subordinates, would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Why not settle all grievances in one fell swoop? The Dragon Balls, intended to defeat Frieza, had been squandered, fueling his fury. "Why didn't you inform me? You know that Frieza is in this star system. If we eliminate him, there would be no threat. We could restore the Earth afterward. But now we have wasted an opportunity." Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. "Calm down, Vegeta," Raditz said in a steady voice. "Though the Dragon of Earth can grant many wishes, it cannot exceed its limits. You know well the extent of Frieza's power. The dragon cannot eliminate him." Vegeta's eyes twitched in frustration, leaving him speechless. Raditz then recounted the identity of Angira and the circumstances surrounding it, revealing the existence of Shrag, which startled everyone. The intricate web of conflicting forces, along with the scheming Dales lurking in the shadows, became unsettling factors. Yet the most terrifying element remained Frieza. Frieza's 2 guards had met a gruesome fate on the desolate planet of Fyru, and he would not let this go unpunished. If nothing unforeseen occurred, Frieza was already tracking them. There was even a possibility he might dispatch the Ginyu Force. At the mention of the Ginyu Force, both Vegeta and Nappa exchanged expressions of disgust. "Our current abilities are insufficient to confront Frieza," We must not act impulsively unless absolutely necessary. Raditz concluded, casting a glance at Vegeta, the one most prone to rash decisions. Humph, Frieza is not invincible. What he fears most are the legendary warriors of our race. A thought suddenly sparked in Vegeta's mind. The legendary warrior. The Super Saiyan. The others gasped in astonishment. This transformation, said to exist only in tales, was an entity that even Frieza feared. If one could achieve the Super Saiyan form, they could challenge Frieza. Vegeta, who had once dismissed this notion, now felt a flicker of hope. He turned to Raditz, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Chapter 64. Dale's Deception. The Super Saiyan existed solely in legend, with many records and rumors suggesting that a supreme warrior belonged to the Saiyan race. However, such claims were often met with skepticism, as the current generation of Saiyans had never witnessed the so-called Super Saiyan. Raditz remained silent under Vegeta's penetrating gaze. Others may remain oblivious. Yet he possesses the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan. It is the purity of heart combined with intense emotion, with anger being the most potent catalyst. These elements are merely conditions. The paramount requirement is that one's combat power must reach a certain threshold. Reflecting on the past, when Goku first transformed, it was at a foundational combat power of approximately 3 million. Vegeta, on the other hand, toiled for 3 arduous years under 300 times the normal gravity. As for Broly's legendary bloodline and the inherited traits of Goten and Trunks, they require no mention. For those of the older generation, lacking lineage and background, self-reliance was imperative. Despite the abundance of Saiyans, none achieved transformation, likely due to their inadequately weak combat power. They are labeled a warrior race, yet they are merely belligerent. Many formidable beings from the cosmos hold them in disdain. Their combat powers barely reach a few thousand, with the highest only slightly surpassing 20,000. Failing to meet the foundational requirements for transformation. Once one ascends to the status of a Super Saiyan, however, the others must kneel in submission. That dreamlike power is undoubtedly sufficient to conquer Frieza. Yet, at present, this level remains unattainable. Raditz hopes to awaken his latent potential before facing Frieza, striving to elevate his strength, at least closer to the edge. Upon reflection, he concludes that confronting Frieza at this juncture is premature. Therefore, Raditz proposes, let us return to the spaceship and ascertain our current situation. This makes sense. They should be able to communicate with Earth. I shall operate it. Gohan volunteers. Having learned the basics of piloting the ship under Tuma's guidance, the group boarded the spaceship, activated the communication devices with Earth, and after nearly 2 hours of adjustments, they finally succeeded in establishing a signal. The communicator aboard the spaceship was modified from the detection system of Nappa and his companions, enabling contact with the repaired detector Raditz had left on Earth. The revamped device is impervious to Frieza's eavesdropping, allowing for the transmission of messages across the cosmos. As soon as the loudspeaker activated, Bulma's exaggerated voice resonated. Hey, you finally reached out to me. Earth has recovered. You all did splendidly. Let me say a few words. Yamcha chimed in. Goku, are you all doing well? Haha, isn't that obvious? We're communicating, so how could we not be well? Truly lacking in insight, Bulma interjected, seizing the conversation to pose a barrage of questions fueled by her curiosity about the universe, even suggesting calling Chi-Chi over. The relentless inquiries left everyone overwhelmed, particularly the notion of bringing Chi-Chi, which could lead to an endless discussion. Raditz quickly interjected, No, Bulma, let us pause here. We can discuss the specifics in detail when we return to Earth, shall we? Since Earth has been restored, let us temporarily end this call. Wait, don't hang up just yet. I have one more thing to ask you. Have you used the Dragon Balls? We have already located the 4-star ball and summoned Shinron to resolve our issues. Otherwise, how do you think Earth has recovered? However, Bulma's voice was filled with perplexity. I utilized the remaining components to construct another Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the response from the Dragon Balls was still present, and one was moving at high speed. Raditz was taken aback and quickly activated the radar, minimizing the magnification. Indeed, he detected the response of the Dragon Balls. They had been focused on the Dragon Balls of Earth, neglecting those on Namek. Could it be that someone had set their sights on the Dragon Balls of Namek? Who could it be? Raditz's eyes widened, and a chill crept along his spine like a cold serpent, his hair standing on end. Is anyone there? What is happening? It's nothing serious, just the response from the Dragon Balls on Namek, the home planet of Piccolo. Since they were the ones who created the Dragon Balls, it is not surprising that they possess them. Let's leave it for now, Raditz concluded, ending the communication. Everyone gazed at the radar, their expressions grave. Nappa interjected. I have long asserted that the miraculous powers of the Namekians created the Dragon Balls. It was only a matter of time before their planet had superior ones. Be quiet. Nappa, Vegeta retorted with a cold glance. Have you not noticed that one of the responses is moving rapidly? Under what circumstances would a Dragon Ball fly at such speed? Nappa was momentarily at a loss for words. Although not particularly astute, he grasped the implication. On Namek, a colossal spaceship rested in the open fields, within which stood numerous extraterrestrial beings of various forms. The one at the forefront had a pallid complexion and an ominous demeanor, resembling Goku in appearance, Dallas. Opposite Dallas sat Shrek, who, though aged, retained an imposing presence, as if he commanded the very world from his seat. You have indeed not deceived me, he mused. If we arrive on Namek ahead of Frisia, we shall seize the initiative. Shrag observed the images displayed on the virtual instruments, his mood buoyed. Frisia is preoccupied with having tracking devices installed on my ship, oblivious to the fact that I am eavesdropping on their every move. I am fully aware of their strategies. Is that so? Shrag chuckled lightly, his meaning clear. He sought to extract all information from Dallas. Dallas had calculated Frisia's intentions, intercepting his communications and learning of his plan to abandon the Dragon Balls on Earth in favor of those on Namek, with the Ginyu Force being mobilized. More importantly, he discovered that Vegeta and Raditz had also arrived in this star system, even having eliminated Dodoria and Zarbon. This was splendid news for him. Dallas thought to himself, let them fight among themselves. I shall reap the benefits. Thus, he turned and conveyed Frisia's movements and the information regarding the new Dragon Balls to Shrag, ensuring that Shrag's forces would arrive on Namek before Frisia. Yet, he held back some details from Shrag. After all, he too aspired to become a ruler, unwilling to serve Shrag entirely. In the face of questioning, Dales maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, Frisia's legion has encountered an assault from the Saiyans, hence they are preparing to confront those Saiyans. Whether it will be the Ginyu Force dispatched or if he will take matters into his own hands remains uncertain. If Frisia personally arrives on Namek, it could spell trouble. Although Shrag possesses confidence, he also harbors self-awareness. Many claim to be the rulers of the universe, yet only a few truly possess the strength. Ultimately, Frisia's power exceeds his own, and a direct confrontation would yield unfavorable results. Nonetheless, Frisia's misfortune lies in the considerable distance to Namek, requiring 3 days for him to arrive. By that time, we shall have fulfilled our wishes. Dales chuckled, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. He lied to Shrag. In truth, Frisia could reach Namek in merely 1 day. Chapter 65, The Objective. Namek. In the vast cosmos, the spaceship surged towards Namek with unwavering resolve. Just 6 hours prior, the King of the Worlds had proactively contacted Raditz, imparting a chilling revelation. Shrag and Dales had already descended upon Namek and commenced their search for the Dragon Balls. The location where Shrag had initially docked was in close proximity to Namek, granting him a geographical advantage, and they swiftly arrived on the planet. Although Frisia had not yet made a move, the Ginyu Force's vessel was en route to Division 187, capable of reaching it within 3 days. Upon receiving this news, Raditz convened with his comrades and swiftly made a decision. Regardless of Frisia's intentions towards them, Dales would undoubtedly not spare Earth. Allowing them to acquire the Dragon Balls would lead to dire consequences. A journey to Namek was imperative, and Jiraiya, as Raditz's foremost subordinate, was entrusted with a significant task. Raditz assigned him the responsibility of gathering the surviving inhabitants of the desolate planet Fyru and bringing them under his command, to prevent any possibility of defection. Raditz refrained from leaving any means of space travel and promised to enhance his power upon his return. Meanwhile, the others boarded the spaceship, swiftly initiating navigation and flight analysis before igniting the engines. Destination: Namek. Thus, the spaceship navigated through the cosmos at high speed for 6 hours, drawing ever closer to Namek. Leaning against the control panel, Piccolo gazed intently at the vast expanse beyond the transparent shield, lost in contemplation. His gaze was clear, akin to a sharp blade slicing through the still waters of a lake. As they neared their home planet, even Piccolo found it challenging to maintain his composure. Externally, he retained his usual stoic expression, yet internally, a tempest brewed. He clasped his arms around himself, fingers rhythmically drumming against his bicep. In the silent spaceship, he was the sole occupant yet to rest. He required no prolonged slumber to restore his vigor and had become accustomed to this solitary existence. The recent commotion had rendered him somewhat uneasy. He found solace in the solitude of the empty command chamber at night. Yet, at times, he pondered that the faint sounds of disturbance were not entirely unwelcome. Particularly, the son of Sun Wukong, although his incessant chattering could be rather bothersome. His innocent demeanor and the way he affectionately called him Uncle Piccolo made it difficult for him to let go. Has the formidable Piccolo Daimao truly transformed? He could not help but engage in introspection. Hey, Piccolo, Raditz's voice suddenly resonated, drawing nearer as they approached his home planet. Are you feeling a bit excited? Caught off guard by the presence of another, Piccolo hesitated momentarily. I did not grow up on Namek, so there is nothing to be excited about. Yet, despite his words, seeing one's homeland would undoubtedly evoke a surge of inexplicable emotions, much like his feelings upon witnessing Earth. Raditz, leaning against the wall directly opposite Piccolo, spoke in a subdued tone. Piccolo continued to gaze outside, deftly steering the conversation away. Aren't you going to sleep? I can't, Raditz replied. The battle is imminent, and the adversary we face is incredibly formidable. I harbor no confidence. Humph, I didn't notice that, Piccolo remarked with a sly grin. The techniques you learned from the Kai, Kin, and Spirit Bomb should suffice for you, wouldn't you say? His tone carried an undertone of mockery. For had it not been for those two extraordinary techniques, he believed the gap between himself and Raditz would not be so pronounced. But alas, the Kai had only imparted those skills to Raditz and Goku. With the topic now broached, Raditz was unbothered by the prospect of further discussion to enliven their late-night exchange. He sighed, far from sufficient. I recall when I lured you into this, I mentioned Frisia's battle power was 530,000, right? However, that was not Frisia's full strength. As a member of the Frost Demon race, Frisia typically does not manifest in his true form but rather operates through his transformed body. Transform? Like Champa? Raditz nodded before shaking his head. Though both involve transformation, the principles differ. Champa's transformation is akin to the great ape transformation of the Saiyans, augmenting strength through physical alteration to enhance battle power. The Frost Demons, however, transform to suppress their own power, for their strength is extraordinarily overwhelming and difficult to control. Such a bizarre transformation? To actually suppress strength? Just how powerful could they be if 530,000 was insufficient? Piccolo's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he finally regarded Raditz with seriousness. He was not well versed in cosmic affairs, but he had never encountered such a terrifying scenario. Strength so overwhelming it necessitated suppression was truly unfathomable. Yet, Raditz's assertions were undoubtedly true. Frisia was indeed such an entity. Would you like to hear something even more shocking? Even Vegeta is unaware of this. Do tell. Frisia's battle power in his typical state is 530,000, but upon transformation, it exceeds 1 million. Piccolo gasped, his complexion, already tinged with green, deepened further. Over 1 million? Surely, this must be a jest. The terrifying reality was that the joke and reality appeared equally harrowing. If 530,000 still offered him a glimmer of hope, then the figure of 1 million was undoubtedly astronomical. The astonishment is somewhat premature. This is merely his first transformation. He possesses the capacity for 2 additional transformations, each representing a qualitative leap. Ultimately, Frisia's combat power will reach an astounding 120 million. As he spoke, even Raditz felt a surge of warmth pulsating within his chest, causing his voice to deepen and resonate in his mind. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, his body frozen in place as if he were a statue. 120 million. How could such a being exist in the universe? But the revelations do not end here. Aside from Frisia, I am aware of 2 others from the Frost Demon lineage, his brother and father, whose power exceeds that of Frisia. Fortunately, they are unlikely to arrive here anytime soon. So there is no need for excessive concern. No need for concern. Regardless of whether his brother or father comes, one Frisia alone is already insurmountable. For the first time, Piccolo was overwhelmed, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Such a creature seems nearly impossible to conquer. Raditz gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with profound depth, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He spoke slowly, perhaps not. I know several methods to defeat him, although each carries its own risks. He glanced at Piccolo, revealing a smile. Yet, if battle is truly unavoidable, we must make an attempt. For that is what defines a warrior, is it not? Piccolo shuddered. He suddenly found the Saiyans to be a remarkable race, sometimes troublesome, yet at other times, incredibly dependable. A faint smile appeared on his face. Do as you wish. At that moment, the spaceship had drawn even closer to Namek, with just half a day remaining until arrival. Chapter 66. The malevolent Namekians. After nearly a day of high-speed travel, Raditz and his companions finally reached Namek. This planet is both beautiful and bountiful, with mountains and rivers intertwined, scattered islands, and a rich diversity of primitive wildlife and unique spherical canopies of vegetation. Following severe climatic changes due to overexploitation, the Namekians embarked on a path of green development, planting trees and cultivating a harmonious environment. Thus, Namek now embodies tranquility and beauty. At last, we have arrived, Krillin exclaimed, being the first to dash out of the hatch, followed closely by the others. They could hardly contain their excitement. As soon as the spaceship landed, they burst out, inhaling the fresh air. Uncle Piccolo, is this your homeland? Gohan asked, blinking with curiosity as he surveyed the new environment. Indeed, Piccolo replied, taking in the surroundings with a unique glimmer in his eyes. The familiarity of this place was etched deep within his bones. Even the Demon King Piccolo could feel a distinct sentiment. Nappa and Vegeta, accustomed to various alien worlds, regarded all planets with indifference. Meanwhile, their comrades from Earth were filled with wonder at the new sights, even stopping to admire a wildflower by the roadside. Enough with the reflections. Come over and take a look. Raditz beckoned to everyone, displaying the Dragon Ball radar for all to see. The radar revealed that 3 Dragon Balls had converged at a specific location, while the remaining 4 lay scattered across various places. The Namekians lived in tribes, each led by an elder who possessed their own Dragon Ball. Significant matters were typically decided by the elders and the Grand Elder. For anyone wishing to fulfill a wish, the recognition of each tribe was required to become a Namekian warrior. The gathering of 3 Dragon Balls in one place could only imply that they had been seized. Shrag and Dales had already taken action. I sensed a malevolent energy emanating from the southeast, not only sinister, but formidable. Goku gazed into the distance with piercing eyes. Raditz also felt it, Shrag's presence. Dales could not possibly reach such a level, and there were other reactions nearby, indicative of a village. Krillin anxiously fidgeted with his fingers, displaying an expression of trepidation. After all, he was not a Saiyan and had not anticipated battling Frieza or Shrag, the tyrants of the universe. At that moment, he longed to return to Earth and confront an adversary like King Piccolo. Those lacking sufficient strength should remain here for the time being. I recall a capsule containing basic living supplies, like a simple tent. Let us find a suitable cave or a secure valley to settle down. Raditz tossed the capsule box to Krillin, urging, if you wish to come, then do so. Without a doubt, Vegeta and Goku followed closely behind Raditz, although Nappa considered joining. A mere glance from Vegeta deterred him. His power was indeed insufficient, and it seemed he would only hinder their efforts. After some contemplation, he decided to stay behind and set up the tent. However, Piccolo resolutely stepped behind Raditz. Hey, are you strong enough? Vegeta mocked. Do you think you're much stronger than I am? Piccolo retorted disdainfully. Both were proud individuals, their cold gazes clashing in the air, igniting intense sparks. The atmosphere around them turned frigid as if a blizzard had swept through. Enough with the bickering for now. Remember, we are here to rescue people and the Dragon Balls. It is not yet time to confront Shrag. Raditz interjected between the two, declaring, let us set off. With a mutual huff, both men acquiesced. Goku, with a resigned smile, took to the skies first. The 4 of them soared towards the ominous and powerful aura emanating from the southeast of Namek. Shrag advanced step by step towards the tribe. Despite his old age, he still possessed immense power. With each stride, it felt as though a death knell tolled for those before him. The ground was strewn with the bodies of young, strong Namekian warriors, along with an unripe child. Some had broken limbs, while others had already succumbed to death. Purple blood flowed like a river, saturating the fertile earth, while the cries of children echoed, evoking deep sorrow. The surrounding structures lay in ruins. Houses built from resin and stone had crumbled into debris, with the only intact building being the Elder's residence, now surrounded by Shrag's soldiers. Within the encircled area, a few valiant Namekian warriors remained defiant. You two are a Namekian. Why do you do this? The fallen elder, dragging his crippled body, questioned loudly. Anger surged through him as he clenched his fists tightly, wishing to strike that loathsome face of Slag, but feeling utterly powerless. Slag sneered, I was raised on Slag Star. What does it matter if I am a Namekian? I am of the demon race, utterly distinct from you. As he spoke, he swiftly vanished, reappearing behind the elder and seizing his head. Memories linger in my mind. It appears to be true, he continued, seemingly able to delve into the thoughts of others. You pitiful weaklings are of no value anymore. With that, he twisted his wrist and snapped the elder's neck. The expression of shock and fury remained etched on the elder's visage as his head tumbled to the ground, deep violet blood gushing forth like a fountain for several seconds. Slag laughed heartily, surveying the remnants of the battlefield before striding toward the elder's residence. The last few Namekian warriors, battered and bruised, faced Slag with cold sweat trickling down their brows. Stand aside, Slag commanded, dismissing his soldiers, his expression dark as he advanced, an energy orb gathering in his hand. The soldiers hastily retreated, well aware that Lord Slag's energy orb was no jest. Damn it, we shall fight, they cried, determined to demonstrate the courage of the Namekian people. Forming a line before the elder's home, several Namekian warriors spread their arms wide, using their flesh and blood to protect their sacred domain. Peace-loving though they were, the Namekians did not cower before evil. They possessed unyielding spirit and unwavering integrity. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Slag growled menacingly, unleashing the energy orb, which soared in an arc before plummeting toward them. The overwhelming force instilled fear in the Namekian warriors as they braced themselves, closing their eyes in acceptance of their fate. A deafening explosion shattered the air, and the Namekian warriors, believing themselves to be dead, opened their eyes to find themselves still in the realm of the living. In their despair, they noticed 4 figures standing before them, the explosion having been deflected to the side, flames soaring into the sky. Slag's expression darkened as he remarked, "So you are the Saiyan spoken of by Dales, and one of you is even a Namekian. How fortuitous." His gaze turned icy. "If you stand in my way, you shall all perish." Chapter 67. The first clash. For the first time, Piccolo beheld his kin, fellow beings resembling him sprawled on the ground, crying out in agony. The gruesome scene ignited a fire of rage within him, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Casting a glance at the disdainful Slag, Piccolo removed his hat and cloak. Inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, the prelude to battle had commenced. "What, do you wish to fight me?" Such arrogance, Slag scoffed derisively. Though aged, he still possesses formidable strength. Believing that dealing with a few Saiyans poses no challenge. Is that so? Piccolo's expression turned icy as he unleashed a surge of energy, charging fiercely toward Shrag. "Be careful, Piccolo," Raditz shouted, but it was too late. Shrag raised his leg, meeting Piccolo's charge with a devastating kick. His speed surpassing Piccolo's to the point of near invisibility. The aged body erupted with astonishing power, sending Piccolo soaring into the sky with a single blow. Crying out in agony from the impact, Piccolo struggled to stabilize himself mid-air, his face contorted in pain, feeling as though he might shatter apart. "So powerful!" Shrag's cruel laughter echoed. "As a Namekian, my strength far exceeds yours." His gaze swept over the remaining 3 Saiyans with disdain. He had some understanding of Friesia's subordinates. The Saiyans were merely a lesser part of the whole, their power inferior to many elite forces. Although the intelligence provided by Dorius had greatly exaggerated the Saiyans' prowess, Shrag deemed it mere bluster, even dismissing the feats of defeating beings like Janemba as inconsequential. To him, a battle power of 20,000 was no different from 50 or 100,000. All were but ants. Vegeta, irritated by Shrag's gaze, charged forward with a roar, cutting through the air like a meteor and kicking up clouds of dust. "Old man, meet your end." Enraged, Shrag vanished in a flash, colliding with Vegeta. At the moment their energies converged, Shrag's form suddenly disappeared from sight, slipping past Vegeta's vision and reappearing behind him. Vegeta, sensing danger, instinctively ducked. Feeling a blade-like chill skim over his head, a shiver racing down his spine. Had he not dodged in time, he would have surely faced severe injury, if not death. Shrag's palm swept over Vegeta's head, expecting to easily rend him apart, only to be thwarted. He began to regard the Saiyans with increased caution. Meanwhile, Raditz unleashed an energy wave from behind, which Shrag effortlessly evaded. Following suit, Goku employed the Kaioken, charging at Shrag. On the ground, the remaining Namekians cried out, inspired by the brave warriors, rising to resist and engaging Shrag's forces. Raditz assisted briefly, swiftly dispatching most of Shrag's army, leaving the remnants trivial for the Namekian fighters. Goku's full power exceeded 180,000, and with the enhancement of the Kaioken, he engaged Shrag without appearing weak. Both sides exchanged blows fiercely. As Goku delivered a punch, Shrag crossed his arms defensively, absorbing the impact and stumbling backward. "How can the Saiyans possess such strength?" Shrag exclaimed, startled, gritting his teeth. Regaining his footing, he retaliated, using his head as a weapon to send Goku flying. At that moment, Vegeta swept in from behind, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Shrag's abdomen. As Shrag descended, he forcefully caught Vegeta's powerful kick, pulling him down with a swift motion. Just then, Goku steadied himself, preparing to charge at Shrag, but collided with the tumbling Vegeta. "Kakarot, don't get in the way," Vegeta exclaimed. "You're the one who crashed into me." The two exchanged heated words when suddenly a brilliant sphere of light surged toward them. "Damn it!" They both gasped in astonishment, unleashing their formidable energy in retaliation. The clash of energy waves erupted with incredible force, creating a massive explosion that enveloped them in a thick cloud of smoke. Shrag, increasingly alarmed, found himself intimidated by the Saiyans' overwhelming strength. What he had anticipated to be an easy battle had turned into a fierce standoff. Moreover, there was still another combatant yet to engage. With little time to ponder, Goku charged forward once more, his fists enveloped in a fierce red aura, radiating an intensity akin to the blazing sun. Shrag attempted to parry with his left hand, but Goku's punch struck him on the side of the face, only to be met with a painful kick from Goku's leg shortly thereafter. Both warriors endured heavy blows, unwilling to yield, their auras flaring as they continued to face off. Gradually, however, it became evident that Shrag was faltering. Age had taken its toll, sweat beaded on his forehead, fatigue setting in. And he struggled more than he had when utilizing the Kaioken technique. Vegeta's power was not to be underestimated either, though not as potent as Goku in his Kaioken state. His energy blasts effectively sealed off Shrag's escape routes, cornering him into a desperate situation. Shrag felt the malevolence of his aging life force. Had he been in his youth, he would not have feared such a confrontation. Yet now, weakened and weary, he found himself on the brink of collapse. Raditz, observing the unfolding battle, refrained from intervening. He did not wish to pressure Shrag too severely, lest he transform into a more formidable form. While they could contend with Shrag in his regular state, they were ill-prepared for his giant form. Even if they could defeat Shrag, he preferred to keep him occupied, as the looming threat of Frisia was ever present, making it strategically wise to use Shrag as a distraction. In truth, Raditz was more concerned about the scheming Dales behind the scenes. That cunning individual was capable of underhanded tactics, rivaling Shrag's malevolence. The fierce battle raged on, while far atop another mountain, in a serene abode. The Grand Elder's corpulent body slumped in a massive stone chair, his hands weakly resting on the armrests. His eyes drooped, and his face bore a multitude of age spots. Breathing heavily, he lacked the strength to move, even finding it difficult to draw breath, resembling an empty shell. Nairu stood respectfully before the Grand Elder, speaking slowly. Grand Elder. Dark forces continue to descend upon Namek. 3 villages have already suffered catastrophic attacks, and it is only a matter of time before they reach this place. I can no longer take action, the Grand Elder replied. Nairu, you are the most formidable warrior of Namek. Join the battle. There is no need to remain by my side. But what if they find this place? Fear not, these invaders seek the Dragon Balls. If I perish, the Dragon Balls will lose their potency as well. Do not worry, Grand Elder. Nairu gazed anxiously at the frail Grand Elder before him, his expression sorrowful. Has Namek truly reached its end? Chapter 68. The Cosmic Emperor Strikes. A fierce battle raged on Namek. Raditz and several Namekian warriors defended the remaining inhabitants, occasionally deflecting energy blasts hurtling towards them amidst the chaotic winds and swirling dust. Thank you for extending your aid, but I must ask, who are you? One of the Namekian warriors panted heavily as he deflected an energy wave. Recent invasions by numerous extraterrestrial beings had made them wary of strangers, reluctant to place their trust in Raditz. This caution was entirely understandable. It would be surprising to act otherwise in such turbulent times. We are travelers from Earth, Raditz replied. For reasons beyond our control, we aim to thwart the ambitions of certain cosmic emperors, such as the one before us, Shrag. By the way, our deity on Earth is indeed a Namekian. A Namekian? He is a god of Earth? One of the warriors pointed at Piccolo. Your planet experienced a climatic disaster, leading many young children to be sent to other worlds for survival, including our Earth's deity. It is certainly possible that one of those sent away was none other than Shrag, Raditz recounted, deftly deflecting stray energy blasts. This chapter of Namekian history cannot be overlooked. Indeed, many children were dispatched to various lands to ensure the survival of their race, and it is not beyond reason that one found their way to Earth. You do not appear to be a villain. The Namekian warrior nodded, though the short one exudes a heavy malice. Are you all allied? That one Raditz sighed, unsure how to assess Vegeta. In any case, thank you for your assistance. The Namekian warrior recognized Raditz's discomfort. It was merely a small effort. However, are you all prepared? Please check on the injured and the children. Raditz shifted the focus. My brother can barely hold Shrag at bay. Let us leave together to a safe location. This will safeguard both the Dragon Balls and the Namekians while avoiding an excessive confrontation with Shrag, which would be ill-fated. The few surviving Namekians readily agreed to Raditz's proposal, each warrior taking 1 or 2 individuals, and soon they were prepared. Amidst the chaos, Shrag caught sight of the Dragon Balls being cradled in someone's arms. Unwilling to let them escape easily, he unleashed several energy blasts to block their path. Raditz retaliated, deflecting the energy blasts, while Piccolo circled around and landed before Raditz. I shall escort them back, Piccolo stated, acknowledging his own inadequacy as he stood powerless against Shrag. With a sense of bitterness, Bik clenched his teeth and vowed that after doubling his training, he would not let his adversary go unpunished. Raditz nodded in agreement. Seeing Bik's determination, he did not refuse, saying, very well, I leave it to you. Afterward, Bik hurried back to the spacecraft with the Dragon Balls and the other Namekians, while Raditz joined the fray for a brief delay. At that moment, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air as Vegeta's body descended, tracing a straight line before crashing to the ground. Dust erupted from the impact, followed by Vegeta's frustrated roar. He was disheveled and battered, his battle attire riddled with numerous gaping holes. Given the considerable gap in power between him and Slag, had it not been for Goku attracting the majority of the firepower, he would have been in dire straits. In the sky, Slag retreated several meters, sweat drenching his face, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. After Goku unleashed the triple Kaioken, Slag found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several injuries, with his arm nearly incapacitated from taking a punch head-on. Damn it! If only I could regain my youth, I would not be reduced to this. He clenched his fists in frustration, resenting his body for failing to keep pace with his soaring ambitions. Observing Goku growing increasingly invigorated as if he had boundless strength, Slag's desire to obtain the Dragon Balls and alter his fate intensified. I must not give up. How could a mere Saiyan obstruct my path? He wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze turning exceptionally fierce as he descended to the ground. There he spread his arms wide, standing in a large stance as if to embrace something, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This is bad. Raditz was about to warn him when Slag's body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he towered over the earth like a small hill, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight and enveloped everyone in darkness. You are all doomed, Slag roared, charging at Goku with iron fists, a tempest of wind swirling around him, moving so swiftly that only the shadows of his punches were visible. The magnitude of Slag's transformation was astounding. Despite Goku's full efforts to withstand the assault, he was struck by a single blow, sent hurtling backward, tracing a bloody arc through the air. Raditz swiftly activated the tenfold Kaioken. Under this amplification, his combat power surged to nearly 2 million, yet he still felt an immense pressure facing the mountain-like Slag. Hesitating to act rashly, while he remained still, Slag lunged forward, his colossal form appearing in front of Raditz in an instant. One foot came crashing down like a mountainous ridge, bearing down heavily, and Raditz barely managed to evade at full speed. Even so, the swirling air currents cut at him like blades, causing sharp pain. This was the scenario Raditz dreaded most. Initially, he had planned to rescue everyone, seize the Dragon Balls, delay for a while, and then escape. But now, it had become complicated. With Slag successfully transformed, Vegeta was already at the end of his rope, and Goku, having endured a blow, was severely weakened. It was left to him alone to fend off the threat. How could he possibly cope? As Slag zeroed in on him, Raditz felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back. Wait, there was still that move. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Raditz. As the formidable Shrag charged towards him, he whistled sharply. The piercing sound pierced Shrag's ears like a dagger, momentarily halting his advance and causing him to falter, leaving him weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz hoisted Goku in one arm and Vegeta in the other, soaring into the rugged canyon. Damn it, I will annihilate you all. Shrag, regaining his composure yet losing his target, gazed at his heavily wounded subordinates and the lost Dragon Balls, his fury erupting as he pounded the ground, causing the very earth to tremble and dust to obscure the skies. In the cosmos, a massive disc-shaped spaceship barreled towards Namek, its momentum threatening to obliterate everything in its path. As it encountered obstructing meteors and other celestial bodies, the spacecraft unleashed its cannons, shattering anything that dared impede its advance. Nothing could halt their relentless pursuit. Everyone aboard worked diligently, trembling with trepidation as streams of numbers flickered continuously on the display screens. Frieza was enraged. After a day and a half, they finally detected Shrag's signal emanating from Namek. A day and a half. Who could fathom the chaos they had endured? In a fit of rage, Frieza executed all observers and scientists in the division, personally leading his troops towards Namek. Initially, he planned for the Ginyu Force to act in concert upon arriving at the division, but Frieza could no longer afford to wait. He also notified the Ginyu Force, instructing them to head directly to Namek with utmost urgency. Seated upon his floating throne, Frieza supported his head with one hand, his expression taut as if ready to unleash a demon from within. In his wrath, his desires expanded, since Shrag had personally ventured to Namek. It confirmed his suspicions Namek possessed superior Dragon Balls. Frieza's subordinates stood vigilantly behind him, silent and cautious. Chapter 69. A fierce resistance. It had been a day since they escaped Shrag's clutches. The group took a well-deserved respite in the canyon, recuperating their strength. Particularly, Piccolo and Vegeta, who had sustained severe injuries, required considerable recovery time to return to their normal state. Shrag, having returned to the base, was not without his own suffering. The psychological blow combined with immense physical exertion left him utterly drained. He remained in the advanced recovery chamber for an entire day before emerging to resume command. Just as both sides completed their recuperation, Frieza arrived. The disc-shaped spaceship descended upon Namek, its hatch opening to unleash a throng of extraterrestrials, who surrounded the slowly advancing shadow at the center. It was Frieza, seated in his hovering throne, a sinister smile etched upon his face. So this is Namek? It appears rather pleasing, he mused, his eyes gleaming with greed. The expansive sky was a brilliant blue, the gentle breeze invigorating him immensely. Lord Frisia, the new scanner. An alien presented the device beside him. Your efforts are appreciated. Frisia donned a new detector, smiling habitually, and declared, "Let us commence, my minions. You have 3 days to ensure the Dragon Balls are delivered into my hands." Yes. His subordinates echoed in unison. No sooner had he spoken than countless extraterrestrial beings surged into the sky, blotting out the sun like a swarm of locusts as they darted towards various locales on Namek. Frisia, reclining in his chair, returned to his spaceship, flanked by 2 sentinel-like figures, and casually inquired, "Have we traced the signal source?" "Your Majesty, you were indeed correct. It is Dallas." One replied. "This scoundrel is colluding with Slug, intentionally revealing their location. Is he attempting to exploit the conflict between us and Slug for his own benefit? Ha! I shall indulge his desires. After all, in this universe, no one can rival our kind. Nor can Slug." Frisia's eyes gleamed with a terrifying delight, instilling fear in those around him. The extraterrestrial army, having received Frisia's directive, dispersed across the land. Their overwhelming numbers compensated for their lack of combat prowess, more than sufficient to confront the warriors of Namek. Soon, the vanguard discovered their target, a village encircled by Slug's forces. Both factions had converged upon the same location, separated by merely a few minutes. Haha, as expected, following them was the right choice. Their combat strength is weak, and we can easily dispatch them, exclaimed a dinosaur-like minion of Frisia, brandishing an energy cannon and laughing boisterously. Onward. The rest of his comrades echoed, grinning maliciously, their faces alight with fervor. The Namekian warriors clashed violently with the forces of Slug and Frisia. Though the combat-oriented Namekians were few, most boasting power levels above 2,000. They could only offer a meager resistance against the throngs of extraterrestrials. The ferocious Frisia army launched a full-scale assault, employing various high-tech energy cannons and laser rifles, systematically decimating the land. Even Slug's minions found themselves caught in the crossfire, suffering heavy casualties amidst the relentless bombardment. The advantage of the Frisia army lay in their detectors, which enabled them to identify suitable targets for strikes. When faced with stronger opponents, they would swarm en masse to launch a coordinated assault. Bloodlust consumed them, as their maniacal laughter, shouts, and the sounds of gunfire mingled with the acrid air and swirling dust, ascending into the heavens. The detectors beeped incessantly, their alarms urgent, as the screens of each individual displayed an overwhelming array of blinking dots, making it difficult to keep pace. The Namekians, while valiantly resisting, steadily retreated, with many civilians perishing in the indiscriminate attacks, and the warriors themselves sustaining grievous injuries. Yet, the Dragon Balls lay just behind them. Along with the elderly and children, there was no retreat. Protecting their homeland offered no escape. Fortunately, they faced an even more tragic Slug army acting as a buffer. In this chaotic melee, it was the soldiers of Slug who fell first, their equipment and combat capabilities inferior to those of Frisia's forces. Despite their numbers, they could not withstand the relentless barrage of electric cannon fire. The fierce battle ravaged the entire village, claiming the lives of hundreds of beings from the universe. Some met their demise in a horrifically tragic manner, while others engaged in a primal struggle, resembling beasts that had been stripped of their civilized facade. The scorched earth belched forth thick black smoke, saturated with a purple heatwave, as dazzling rays of light danced across the sky, continuing to reap lives. From a distant canyon, Raditz abruptly rose, his gaze fixed on the horizon. This energy, Frisia, it emanated a chilling aura, instilling an inexplicable fear. Krillin and Tien's eyes trembled in response. There were still many beings from the universe. An overwhelming malevolence gathered in that direction. Gohan pointed towards one end of the canyon, astonishment etched on his face. Suddenly, a Namekian exclaimed, "That is the direction of Neil Village. Have they already discovered it? Damn those wretches." Although Frisia's crew could not sense energy, they wielded the most sophisticated detection devices, making it effortless for them to locate others. Vegeta observed several Namekian warriors, reminding them that if they could not suppress their energy, they would soon be discovered. The Namekian fighters, still unaccustomed to controlling their own energy, found themselves unable to retort to Vegeta's reprimand. Raditz pondered for a moment. The current situation mirrored his earlier speculations. Frisia's minions had already engaged in combat with the Shrag Legion, and both sides were depleting their energies, a favorable development for them. As for the deceased Namekians, they could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. The only dilemma was that they must acquire the Dragon Balls first, ensuring that no one else could gather all 7. To this end, there was one place they needed to visit, where both the Dragon Balls and the inhabitants held paramount significance. "Could you take us to the Grand Elder?" Raditz asked directly. During this time, the Namekians had shared with them some fundamental knowledge about their world, including that the Grand Elder had birthed all descendants and endowed the Dragon Balls with extraordinary powers. Raditz was also aware of the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential and the preservation of a planet within his care. Only by meeting the Grand Elder can I better assist you, Raditz asserted with conviction. The Namekians exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to trust Raditz. All the combat-ready Namekians took the lead, guiding Raditz and his companions towards the Grand Elder's location. To evade the tracking of the detection devices, they endeavored to suppress their power levels to that of ordinary soldiers, ensuring that even if a reaction occurred, it would not draw significant attention. The remaining Namekians resided in tents deep within the canyon, remarkably concealed and difficult to detect. Without their conspicuous power, minimal reactions would be dismissed as mere surrounding reptiles. Meanwhile, the village embroiled in battle lay in ruins, and a figure cloaked in shadows stepped onto this ravaged land. Chapter 70. All sides in motion, a man emerged from the shadows, stepping amidst the remnants of devastation. The ground was strewn with corpses and shattered armor as he approached a still intact body, deftly extracting a detector from the ear of the fallen. What a splendid find! A smirk graced the man's lips while, behind him, the galactic army surged forward, unleashing a barrage of laser guns and energy cannons. Lord Darius, retreat! A soldier shouted urgently from behind. The figure that emerged from the shadows was none other than Darius himself. He nodded and stepped forward to address the soldier. You speak wisely. The situation is indeed unfavorable for us. You must depart first. I will hold the rear. Thank you, Lord Darius. The soldiers were profoundly moved. They could no longer withstand the relentless assault of Frisia's forces and were in a dire predicament. At this crucial moment, having someone to cover their retreat felt like a lifeline pulled from the precipice. In haste, the soldiers of Shrag fled towards their headquarters. A wicked grin appeared on Darius's face as he gathered a pink energy orb in his hands, aiming it at the panicked subordinates of Shrag. Farewell, he uttered softly, releasing the energy projectile, which struck its target squarely from behind. A colossal sphere of light erupted, radiating brilliance that blinded the onlookers. The explosion roared like thunder, flames raging and black smoke billowing skyward. The aliens in the sky were momentarily stunned. This individual had just vanquished their enemies, donned in identical battle attire. Clearly a subordinate of Frisia, yet he was a stranger to them. As they pondered, Darius lifted his gaze towards them, conjuring another pink energy sphere in his palm. Its glow blooming forth, dispersing into swirling beams of light. Not good. Run. The detectors of all present flickered with an alarming number, indicating foes that could not hope to resist. The only strategy was to flee. Every escapee counted. Yet Darius had no intention of leaving any behind. He unleashed another energy blast, engulfing a multitude of aliens within the explosive sphere, the scorching waves of energy incinerating many to ashes. Those fortunate enough to escape were swiftly pursued, and with a mere strike, Darius dispatched them effortlessly. The sky was filled with Darius's energy blasts, encircling Frisia's forces, Shrag's legion, and the Namekians in a relentless onslaught, culminating in their annihilation. Darius was akin to a reaper, joyfully and effortlessly concluding the conflict, with no barriers left to impede him. He smoothly entered the chamber where the Dragon Balls were kept, retrieving the 4-star ball before exiting and snapping his fingers, reducing the room to rubble. Another 4-star ball. It seems we are quite fated, Darius remarked with a devilish grin, darting into the valley. Within Frisia's spaceship, a canine-headed alien lay lifeless on the floor, while Frisia's expression twisted in rage as he shattered yet another wine glass. Incompetence. Utterly useless. How could so many fail to react in an instant? Not even Darius could be subdued. Frisia began to reminisce about the capable Dodoria and the ever-reliable Shopa. Though their strength might not have been formidable, they were dependable and understood his intentions. Unlike that deceased creature, who added chaos to his anger, sparing him would be an affront to Frisia's dignity. Damn dares. Track him down. I apologize, Lord Frisia, but that intense reaction has vanished once more. A trembling alien, drenched in sweat, stepped forward amidst the crowd, stammering. We cannot locate him. Though weak, Dares was a scion, possessing some innate combat talent. After the battle on Earth, he had also studied the techniques of Earthlings, who could effortlessly alter their battle power and explosively enhance their strength. He had now mastered the ability to conceal his energy, making him difficult to detect with a scouter. Frisia's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he obliterated the alien's head. Inform the Jinyu Force. They have half a day at most. If they do not reach Namek, they will face the consequences. Yes, my lord. They all replied, their backs soaked with sweat. Serving the Cosmic Emperor was both an honor and a torment. To accompany him was akin to walking with a tiger. Shurag seethed with rage within the spaceship, pounding on the armrest, his eyes bloodshot as he yelled. I commanded you to watch that scion. Why did you let him escape? Where's Doradebo? Where are the others? They have all gone in search of the Dragon Balls. They opened a hole in my spaceship to flee, yet did not steal my Dragon Balls. What could he be thinking? Chirag pondered. Gazing at the 3 Dragon Balls moved from the storage room before him, lost in thought. Now he understood why Frisia had rushed to Namek. It was likely Dare's doing. All those claims of reaching in 3 days were mere deception, designed to lower his guard. Anxiety gnawed at Chirag. He lacked the courage to confront Frisia directly. The probability of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls had diminished significantly. With this realization, he began to loathe Dares even more. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions, flying toward the Elder, sensed a powerful energy suddenly manifest, only to vanish just as swiftly. In that moment, every subtle energy signature from Niru village disappeared as if everyone had perished. Uncle Piccolo. That was Dare's energy. Indeed, Piccolo nodded slightly. He has finally made his move. Raditz had anticipated that Dares would not remain in obscurity. His attempt to seize a Dragon Ball at this moment was entirely reasonable. In this way, Dares transformed from a mere wanderer into a contender in the battle for the Dragon Balls. Let him be. That buffoon will reveal himself in due time. Our priority is to meet the Elder, Vegeta remarked impatiently. What exactly does the Elder possess? He followed Raditz aimlessly for quite some time, all the while evading detection, driven by the quest to find a revered Elder from Namek. Should there be no fruitful outcome, he would certainly be incensed. You will understand once you arrive. It will not disappoint you, Raditz assured, simultaneously attuning himself to the surrounding energy. The Namekian warriors ahead cast curious glances at Raditz, marveling at the seeming omniscience of this extraterrestrial being. Friends, we have approximately 3 segments of the previous journey remaining. We may accelerate slightly, one of the Namekians proposed. With that, they quickened their pace, several figures streaking through the sky towards the distant mountain peak. Chapter 71. Potential unleashed in the expansive landscape. A tall, slender mountain stood like a towering spire at the heart of the archipelago. At its summit lay a solitary dwelling, resembling a worm, exposed to the vast winds that swept across its top. The door gently swayed, floating open. Nero emerged, gazing into the distance. He ultimately chose to remain by the Elder's side, refraining from engaging in battles elsewhere. Namek had devolved into a battleground, and he knew that alone he could not salvage it. It was more prudent to safeguard the last vestige of hope. Thus, the Elder instructed him to welcome some upcoming guests. Guests? Does Namek still have allies? Nero wondered, though he held unwavering faith in the Elder's words. With his hands clasped behind him and his long robe billowing in the wind, Nero's gaze flickered as he spotted a group flying in from afar. Were they not his Namekian companions? Following closely behind were several peculiar extraterrestrials. Could they be the guests? While questions swirled in his mind, Nero maintained an outward calm. He scrutinized the newcomers, particularly casting a wary eye on the one named Piccolo. Neru. The Namekian warriors called from a distance. Gakos. The Elder has instructed me to wait here. Indeed, the Elder is already aware. He replied as the group halted before the dwelling. Please, come in. Neru gestured for Raditz and the others to enter, leading the way as he stepped inside first. Curiosity and intrigue accompanied them as they encountered the legendary Elder. The Elder's corpulent form sank into the chair, frail and weary, teetering on the brink of mortality. Behind him loomed a colossal Dragon Ball. The sight ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of the visitors. Thank you for saving my child. I did not anticipate such immense power from you, the Elder remarked, his perception still sharp as he discerned the strength of those present. It was but a trifling task. Raditz humbly dismissed, Ultimate timidly shrank back. An ominous aura has permeated Namek, and your arrival at this juncture is truly fortuitous. I seem to glimpse a flicker of hope. We have come precisely for that purpose, hoping for your assistance. Ah, I understand. The individual appeared quite familiar. As if hailing from Earth, the offspring of Kakarot. It astonished me to realize that he had survived in peace. Truly, it is a blessing. Upon sighting Piccolo, the Grand Elder seemed to grasp the situation entirely. May I touch your head? He inquired gently. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Having felt a surge of warmth at the mere sight of the Grand Elder upon entering, Piccolo hesitated for a brief moment before ultimately acquiescing to the request. He approached willingly, and the Grand Elder's hand rested lightly upon his head. It was indeed foolish to have split oneself in the pursuit of dispelling malevolent thoughts, thereby diminishing one's strength. If they could unify, there existed the potential to triumph over formidable foes. Regrettably, the Grand Elder shook his head slightly, as if lamenting for Piccolo. Most Namekians were peaceful, ordinary beings. Only a select few with combat prowess became warriors, and amongst them, an even rarer breed, known as the Dragon Clan, emerged. The Dragon Clan possessed talents and abilities beyond those of ordinary Namekians, including the capacity to create Dragon Balls. Piccolo and the Guardian were originally one entity, capable of producing Dragon Balls, and were a rare combat type, a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Dragon Clan. It was no surprise that the Grand Elder felt a sense of regret. I can only assist you in awakening your latent potential. The extent of your growth ultimately rests in your hands. With that, a misty aura emanated from the Grand Elder's hand, enveloping Piccolo. This energy seemed to draw forth the dormant power within him, unleashing it in one powerful surge. Instantly, the energy surrounding Piccolo intensified several-fold, elevating his very being. An astonishing force erupted from within, startling Nail. As a fellow combat-type Namekian, he had never witnessed such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Piccolo was elated, nearly bursting with energy that could have obliterated the entire room. Incredible! Piccolo has augmented tremendously. Goku could not help but exclaim, pointing to himself, "Can I achieve this too? Anyone with potential can be awakened. The more righteous souls like yourselves, the better." The Grand Elder chuckled. Eagerly, Goku approached the Grand Elder to have his potential ignited. The others looked on with envy, stepping forward one by one to experience the joy of enhancement. Only Vegeta's proud disposition caused him to hesitate momentarily, especially upon witnessing Raditz and Goku surpassing him. Ultimately, he too stepped forward to receive the blessing. "Your potential is indeed vast. Frankly, I can only awaken a fraction of it. Nevertheless, it has taken me by surprise," the Grand Elder remarked, appearing somewhat fatigued. Although awakening potential does not endanger one's life, the continuous exertion took a toll on him, who had already been teetering on the brink of existence. "Thank you, Grand Elder. There is one more matter. To thwart them, this Dragon Ball." Raditz shyly gestured towards the distant star above. The Grand Elder acknowledged with an "oh" and effortlessly retrieved the Dragon Ball, stating, "This Dragon Ball shall be entrusted to you. At this juncture, you few are the only ones capable of safeguarding it. The future of Namek, as well as that of the universe, rests in your hands." He then tossed the Dragon Ball, which Raditz caught deftly. "I extend my gratitude to the Elder. You must surely thwart those malevolent individuals. Fear not. They shall not obtain the Dragon Balls," Krillin assured confidently, thumping his chest. The Elder smiled benevolently. "I implore you. The individuals here are the last of the warrior Namekians. Allow them to assist you." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, though he remained silent, his heart brimming with contempt. Having undergone potential enhancement, he felt his strength surge, even contemplating a direct challenge to Frieza. Raditz harbored similar thoughts, unwilling to bear a burden in their mission, and thus suggested, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but let them remain here to protect you. We shall proceed to liberate the next village." "Rest assured," Nero interjected, "Elder, there is no need for hesitation. Let them go. Staying here is indeed the wisest choice. With your agreement, so be it." The Elder concurred with their perspective. Raditz and his companions took their leave, exiting the chamber. Upon stepping outside, they divided into two groups, one escorting the Dragon Balls back to their main camp, while the other, guided by the radar, ventured towards the final tribe. They had secured one Dragon Ball, and with another hidden in their tent, they now possessed two in total. Meanwhile, Shrag had already seized 3 Dragon Balls due to his swift actions, and Dallas had obtained one as well. The remaining Dragon Ball would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Chapter 72. The Arrival of the Ginyu Force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 streaks of light, akin to shooting stars, pierced through the atmosphere, igniting fierce sparks before crashing to the ground, creating 5 deep craters. Within these craters lay single-pod spaceships embedded in the earth, and as the hatches opened, tendrils of smoke billowed forth. Frisia's spaceship hovered nearby, and seeds floated out from the top door of the vessel, accompanied by a sharp, resonant voice. "At last, we have arrived." A diminutive figure emerged from the crater, soaring through the air in a few loops before landing gracefully, striking a peculiar pose. Following suit, the others also adopted shyly amusing stances. Guldo, Rikom, Jees, Berta, Jinyu. The entire ensemble assembled. "We are the Ginyu Force." Though few spectators were present, they ensured their poses were executed flawlessly, presenting themselves with an awkward yet charming display. "Frieza, Lord Frieza, we received your summons and did not linger for a moment." Bypassing the 187th Division and making a swift turn, saving considerable time, "We have finally arrived within the deadline." Jinyu bowed. "Indeed, with your presence, I am at ease." Frieza nodded. "You should be aware that the Saiyans have betrayed me, allying with the Earthlings and the Namekians to hinder my plans. Therefore, I require you to eliminate the traitors and reclaim the Dragon Balls." Jinyu's demeanor grew serious, his expression grave. "I have heard that Vegeta's combat power has soared to an astonishing 80,000, having even defeated Shambo. The other Saiyans are making remarkable progress, which is truly astonishing. The Ginyu Force, a group assembled by Frieza from across the cosmos, may not be the strongest entities in existence, but they are certainly elite. They consider themselves far superior to the Saiyan race. However, Vegeta has transcended their realm, leaving the likes of Gizbat utterly astounded. This realization compels me to eliminate every last Scion. I have no need for any threats. Do you understand? Frisia's frigid gaze met that of Captain Jinyu, causing the formidable captain to shudder. The subordinate comprehended. Go, Frisia said indifferently, turning to re-enter the spaceship. The Jinyu force, invigorated, raised their arms and executed a highly complex group maneuver before exclaiming their departure. Meanwhile, Raditz, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan arrived at the last tribe. In the ranks of Shrag's legion, the demon Draladebo had arrived earlier. His subordinates had already begun their search, capturing the Namekians. Fearing the sunlight, Draladebo donned a large black cloak, commanding from the shadows. This accursed Namek, is there no night? It has made my task so arduous. I shall ensure to take a few lives as compensation. He licked his lips, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Glancing at the gathered Namekians, Draladebo waved his hand, directing his soldiers to part, allowing him to approach. Where have you hidden the Dragon Balls? Speak now, and I may consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, I shall execute one of you for every 10 counts. Draladebo chuckled ominously, extending a finger. Let us begin. 1, 2, 3. He counted with growing enthusiasm, determined to kill regardless of whether they spoke or not. The Namekians displayed remarkable resilience, refusing to betray their kin under duress. They gritted their teeth in fear, resolute in their silence. 2 children clung to the elder's garment, trembling in fear. 10. Draladebo cackled as he reached the final number. Alas, this is your own doing. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on a terrified child. You, a mere juvenile Namekian, trembling behind the elder, your green complexion paling in fright. Yet, he was powerless against Draladebo's might, swiftly captured, while the surrounding Namekians proved no match, with several attempting to rescue the child, only to be effortlessly dispatched. No, Kark. Another child cried out. Hush, Dandy, do not shout. The elder gestured for silence, loosening Dandy's grip. He stepped forward, declaring, Stop. If you seek the Dragon Balls, I shall divulge their location. Only I possess this knowledge. You will glean nothing from others. Come at me. Draladebo raised an eyebrow, turning to scrutinize the elder. Nodding in acknowledgement, the elder exhaled in relief, ready to speak, only to be met with Draladebo's mocking gaze. He seized Kark, revealing a cruel smile as he declared, Who said I wanted the Dragon Balls? I simply wish to kill. The Dragon Balls must be nearby. After I eliminate you all, I can search for them at my leisure. Hehehe. Before he could finish his sentence, a foot struck his face with tremendous force, sending him flying. Kark was similarly propelled from his grasp, caught effortlessly by Goku in midair. The surrounding soldiers, sensing the impending doom, immediately launched their assault, with dozens of them firing simultaneously. Shoot! Shoot! Tomat shouted from Raditz's shoulder. Silence! Raditz snapped, swiftly appearing beside the Namekian. With arms outstretched, he released a surge of energy, forming a perfect barrier that deflected all incoming energy blasts. Gohan darted among the Shrag soldiers, unleashing a powerful energy blast that obliterated a significant portion of them. We've been saved. The Namekian exclaimed joyfully, his sorrowful expression rejuvenated with hope. Before long, all the soldiers had been vanquished, leaving only Doradebo standing alone. After taking a kick, half of Doradebo's face had caved in, one of his eyes burst, and blood flowed profusely. The force of that kick was terrifying. He glanced at Piccolo. Feeling a surge of dread, how could such a formidable Namekian exist? Piccolo approached him, his fist cracking ominously, radiating a fierce aura. Do you know who I am? I am the most valued subordinate of Lord Shrag. Surrender now, and I might speak favorably on your behalf, allowing Lord Shrag to spare you. Backed against a wall, Doradebo concealed one hand behind his back, preparing an energy blast. Piccolo had already discerned his ploy. With a disdainful snort, he closed the distance and snapped Doradebo's arm. He then seized Doradebo by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Doradebo struggled in agony, desperately attempting to pry Piccolo's hand away, but to no avail. In the face of imminent doom, Doradebo once again displayed a sinister grin, his eyes suddenly gleaming as he opened his mouth wide to unleash a beam of light. Piccolo was caught off guard by this unexpected move, the beam sweeping across his head. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan cried out in alarm. Raditz grabbed Gohan, who was about to rush to help, chuckling. It's nothing. That level of attack is merely a tickle. Indeed, Piccolo's voice, cold and unyielding as a blade, resounded. Allow me to teach you how to wield this technique. With that declaration, a green beam erupted forth as Piccolo retracted his arm, the beam engulfing the stunned Doradebo. As the tidal wave of light receded, only a few bones remained scattered on the ground. Piccolo crushed them underfoot, spitting contemptuously. Thank you for saving the lives of all the villagers. The elder exclaimed, emotionally patting the frightened Kark, offering continual gratitude. We've only rescued half. You all should find a safe place to hide. I won't be able to protect so many shortly, Raditz cautioned, his expression still grave. Haven't they already been eliminated? These were merely the appetizers. The main course, the Jinyu Force, is about to arrive. Chapter 73. Triple kill. Raditz and his companions were poised for combat, while the Namekians, with Gohan's assistance, had retreated to a secure cave. Their immediate objective was to destroy all of Frisia's reconnaissance devices to ensure their temporary safety. The 5 powerful energies were rapidly approaching, and Raditz could sense numerous faint presences trailing behind them, likely other soldiers from Frisia's army. A ragtag group. Let them come. Raditz was determined to eliminate Frisia's minions. For without their support, even Frisia himself, no matter how formidable, would struggle to contend with a multi-front battle. As he was strategizing, Goku suddenly shouted, "They're here." The 4 of them looked skyward, and the 5 members of the Jinyu Force halted their advance, hovering mid-air in a standoff. Judging by their reactions, they were indeed the ones. Yet something seemed amiss. Their power levels were only around 5,000, similar to Raditz's own. Foolishness. Jinyu spoke, revealing their ability to freely adjust their battle power, surmising that each of them likely possessed strengths exceeding 30,000. The young boy and the Namekian had faced off against Shinran, thus should not be underestimated. One of them was likely Raditz's brother. Bardo, you possess the universe's greatest speed. Dealing with Raditz's sibling should pose no challenge, right? A piece of cake, Bardo boasted with pride. Subsequently, the 5 descended effortlessly to the ground. Are you the Jinyu Force? Gohan inquired loudly. The 5 were taken aback, then burst into laughter. To know our illustrious name is quite impressive. It must be that little scamp Vegeta who spoke of us. Jinyu exchanged knowing glances with his comrades, nodding in unison. Riku immediately leapt into action, landing on one leg, clapping his hands in the air, and lifting one leg while leaning forward at a sharp angle. Jinyu Force, Riku. Following suit, Barda and Jeez mirrored each other. One arm raised to their chests while the other swayed at their sides, adopting a stance reminiscent of a bow. Jeez. Barda, not to be outdone. The diminutive Goldo performed a series of rolls, arriving at the forefront, kneeling on one knee with arms raised high, striking a pose akin to a serpentine gesture. Goldo. Finally, the showstopper, Captain Jinyu, displayed his back, bending over to unabashedly flaunt his posterior, his head peeking through his legs as he made a playful expression. Jinyu. As they were mid-presentation, the teams swiftly altered their poses and formations, as if rehearsed countless times, successfully transitioning while continuing to shout, Jinyu Force. Their resounding voices echoed across the skies, enveloping the area in an eerie silence, save for the chilling winds. Such a ludicrous display could only be conjured by the foolish Jinyu Force. Raditz found the scene too absurd to behold and covered his eyes with a hand. Piccolo and Gohan, however, gasped. So cool. Was this astonishing mindset how Gohan had become so influenced? Raditz pondered the necessity of restoring the child's aesthetic sensibilities. Otherwise, what fate awaited them in the future? The 5 stood resolutely against Raditz and his companions, as if forged from iron, silently engaging in a standoff. Suddenly, the air crackled with tension, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In that moment, the palpable intent to kill surged forth, and everyone felt the stirring of energy. The battle commenced. Captain Jinyu transitioned from a comical demeanor to a serious one in the blink of an eye, his expression turning icy as he launched himself forward with great speed. The one renowned for being the fastest in the universe, Berta, took a moment to react after Jinyu's departure and astonishingly surpassed him. Racing through the air without leaving a trace, directly behind Son Goku. Without turning his head, Goku raised his arm and struck backward. With a crack, the scouter shattered, and Berta was sent flying, dazed. Goku swiftly pursued, gripping Berta's ankle, spinning him in midair several times before hurling him toward a rocky outcrop, creating multiple deep craters and eventually burying him beneath the debris. Excellent, Raditz exclaimed. Just then, the massive figure of Raikou charged in, wrapping his arms around Raditz. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me, he declared. Is that so? Raditz scoffed, exerting tremendous strength, his arm expanding outward, forcefully breaking free from Raikou's grasp. Raikou felt as if his arms might snap under the immense force, compelling him to relinquish his hold. Despite this, his arm swelled painfully, as if scorched. Before he could recover, Raditz charged forward, his gaze chilling. Come on, he shouted, extending his fist, enveloped in a translucent, luminous aura. The surging energy resonating through the air with a deafening roar. Raikou hastily defended himself, placing his hands in front and shouting, Goldo, freeze him. The frantic call reached Goldo's ears, and as the team's core sorcerer, he immediately responded by casting a time-stopping spell. Boom. The time freeze took effect. Yet Raikou was still sent flying, his arms hanging limply like willow branches. His body crashed into the rocks, creating a dent, rendering him immobile. How was this possible? Too fast, Goldo exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had indeed managed to stop Raditz in time, who remained poised to strike. However, the instant Goldo activated the time freeze, Raditz had already landed a blow on Raikum. The astonishing speed had surpassed Goldo's reaction limits. Raditz dispatched Raikum with a single punch, leaving Goldo in a state of shock and drenched in sweat. His own abilities ranked at the bottom of the Jinyu force, and without his exceptional superpowers, he would not have stood a chance. Facing such a terrifying opponent alone was utterly daunting. Gritting his teeth, Goldo retreated behind a rock. Gasping for breath, while in the distance, Captain Jinyu was locked in a fierce battle with the Namekian, and Jis was engaged with that little brat. These individuals were unexpectedly formidable. In a moment of astonishment, a hand emerged from behind, shattering the stone beside his head. Grayish dust scattered as Goldo, in a flurry of panic, cast a sidelong glance and beheld Raditz fist mere inches from his cheek. How could he discern my location? Before Goldo could voice his bewilderment, Raditz's fist swung horizontally like a hammer. In a state of desperation, Goldo resorted to his final technique, the binding spell. Yet, Raditz's strength had escalated beyond his control, shattering the restraints. Even abilities have their limits. They rely on the opponent's energy remaining within the confines of the wielder's control. And it was evident that Raditz had surpassed this threshold. With Raditz's thunderous shout, rock splintered, and Goldo's head met the ground. Chapter 74. 5 kills achieved in an instant. 3 members of the Jinyu force had already fallen. Raikum and Goldo lay lifeless, while Berta was grievously wounded, yet still barely mobile. The formidable Jinyu force captain could not withstand Piccolo's onslaught, receiving 5 consecutive blows before being swept off his feet by a cyclone kick. With a resounding thud, dust billowed around them. Simultaneously, Gohan crossed his arms to intercept Gai's grasp, transforming his fist into a palm, while his other hand swiftly overlapped, radiating brilliance as his battle power surged dramatically. Magic Flash. This move, though not as potent as the Kamehameha and with a limited range, possessed remarkable speed and a wide area of effect, making it an exceptional surprise attack at close quarters. Gai's was taken aback by Gohan's sudden release of the energy wave, hastily retracting his hands, yet he was still caught in the blast. Thud. A heavy crash echoed as Gai slammed onto the ground, his back hitting hard. The front of his battle suit began to emit smoke, his face flushed crimson and swollen, with strands of his white hair singed and the tips charred. Gai gasped for breath, filled with terror. Had he been even a moment late in retreating to block, he would have surely met his demise. Captain Jinyu was equally alarmed. As the elite combat unit under Frisia, they were being bested by Scions and Namekians. Damn it, we can't even utilize our special combat formations now. That shouldn't be the crux of the issue, Captain. Gai wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "This is utterly unbelievable. How can you possess such power?" There's nothing astounding about it. While you were indulging in leisure, we were diligently training. One must remember that the diligent are always rewarded, Raditz shrugged. Impossible. You are but a scion. Berta, still reeling on the ground, continued to roar in fury. Please, the scions are the mightiest warrior race, Raditz retorted, uninterested in further explanations as he lunged forward, delivering an elbow strike to Gai's abdomen. The force seemed to penetrate Gai's very being, producing a resounding explosion behind him. His eyes quivered, and he spat blood, feeling as if all strength had been drained from him, rendered immobile before collapsing. Captain Jinyu turned his head stiffly, his gaze filled with utter astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the battle unfolded around him, yet he remained oblivious to it. In other words, had that last strike landed upon him, the effect would have been identical. He could not help but swallow hard, trembling with fear. Would the proud Jinyu force meet its demise today? Captain Jinyu's complexion was grave as he observed the slowly collapsing G's, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Just one more to go. Raditz spoke casually, turning to deliver a swift strike with his arm, akin to a whip, which struck Jinyu with tremendous force. Jinyu was sent hurtling away, crashing into a rocky mountain with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying. Pain surged through his spine, near the brink of breaking. Who could have imagined Raditz's strike bore such overwhelming strength? A wave of terror washed over Jinyu. Raditz soared into the air, gathering an energy sphere with one hand, aimed directly at Jinyu. The blue orb measured nearly 2 meters in diameter. A single blast would undoubtedly obliterate Jinyu completely. The sheer potency of the energy filled Jinyu with dread, as if the gates of death had swung wide open before him. No, I cannot perish like this. Jinyu bellowed in desperation, cornered like a rat. Switch bodies. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the body-switching ability. By exchanging his form with another, he sought to gain strength. An unexpectedly effective maneuver. However, Raditz was already aware of this tactic and offered Jinyu no respite. Tiamat. Respond. Tiamat, hidden within Raditz's pocket, burst forth, expelling several metallic spheres from its mouth. These expanded and transformed into small metallic insects. Tumat possessed reconnaissance capabilities, utilizing its manufactured metal insects to perform surveillance and record information. At this moment, Raditz employed them as a shield. The metallic insects charged towards the wave of energy from Jinyu's body-switching attempt. Simultaneously, Raditz released the energy sphere, which glimmered with radiance as it descended, casting long shadows in its wake. The empty Jinyu pod lay motionless on the ground, while Jinyu found himself in the diminutive form of an insect. Before he could register his astonishment, the blue energy sphere engulfed him, his fragile body disintegrating in the colossal energy, burning, turning to ash, and ultimately vanishing. All done, Raditz exhaled deeply, touching down on the ground. He observed that Jeez and Berta still clung to life and suddenly contemplated recruiting these two into his ranks. Compared to the loyal yet arrogant Jinyu, the cunningly inept Goldo, and the brutishly mindless Rikum, Jeez and Berta seemed quite fitting as subordinates. They possessed the formidable technique of the red and blue energy spheres, demonstrating considerable strength. With a bit of training, they could assist him in numerous endeavors. At that moment, Piccolo approached Berta, his forefingers poised like claws, ready to strike down. Wait! Raditz called out to Piccolo, lifting Jeez and tossing him beside Berta. Hey, you two, do you wish to survive? Does this imply we will be spared? Berta nudged Jeez, hastily inquiring, will you truly allow us to live? That is negotiable, Raditz replied nonchalantly. As long as you spare us, we guarantee we will no longer pursue you. Raditz. We speak with conviction. Jess held his breath, tilting his head to reveal a pitiful expression. I assure you, we are not deceiving you. Bart hastily waved his hands, saliva escaping from his mouth. You think you can deal with me? You lack the capability. Indeed. Jess and Bart quickly nodded, turning to flee. Stumbling and falling thrice within less than 10 meters, Raditz leapt forward, blocking their path. I did not say I would spare you. I simply did not say you could leave. Upon uttering these words, a chilling gaze forced the two to kneel. What do you wish for us to do? Jess trembled, clutching his stomach. Clever. It seems I did not choose unwisely. Raditz revealed a hint of approval in his eyes. Dissociate from Frisia and join me. He claims to be the emperor of the universe, ruling countless galaxies. But what has he ever done for you? A single planet? Some treasure? Or a secret to enhance your power? Nothing of the sort. At best, you receive nothing more than a hollow title of the strongest team. Do you truly believe he would hesitate to replace you at any moment? Jess and Bart were at a loss for words. Let me tell you, I already have a plan to defeat Frisia. Should I succeed, his influence in the universe will crumble, and I can grant you dominion over his territory. What do you say? A fanciful notion. Defeating King Frisia is utterly impossible. The duo, having served Frisia for many years, understood the terrifying power housed within that form. Not even the strongest ant could topple an elephant. Raditz perceived their skepticism, hands planted firmly on his hips, and with a commanding shout, unleashed a brilliant red light. Boom, boom, boom. 3 scouters exploded in succession, revealing an overwhelming battle power. Jess and Bart gasped for air. Do you see? This is my power. The sheer force of Raditz's display not only terrified them, but also astonished Piccolo and Goku. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could truly defeat Frisia. Chapter 75, Frisia. Raditz's battle power had ascended to an entirely new level, rendering him a figure of superiority over the Jinyu force. In the battle on Earth, Goku, having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, was slightly stronger than Raditz. However, through rigorous training in the gravity chamber, the gap between them diminished significantly. After a harrowing escape from a confrontation with Bondrus, Raditz's battle power surged dramatically. Most crucially, the Elder's awakening had unleashed the potential Raditz had concealed for so many years. As brothers to Kakarot, their inherent qualities were not disparate. It was merely the lack of proper guidance and the long-standing oppression of a timid spirit that had prevented his emergence. In this moment, Raditz had returned to his zenith. He felt no fear, even when facing the colossal Shrag. Tears welled in Jess's eyes as his trembling body involuntarily prostrated before Raditz. So powerful. It was possible he had already surpassed Frisia. If Raditz could indeed vanquish Frisia, would their stance not require reconsideration? However, should they fail, the consequences would be equally dire. This is a high-stakes gamble, one from which they cannot withdraw, for they are acutely aware that refusal at this juncture would lead them down a path of certain death. Bart wiped a sheen of sweat from his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with Jisoo. Their years of collaboration allowed them to intuit each other's thoughts with but a fleeting connection of their eyes. In that silent exchange, they both resolved to temporarily acquiesce and observe the unfolding events. We are willing to surrender, they declared in unison. Wukong, inherently benevolent, harbored no desire to take their lives. His sole aim was to drive them away. The duo's capitulation to Raditz was fortuitous news for him. Piccolo, with an air of regret, restrained himself. as if lamenting the missed opportunity to end this conflict. Simultaneously, his icy gaze swept over the two, sharp as a blade, clearly reflecting his profound mistrust. A chill coursed through Jisoo and Bart, causing them to shudder. "Since you are willing to surrender, do make a commendable display of your resolve," Raditz said, tempering his aura as he assisted them to their feet, gesturing toward the distant sky. "The Frisia soldiers pursuing you are nearly upon us. Annihilate them and demonstrate your determination." No sooner had he spoken than a vast horde of cosmic warriors surged forth, their multitude visible as a swarm of dark specks hurtling toward them at great speed. Jisoo and Bart's powers had significantly waned, yet the friliest of camels is still larger than a horse. With their remaining strength, they could still contend with a few minions. "Yes," they responded to Raditz, gradually ascending into the sky. "Can we truly trust them?" Piccolo voiced his concerns in a hushed tone to Raditz. "Certainly not. The esteem Frisia has cultivated in their hearts over the years cannot be dismantled in a fleeting moment. However, I have forced their hand. They have no choice but to act against their own kind. If Frisia were to discover this, you are indeed cunning," Piccolo remarked with a hint of a sinister smile. In the sky, Jisoo and Bart remained oblivious to Raditz's true intentions, believing that securing his trust would temporarily ensure their survival, allowing them to navigate future allegiances based on strength. The long winds swept through the heights, rushing past with a fierce velocity as the flowing clouds raced along, seemingly foretelling an impending clash of titans. The wind tousled Jisoo's flowing white locks, their ends dancing in stark contrast to his rigid, iron-like physique. Who among the Frisia army did not recognize the elite duo of Jisoo and Bart? Upon sighting them, the soldiers immediately saluted, "Lord Jisoo, Lord Bart." Yet before they could complete their words, two orbs of light hurtled toward them from the front. Blue and red spheres intertwining and spinning, radiating blinding brilliance. The force of their energy surged outward, reverberating through the atmosphere. The soldiers were utterly oblivious to the chaos unfolding, annihilated in the midst of a colossal explosion. Smoke billowed thickly, debris raining down around them. "Ah, my lord, why?" cried one soldier. "This is bad. Run." The fortunate few who survived screamed in terror, bewildered by the sudden onslaught from the members of the Jinyu force who were now ruthlessly slaughtering their own. Yet they knew that their only chance for survival lay in flight. Everyone fled in a frantic hurry, racing back for their lives, their speed significantly surpassing the norm. Yet, before Bardock, it was undeniably insufficient. Whoosh, whoosh. Bardock's velocity could be deemed unparalleled among Frisia's subordinates. His swift movements were indeed commendable. In mere moments, he intercepted the fleeing soldiers, extinguishing their lives without mercy. Goku was not to be outdone, unleashing precise energy waves that struck true without fail. As the onslaught continued, Raditz and the others suddenly trembled, gazing into the distance. "Father, there is an immense energy approaching rapidly. It's incredibly powerful." Sweat dripped from Gohan's brow, cascading down to his chin. "It must be Frisia," Raditz concluded. "We must leave at once." Piccolo gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trailing down his face. The sheer terror of Frisia's might was absolute. Anyone would feel fear. Even Raditz, who had grown stronger, found himself daunted by such overwhelming power. Without the ability of a Super Saiyan, it was imperative to avoid direct confrontation with Frisia. Raditz made a swift decision. "Conceal your energy. Let's go." As they turned to flee, they were suddenly frozen in place. At that moment, just as they were about to depart, the Namekians emerged into view, led by their elder, who approached with a Dragon Ball cradled in his hands, a smile gracing his face. They cheered and congratulated Raditz, expressing gratitude for his defeat of the enemy. The Namekians, having initially hidden in the narrow canyon behind the rocky hills, were unaware of the battle's outcome and had sent someone to investigate. Upon witnessing Raditz and his companions mercilessly vanquishing the Jinyu force, they assumed victory was assured and emerged to celebrate. They had even planned to honor their benefactors with the highest of ceremonies. However, Raditz shouted in desperation, "Foolish allies, why aren't you hiding properly? Damn it! Get back and conceal yourselves." The Namekians were startled, and the elder stood dumbfounded, uncertain of what to do. "Did we err? Was our welcome too tepid? Quickly, retreat." Goku shouted once more. "What is it? Are the Namekians hesitating?" Raditz, overwhelmed with sweat, felt an urge to knock them unconscious and carry them away. Yet time was running out. Frisia's energy was growing closer, faster. Ultimately, he made a resolute decision. Regardless of the others, he would secure the Dragon Ball first. "Gohan, Piccolo, you go ahead," Raditz bellowed, charging towards the elder, swiftly claiming the Dragon Ball to safeguard it. "Apologies," he exclaimed before accelerating, only to be confronted by two figures tumbling into his path. It was Piccolo and Gohan. A chilling voice descended from the heavens, as a diminutive yet fearsome figure blocked Raditz's escape. "Science, at last, I have found you." Chapter 76. The brink of conflict. Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, has arrived. He descended silently, and as he landed, the ground beneath him cracked and splintered, sending shockwaves radiating outward, rippling across the terrain. The diminutive Frieza appeared far from imposing. Yet his voice tightened everyone's hearts, almost inducing a fainting spell. His pair of blood-red eyes resembled brilliant yet perilous gemstones, emanating an icy glint, suffused with boundless malice. This malevolence bore an immense weight, enveloping the surroundings, causing even Raditz to feel a chill run down his spine, as if plunged into a glacial abyss. Such formidable energy. With every step Frieza took, the ground seemed to sink further, the surrounding rocky cliffs crumbling like an avalanche cascading downwards. Raditz. To think you could vanquish Captain Ginyu and achieve a power level unattainable by any Saiyan is indeed astonishing. His cold voice pierced through the air, akin to 1,000 daggers pinning Raditz to the ground. Although he claimed astonishment, there was not a trace of surprise on Frieza's countenance. Instead, it was imbued with mockery. A half-charred scouter dangled from his ear, resembling a tattered ornament. Raditz endeavored to steady his breath, glancing at the unconscious forms of Piccolo and Gohan on the ground. His face turning ashen, his hands trembling involuntarily. "It seems you still remember my terror," Frieza declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze wandering to the anxious geese and Berta hovering above, unlike them, who had seemingly forgotten. With that, he slowly raised his arm, extending 2 fingers. The motion was languid yet exuded an inescapable aura. Death beam. The 2 fingers unleashed slender beams of light, the purple waves darting through the air like swift serpents, hurtling towards Geese and Berta, who were frozen in place. They had not anticipated the presence of King Frieza upon encountering him, just after concluding their final barrage. Despair washed over them. Realizing they had fallen into a trap set by Raditz, they now faced an inescapable demise. As the death beams surged towards them, they found themselves unable to evade, awaiting the arrival of death. Whoosh! The beam struck their bodies and pierced through. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Son Goku cradling both of them and soaring to the side, a brilliant red light blazing forth. Not only was Frieza astonished, but Geese and Berta were equally stunned. A Saiyan had actually rescued them? This was unfathomable. Unaware of Goku's true character, they could only marvel at the incredibility of the situation. Goku gently placed them on the ground and turned away, saying, "Take care of yourselves," before swiftly flying off to assist Raditz, leaving Geese and Berta in a state of bewilderment, speechless. "He must be your brother, Kakarot, isn't he, Raditz?" Suddenly, Frieza turned his gaze to Goku with a smile, his alluring lips curling slightly. "Such power you possess, it would be a pity for me to end your lives so easily. What do you say? Would you consider becoming my subordinate? You could take Captain Jinyu's place." Frieza offered enticing terms. Ginyu was his most trusted and capable subordinate, holding a position of significant authority within Frieza's army, regarded as second or third in command. Raditz shook his head, expressing his disbelief. "I apologize, but I do not believe you will spare the Saiyans. The stronger we become, the more you will fear us." "Fear? Is that not the case?" Frieza chuckled, a hint of humor lacing his words. "You think that merely elevating your power to such a degree will sway me?" His brow furrowed, and his expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, his body swelled violently, his short limbs elongated, muscles expanded, transforming him from a diminutive figure into a towering, robust form. A half-damaged scouter exploded on the spot, shattering into fragments. Simultaneously, his energy doubled instantaneously. Yet, the transformation was not yet complete. He understood that Raditz's current strength had already surpassed his second form. Frieza continued to roar, his head elongating backward, spikes protruding from his shoulders, his physique contorting into a grotesque third form. The intricate process concluded swiftly, enveloping Frieza in a cloud of dust. The hideous yet formidable being appeared before everyone, adorned with a sinister smile. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Namekian to collapse, as though his mouth and nose were covered, rendering him breathless. The unconscious Piccolo jolted awake, sensing an aura akin to an unfathomable ocean, his heart racing with terror. Raditz had indeed been correct. This was a monster. Given his appearance, combat was inevitable. Goku stepped beside Raditz, assuming a battle stance, ready to engage. "Since you refuse my invitation, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate you all," Frieza lamented, feigning regret, as he regarded the obstinate Saiyans. In a flash, Frieza darted past Raditz with ghostly speed. The surroundings fell silent, even the air seemingly devoid of sound, yet he had positioned himself behind Raditz, clutching a Dragon Ball in his hand. He tossed the Dragon Ball behind him, his eyes glinting with malice as he gazed at the two. Raditz and Goku were struck with a profound sense of dread, barely managing to activate the Kaioken before nearly being annihilated. There was no room for carelessness against Frieza. Raditz immediately unleashed his full energy, elevating the Kaioken to 10 times its strength. His aura surged, tousling his long hair, enveloping him in a strange crimson glow, reminiscent of a blooming lotus of wrath. Within his brow lay the latent ferocity of a Saiyan, while his body remained tranquil as the vast sky. Goku too unleashed a tenfold Kaioken, his formidable battle power nearing 2 million. He realized he could transform once more, reaching an ultimate pinnacle of strength. Should he achieve that state, collectively, they would stand no chance against him. Their sole opportunity lay in suppressing him before his final transformation, seizing the chance to escape. I can sense the energy he harbors, Goku mused with a wry smile, never imagining that even the tenfold Kaioken would feel so burdensome. Tenfold. Even if you reach 3 million in power at 20 times, it will be futile, Raditz thought inwardly. They exchanged glances, almost simultaneously springing into action. The shadows and light surrounding Raditz elongated into a line as he propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, landing before Frieza in an instant. With a fist ablaze and crimson fury raised high, he brought it crashing down upon Frieza with immense force. Just as the blow was about to connect, Frieza swiftly intervened, enveloping Raditz's fist within his palm. Raditz immediately attempted to withdraw, yet realized it was too late. Frieza's fingers tightened, grasping his fist firmly, unleashing a tremendous power that threatened to crush Raditz's bones. To Frieza's astonishment, he found himself unable to exert his strength. Raditz, empowered by the Kaioken multiplied tenfold, matched Frieza's prowess in combat. In that moment, rather than retreating, Raditz surged forward, channeling energy into his fist and propelling himself off the ground, causing it to sink several meters beneath him. His fist struck with the force of a battering ram, inflicting a searing pain upon Frieza's hand, as though it were being scorched. Behind him, Goku launched a kick aimed squarely at Frieza's head. Damn it! Frieza roared in fury, his tail whipping around to ensnare Goku's leg, preparing to retaliate. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz shouted, pressing forward, channeling all of his strength into another punch, which he unleashed with ferocity. Frieza attempted to evade, but it was too late. The punch landed squarely upon Frieza's face, causing him to release his grip and tail, sending him hurtling backward for over 100 meters, crashing through several rocky formations on the island. Now was the moment. As Raditz's long eyebrows twitched, he immediately unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, radiant light surging forth like wrathful thunder, bearing down upon Frieza with overwhelming force. The red flames swirled in his hands, shaking the very earth beneath them. Chapter 77, the final transformation. While chaotic bombardments are often the least damaging of attacks, Raditz did not intend to harm Frieza through the continuous energy blasts. His goal was to create a dense smokescreen to obscure Frieza's vision. After all, his opponent could not sense energy and relied solely on sight to ascertain positions, which would certainly lead to confusion. Meanwhile, Goku, alongside a revived Piccolo, was hastily evacuating with Gohan and a group of Namekians, while Toma mingled with the crowd, urgently fleeing the scene. Raditz continued to buy time, his energy waves firing relentlessly, causing half of the island to submerge into the sea. Suddenly, a piercing sound cleaved through the sky, instilling great fear in Raditz's heart. A purplish-red whip of light sliced through the island, cleaving it in twain and even splitting the sea's surface, with endless water surging into the void, rushing to fill the gap and converge. The residual energy extended to the farthest reaches of the horizon, as if only Frieza possessed the ability to cleave an entire planet. Raditz momentarily halted, knowing he could no longer impede Frieza, who had succeeded in his transformation. During the preceding energy wave bombardment, Frieza had silently endured, preparing for his ultimate metamorphosis. At this moment, he had fully transformed into his final form. Yet, Frieza also felt a profound sense of humiliation. He never anticipated that Raditz would possess power surpassing his third form and would land a heavy blow. It was a disgrace beyond measure. In a fit of rage, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly by transforming into his ultimate form. As he assumed his pose, a barrage of attacks ensued, forcing Frieza to transform while enduring the onslaught. After a strenuous effort, he finally achieved his final state. His complete form is sleek and unembellished, devoid of any extravagant angles or spikes, yet it embodies unparalleled power. Not only does he possess immense strength, but his speed is also unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Goku. "Ah, it's you again. Where are you headed?" Frieza smirked, his eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin. No one dared to utter a word. Each individual was drenched in cold sweat. Goku, gritting his teeth, charged forward, only to be met with a swift kick from Frieza, sending him hurtling backward. The sheer force struck Goku's chest, propelling him like a cannonball. Piccolo attempted to intercept him, but the residual energy was so overwhelming that he too was sent flying, the two of them tumbling into the distant mountains. The remaining fighters, devoid of combat capability, were paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Frisia's smile grew even more terrifying as his fingers moved with lightning speed, sending a purplish-red beam piercing through the elder's skull. Blood erupted, and viscera splattered across the faces of the nearby Namekians. They had never witnessed the death of a fellow being so closely. Panic ensued as they screamed, their minds overwhelmed by a surge of adrenaline, their bodies trembling with horror. Frisia seemed to revel in the macabre game, continuing his assault as he pierced through another victim. Who shall be next? He mused, relishing the astonished, chaotic, and fearful expressions of the Namekians. His fingers darted among them, selecting his targets. The air grew colder, an ominous chill enveloping the scene, as a palpable aura of slaughter descended from the heavens. This child appears to be from Earth, perhaps the son of Kakarot, a Saiyan. Frisia's gaze landed upon the unconscious Gohan, his crimson eyes shimmering with malevolence, the aura of brutality surging forth. You are next. Frisia, cease this at once. Raditz charged in from the side, unleashing a full-force assault, his body emanating a radiant red light akin to a blazing sun, aimed directly at Frisia. In this desperate, high-speed collision, Frisia hesitated to confront Raditz directly. He had just transformed, his power not yet fully realized, and he needed time to acclimate to this form after a prolonged absence. Currently, Raditz's battle power was estimated to be between 4 to 5 million, a level comparable to Frisia's. Thus, Frisia opted to evade, sidestepping Raditz's furious onslaught. He soared to the side, escaping the trajectory of Raditz's charge. But Raditz adeptly adjusted his body and pursued once more. One fled while the other chased, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Realizing he could not evade indefinitely, Frisia turned to meet Raditz head-on. Don't think for a moment that I fear you. Frisia roared in fury, clenching his fists as he charged forth. In Raditz's understanding, Frisia had employed this Nova Strike at full energy, capable of contending with Super Saiyan Goku's Kamehameha without faltering, marking it as a formidable offensive technique. Though reluctant to confront him directly, the arrow had already been loosed, and retreat was not an option. Raditz could only muster all his strength. Roaring as he collided with Frisia, two spheres of light, brimming with immense energy, clashed violently, obliterating the clouds around them, dispersing the ocean in every direction, and fracturing the islands as if the world were on the brink of annihilation, creating chaos and turmoil. The air, under immense pressure, spiraled into countless miniature storms, while thunderous roars connected heaven and earth. Boom! The energy orb struck the ground, creating a deep crater in the vast land, with a significant expanse of territory vanishing into nothingness, dust swirling into the sky. Ultimately, it was Frisia who remained standing. Raditz, having exhausted the King Kai fist, lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied at the mouth and choking on his own blood. He had barely managed to contend with Frisia using the amplified King Kai fist. Yet it was merely a struggle for survival. A battle power in the millions truly meant little in the presence of the Cosmic Emperor. Frisia squinted at Raditz, a look of appreciation crossing his face. This smile, which he had only ever bestowed for a fleeting moment even upon Captain Jinyu, now lingered as he extended his hand. Raditz, I must concede that you are indeed formidable, even surpassing Jinyu. Your strength is second only to our kind in the universe. However, to stand against us, you are still woefully inadequate. He paused, pressing his foot down on Raditz, continuing, thus, I offer you one more chance. Become my subordinate, and I shall spare your life. This is the heart of my affection that you have earned through your might. Once again extending an invitation, Frisia's appreciation for talent was unmistakable. Raditz could not help but chuckle inwardly. Yet, knowing Frisia's nature, it was only a matter of time before it would lead to a fatal end. Moreover, every cell within the Saiyan body screamed a resounding no. Raditz gently shook his head, consuming a senza bean. In this dire moment, he sought to harness the innate power of the Saiyan race. Perhaps he still had a fighting chance. With the miraculous senza bean in hand, he could fight once more. Within mere seconds of swallowing the bean, Raditz felt his body fully rejuvenated, a torrent of strength surging within him, all pain vanishing. Frisia, taken aback, felt an overwhelming force beneath him, toppling him over. I apologize, Frisia, but I am a Saiyan. Chapter 78, The Shift in Battle Dynamics. Raditz bellowed, casting aside Frisia's foot. With his energy restored, he unleashed the tenfold King Kai fist once more, a brilliant red light soaring into the sky, his hair rising and beginning to stand on end. Frisia, astonished, could hardly comprehend how Raditz, who had just been on the brink of death, now stood before him, more vigorous than ever. Bewildered, he gazed at Raditz, his expression darkening, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. It has been years since anyone has excited me like this. Who would have thought it would be a Saiyan to stir such feelings today? Is that so? Raditz tightened his body, on high alert. Suddenly, Frisia's expression shifted. He moved at incredible speed, appearing before Raditz in an instant. Following that, His fist rained down like a torrential downpour upon Raditz. Raditz responded swiftly, his arm shifting continuously to parry the relentless barrage of punches. Under the overwhelming onslaught, his defense was impenetrable, blocking each of Frisia's strikes. Frisia was profoundly shocked. The Raditz who had just moments ago been unable to withstand his attacks was now adeptly countering his high-speed fists. He needed to intensify his assault. With a feint of his left fist and energy accumulating in his right, he unleashed a sweeping hook punch. Though the left's power was minimal, it deceived Raditz, causing him to drop his guard. At that critical moment, the right fist swung in, and Raditz, unable to react in time, appeared destined to be struck. In a split second, he crouched down, his body lowering just enough for the hook to graze past his hair, creating a whistling sound. However, Frisia did not relent. As if anticipating that his attack would be evaded, he spun with the momentum of the hook and lashed out with his tail. Smack! Whoosh! Raditz was struck by the tail, sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. The instant he fell, Raditz sprang back up, his feet propelling him with explosive speed towards the sky, charging at Frisia. Humph! Frisia chuckled coldly. Just as Raditz's figure was about to reach him, he suddenly vanished, his form transforming into an afterimage as his true essence appeared behind Raditz, delivering a swift knife hand strike. What? His knife hand had struck the illusion. Instinctively glancing back, Raditz had indeed moved behind him, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his back. Crying out in pain, Frisia gritted his teeth and violently swung his tail, striking Raditz's chin and sending him sprawling backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia closed in, clasping Raditz's head with both hands, leaning forward while pulling down, rapidly driving his knee into Raditz's abdomen. Puff! A spray of saliva mixed with bitter gastric fluid erupted forth. Raditz arched his body, resembling a shrimp, the flesh of his face convulsing in agony. This blow was excruciating. Yet, his keen instincts warned him that this was not the time to dwell on pain. For Frisia's assault was relentless. Raditz bellowed to invigorate himself, gritting his teeth as he soared to greater heights, evading Frisia's successive kicks. Look out! From his elevated position, Raditz unleashed a wave of energy, but his figure vanished in an instant. The brilliant energy wave shot straight at Frisia, who merely smiled, extending a hand to meet it. Such trivial skills, is this all you possess? His palm collided with the energy wave, producing only a small cloud of dust. The sharp sound pierced through the smoky explosion. Yet Raditz's figure was nowhere to be seen behind the veil. Frisia suddenly felt a jolt of surprise, realizing his tail was being grasped by an unseen force, causing him to spin uncontrollably. Raditz whirled him around several times before violently hurling him towards the mountainside. The thunderous impact resonated momentarily, and Frisia, unleashing a surge of energy, burst forth from the debris of crumbled rocks, launching a powerful kick in retaliation. Raditz swiftly raised his arm to defend himself, feeling the jarring impact of their clashing forces. His arm tingling from the shock. Gritting his teeth, he withstood the blow and launched a counterattack with his left hand. Frisia, in turn, raised his hand in defense, swinging his tail to collide with Raditz's fist and feet, the fierce exchange continuing. The immense energy erupted in the air, causing numerous explosions. As nearly half of the surrounding islands were obliterated, countless boulders plummeted into the sea, as if to celebrate the intensity of their battle. Frisia grew bolder with each moment, becoming increasingly familiar with his ultimate transformation, while Raditz's stamina dwindled rapidly. The tenfold Kaioken could not be sustained for much longer, and the disparity in their strengths gradually widened. In a moment of carelessness, Frisia seized the opportunity to land 3 consecutive punches on Raditz's face, followed by a powerful kick to Raditz's abdomen, sending him soaring skyward. Frisia swiftly pursued, leaping to an even greater height, his hands forming a hammer-like shape as he maximized his power. With a thunderous crash, Frisia struck down heavily, once again driving Raditz into the ground. Dust swirled in the air, debris scattered, and the ground cracked open, forming a deep chasm that allowed seawater to flood in, slowly dividing the land. Raditz lay in the center of the fissure, perilously close to rolling into the abyss. Frisia, with a cold smirk, descended from above, delivering a heavy stomp. The tremendous impact generated a wave of energy, creating a sphere beneath his foot, and as he fell at high speed, sparks ignited in the air. At that moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Raditz's eyes as he leaped upwards, evading the attack with the speed of the Kaioken. Enveloped in a crimson aura as he soared above Frisia, he swiftly gathered energy, crossing his hands before him to unleash a brilliant energy wave. Frisia, having missed his footing, found himself unable to halt, and was bombarded by shock waves, ultimately plunging into the ocean. With a series of resounding crashes, the island sank, completely consumed by the sea. Raditz floated upon the water's surface, his expression grave and breath-quickening. His upper garments lay in tatters, his trousers riddled with holes, and his skin was marred with countless wounds. dried blood clinging to the corner of his mouth. Damn it, if I unleash a 20-fold Kaioken, I might barely be able to continue the fight, Raditz gasped, yet feared for his body's limits. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow as he spotted the Dragon Ball that Frieza had placed on the ground, an idea sparking in his mind. He flew over, cradling the Dragon Ball in his hands, just as Frieza slowly emerged from the sea. The dust washed away, he appeared reborn, unscathed and radiating an unparalleled aura of dominance. His crimson gaze fixed on Raditz. I am exhilarated. It has been ages since I have had such a worthy battle. Here is a suggestion. Relinquish my Dragon Ball. Fine. You can go find it yourself. Raditz gathered his energy, making a throwing gesture as he hurled the Dragon Ball in another direction. It shot forth, transforming into a bright speck against the vast sky. You bastard. Frieza seethed with rage. Yet, caught between Raditz and the Dragon Ball, he ultimately chose the latter. Darting towards it with fervor, taking advantage of the moment, Raditz flew back, only to be taken aback by the presence of the malevolent Namekian, Slug. Chapter 79. Slug's Unexpected Entrance. Slug. Raditz exclaimed, momentarily stunned. He chided himself for being so engrossed in his battle with Frieza that he failed to notice the approach of other energies. Slug, equally taken aback, exchanged a glance with Raditz, both astonished. How did he end up here? This question echoed in their minds simultaneously. Meanwhile, hidden within the crevice of the mountains below, Dales quietly observed the unfolding drama, clutching Slug's subordinate, a creature with large eyes, and grinning wickedly. Very well done. This fool has finally arrived. Can I go now? The large-eyed creature asked timidly. Of course, I will let you go. Dale's smile widened as he relaxed his grip, allowing the creature to escape. The pressure on its neck alleviated. The large-eyed creature took a deep breath, feeling as if it had been reborn, casting a fearful glance at Dales before hastily turning to flee. In less than a second, Dales moved with lightning speed, passing beside the large-eyed creature, and with a sickening crack, the creature continued to fly forward, but its head had already rolled away. A chilling laugh emanated from Dales. Now Slug's 3 Dragon Balls, along with this one, are all mine. Moreover, I've also found the last location. In the end, the victor will still be me. He caressed the device by his left ear, his face alight with fervor. Currently, the only functioning detector on Namek was in Dale's possession. Though his mastery of energy manipulation was still rudimentary, he could at least conceal his own energy. To sense others, however, he needed assistance, leading him to leverage the detector to compensate for his shortcomings. After acquiring the device, he discovered that Jinyu and Raditz were engaged in battle, which led him to find Slug's subordinate, coercing the creature to send a message to Slug, prompting him to rush to the front line. Dales had initially intended to alert Frieza, inciting a conflict between them, but to his surprise, Frieza had come on his own. This saved Dales considerable effort and allowed him to witness the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, the detector was turned off. Dales was cautious not to use it recklessly. A misstep could lead to catastrophic exposure. He intended to save it for future endeavors. Dale stealthily navigated through several rocky aisles, hiding behind towering boulders to observe Frieza's movements. The aura emanating from Frieza was immensely evil and terrifying, even detectable to Dales. Frieza, clutching the Dragon Balls in his hands, was wary of another theft. Without the support of his subordinates, he felt somewhat constrained. His eyes darted around, finally landing on a distant small island. Weighing the Dragon Balls in his hands, he scoffed and then hurled one away. Whoosh! The Dragon Ball soared towards the small island, tracing a perfect arc before embedding itself within the rocky terrain. Confirming that no one had witnessed his actions, Frieza finally allowed a smile to grace his face as he dashed back towards Raditz. With this particular Dragon Ball in his possession, he believed himself to be invincible. Such were Frieza's thoughts. As he departed, a silhouette emerged upon the tranquil sea surface. Dales licked his lips, slowly soaring towards the small island, cautiously anticipating the ambition he was about to realize. Raditz, don't even think about escaping. Frieza's thunderous voice resonated, creating a rippling wave across the water, as his swift figure was enveloped in a fierce energy, parting the surface and splashing crystalline droplets. He raced back to the battleground, coming to an abrupt halt. What the hell? Slug is here too? The gigantic Slug was engaged in combat with Raditz. Despite their immense size disparity, Raditz still held the upper hand after several exchanges. This guy has also arrived. Perfect, let's eliminate him together. A sinister glint flickered in Frieza's eyes as he surged forth, a fiery blaze streaking across the sky, swiftly positioning himself between the two combatants. At that moment, Slug threw a punch, which Raditz deftly evaded, leaving Slug's fist to strike nothing but air. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted by the seaside as Frieza seized the opportunity, diving into Slug's opening to deliver a powerful kick that connected squarely with his chin. The overwhelming force sent the colossal figure tumbling to the ground. Half submerged in the water, sending up a curtain of spray. Raditz's eyes flickered, and he retreated hastily. However, Frisia's form flickered, and he was already racing towards him, moving faster than Raditz could back away. Take this. Raditz unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, raining down upon Frisia like a tempest, while simultaneously withdrawing to increase the distance between them. The energy blasts formed a dense net that obscured Frisia's vision. But Raditz understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. It was only a matter of time. Where are you aiming? A chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind him. There was no delay. Frisia had already appeared at his rear. Raditz spun violently, finding himself immobilized, ensnared within a luminous sphere of energy that bound him tightly, rendering him unable to move an inch. Frisia, wielding this technique, glimmered with excitement and bellowed, "Prepare yourself." With Frisia's exclamation, the energy sphere erupted with a powerful shockwave, producing a cloud of dust that soared over 20 meters high. Raditz was propelled away, crashing through several mountains and landing amidst a field of rubble. Frisia, suddenly, a voice bellowed from a different location on the ground, causing Frisia to turn in astonishment. Kakarot. Logically, after receiving that kick, this individual should have been on the brink of death. He recalled Raditz's similar experience. It was eerily peculiar how they had suddenly regained their strength and even become more formidable. Was this the innate ability of the Saiyans? Wait. Frisia caught a glimpse of Piccolo, who had also regained his vigor, but he was an Namekian, not a Saiyan. What in the world were these scoundrels concealing from me? A flicker of doubt stirred within Frisia as he regarded Goku, a cold smile curling his lips. Let us eliminate one first, and then we shall see if you can revive. He extended his hand, unleashing a purple energy blast that surged directly towards Goku. Sun Wukong was originally soaring towards Frisia when he spotted a purple energy blast hurtling towards him. Channeling all his might, he swung his arm with great force, sending the energy projectile soaring into the sky. Indeed, this adversary had grown stronger. Frisia murmured to himself, slightly curling his palm, with his 5 fingers aligned in unison, unleashing a barrage of death beams. The relentless onslaught of death beams rained down upon Sun Wukong, who dodged left and right, wary of engaging in a direct confrontation. Such a technique, which concentrated combat power into a singular point for explosive release, often wielded tremendous force, capable of piercing through with a single misstep. Ha ha ha, Saiyan monkey. Your frantic leaps amuse me immensely. Frisia taunted, reveling too soon in his glee. Frisia was startled by a cold voice emanating almost directly behind him. Turning around, he beheld Shrag's colossal hand descending upon him like a mountain plummeting from the heavens. Caught unawares, he was heavily crushed into the water. Chapter 8. Reinforcements arrived. The waterfall thundered, white waves surged, and the rising mist enveloped the air like a delicate veil. Shrag stood at the water's edge, pinning Frisia down, his forehead vein bulging as he gritted his teeth. The cool spray of water splashed against him, only intensifying his fervor as sweat poured down. He had successfully ambushed Frisia while he was off guard, yet knocking him down did not conclude the battle. Mere seconds later, Frisia regained his composure and retaliated against Shrag. The immense force was unbearable for Shrag, whose arm trembled in defiance. Despite his best efforts, he soon succumbed to Frisia's terrifying might. With a sickening crack, Shrag's arm was shattered, purple blood oozing from the joint and splattering around him. You are far too weak, with such power. Do you dare vie for the universe against me? Frisia taunted, his demeanor deceptively calm as he gripped Shrag's fingers and twisted with force. A heart-wrenching scream ascended into the heavens as terror and dread filled Shrag's eyes. As a fellow tyrant of the cosmos, Frisia far surpassed him, especially after consuming the fruit of the tree of might gifted by Dales. The King Kai had once considered Shrag to be on par with Frisia, yet he had never witnessed Frisia's final form. Driven into a corner, with no other recourse, Shrag resorted to severing his own arm with his remaining hand, retreating in a disheveled state. The massive arm fell towards Frisia, only to be obliterated by a ki blast. At that moment, Wukong swiftly appeared behind Frisia, delivering a powerful kick to his lower back, having significantly increased his combat prowess following a severe injury. Wukong's strength soared after employing the Kaioken technique at 10 times its usual power. With that single strike, Frisia was sent flying. What an opportunity! Raditz observed Wukong's success and immediately launched himself into the air, positioning himself in Frisia's flight path to deliver a heavy hook that sent him reeling back. In the confrontation against Jinyu, Raditz possessed a combat power of merely 400,000. However, after consuming a senzu bean, his strength surged to over 2 million. This punch encapsulated all his might, striking Frisia's face and distorting his cheek. Bang! Ultimately, Shrag unleashed a decisive blow with a single arm. A heavy strike imbued with fury that once again sent Frisia spiraling into the vortex. I never expected to collaborate with you, Shrag, Goku remarked at the towering figure. Neither did I. My large-eyed companion failed to mention Frisia's presence here. This guy is incredibly formidable, Shrag confessed, still shaken. His alliance with the Scion was born out of necessity, otherwise they would all perish. At that moment, a water tornado ascended into the sky. With Frisia standing at its core, his feet positioned closely together, arms elegantly extended at his sides, and his tail arched gracefully. His eyes, brimming with fury, resembled pools of blood. In regal posture, Raditz comprehended the significance. This stance was one Frisia had adopted even in his golden transformation, a blend of elegance and lethal intent. You have truly enraged me, Frisia remarked with a sardonic smile, his lips curling slightly while his expression soured. He had always approached Raditz and the others with a mocking demeanor, as he perceived himself to be invincible, no matter how powerful the Scions were. They were merely a warm-up for him, and he had yet to unleash even 30% of his strength. Even so, that was more than sufficient to torture Raditz. However, the continuous interruptions from Goku and Shrag, particularly their alliance against him, filled him with indignation. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a furrow formed between his brows as he unleashed a torrent of energy with a wave of his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reverberated from the coast to the distant mountains, as Raditz and Goku were sent flying by Frisia's overwhelming force, each retreating over 100 meters. Per Shrag, with his massive physique, had a wide attack range, yet was easily targeted when on the receiving end of the assault. A significant portion of Frisia's energy barrage struck him, leaving several gaping wounds across his limbs and torso. Blood gushed from Shrag's mouth like a waterfall, his enormous form gradually shrinking as he toppled backward. That's one down. Frisia's cold gaze swept over Shrag without pausing, swiftly shifting to Raditz and Goku. Damn it. He seems to be genuinely angry now. He will get serious next, Raditz thought. Do we have any Senzu beans left? He inquired. There were 7 in total. One was consumed during the Metal Planet encounter, and we each used one just now. The remainder is with Krillin, Goku replied. Suddenly, he paused. As the mention of Krillin triggered a sensation, he could sense Krillin's energy. Not only Krillin, but also Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, he even detected the presence of several Namekians near the Elder. Raditz shook his head. With their strength, their arrival would merely lead to their demise. Apart from the Scions, who can continuously transcend their limits through their innate combat instincts, it is nearly impossible for others to achieve significant progress in such a brief span of time. Even Raditz remains uncertain about the extent to which this instinct may evolve. Perhaps it is nearing the threshold of growth and battle power. Raditz is solely focused on leveraging his near-death revival to gain a modicum more strength, ideally to draw closer to the legendary Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Goku let out a fierce shout, his pupils constricting sharply as he barely had time to adopt a defensive stance. In the next heartbeat, Frisia had already lunged forward, forcefully planting his leg upon Goku's crossed arms. The air between them rippled violently, and in an instant, Goku was sent hurtling away. Raditz quickly raised his hands to defend himself, but after blocking only 2 punches, he was struck down to the ground by Frisia's sweeping tail. With a swift descent, Frisia approached Raditz, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him, while the surging tides behind him formed a grand backdrop befitting an emperor. Raditz, your Scion kin have provoked my ire. If it were Vegeta, I would no longer inquire, but for you, I wish to pose the question once more. How would you fare as my subordinate? Extending an olive branch, Frisia's invitation was not born of genuine desire for allegiance. Rather, he wished to witness the proud Scion bow before him in submission. He had already secured victory. Hey, what do you mean you wouldn't ask if it were Vegeta? Frisia, it seems you harbor a prejudice against me. From a modest hillock, Vegeta called out with arms crossed, looking down upon the unfolding scene. Frisia abruptly lifted his gaze, only to hear the thunderous command, solar flare. The blinding light, as fierce as the sun itself, seared into his eyes, rendering him unable to open them as he shielded his face in agony. Simultaneously, the energy blade surged forth. Chapter 81, Forced Assimilation. In this world, there exists a plethora of techniques, transcending levels and combat prowess, such as the solar flare, the evil containment wave, and the energy blade, a cutting technique. Divine skills abound on Earth, showcasing that despite its inhabitants' relative weakness, they possess a profound understanding of martial arts. The energy blade compresses rapidly rotating energy into a disc-like form, which is then hurled forth. Should it strike, even Frisia would be cleaved in twain. As the spinning energy blade sped towards Frisia, closing the distance, he suddenly felt a tremor in his body and leapt into the air. Although he could not sense the energy, the wind and chaos stirred by its rapid rotation heightened his alertness, prompting him to instinctively evade the slicing attack. The airborne energy blade sliced through a small mountain, rendering it smooth and flat. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Krillin swiftly vanished from sight, seeking refuge within the crevices of the mountain. Seizing this moment, Raditz and Goku also slipped into the valley to rest briefly, taking Krillin's sins of beans and consuming them rapidly. This time, they had sustained only severe injuries and were not on the brink of crisis, resulting in a limited enhancement of their battle power. At that moment, several energy auras appeared in the sky, arriving just a moment too late. "Is that Nappa and the others?" Krillin exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it is them. They are merely marching towards their demise," Vegeta disdainfully remarked, showing no concern for the fate of the Namekians. When Naru and his companions arrived, Frieza had already begun to blink, slowly adjusting to the blinding light before him. They had come to assist under the Great Elder's directive, only to stumble upon the enraged Frieza, who was furious from being mocked by the Earthlings and Vegeta. How could Frieza tolerate such indignity? In that moment, as his eyes partially opened, he swiftly unleashed a crimson beam of energy, carving a perfect arc through the sky and tearing it asunder. The remaining few combat-type Namekians had yet to assess the situation when Frieza's wrathful beam surged toward them. Only Naru, reacting in time, bent backward at an extraordinary angle. While the others were cleaved in two, they had rushed here in haste, only to meet their demise before even entering the fray. Their expressions froze in astonishment as their bloodied halves plummeted to the ground. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the water, snatching the three dying Namekians and racing to the shore. This figure was also drenched in blood, having traversed the short distance, leaving a trail of thick, purple blood in its wake. Shrag was not yet dead. He fought with his battered form to rescue the equally stricken Namekian warrior. Raditz witnessed this scene, his heart shaken. Among the various strategies he had envisioned to defeat Frieza, one involved having Piccolo assimilate all the combat-type Namekians. His initial intention to save these last remaining warriors stemmed from this selfish notion. Was Shrag about to undertake a similar act? At that moment, Naru soared toward Piccolo, as the Great Elder's command was for them to merge and confront the formidable foe together. He had brought all the Namek warriors with hopes of empowering Piccolo in one swift motion, but Frieza had struck first, thwarting their plans. Moreover, he never anticipated that the malevolent Shrag would seize his comrades, leading Naru to suspect that Shrag intended to assimilate them. The combat-type Namekians could significantly enhance their power through assimilation, theoretically capable of continual growth if sufficient numbers were involved. However, the fundamental requirement for assimilation was that both parties must be willing. Coercion could lead to failure. Yet, as an evil Namekian, Shrag showed no concern. He pressed his hand against the chest of the barely breathing Namekian warrior, emanating a dark glow as he invaded the primary consciousness, enforcing assimilation. While accessing the Elder's cerebral information, Shrag grasped the intricacies of this technique. In the face of crisis, he unleashed the primal instincts embedded in the Namekian bloodline. As a demon, his formidable malevolent will distorted the fragile beliefs of the dying Namekian warrior, facilitating the process of assimilation. A dark glow radiated from his hand, swiftly engulfing both individuals, the energy's aftermath resonating with a thunderous intensity. Frieza was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle, sensing a powerful energy pulsating within that luminous sphere, stirring unease in his heart. He had grown weary of the incessantly bizarre techniques employed by these individuals and wished to avoid further complications. Raising his hand to unleash a death beam, straight as an arrow and swift as lightning, the formidable strength of Shrag was capable of piercing the very earth. Yet, with a single hand, he deflected the beam of death. The Namekian warrior he had been grasping had vanished, and his own energy surged exponentially. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. However, Shrag paid no heed to Frieza and proceeded with his second assimilation, devouring another nearly expired Namekian warrior as if it were mere sustenance. A wicked grin gracing his lips. It was utterly marvelous. He had never anticipated such immense benefits from assimilation. His wounds had completely healed, and the energy consumed by the regeneration of his severed limbs was replenished in an instant, with his power escalating to unimaginable heights. Considering the three warriors he had captured, along with the even stronger materials of Naru and Piccolo, if he could assimilate them all, Shrag could hardly contain his overwhelming joy if this continued. He would undoubtedly surpass Frieza, perhaps even surpass Cooler. His aging heart raced fervently as the ambitious Shrag was filled with visions of his future, fantasies that were steadily inching toward reality. In a flash of brilliance, the second assimilation was complete in an instant. His current combat power was at least 7 million. The frenzied Shrag seized the last gasping warrior, grinning wickedly as he restrained the body. Enough is enough. Frieza, witnessing Shrag's continuous strengthening, also recognized the plight of the Namekian, and like a cannonball, propelled himself toward Shrag. Immersed in his elation, Shrag was a moment too slow to react. As he turned to flee, Frieza had already pierced the Namekian warrior's skull with one hand, unleashing a purple energy wave that erupted from the center of the cranium, sending a beam of light soaring into the sky. Shrag retreated swiftly, left with but an arm, his fury intensifying. Meanwhile, Naru was elucidating the situation to Piccolo. willingly offering himself to enhance Piccolo's strength in accordance with the Elder's command to combat the malevolent foe. Raditz did not intervene with Shrag. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the greatest threat at present was Frisia. Shrag's enhancement could not be deemed entirely beneficial. Yet it was not entirely detrimental either. At the very least, he could buy time and drain Frisia's stamina. At this moment, Raditz was instructing Vegeta, urging him to elevate his power through the experience of near-death combat. The innate ability to revive in a state of near-death and enhance oneself required a confluence of physical, psychological, and environmental factors, maximally triggered only during blood-soaked battles. The effects of near-death recovery differed vastly between routine training and life-or-death combat. Furthermore, the extent of enhancement depended on individual talent, the strength of adversaries, and one's subjective will. From 90,000 to 3 million, or from 250,000 to 5 million, anything was possible. The ultimate level he could reach depended solely on Vegeta. Chapter 82, 20-fold Kaioken. Frisia hovered in midair, surveying the islands below with a commanding gaze. Aware of his inability to sense energy, he took advantage of his elevated position to keep a watchful eye on all movements. Even the fluttering of a single bird was unmistakably clear to him. After the sudden assault, the Earthlings and Vegeta took refuge, igniting an intense fury within him, akin to the maddening itch of ants crawling on his back, yet just out of reach. "Come out," he bellowed, determined to locate these miscreants and personally exact his vengeance. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision was fixed on Slug, poised atop the mountain, ready to launch his own offensive. Transformed and revitalized, Slug appeared robust, his age seemingly vanishing, radiating vitality and intensity. His sharp teeth glinted, and the scar across his eye grotesquely twisted into a sinister grin. Empowered with immense strength, Slug had, in some measure, reclaimed his youth. The Namekian warrior he merged with was youthful as well, igniting within him a fervor reminiscent of his earlier days. Those who ascend to power often become inflated with hubris, and Slug was no exception, momentarily believing he could vanquish Frisia. Standing tall, with his spirit soaring, he proclaimed, "Frisia, behold my extraordinary power." Casting aside the remnants of his previous form, Slug directed his gaze towards Frisia, arms outstretched, his physique expanding once more, his strength multiplying exponentially. In an instant, Slug surged forward, creating a gust of wind in his wake. Frisia, with a disdainful snort, swiftly evaded the oncoming assault. The sheer mass of Slug, combined with his inertia, caused him to miss his target entirely, plunging into the water beneath. Frisia's cold gaze swept across the islands. "Is it just you? Where are your Saiyan allies hiding?" With that, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, raining destruction upon the surrounding islands, sinking landmasses beneath the waves. "What do we do?" Krillin clung to the mountainside, panic evident in his voice. The impending energy blasts loomed ominously overhead, their unmatched power instilling a sense of dread within him. The Dragon Balls had just been taken by Frisia. They must be concealed nearby. Raditz made a decisive choice. "Krillin, take Tomat and search for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, go find that Namekian boy. I will temporarily hold off Frisia. Goku, prepare the Spirit Bomb." The Spirit Bomb was their most formidable weapon, and perhaps it would prove effective. Goku inhaled deeply, raising his hands towards the sky. Namek lacked a moon, but with 3 suns, the energy available for collection would surely be substantial. "All right, action." With his commanding shout, Frisia's missiles struck the islands with thunderous force, scattering everyone in all directions. Frisia's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he prepared to strike. "I see you. Right here," Raditz shouted, deliberately moving swiftly through the air to divert Frisia's attention. Indeed, his call captured Frisia's focus, causing him to turn. The chilling glare from Frisia felt like a blade, sending shivers down Raditz's spine. How terrifying, he thought. Even more alarming was Frisia's speed. He had mobilized 50% of his power, boasting a battle strength of 60 million, more than double Raditz's own at that moment, his speed significantly enhanced. As he charged with a flying knee, Raditz found himself unable to perceive the trajectory of the attack. Bang! A thunderous roar split the surface of the sea, creating a fissure from which torrents of water cascaded down. A figure soared into the distance, gradually dwindling into a mere black. Raditz, astonished, found himself unscathed. As he gazed ahead, a colossal hand loomed before him. It was Slug. The sinister grin on Slug's broad face turned toward Raditz, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth that sent a shiver down Raditz's spine. The malevolent smile was not one of kindness. Rather, it exuded a desire for unleashed violence. His attack on Frisia was not to rescue Raditz, but solely for the thrill of battle. In the next moment, Slug's fist remained unwithdrawn, swinging in an arc directly aimed at Raditz. Despite his massive frame, Slug's speed was deceptively swift, forcing Raditz to dodge frantically. With a full-throttle burst of energy, Raditz narrowly evaded the oncoming fist, the wind's razor-like force grazing his body and drawing blood. As Slug's punch passed, he prepared to continue his assault. But a furious roar echoed from afar. Frisia, engulfed in a brilliant white light, surged forward with a new star strike. "Slug, you've hurt me." The roar and rapid collision shattered the water's surface, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble, and the swirling air coalesced into a storm, all left behind in Frisia's wake. Slug hastily braced himself, but as he raised his hand, he was already struck in the abdomen. His enormous body recoiled, filthy saliva splattering, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Frisia relentlessly propelled him into the water, the intense heat causing the seawater to boil and mist to rise. Enraged, Frisia burst forth from the water, racing once more toward Raditz, his crimson eyes revealing an irresistible intent to kill. Desperate, Raditz gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, letting out a fierce roar. 20 times. With his current power, sustaining the 20-fold Kaioken would only be possible for a brief moment. Yet he had to seize the advantage and strike unexpectedly, otherwise he would be left to await his demise. Indeed, the moment the 20-fold Kaioken erupted, Frisia momentarily faltered. The scarlet energy wave roared outward, sending shockwaves across the water's surface, causing waves to rise and a torrent of crimson energy to burst forth. As terrifying energy burned like a fireball, around them, a tempestuous wind spiraled, sharp as the keenest blades, slicing through the air and producing a piercing sound. The terrifying energy blades surged forth, cleansing the area for miles around, grinding rocks into dust that was swept away by the howling wind. Seizing the instant Frisia was taken aback, Raditz launched his attack, a flash of red darting past as he flew toward Frisia, delivering a powerful punch that sank deep into Frisia's abdomen, his fist twisting to drive the force within. Frisia's eyes twitched in pain as he retaliated with a punch. Raditz leapt up, evading the hook, and then brought both feet down onto Frisia. Frisia plummeted rapidly, gritting his teeth to regain his balance, skimming over the surface of the water for dozens of meters, creating a cascade of splashes. "Damn it." Frisia's words were cut short as he looked up to see a dazzling light in the sky, a massive orb of energy hurtling toward him. Blazing shockwave. With a fierce roar, Raditz unleashed his full power, his muscles swelling to their utmost, veins bulging as his arms trembled, and thunderous roars echoed from his throat. A single explosive sound resonated, smoke billowing as Raditz gasped heavily, his body weighed down by immense fatigue. From the obscuring haze, Frisia's figure gradually emerged, his palm emitting wisps of smoke from deflecting the energy wave, yet his body remained unscathed. Raditz charged once more, moving at an astonishing speed, creating a crimson sphere of light that trailed like a flowing tassel in the air. Frisia met him head-on, a white sphere forming around him as they collided. They engaged in a relentless exchange, soaring from the sky to the ocean's surface, breaking through the earth, and returning to the sky. Their clash causing the very fabric of space to tremble, sparking with electricity. After several seemingly evenly matched encounters, Raditz intentionally distanced himself. He was panting heavily, his arms hanging limply at his sides. The strain of employing the 20-fold Kaioken had taken its toll. "Damn Saiyan, are you done for?" Frisia scoffed, but suddenly hesitated, his gaze drawn to the reflection on the water's surface. Above him hovered a colossal orb, radiating intense energy that shone with blinding brilliance, startling him. At that moment, Goku shouted from a distance, "Frisia, prepare to receive my attack." He swung his arms from above, sending a spirit bomb hurtling downward, aimed at Frisia's malevolent essence. Chapter 83, Mimetic Super Saiyan. The spirit bomb bore down upon Frisia, descending rapidly. Vegeta, who had just risen from beside Dandy, stared at the spirit bomb. Something lodged in his throat. Resurrected from the brink of death, Vegeta had greatly amplified his power, thanks to the healing abilities of the Namekians Dandy and Karker, as well as the formidable presence of Frisia. Previously, they had faced near-death crises with minimal enhancement due to weaker foes, unable to elicit the Saiyan's instinct to surpass their limits. This time, however, they had transcended their boundaries, yet, against Frisia, this newfound strength seemed woefully inadequate. Upon witnessing the spirit bomb, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, realizing he was powerless to assist. What if he were to die again? That was not an option. Continuous brushes with death in a short span would only lead to exhaustion, yielding little enhancement. Nearby, Piccolo had accepted Nail's request, completing their fusion, his power soaring beyond 2 million, with the revived Gohan at his side. "What a colossal force!" Gohan exclaimed. "What technique is that? Why have I never seen it before?" Vegeta inquired. Piccolo replied earnestly, "It's the Kaioken's ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. Only Goku and Raditz can wield it." "Damn it, those two." Vegeta felt a surge of anger, realizing he had fallen far behind. He gritted his teeth, fire igniting in his eyes. The Namekians also gazed in awe at the world-devouring energy sphere, their tongues clicking in astonishment. The spirit bomb, akin to a miniature sun, struck Frisia into the sea, creating a massive chasm in the ocean. The turbulent waves instantly inundating the surrounding low-lying land. Frisia's anguished cries echoed through the air, yet he found himself unable to dispel the immense energy sphere brimming with formidable life force. The terrifying force of annihilation sent shivers down his spine, as if he could foresee destruction and death. For the first time, Frisia felt a flicker of fear. However, escape was no longer an option. He could only resist while being propelled to the ocean's depths. His heart-wrenching screams resonated through the heavens, followed by a blinding white light that enveloped the space, casting a brilliant glow visible even from the cosmic expanse as it erupted from the planet's surface. As the radiance faded, an eerie silence descended upon the entire realm. The only sound was the relentless waves crashing against the shore, devoid of any other noise. In that moment, the world fell into despondence. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the water, crawling onto the shore. His distinctive crab-like head, wet from the water, retained its shape. In his grasp lay Raditz, now feeble and lifeless, being dragged onto the land. Raditz was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. The small island where Piccolo and the others stood had succumbed to the massive explosion of the spirit bomb, prompting them to fly over. Gohan rushed to embrace Goku, tears welling in his eyes. Only 5 or 6 Namekians remained, including 2 children, who cowered behind Piccolo, clearly regarding him as the last bastion of hope for their kind. Dandy, Kark, quickly tended to Raditz's wounds. Piccolo, having assimilated Nail, recognized his kin. Assimilation, while not altering one's personality, had indeed transformed Piccolo in some respects. Though young, Dandy and Kark were remarkably perceptive. They swiftly approached Raditz, their hands glowing with healing energy. "Thank you, but please hurry. Frisia is not dead yet," Raditz spoke feebly, his complexion pale. "Yes, of course," the 2 Namekian children replied with sweet smiles, fully aware that they were aiding a savior of their planet, and they exhibited utmost friendliness. However, a sudden malevolent presence assaulted the air. Swish, swish. 2 unforeseen beams of green light surged forth, striking Dandy and Kark with alarming speed. The children, defenseless, were instantly engulfed in a fiery explosion, their once cheerful faces now charred and unrecognizable. Raditz's pupils trembled as a warm liquid splattered upon him, causing his heart to momentarily falter. The eerie cackle of Slug rang in his ears. "Ha ha ha. Healing Namekians will not prevail against me. Now you are utterly helpless. Ha 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 ha." Having concealed himself after being heavily wounded by Frisia, Slug chose this moment of their complacency to reveal himself, convinced of his superiority in combat. He boasted loudly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, decimating the remaining survivors. Amidst the chaos, 2 more Namekians perished, while those fortunate enough to survive were grievously injured, collapsing to the ground. Raditz was also sent flying, tumbling across the earth, battered and bruised. Goku, fueled by rage, charged at Slug, but the disparity in their powers was insurmountable, and within mere seconds, he was knocked to the ground. In an effort to amplify the spirit bomb's potency, he had infused it with his own energy. Now, he found himself drained and overwhelmed. As Dandy and Kark fell straight down like carbon rods, a resounding crash echoed as their limbs shattered, turning to charred remnants in the aftermath of the explosion. Life slipped away so fragilely, and the ashen remains ignited Raditz's fury. How infuriating! Raditz growled hoarsely, a mix of a roar and rage. The healing Namekian was deceased, and the remaining Senzu beans were in Krillin's possession. Yet Krillin was nowhere to be found in this vast sea while searching for the Dragon Balls. The remaining fighters were only Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta, each possessing millions of units of power, but facing Shrag seemed like a fanciful dream. But would transferring energy to Raditz be effective? Vegeta couldn't help but hesitate. Piccolo, however, decisively transmitted his energy to Raditz. Yet in the next moment, a colossal hand descended, lunging at Piccolo. The alert Piccolo sensed danger but was unable to escape in time, falling prey to Shrag's grasp. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan cried out. "Heh, no use in calling out." Shrag snapped Piccolo's left arm like a mere toy, taunting, "If you have the ability, come save him. Otherwise, I shall assimilate him too." Piccolo screamed in agony, his face contorting in pain. Son Goku soared once more, only to be suppressed again by Shrag with a single hand. Enraged, Gohan could no longer endure, his fury erupting as he charged upward, bombarding Shrag with a relentless barrage of energy blasts, each striking Shrag's head with thunderous force. As the dust settled, Shrag remained unscathed, casting a disdainful glance at Gohan, his eyes flashing with electric light, and with a resounding impact, he knocked Gohan down. Simultaneously, his arm elongated, ensnaring Goku and violently slamming him into the ground. This kid is courting death. Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat and gritting his teeth, observed the grim fate of his comrades, his fist clenched tightly, glancing at Raditz, struggling internally. Vegeta heard Piccolo's agonizing cries and witnessed Shrag preparing for another assimilation. Finally, he unclenched his teeth and extended his hand toward Raditz, unleashing a torrent of energy. Just this once. Eliminate him. Absolutely. Receiving Vegeta's energy, Raditz's gaze shifted dramatically as he sought to unleash a higher multiplier of the Kaioken technique with his body. The roar was a manifestation of power. Raditz, at the peak of his strength, daringly released all the energy within him in one explosive surge. A torrent as fierce as a flood breaking through a dam. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and streaks of lightning crashed down with earth-shattering thunder. The ground trembled with a deep rumble, countless fragments of stone and dirt lifted into the air, suspended around Raditz. Cracks wove a chaotic pattern across the earth, trembling as they extended from the land to the sea. Shrag was momentarily stunned. The Raditz before him was unlike any he had encountered before, enveloped in golden flames, his hair standing upright in fierce defiance. Raditz himself was astonished. It was not a higher multiplier of the Kaioken, but rather the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Raditz was overwhelmed with elation as he felt a surge of power within him. With a forceful stomp, he charged directly at Slug, delivering a powerful punch that struck the side of Slug's face, sending him staggering backward and causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz reclaimed Piccolo and hurled him toward the land. Just then, a whirlwind erupted from the sea, heralding the return of Frieza. The sudden appearance of the cosmic tyrant was marked by a flying kick that sent Raditz sprawling, positioning himself protectively in front of Slug. Despite enduring the onslaught of the spirit bomb, Frieza bore injuries on his forehead and arms, with one of his fingers broken. Though he had never shown signs of fatigue, his breathing had quickened, and the seething rage within him elevated his energy to 70%. Damn Saiyans! How dare you injure me? Frieza's gaze fell upon Raditz, his eyes widening in disbelief. You've changed. Could it be? Have you transformed into a Super Saiyan? No, that is merely a legend, impossible. You are nothing but a wild monkey. Slug, too, sensed Raditz's overwhelming strength. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he turned to face the others, forming a triad of tension among the three. Hehe, Frieza, shall we join forces to take him down? We both harbor a deep-seated hatred for Saiyans. Raditz regarded the duo with steely resolve, an aura of murderous intent piercing the void, clashing with their martial fervor. Frieza remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed everything. The three stood at an impasse for what felt like an eternity, thunder rumbling ominously in the air. The battle seemed to have quieted, yet it erupted suddenly. Almost simultaneously, the three unleashed a terrifying wave of energy toward one another. Slug's fists were aimed at Raditz, while Raditz's legs targeted Slug, the two engaging in a fierce clash. Yet Frieza was not to be overlooked. He unleashed a devastating blow that crashed into Slug with immense force, sending the latter hurtling into the sea, prompting Raditz to retreat hastily. In the air, Frieza, filled with fury, twisted every joint in his body, producing ominous cracks. His crimson eyes reflecting the visage of a dreadful demon, his energy continuing to swell. Each of us is effectively a pair against one, he declared ominously. Chapter 84. The terror of 100. As Frieza amassed energy, a murderous intent took hold of him, and he resolved to unleash his full power to annihilate everyone at once. Initially, he had to warm up after transforming, and even after that, he had only utilized about 70 or 80% of his strength, believing he could swiftly conclude the battle. However, he was caught off guard by the combined efforts of Slug and Raditz. Now, at 70% power, he realized that these adversaries had grown stronger, with Raditz becoming a source of discomfort for him, reminiscent of the legendary Super Saiyan, a game that had gone on too long. Determined to leave no room for error, Frieza decided to end everything decisively. However, achieving his full 100% power required gathering sufficient energy. If he could just delay for a while longer, both the Namekians and Saiyans would be reduced to cosmic dust. His energy continued to swell. This monster, Vegeta, leaning against a rock, gasped in horror. Does Frieza truly have no end? Cursed be you, Kakarot. Can that spirit bomb be summoned once more? No. The energy from the nearby planets has already been exhausted. There is no more vitality to draw from. Goku collapsed onto the ground, shaking his head slightly. Is there truly no way out? Vegeta, with a sense of helplessness, let his hands fall, his voice tinged with an indescribable sorrow. Yet he would never flee. Driven both by the pride of a Saiyan and a flicker of hope for Raditz. At that moment, a golden silhouette streaked across his field of vision, moving so swiftly that he could barely distinguish it. It was Raditz. Raditz charged at Frieza with fists like lightning, tearing through the vacuum. Frisia, sensing the oncoming gale, instinctively shrank back, narrowly evading the electric-like punch. In an instant, Raditz vanished from sight, reappearing behind Frisia, his energy surging, delivering a kick like a blade. As swift as Raditz was, Frisia was not slow to react. Feeling the attack from behind, Frisia leapt upward, his tail snapping out to ensnare Raditz's leg. Utilizing the force of the kick, Frisia spun in midair, circling around to Raditz's side, launching a counterattack with his legs. "Begone!" Raditz scoffed coldly, raising one hand to unleash a torrent of white energy. The white energy engulfed Frisia, yet Raditz did not display a hint of triumph. He quickly evaded. In the next moment, Frisia broke through the white light, his fierce kicks slicing through the space Raditz had just occupied, creating a howling wind. "Huh!" In the distance, Slug roared as he charged forth, his fists like mountains, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Raditz and Frisia. Bang! Raditz met the attack with his own fists, generating dazzling arcs of electricity. Frisia swiftly dodged, propelling himself toward Raditz, delivering a fierce tail strike that sent Raditz crashing into the water. Instantly, tumultuous waves surged, churning the sea. However, Slug did not relent, his eyes glowing with emerald light as he blasted Frisia's left arm, sending him flying. Just as Frisia regained his footing, the waves below surged violently, a shadow leaping forth, prompting him to leap away and unleash a Kamehameha wave. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely an energy blast that had been propelled outward. Damn it, not this. Frisia's gaze shifted, sensing a presence behind him. He spun around just in time to see there. With a graceful turn, he flung out a beam of white light, once again colliding with the energy blast in a brilliant explosion. "Not again," Frisia exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. "Right here." Frisia quickly turned back, only to find Raditz delivering a powerful punch, energy surging forth, causing Frisia's body to reverberate violently, having just gained the upper hand. A colossal hand descended from above, as if the heavens themselves were crashing down. Raditz had no choice but to abandon his assault, erupting with energy to retreat, leaving Frisia to be struck down by the force. Boom! Lightning flickered fiercely, its resounding echoes shaking the very heavens, as a blinding flash illuminated the grim and unyielding sky, casting the jagged rocks into ghastly forms. Fierce winds howled, sweeping across the land and oceans, engulfing the entire planet in their wake. The atmosphere reeked of impending doom. Boom! The violent clashes persisted, as the energy of Raditz and Slug collided, erupting in thunderous roars, a series of colossal explosions igniting the horizon, causing the ground to tremble as if it were on the verge of splitting apart. Raditz's combat prowess surpassed that of Slug. In their fierce one-on-one battle, Slug gradually faltered, his breath becoming erratic. After several exchanges, Slug endured numerous blows, his stamina waning. Could the Kaioken reach such heights? No, that was not it. The Kaioken did not manifest a golden aura. Goku stared in awe at Raditz's golden energy, his voice trembling. While others may misunderstand the Kaioken, Goku possessed profound knowledge of its burdensome toll on the body, often restricting its use to brief moments. Moreover, the intensity of one's physique correlates with the multiplier. How could the severely injured Raditz possibly employ a higher level of Kaioken? But if that was not the Kaioken, what could it be? It was the Super Saiyan indeed. A Super Saiyan, Vegeta suddenly shouted, his eyes shimmering with admiration and longing. Having never witnessed a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was convinced that this was the manifestation of that legendary form, and all his hopes and aspirations surged forth, causing his body to tremble with uncontainable excitement. Yet Goku shuddered in fear at another presence, his own body quaking uncontrollably. Above the sea, Frisia slowly emerged, his form undergoing a dramatic transformation from lean to robust, accompanied by an astonishing surge of energy. This was dire. Raditz kicked Slug away and swiftly retreated. In the midst of their struggle, they had overlooked Frisia, who had gathered energy while submerged in water, now reaching his ultimate state. 100%, 120 million. Frisia then soared into the air, a radiant orb forming around him, and in an instant, a cacophony of explosions pierced the air. His speed was such that even Raditz could only perceive fleeting shadows. When the thunderous sound ceased, Raditz turned his head, only to find Frisia's fist buried deep within Slug's abdomen, the force of the blow ripping through flesh and creating a gaping wound. In quick succession, a flurry of attacks rained down, each one unyielding. "No!" Slug bellowed in a hoarse voice, his confidence, born of power, swiftly morphing into frenzied terror. He stared incredulously at Frisia, a whirlwind of fear, doubt, panic, and despair washing over his aged countenance. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known, he would have quietly fled instead of inflating his ego and provoking Frisia. Just moments ago, he had harbored a sliver of hope that he could vanquish Frisia and gradually usurp the Frost Demon Clan's dominion in the cosmos. At that moment, he longed to have never set foot on that accursed planet Namek. He harbored a profound loathing for the calculating Saiyan, Darius. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. The furious energy wave unleashed by Frisia had already erupted, penetrating his very being and sending him hurtling away. Heart-wrenching agony and boundless despair consumed all his senses, his body convulsing as Shrag diminished once more, drifting away like a solitary leaf upon the water. Frisia turned his gaze, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Raditz, it is your turn. Vegeta trembled, Piccolo shuddered, and the entire planet quaked. Chapter 85, A Cataclysm Across the Cosmos. First update. With a thunderous roar, lightning cleaved the somber skies of Namek, illuminating the darkness with flickering brilliance that adorned Frisia like a delicate sheen. The tumultuous aura tore through the deep, dark ocean, as fierce winds howled with piercing cries. The smoke from the explosions billowed away with the wind. Yet the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered ominously between the two combatants. Frisia launched himself into the fray, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Raditz. The rapid onslaught surged beneath a sphere of light, his form shooting forth, creating a shockwave in the air, leaving Raditz barely able to catch a glimpse of the fleeting shadow. Here it comes. The gust of wind rushed towards him, and instinct reacted swifter than thought. Without hesitation, Raditz raised his arms in defense. Bang! The heavy fist struck like a shooting star. Raditz managed to block the blow with his hands. Yet the immense force relentlessly propelled him backward, an unending torrent of power crashing against him. Blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered back, his arms trembling violently, the vital energy within him roiling. Just a single punch, and I, Raditz, find myself wiping away blood with the back of my hand, my pupils suddenly constricting. Frisia was upon him again, offering no respite. A barrage of attacks rained down on Raditz. Initially, he managed to fend off a few strikes. But as the battle wore on, his efforts grew increasingly laborious. Gradually, each blow from Frisia found its mark, each more devastating than the last. The pseudo-Super Saiyan state remained unstable, and after enduring a series of brutal strikes, the golden aura surrounding Raditz began to wane ominously. This is bad. Raditz's demise is merely a matter of time, Vegeta lamented, gazing skyward with concern. Frisia's full might was utterly terrifying. Piccolo, clutching his severed arm, felt a profound despair rise within him. Indeed, it was futile. No, you still have a chance. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the depths of the ocean, hoarse and muffled. Yet within its frailty lay a glimmer of resolve. Following the sound, Shrag was seen struggling to crawl ashore, his remaining life force fading, expending every ounce of energy to reach the land as if it consumed all his strength. Shrag? The others on shore exclaimed in unison. Your vitality is truly remarkable, Piccolo scoffed. Approaching Shrag, let me assist you on your journey. Kill me, and you shall find it impossible to defeat Frisia, Shrag replied with a sinister grin. Clawing his way up the rocky shore, exhausted from his efforts, he gasped for breath, each inhalation tainted with blood. As Piccolo approached, he disregarded the fervent declarations of his opponent, raising his arm high, fingers splayed like claws, poised to strike. Assimilate with me, and you shall defeat Frisia, Shrag declared with palpable frustration. Assimilate? Piccolo's attack abruptly halted, his sharp nails mere inches from Shrag's heart, a crisp crack echoing from his knuckles. Indeed, I could amalgamate with several mediocre warriors to yield such power. If you were to merge with me, we could undoubtedly vanquish Frisia. Blood erupted from Shrag's mouth, his eyes dimming, vitality waning. He was on the brink of death, having endured Frisia's merciless assault, and his survival thus far was miraculous. Perhaps influenced by the persona of the Namekian warrior he had assimilated, Shrag, even in his final moments, willingly offered himself. For a fleeting moment, Piccolo hesitated. At that juncture, Raditz, battered and bloodied, bore the scars of countless strikes, crimson droplets cascading from the heavens, his golden aura flickering ever dimmer, on the verge of collapse. The sheer magnitude of Frisia's power exceeded all imagination. To survive, assimilation appeared to be a prudent choice. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo resolved to press his hand against Shrag's chest. If I sense any treachery, I shall expel you immediately. Huh, with my condition, what can I do but grant you strength? Shrag retorted. Let it be so. With a cold snort, Piccolo conjured a radiant white glow in his hand, as Shrag's throat erupted in a spurt of blood, producing a final, desperate cry. Accompanying this cry, a monumental beam of light surged upwards, piercing the molten depths of the earth, breaking through the tumultuous clouds, seemingly freezing all of space in its wake. Even Frisia involuntarily turned his head to gaze upon it. As the blinding brilliance gradually waned, Frisia beheld not Piccolo nor Shrag, but an entirely new Namekian. This Namekian exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. Vegeta and Goku were left in stunned silence. Shrag and Piccolo had fused into one entity, their combined aura reaching unfathomable heights. Is this truly Piccolo? Goku exclaimed. It is impossible for two individuals to unite and achieve such power, Vegeta began. But his voice faltered as Piccolo unleashed a surge of energy, far surpassing his previous might. Even Frisia's eyes widened in shock, displaying a rare expression of concern. This was not merely a Namekian, but a Super Namekian. Frisia, your demise is imminent. Raditz, ultimately succumbing to his injuries, staggered. His hair once standing on end now settling like a deflated feline. With it, the golden glow dissipated. A Super Namekian? Frisia's brow twitched, his eyes narrowing with malice as he cast a scornful glance at Raditz, lashing out with his tail to strike him down. Almost simultaneously, Piccolo bellowed with ferocity, propelled forward within a sphere of white energy, carving a luminous arc through the air. So swift, Frisia thought, momentarily blinded, as he realized that Piccolo's speed had surpassed his own. In the next instant, a thunderous impact reverberated as the iron fist struck Frisia, causing the air to explode with a cacophony, sending ripples through the atmosphere. Frisia was propelled skyward by the force of the blow, his desperate attempt to block it resulting in his arm being shattered. The astonishing scene unfolded before Raditz, transcending even the initial stage of Super Saiyan, rivaling the might displayed by Trunks when he defeated the mechanical Frisia. Unfazed by the shock of the others, Piccolo surged forward, delivering another punch directly to Frisia's face. With a resounding thud, blood erupted, and Frisia's mouth spilled crimson droplets as his body, propelled by the force of the strikes, shattered the air resistance and soared into the heavens. The once mighty cosmic tyrant found himself enveloped in a suffocating dread beneath the weight of two devastating blows. His eyes bulged, wide as saucers, filled with rage and disbelief. Pain radiated from his abdomen, face, and arms, as if he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss. In that moment, a wave of green energy, expansive and fierce, reflected in Frisia's eyes, resembling a monstrous beast poised to consume him. It was too late to evade. He could only muster the resolve to withstand it. Piccolo bellowed, his voice echoing like the tearing of the heavens. A magnificent radiance, entwined with swirling malevolence, illuminated the void, obliterating the dark clouds and thunder within its brilliance. The rampant energy surged forth, parting the very fabric of existence, breaking through the atmosphere, and launching into the cosmos. No! Frisia's despairing cry echoed, stretching from the ground to the sky, piercing the veil of the universe. A figure was thrust into the vast expanse of space. Chapter 86. The Catastrophic Crisis of Planetary Destruction. Second update. Damn those Scions. Damn those Namekians. Frisia, bloodied and bruised, had reverted from his full power, his tail severed, and his left arm hanging limply, struggling to breathe. As he opened his mouth, blood spewed forth, staining his lips a deeper crimson. Alas, in the vastness of the cosmos, his complaints and fury could not resonate beyond his own mind. Frisia's inner turmoil roared. How could the Cosmic Emperor be defeated? How could a mere Namekian reduce him to such a pitiful state? They all shall perish, though he loathed to admit it. He recognized the grave crisis of planetary annihilation, understanding that Piccolo's prowess far surpassed his own. The Ice Demon race had encountered a formidable adversary. His dignity and pride lay in tatters. In a fit of madness, Frisia seethed with rage, a cold, sinister smile creeping across his face. Then I shall obliterate you all. The last time I beheld the fires of destruction was over 20 years ago on planet Vegeta. Ha! His maniacal laughter echoed, sending pain through his very bones as his wounds throbbed. Yet, Frisia disregarded the agony, exhilaration overshadowing his suffering, as a small red sphere began to coalesce at his fingertips. The planetary destruction ball. It was this very technique that annihilated planet Vegeta over 2 decades ago, and now the scene was set to repeat itself. However, the power behind this attack was far greater than its predecessor. The crimson sphere of light upon his finger was enveloped by flickering lightning, initially no larger than an egg. Yet, with a few flashes of electricity, it abruptly swelled into a colossal entity several hundred meters in diameter. The surface of the red luminescence pulsated like a miniature sun, radiating an unapproachable brilliance. You shall all be reduced to ashes, Frisia sneered, gesturing with his finger as the immense, blazing sphere hurtled toward Namek. Before it even struck the surface, the energy shock wave had already disturbed the atmosphere. A tempest raged endlessly, magma erupted from the ground like pillars, and the earth fractured, fissures spreading across the entire planet. On Namek, everyone could see the fireball, akin to a sun, approaching them. If this high-purity energy projectile descended, Namek and all its inhabitants would surely meet their doom. It must not fall, Piccolo! Raditz shouted vehemently. Piccolo turned to cast a cold glance at Raditz, blood streaming from his eye sockets, the frigid intent in his gaze reminiscent of the fierce winds of the farthest north in winter. Raditz was taken aback, for he beheld the swirling malevolence in Piccolo's eyes. This was not the Piccolo he knew. That was pure malevolence. Their gazes met and swiftly parted. Raditz involuntarily stumbled backward, colliding with the icy rocks, a chill creeping down his spine. But Piccolo did not spare him another glance. He faced the descending harbinger of destruction, his pupils constricting sharply as he raised both hands, unleashing an unremarkable shockwave. The green wave, merely a few meters in diameter, paled in comparison to the cataclysmic fireball. And upon collision with its surface, it was effortlessly repelled, like a stream encountering a stubborn boulder. Nevertheless, Piccolo remained undeterred. A cold glint ignited in his eyes as he snapped his arm, amplifying the shockwave's power instantly. Under the influence of the formidable Dark Will of Charon, he regained the essence of the Dark King. This malevolence unveiled his cruel and wicked instincts. What did it matter if he was a cosmic emperor? He was destined to slay the king. The seething fireball, propelled by the shockwave, astonishingly halted its advance and began to retreat. In the void of space, Frieza witnessed his planet-destroying projectile being pushed back, propelled by Piccolo's shockwave, rapidly closing in on him, threatening to engulf him. How could he be attacked by his own power? Frieza unleashed another strike, launching another planet-destroying orb, which collided with the first, attempting to use the pressure of energy to force the destruction back. Yet, Piccolo remained unfazed. With a fierce roar, he amplified the shockwave's might, causing countless rocks and soil to be drawn into the air, as if the very heavens were reversed. The two destruction orbs could not halt their advance, the blazing fireball now mere inches from Frieza, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour him. Damn it! The once mighty cosmic emperor let out a desperate cry, consumed by the very destruction he had unleashed. Frieza's gaze was hazy, as if his world was crumbling before him. The sound faded, his vision blurred, and even his sensations began to dissolve. He was engulfed in energy, propelled by Piccolo's shockwave into the far reaches of the cosmos. The turbulence of the atmosphere and the tumultuous waves gradually subsided. The molten lava that had erupted slowly descended. The apocalyptic scene was frozen on the ravaged planet, which, despite not being immediately obliterated, had become uninhabitable. Piccolo had vanquished Frieza, a triumphant smile spreading across his cold visage, revealing sharp teeth and eyes wide with a chilling intensity. He opened his arms to the sky, unleashing a long, thunderous laugh, each echo resonating like a clap of thunder. What terrifying power! Piccolo had grown immensely strong. Goku and Raditz leaned on each other, their stamina utterly depleted. Yet within this overwhelming energy lurked an unsettling sensation. Vegeta grasped Gohan by the ankle, dragging him along the ground toward the two. His complexion was grim, the aura of Piccolo sending shivers down his spine as though he were facing Frieza himself. Run! Raditz recalled their earlier exchange of glances, a chill creeping into his heart. Seizing the moment while Piccolo was distracted, they needed to flee. He was no longer the Piccolo they knew. Just as Goku's voice emerged, it was drowned out by Raditz's desperate shout. Run! Vegeta, clutching Gohan, darted ahead, followed swiftly by Goku and Raditz. Their remaining energy was scant. They had to evacuate post-haste. The remaining Namekians were no longer their concern. If they perished, they could rely on the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Their foremost task was to find a safe haven and survive. However, Piccolo suddenly ceased his shouting, a cold glint flickering in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the four of them. In an instant, he closed the distance that had seemed so vast. And with a crack of the air, a shockwave rippled through the void. You shall not escape from me, the great demon King Piccolo. You are all obstacles to my dominion over this world. As he raised his hand, a brilliantly colored orb of energy coalesced, its highly compressed power surpassing even Frieza's planet-destroying blast. No one could withstand this blow. In that dire moment, Raditz whistled a hastily formed tune, its unpracticed notes escaping his lips. Chapter 87, The Saiyan Bastion. Planet Namek was on the brink of collapse, the fierce battles ravaging it moment by moment. Furthermore, a towering, lush forest stood, voraciously absorbing the essence of the earth. The Tree of Might had rejuvenated. Dallas stood beneath its canopy, leaning against the massive spacecraft of Shrek, a Dragon Ball beside him and the bodies of Namekians strewn around him. Tien and Nappa stood across from him, breathless and battered. Just moments ago, as Frieza and Raditz engaged in their fierce conflict, a brutal battle had also unfolded here. Dallas's long-planned scheme had finally reached its climactic conclusion. Initially, upon learning that the group led by Raditz had engaged in combat with Slug and seized the Dragon Balls, he resolved to escape Slug's surveillance. However, during his flight, he refrained from taking Slug's 3 Dragon Balls, as the Namekian Dragon Balls were too cumbersome to carry. By luring Slug into battle, he intended to commandeer Slug's spaceship. Moreover, Having pilfered 5 Dragon Balls, some from beneath Frisia's very feet and others through his own endeavors, he felt confident. Although Frisia's legion of scouts had been entirely obliterated, he still possessed one that he had salvaged. Early on, he detected the faint life signals of the surviving Namekians and, once he acquired Frisia's Dragon Balls, he planned to contest the 2 remaining here. When Dallas arrived to seize the Dragon Balls, the defenders, Tien and Nappa, rose in defiance. After their escape from Earth, Dallas had significantly enhanced his power, having consumed numerous fruits from the Tree of Might. However, Tien and Nappa, through rigorous training in the gravity chamber and the Elder's awakening of their latent potential, also experienced a rapid surge in strength, leading to an evenly matched confrontation. What was initially expected to be a swift resolution transformed into a fierce battle. Dallas endured several hits, particularly suffering from Tien's kikaho, which left a lingering pain in his back. Nonetheless, the injuries sustained by his opponents were even more severe, their energy reserves critically depleted. How have your powers increased so dramatically? Dallas inquired, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he scrutinized Tien and Nappa with a grave expression. None of your business. Tien retorted with a disdainful huff. Is that so? You carry quite the bravado. Do you believe that landing a few hits on me renders you significant? Dallas, incensed by Tien's demeanor, tightened his fists in a menacing display. I possess techniques you cannot evade. Preposterous. Were it not for Nappa's assistance, you would have perished 1,000 times over, Earthling. Do not overestimate yourself. Then allow me to demonstrate the might of an Earthling. Tien unexpectedly launched himself forward, arms extended towards Dallas. He recognized that continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to defeat. Thus, he dared to attempt his new technique. Nappa, noticing this, hastened to follow, but was ultimately a moment too late. Solar flare? Humph. I have long since seen through this move. Dallas, having anticipated Tien's initiation, prepared himself mentally. Indeed. As Tien bellowed the solar flare, a dazzling golden light flashed forth. Dallas leaped nimbly, evading the radiance with disdainful scoff, and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Tien's midsection, catching the latter momentarily off guard. The 4-way split technique is an old trick. Dallas grinned, reveling in his perceived superiority as he had anticipated Tien's actions. The audacity to charge forth alone surely indicated preparation. At the moment the solar flare was unleashed, he had sensed the shadow lurking behind him, poised to strike. Yet, why was there only one? The answer would soon unfold. 2 additional Tien Shinhan figures emerged, forming a triangular formation with the original on the ground, each extending 4 arms in the state of the 4 witches' fist. Each hand was charged with a single-handed key cannon. 12 rounds of key cannons, arranged in a triangular formation, struck with no blind spots. This was what Tien Shinhan referred to as an inescapable technique. Infuriating, Dale swung his head from side to side, scanning for an opening, and soared into the air. However, the key cannons immediately followed with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous barrage of 12 shots filled the air with smoke and dust, saturating the atmosphere with a tangy scent. The ground trembled violently, resonating with the distant pillars of light. That Ba couldn't help but grin. This kid has his merits. Yet, after unleashing 4 bodies of the 4 witches' fist and key cannons, Tien Shinhan's energy was significantly depleted. The various clones swiftly returned to the original body, their forms overlapping until they coalesced into one. Damn it! Behind the thick smoke, Dales's roar echoed. Immediately after, a white energy beam pierced through the dense fog, charging towards Tien Shinhan and propelling the weakened fighter into the rocky mountain. The boulder cracked, sending countless debris flying, as dust rose to reveal a thin veil of grim haze. Within the cloud of smoke emerged a bloodied figure, Dale's. His battle attire was tattered and torn, blood spattered across his forehead, and a piece of armor on his chest lay shattered, with a charred patch on his back emitting a foul odor. Despite his disheveled state, his eyes glimmered with fierce determination, exuding an aura of terror. Moments before, it was he who had sent Tien Shinhan flying into the boulder with a single punch. Gritting his teeth, Dales gasped for air, seething at the audacity of this mere earthling to employ such tricks. Coughing, Tien Shinhan lay amidst the rubble, sprawled out with his body forming a large character. He had endured Dales' strike and felt as though his body had come undone. He never anticipated that his ultimate technique would be insufficient against Dales. Struggling to raise himself slightly, he gazed intently. That Ba, I'm counting on you. Tien Shinhan and that Ba were not well acquainted, their styles markedly different, yet they shared a mutual pursuit of strength. Witnessing Tien Shinhan's ultimate technique stirred a sense of admiration within that Ba. That Ba? Together, you two might barely withstand my onslaught. Dale sneered ominously, grotesquely licking his own blood. Despite his injuries, Dales remained confident, charging forward and colliding with that Ba's robust form. The clash of energies sent ripples through the air. A tempest of force unleashed. In the next moment, gritting his teeth, the boss stumbled backward, a sharp crack resonating from his arm, followed by a cry of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Dales delivered a powerful kick, sending that boss sprawling. Without a moment's pause, Dales darted forward, landing a punch squarely in that boss' abdomen. In a moment of desperation, that boss swung a heavy fist but only struck Dales' arm. Though Dales winced from the pain, he quickly retaliated with a kick, landing another hit. Boom, boom, boom. After several exchanges, Dales maintained a firm upper hand. With a final, resounding blow, that Naba was sent crashing to the ground. The earth sinking several meters beneath him, shattering in the surrounding area. Can you still rise? Dales regarded the struggling Naba with disdain. Yet, mere seconds later, his brow furrowed in surprise as he witnessed the sight of Naba slowly rising to his feet. Naba pushed himself up, his legs trembling, but he still managed to stand. Ah, quite resilient, aren't you? Did you not look down upon me, this lowly scion? Why are you still unable to defeat me? A chilling light gleamed in Dales' eyes. You are the lowly one. Naba's face, marked by rugged flesh, quivered, his sturdy arms crossed before him, shielding his head. As he fixed a determined gaze upon Dales' grotesque visage. After the battle on Earth, his previous confidence had been utterly shattered, yet Raditz did not humiliate him. Instead, he guided him in training, helping him regain the confidence of a scion. He trained as fervently as Vegeta, if not more. For Raditz had proclaimed that with his potential, he could undoubtedly become immensely powerful. He was the toughest of men among the Saiyots. He must grow stronger. He is the bastion of the Saiyots. Dales, if you have the guts, don't just talk. Come at me. Naba tensed his body, energy surging forth, enveloping him in a formidable aura. Dales' eyes twitched as he charged at Naba. His hand transformed into a claw, slicing through the air like lightning, shattering Naba's defenses and obliterating his protective barrier. With a crash, he sent Naba flying. In the blink of an eye, Naba fell once more, 3 bloody gashes appearing on his forearm, crimson blood gushing forth. Aren't you so proud? Stand up and show me. Dales' jaw dropped in disbelief as Naba, against all odds, stood up once again. His massive form trembled as he slowly regained his footing, his legs likely devoid of strength. Yet somehow he summoned the will to stand before Dales once more. I am not yet defeated. Humph. Dales' expression darkened, fury igniting within him. You shall die. With a sinister smile, he launched himself forward, channeling all his strength into a single hand, ruthlessly striking toward Naba's chest. Naba summoned his last reserves of energy, extending his hands in a desperate defense. I shut tight. He knew he could not withstand this blow, only hoping to resist as best as he could and leave the rest to fate. Boom. A colossal force crashed down upon him, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. Yet, in the next instant, Dales was sent hurtling backward, his battle suit tearing apart, blood spraying everywhere. It seems someone dares to harm my comrade. How fortuitous, for I have just emerged from the gates of death, my temper flaring. Raditz stood protectively in front of Naba, his eyes radiating a chilling indifference. Chapter 88. The Damned Must Perish. 4th update. Dales was propelled several hundred meters back, leaving a human-shaped imprint upon the mountainside. I could not defeat him, Naba gasped, his face pale, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Raditz stood resolutely in front, his condition far from ideal, speaking with labored breaths. You have done exceedingly well. Receiving your praise feels rather peculiar. In the past, it was always those in higher positions who lauded Raditz, but now the roles have been reversed. Therefore, during our next encounter in Tekken, I shall grant you an additional move, as promised. It seems that Dallas, as if his wishes had been fulfilled, collapsed straight down. Behind him, Goku and Vegeta descended slowly with Gohan, while Krillin and Tomat, who had just arrived, followed the signal from the radar to regroup. Initially, Krillin had been searching the ocean with Tomat, but after failing to find any trace, he was compelled to return to the canyon to retrieve the radar before embarking once more. He soon discovered several Dragon Balls moving at high speed, prompting him to pursue them. However, Dallas's constant repositioning of the Dragon Balls had delayed Krillin's arrival. Krillin, give Tien some Senza beans. His energy is nearly depleted. Everything is fine. Krillin had only just arrived and was unaware of the unfolding events, reflecting that everyone appeared quite weakened. Yet, in comparison, Tien was teetering on the brink of death. The excessive usage of his Kikaho was exceedingly perilous. Especially after unleashing a dozen blasts, merely retaining a breath was a testament to his fortitude. As everyone surveyed their surroundings, they beheld towering trees once again rising from the planet's surface. The fruits upon them had ripened somewhat, and the ecological balance of Namek had been utterly devastated. Lava erupted from the ground, and the continent fractured into small islands, while tsunamis and storms relentlessly assaulted the area. The sky was shrouded in gloom, illuminated by flashes of lightning that mingled with brilliant sparks, creating a conflagration of chaos. Dallas emerged amidst the brilliance of the lightning, half of his form cloaked in light, the other half shrouded in shadow. These fools have somehow survived. Frisia is certainly a fool. Yet, observing their condition, he noted their evident weakness. If they consume a few more fruits, Dallas muttered, his expression darkening, my plan had no flaws. All battles had been meticulously calculated, and ample time remained for me. Once I acquire the last Dragon Ball, I shall wish for an immortal body. To his astonishment, Raditz and the others managed to survive. He was loath to waste his previous efforts, especially with all the Dragon Balls he had painstakingly collected aboard his ship. Wiping the blood from his lips, Dallas set his sights on the fruits atop the tree. The ripe fruits, with their alluring hues, beckoned to be plucked. Seizing the opportunity while Raditz and the others conversed, Dallas soared toward the treetop, swiftly grasping several fruits and devoured them ravenously, fearing interruption. However, he was astonished to see Raditz and the others merely watching him ascend, seemingly devoid of any intention to intervene. Had they truly exhausted their strength? Dallas appeared to forget the pain of his recent interception, lost in his fantasies as he greedily seized and consumed the fruits of the Tree of Might. Dallas, have you had enough? Come down immediately. Raditz called out coolly. Have you finally decided to stop me? Alas, it is too late. Come down. I want you all dead. The arrogant Dales clutched the last ripe fruit in his hand, landing steadily as he gazed at the weary Raditz and his companions, an unusual excitement coursing through him. Your recent ambush has truly angered me. Out of respect for our old acquaintance, I offer you this counsel. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, a spray of blood erupted forth. As Dales was violently hurled away, his ribcage shattered. Raditz pressed his elbow against Dales, pinning him against the mountainside, driving him several meters deep. Blood splattered across Raditz's face and body, further painting his already battered form in a tragic and terrifying light. Dales stared incredulously at the man before him, panting heavily and appearing utterly spent. How could he still possess such strength? He was unaware that even the most feeble tiger would not succumb to a mere cat. Another spurt of blood escaped Dales, and he felt as though his lungs were being crushed. A single blow had brought him to the brink of death. The fruit. The fruit of the spirit tree. Instinctively, Dales thought of consuming it. If he ingested enough of the spirit tree's fruit, he would surely grow powerful. He clutched one tightly in his hand and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth. The crimson liquid stained the fruit even more vividly as he trembled, biting into it. The gushing blood from his throat mingled with the flesh of the fruit, causing his face to alternate between shades of blue and white until he finally swallowed. Then, an exaggerated expression of delight spread across Dales's features, as if he had found redemption. Without uttering a word, Raditz delivered a powerful blow, shattering Dales's body, leaving behind a bizarre expression on his face, one of madness and delusion. Damn it, he must perish. Dales lamentably believed that the fruit of the spirit tree was his sole means of enhancement, thus revealing his inner weakness and ignorance. His schemes had amounted to little, and in the end, he fell victim to sheer force, dying in a pitiful and insignificant manner. Vegeta merely responded with a cold laugh. Raditz cast a lingering glance at the corpse before descending, urgently calling out, Piccolo will be here soon. The whistle can only hold him temporarily, and the shockwave he unleashed has already damaged the core. It won't be long before Namek explodes. We must leave at once. Recalling the ferocious Piccolo from not long ago sent an inexplicable chill through Raditz and the others. That power was terrifying. Had Raditz not had the presence of mind to blow the whistle, they would all be dead by now. Even so, the uncontrollable Piccolo continued to release energy. Explosive shockwaves tearing through the sky and penetrating the earth, reaching the very core. Disaster struck at that moment, as Namek, ensnared by the spirit tree, faced an even greater threat of annihilation. The dead star and the exploding star were, in essence, scarcely different. Klein, puzzled, inquired, Piccolo, what has happened to him? There is no time to explain. Prepare to launch the spaceship. Raditz reached for the capsule, only to find an empty space, his face paling in an instant. The capsule was gone. The capsule entrusted to Krillin contained essential supplies and daily tools, yet the spaceship was personally safeguarded by Raditz. Amidst the fierce battle, his attire was surely in tatters, prompting Raditz to thoughtfully stow the capsule in his pants pocket. However, fate had other plans. His trousers were blasted away, taking with them the most crucial capsule. The adage that pants cannot be destroyed is not absolute. It seems that next time, the safest and most secure option will be to conceal it within his undergarments. As for Shrag's spaceship, it had already been penetrated by a gaping hole during the skirmish. Tien, having regained his strength, approached Raditz. Wait a moment, We have the Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed in delight. Tien, carrying Gohan and Daba, chimed in, indeed. We can wish upon the Dragon Balls. Chapter 89. The Wish. One Dragon Ball lay beneath the sacred tree. Upon his arrival, the Namekians mistakenly believed Darius to be Goku. Thus, when Darius expressed his desire for a Dragon Ball, they promptly unearthed one and presented it to him. Darius, caught off guard, had prepared various techniques for interrogation and coercion, yet he found himself in possession of a Dragon Ball without needing to employ any of them. Ultimately, this stroke of fortune was interrupted by Daba and Tien. Otherwise, Darius would have indeed succeeded. Currently, apart from the one that had been excavated, another remained buried deep underground. The radar indicated that the remaining 5 were aboard Shrag's derelict spaceship. The group hastened to gather the Dragon Balls together. Observing that each Dragon Ball retained its crystalline clarity, Raditz breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that the Namekian Dragon Balls were still potent and that the Grand Elder was alive. Similar to the Dragon Balls of Earth, the lives of their creators were intricately linked to the Dragon Balls, with the Grand Elder being the creator of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Tracing back to their origins, the Namekian Dragon Balls were merely fragments shed from the Super Dragon Balls, and the miraculous ability to grant wishes was not bestowed by the Namekians themselves, but rather a gift from the dragon god Shinran. The esteemed dragon clan among the Namekians were those who received this divine blessing, crafting the Dragon Balls and establishing their connection to the dragon. This elder is the oldest and most powerful Namekian still in existence. However, his advanced age renders him susceptible to death at any moment, particularly in such a cataclysmic environment where unforeseen calamities are inevitable. The impending doom looms closer, and the Grand Elder could pass away at any time. Even more alarmingly, Piccolo's energy surged once again. Not long ago, Raditz had interrupted Piccolo with a whistle, and under the mental strain, Piccolo had unleashed a frenzy barrage, seemingly teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown, grappling with conflicting personas within, clutching his head in agony, thus delaying his pursuit. At this moment, a powerful and malevolent energy was swiftly approaching. Piccolo's energy is stirring. Quickly make a wish, Raditz urged. We must act swiftly. Currently, no one can withstand Piccolo. Yet, at the moment Goku uttered the incantation, the Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. Was the incantation flawed? Krillin attempted it as well, yet it remained ineffective. How could such a simple sequence of 5 words pose a problem? Anxiety gripped the crowd as they sensed the mounting fury of Piccolo. Suddenly, a realization struck. The language of Namek must be used. Raditz recalled the conditions for summoning. The Dragon Balls of Namek could only be summoned and wished upon in their native tongue. Yet, the Namekians around them had all perished. Would they reach the Grand Elder in time? It seemed unlikely. By the time they arrived, the planet might very well explode. Were they to be trapped here indefinitely? I speak Namekian. A voice suddenly startled the group, and they turned in unison, as if they had spotted a savior. Tuma flew forth, wings flapping, and boldly exclaimed, Come forth, eternal dragon. Although he did not comprehend the Namekian language, the long string of incomprehensible sounds caused the Dragon Balls to shimmer with radiance. Tuma was indeed their savior. Raditz once again recognized the prowess of this individual. In an instant, the thunder grew more intense, dark clouds thickened, and a golden light soared skyward. Electric sparks illuminated the surroundings, and a mighty roar echoed across the land, like the drums of the divine reverberating through the earth. This spectacle dwarfed that of the Earth-S dragon. Witnessing such a breathtaking scene, Krillin instinctively recoiled, while even the seasoned Goku was taken aback. Golden light erupted, infused with tremendous power, as a colossal and awe-inspiring figure spiraled through the sky, ultimately revealing its true form. The enormous dragon towered nearly 100 meters high, its body of vibrant green, adorned with black spikes atop its head and back. Unlike the Earth-S dragon, its arms were remarkably robust, with its lower body seamlessly merging with its tail and the Dragon Balls. Behind the dragon lay a desolate planet and a rampant mystical tree, creating a stark contrast against the somber sky and the brilliant golden glow. The Namekian dragon was named Purunga, significantly larger than its Earth counterpart, its might and prowess beyond compare. Despite Raditz and his companions possessing combat power in the millions, they still felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of the dragon. Purunga's crimson eyes scanned the people below, and it let out a resounding roar. You may voice your wishes. I can grant any desire, but only 3. 3. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Earth-S dragon could grant but a single wish, yet the Namekian dragon possessed triple the capacity. However, Raditz understood that the Namekian dragon could resurrect only one individual per wish, which from this perspective seemed inferior to the Earth-S dragon. Tuma first cleansed Piccolo of his malevolent thoughts. Hurry, he is drawing near. Everyone sensed the powerful aura rapidly approaching, on the verge of breaking through the canyon. which lay directly before them. Tuma immediately complied, opening his mouth to speak, but a louder voice eclipsed his own, resonating from afar, growing ever closer. And it too was in Namekian. "Grant King Piccolo eternal life." The cry of Piccolo caused Barunga to abruptly raise his head, his crimson eyes gleaming with a sudden light. In that fleeting moment, everyone was taken aback. Piccolo had indeed seized the initiative. Barunga, indifferent to who had gathered the Dragon Balls, understood that any wish would be granted. As his eyes flickered, he immediately gestured, declaring that the first wish had been fulfilled. Piccolo hovered in midair, enveloped in a delicate layer of shimmering light. Though his form remained unchanged, his essence had transformed significantly. A malevolent smile twisted upon his face, revealing sharp fangs, and his gaze was rife with a thirst for bloodshed. In the next heartbeat, Piccolo erupted into action. Raditz swiftly whistled, the sound momentarily stalling Piccolo's movements. But it merely delayed him. This time, Tomate, without awaiting orders, boldly proclaimed, "Dragon, purge Piccolo of his malevolent intent." Barunga's eyes flickered as Piccolo paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet, soon he raised his head once more, his demeanor still fiercely resolute. Apologies, for his dominant consciousness had rejected the request. Rejected? Much like the original tale where Son Goku declined to return to Earth, wishes concerning the dominant consciousness allow for personal volition. The eradication was impossible. Survival was now the priority. Tomate had a sudden inspiration. Aside from Piccolo, transport all the living beings to safety. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of green light shot forth from Piccolo's fingertips. The target was not Raditz and the others, but rather the dragon itself, truly reminiscent of the former Great Demon King. At the critical moment, the dragon's eyes flickered twice, the red light swirling, and a thin veil of white light enveloped the living beings, just as Piccolo's attack struck true. Although the noble and majestic Namekian dragon possessed formidable powers, it still lacked sufficient combat prowess. It had barely extended its finger to gesture when it was engulfed by the sinister energy. The overwhelming force consumed Barunga, the golden light fading as the Dragon Balls turned to mere stones. Yet, the wishes of the crowd had already been fulfilled, as Piccolo turned to strike again. With a swish, all were instantly gone. In this hellish realm, only the Demon King Piccolo remained, amidst the roaring magma and crumbling planets, continuing to laugh maniacally.